top dollar because Carol has the buyers. Guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? Their service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Summer Suns moved to 2-1 through 3 games in Vegas last night as Kaman Malawach had 21 and 10 and Koa Pete added 19 points of his own in a 95-88 win over the Bucks, as both Pete and Malawach have looked impressive so far this summer league. Also yesterday, the Miles Bridges trade was made official as he is now the newest member of the Phoenix Suns. And with the Diamondbacks winning 4 straight games heading into the All-Star break, should that potentially change whether or not they are buyers or sellers at the deadline? For more, head to arizonasports.com. Last night, the Home Run Derby delivered. Cardinals' Jordan Walker silenced the Philly faithful, taking down Kyle Schwarber, winning on his last swing of the night. And tonight, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will represent the Diamondbacks in the All-Star game. That'll get going at 5 o'clock tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We've got a lot to talk about on this muggy, monsoonish kind of morning.
Thank goodness.
Kellen Olson, to my right, filling in for Vinny today. Kellen, how are you?
Good morning, Dan Bickley. How are you doing on this indeed muggy Tuesday morning? I got a little cocky with the rain weather. It's hoodie season. We're back. I'm just going to take this brief respite in mid-July. And then I remembered the concept of humidity when I stepped out the door. And it is a little muggy out there, but thank goodness we finally got some rain in this town. Going to have a lot more, I guess, the rest of the week. Much needed. We got some time to make up for with this old water falling out of the sky situation.
About 6 years worth, it feels like.
Jared is normally the czar of weather. I'm surprised you haven't been vibing to this because this is really muggy. This is not normal.
Yes, but it's without the sun. You know, we drive in the middle of the night because we have a ridiculous job. So without the sun, the humidity is not so awful. And we're this is like the one day this week where it's potentially not going to rain. So I'll take it. But as someone who grew up in the Midwest and dealt with lots of weather, do you now miss weather?
Okay, you guys were all like giddy over the fact that it's going to rain 3-4 days in a row.
Yeah.
Love it.
2 of my adult children want to move to Seattle in the worst way because all they've experienced is Arizona sun and glare and heat. And they don't know what it's like on the other side.
My best friend went to school at Gonzaga and stayed in Seattle for like a year and a half post-grad. He had to move back because of just that.
The relentless rain.
And you hear okay, it can be depressing. Like Seattle, when it rains, it's like you get depressed. And I used to always say oh, no, come on, it's not that bad. And he came back, he told me, he goes, the only reason I moved back from Seattle is that I was getting depressed from the rain. And I go, that's unbelievable.
Now, on the flip side, people cannot fathom that here in Arizona, we can get tired of the sunshine every day.
No, you're right. You're exactly right.
100 straight days of no clouds in the sky, and
it's a bad thing. Yeah. And people consider it a bad thing. It's an amazing thing. Like I said, my oldest son is very much of that mindset. Oh, I just hate all this sunshine. And I'm like, that sounds so ridiculous to somebody who grew up in Chicago.
Can't shovel.
But it's his reality. It's all he's ever known.
And it's that 4 months when it feels like the sun is trying to assault you. Like it is trying to actively harm you.
Right. With malice. That's with bad intent.
Part of growing up here is training yourself to feel how hot it is. Does that make sense? With how hard the sun is hitting you. You can tell the difference between 95 and 110, even though both are pretty hot and feel the same outside. In some senses, it's when the sun is actively, you can feel it hitting your head. That is the range we're going to be into here for hopefully just the next month or two.
Did any of you see the movie Project Hail Mary?
I did, yeah.
I haven't yet.
This is not a spoiler, but the plot of the movie is the sun is dying. There's aliens eating the sun, which will eventually lead to about 20 to 30 degrees cooler temperature on Earth. And while for most of the rest of the world that would be devastating, here in Arizona, I'm like, hey, 80 degrees in the summer, not so bad.
Stay at the sun buffet, aliens, keep eating.
I thought Jarrett was going to say, when that inevitably happens.
Well.
All right. All right, so that's what we got. We're going to tell you what we're doing next. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
We are going to spend chunks of time today talking about Major League Baseball. The All-Star Game is tonight. Corbin Carroll will participate. Eduardo Rodriguez will participate. I think the latter is a fascinating story as to when Erod might get the ball. That starting pitching rotation in the National League, there are a lot of big marquee names, but few people who have been better than Erod in the first half of the season.
Yeah, if you're looking for star power in this game, you're not going to find it with Ohtani and Judge. You're probably going to find it in the pitching staffs. Like watching Mizorowski, and then to your point, it's like, okay, once we get to the 6th or the 7th inning, I want to see Mason Miller pitch in this game against the best hitters in the world. Sanchez has been absolutely surreal for Philly as well. If you're looking just for the star power in this game, like I said, I think it's going to come from the pitchers, and Erod is a part of that for sure.
The home run derby last night, we're going to get into that. That was an absolute blast for all the people who thought, this is going to be El Succo. Even Jeff Passan called Jeff Passan a moron. Jeff Passan had predicted yesterday that it was going to be dreadful.
It was going to drag. It was going to
it was going to be
slow-moving, terrible pace. They should never have changed back to this format.
Yeah.
Boy, he was wrong.
It played out very well. I'll comment when we get to it as a topic on a second.
We're going to talk about the Summer Suns and Kaman Malawach and Koa Pete and Kobe Brea and Rasheer Fleming and what they did last night. You want to give a brief overview, Kellen?
Another very encouraging group of signs for those guys, especially. Koa looked fantastic last night, thoroughly outplayed Nate Ament, who went 17 spots higher than him in the draft. And then Kaman Malawach is showing signs of improvement and at the same time showing signs of why he might not be in the rotation at the start of the season. To be clear, Kaman has been great. He's been awesome in the Summer League. I think everything he could have asked for and more he has shown. With that said, there have been little signs you can see where, if you want the two things that coaches do not want a young player to do, it is be out of position on defense and turn the ball over. And those have been the two issues for him. But he was clearly one of the best players on the floor, if not the best player on the floor last night. Kobe Brea bounce back game with 6 threes as well. A very eventful and a very encouraging Summer League for a team that suddenly has a young core of players.
Looking forward to talking about this with you as the show unfolds today. Also, Miles Bridges, the trade has become official. He will meet the media next week, so that day is all coming. And then we can all get on with the rest of our basketball lives. We're going to talk some Suns a lot today. Finally, it is game day in football. Let's go. France v. Spain.
Heavyweights.
This is the one. Yeah, we've been waiting for this. This has been if you did your March Madness pick'em pools, even before the group stage knockout bracket got there, you should have had France versus Spain coming in the semis. These are the two best teams in the tournament. They have been the two best teams in the tournament so far, the best offense against the best defense. Spain is going to try and really control this game. France is going to counterattack the hell out of them. I cannot wait to watch this at noon.
Now, that's the thing. This is the one thing that FIFA or whoever is in charge did not cater towards the Americans. That the game is at noon, I guess, for the worldwide audience, where instead of prime time, because I don't think that they don't do this when it's in other countries. Like, it's not a 12 noon start for the local time in other countries. I remember having to watch these things in the middle of the night, it feels like.
No, yeah, it's a best of both worlds situation, right? Like, you're still giving...
It's good for us because we'll be done. But for normal people who work normal days, it's going to be hard to watch a 12 p.m. game.
It is for sure, but the European audience is still going to be able to watch at like a decent time.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9 o'clock.
The European audience, this match will take precedence over everything.
Yes, they should be prioritized.
Right, they will be prioritized, so it does not matter.
Yeah, there are going to be hundreds of thousands of people gathering to watch in Spain and watching in France, probably over 1 million.
In England, they signed a special legislative decree that kept the pubs open to 5 a.m. the last time England played. And everybody stayed up all night drinking. So there you go. Finally,
and they said there's a game today? Wait a minute.
Finally, that's funny. There was a great picture of Mbappe meeting Victor Wembanyama and the height difference between the two French superstars. 7'4" and 5'9", I'm guessing.
Mbappe 5'9"? No way.
He's not as big as you think he is.
He looks bigger.
I don't think so. 5'10" at best.
All right, we'll give him 5'10".
At best. Is that, outside of the U.S., is that the best combo platter of athletes from a foreign country?
He's 1.78 meters tall. What the hell are you talking about, according to this? 5'10". Which means he is 5'9".
Yeah, Vic, it probably is.
Yeah.
Or you could do like McDavid and Shea.
Oh, you could do Shohei and Naomi Osaka from Japan.
That's a fun little. Who would be the second American? Scotty Scheffler.
Who's the first American?
That's a good question.
The greatest American athlete now?
The two. If you had to put the combo platter of every country together. Because France, you just got it. You've got
wait.
Mbappe. Want to save it?
This is a good Mock My World topic for tomorrow, potentially.
All right.
Okay.
Country combos.
Country combos. I like that.
Coming up on the other side, the All-Star Game festivities last night, surprisingly excellent. We are going to discuss that. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was a little surprised because I didn't know what a big deal it was to actually have a 99 rating, yet Trey McBride is there. He's got everything you could possibly want.
Of all the players in the NFL, only Puka Nacua had more catches than him. And of all the players in the NFL, only Devontae Adams had more receiving touchdowns than him. He's tight end.
Yes.
Those are two of the best. And obviously, look, he had more receptions than Jamar Chase and every other receiver in the NFL except Puka, even more than Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he's a tight end.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know it is great to be number one, and that's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades. That's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience, and that is because from Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified technicians in their service centers, everything they do is elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, and if you have never been behind the wheel of a BMW, highly recommend you take a test drive. The experience will blow your mind. There's a reason why they call it the ultimate driving machine. While you're at Chapman BMW, make sure you take advantage of the hookup waiting all of our listeners. All you got to do, find what you like, get your deal done by asking for GM Shane O'Hanrahan, who has vowed to hook up every member of this listening audience. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds, I can't get into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Bickley and Marotta, Chin Music.
We've known for the longest time that a lot of all-star games have become nothing but dreck. You talk about the Pro Bowl in football. You talk about the NHL All-Star Game, both complete jokes without the actual physical contact element. I still don't know what I watched from the NBA last year with those few different teams competing against one another. I'm still not sure what that was. So I think there was a lot of skepticism going into the home run derby last night that all of these things have been played out, that all of these things have kind of worn out their welcome in American sports. And
not just the game, though, but the side events, too, like the slam dunk contest.
Yeah, that's it. All of it, the whole buffet of it all. And you know what it is? I think a lot of it, what it has to do is all-star games and festivities used to bring all these stars together in one place, and it gave chance for people to see different sides of people. You get that all day, every day on social media now. You're not looking for that kind of content anymore. Anyways, so you go into last night's home run derby, and we've all kind of seen what the home run derby has become. I think they landed on a great format. But first, props to Jordan Walker of the Cardinals, who put on a show last night. Just when Philly thought they had a hometown hero in Kyle Schwarber winning this event, this dude would not be denied. And so the format of it all is players were given a finite amount of swings, not outs. So even if you hit a home run, you're one less swing.
Yeah.
Except in the final round.
Except when you get to the last ball. Yeah. If you homer on the last ball,
you can keep going.
You can keep going, which is what this dude did to win last night.
6 straight.
And it was incredibly clutch.
Yes.
Because it felt like he could have done that all night.
Yeah. I like the format. I personally am a big fan of the 10 outs system.
Okay.
But I do like what they did last night in that a finite amount of swings puts that much more pressure on the hitter to maximize each swing, obviously, right? And all the numbers were probably, except for, you You had one guy hit 8, one guy hit 9. I thought roughly around the same amount of number was going to be like 12, 13, 14 was all right around where those guys were. So it was going to come down to essentially who could be more clutch.
Yeah. So Kyle Schwarber gets up there in the final round, and everybody in Philadelphia is feeling it. Bryce Harper is leading the cheers. The home crowd at Citizens Bank is going insane. At one point, Bryce Harper even looked over at his teammates and said, "It's over. It's done." Right? And then this kid gets up there and says, "Not so fast."
It's too bad that Schwarber didn't get to go last.
I know, that's what I was going to say.
I liked it flipped, actually. I liked it flipped. I liked that he had to work against the crowd instead and knew his target as well. I like that.
Now think about that.
I liked that a lot more, and I think the thing that sort of happened here that was perfect was all of our criticism of last year and what made last year and the previous formats to me unwatchable was the speed and how quickly things were going.
Right. And the split screens where you
could
couldn't
not
follow.
even admire a home run hit because you didn't know if the previous ball was a hit.
That's a good point.
Because by the time the ball landed, Jordan Walker would have been swinging already.
Mm-hmm.
So this perfectly encapsulated the point of why you need to keep this format, Dan, because can you imagine if Jordan Walker was trying to win a race last night? The drama of every single at-bat and all of that building up and the boos intensifying and the crowd going from, "Boo, you suck," to, "Hey, stop it. Boo, you suck," to, "Hey, we really mean it. Stop it," to, "Wait, is our guy going to lose? Oh, we lost.
Okay.
That kind of sucks."
Yes.
I'm so glad you brought that up because watching as Jordan Walker kind of got closer and closer and then kept homering on those elimination pitches, you could see the look coming over Kyle Schwarber's face. He was like, "I'm going to lose this. This dude is not going to stop raking." And to Kellen's point, when he got into the batter's box at the very beginning, the crowd immediately was booing him. Thick.
Okay. So how much of this was influenced by this being in Philadelphia, one, and then being in Philadelphia and having a Philadelphia hometown player make it to the finals? Like, how much did the atmosphere affect it, and how much did the situation of the hometown guy make it affect it? Like, did the format really make it that much better, or did everything sort of fall into place?
It was both, but what the format does is it's kind of back to being somewhere around the NBA three-point competition where, like, the floor is still pretty high. Like, this is like a 6.5 to 7.5 watching experience where it's going to be solid. It's going to be pretty good to watch no matter what. And then every couple of derbies, or maybe 3 out of 4 every 10 years, you're going to get this type of experience where the drama, the script, all that kind of stuff matches up to it as well. That was not possible in the previous format. Like this wouldn't have, this whole like booing Jordan Walker and that kind of thing, the crowd wouldn't have had time to boo because they're like all of us trying to be like, home run, okay, what's he at? How many swings do they have left? What's that? What's the clock at? All that kind of stuff. It was way too much to keep track of. And as a watching experience, you can kind of like take your time. Like we're in the Subway Surfers era of like 3 things happening on the screen at once. So they thought in order to keep us engaged, we needed to kind of be there. But we still like drama in sports. That's a lot of the reason why a lot of people watch is because it's drama at the end of the day. And that drama wouldn't have been possible in the previous format as well. But like Jared, to your point, what's going to happen is like we're going to have like a dud or two in this format where it's not really that fun. And like Yordan Alvarez goes up and hits 22 home runs in his 25 swings. And then the next guy hits 9. And then we go, oh, well, now we need to change the format. It's like, well, no, it's just because that specific home run derby wasn't really that eventful. That's the thing that keeps happening is that whenever there's a dud or two of these, we think it's the format's fault when it's just how it's going to be.
I just think the home crowd affected it so much. The last memorable home run derby I can remember was when Bryce Harper won in Washington and hit like the walk-off home run to win it. I don't even remember what format that was under, but that's the last time I could even remember.
Yeah, what Jordan Walker did would have been captivating no matter who he was facing. But the Schwarber
I don't know, because Jordan Walker, nobody knows. Jordan Walker's not a big star.
No, but
he's becoming a big star.
But for the guy to homer on his last 6 pitches and be facing elimination on 3 of them,
but would the crowd have been into it?
Dramatic.
Yeah, had it been Junior Caminero, it still would have been a great moment.
It wouldn't have been as great, but it would still have been very pretty captivating.
They would have been booing, but they would have been cheering. Like that would have been like the main difference there. Did you guys like Netflix's choice to abandon like the traditional camera that we watched?
I'm so glad you brought that.
That was the big miss.
It was way too close. Way too close on the hitter, and it was way too low, and you didn't know where the ball was going when it was struck. I couldn't stand it.
You're telling me the broadcast entity with zero baseball experience screwed up the way to present baseball to us?
Kellen,
You're kidding. No way.
Hey, we forget now. They had opening day, and they're going to have the Field of Dreams game.
People couldn't believe that there was that many commercials. They're not used to that on Netflix.
That's another thing, too. Yeah. There were a lot of those.
If you didn't see it, it was we're just used to the camera from center field looking in, and we've seen the same angle for swings and misses like this entire time we've watched baseball. They went for more cinematic up-close shots of the swing, to which like you had to judge like Schwarber's reaction for how he hit the ball as opposed to reading the ball off his bat off from that angle that we've seen time after time with baseball. So hopefully that's something that they'll correct back to. I'm fine with it every now and then, but they showed it primarily through that lens of like really up close. It was tough to tell what was going on.
The last thing I want to say about Jordan Walker, and maybe we can get this back into this later, is that he reminded me of a player had Pavin Smith become a dude.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Walker was a hotshot first-round top 10 draft pick who was a starting player at the age of 20, and he's been largely a bust until this year.
100%.
I think he has more home runs now than he's had in any season.
He was one of the worst players in baseball for his first 3 years of his career. Like he was terrible. He was very bad. And now he is one of the best hitters in baseball right now. It's been a really great turnaround. And with relevance to the Diamondbacks, we've been waiting for the Cardinals to fade and like giving them the pat on the head, be like, okay, cute story, St. Louis, time to go, goodbye. And they just keep hanging around. Thanks largely to him. He's been awesome.
It's fun. In baseball, sometimes that does happen. Like Byron Buxton was another guy who was like this super duper duper prospect forever, was always hurt or always stunk. And this many years into his career, now he's hitting like 40 home runs a year.
Baseball is awesome, man. As long as we keep getting power hitters from Stone Mountain, Georgia, who are 6'6", 250, we're going to be fine.
All right, everything you need to know about the Summer Suns, you're going to get from Kellen Olson next. Kellen and for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyer. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Koa Pete, Kamon Malawach, and Kobe Brea helped lead the Summer Suns to a 95-88 win over the Bucks last night. Pete had 19 points. Brea dropped in 6 threes, and Malawach had 21, 10, and 4 blocks as the Suns now move to 2-1 in Vegas. The first World Cup semifinal will kick off today at noon between 2 heavyweights in France and Spain, Lamine Yamal and Kylian Mbappe, and it doesn't get much better than that. Last night from Philadelphia, the home run derby was electric. Cardinals' Jordan Walker played spoiler to Kyle Schwarber and became the first Cardinal to win the home run derby. And tonight, the Summer Classic will feature 2 Diamondbacks, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez. First pitch from Philly will be at 5 tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation. He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, the Suns played their 3rd Summer League game in Vegas last night, and the results were, well, they were pretty encouraging. Kellen Olson, Kamon Malawach was the 3rd consecutive double-double. Sammy just laid the numbers on you during that update, 21, 10, and 4. Looking fairly comfortable and probably a very, very good sign for all Suns fans.
100%. I think the thing with Kamon and the discussion point with him ever since he was drafted is the word raw, 3 letters, raw. And how much patience you are willing to give a number 10 overall pick for that fact that he is raw, that he is a prospect that is going to take time. And it feels like all of us have gone on the spectrum and put a pin down on when we expect him to be able to contribute to the team. Some Suns fans are willing to be incredibly patient with this timeline. Some are not so patient with this timeline. Some kind of land somewhere in the middle. For me, it seems like year 2, no matter how raw you are as a player, when you're a lottery pick, that is when you need to start contributing to your team. It's fine that he went through essentially his entire rookie season without contributing too much. I get that he got in the rotation at the end of the year, but when it comes to Kamon helping the Suns win basketball games, he didn't really do any of that as a rookie. So now in year 2, is he going to be able to do that? There were tons of encouraging signs. Like you said, I think far and away his best attribute shown over these 3 games has been his defense, his rim protection, his anchor work, and just being a deterrent around the rim. I'd count probably 2 to 3 dozen times where a ball handler dribbled inside the three-point line, saw Kaman Malawach, and either said, nope, no thank you, and just kicked the ball out and killed a possession, or tried to challenge him at the rim, and it did not go very well at all. It was great last night to see his hands working properly, some good footwork. He had some semi-difficult catches to make where his footwork, he had to get a spin move in one time. He had like a pivot hop step that he had to do on another catch because he had 7 turnovers in the opener on Friday, and a few of those were just him simply losing control of the ball, and his hands have always been an issue going back to Duke. So he looks like a guy that can come in through the mistakes and still make an impact for you in year 2 because of just how hard he freaking plays. There's an extra 3 or 4 contests he gets around the rim that not a lot of guys in the league are going to get just because of how hard he plays and his positioning and all that stuff. Look, he is still going to be out of position, Dan, and he is still going to turn the ball over. But this is a kid that they need to play. We need to see what this is about. They need to learn what they have in him. And the question that we all have is how the hell is Jordan not going to do that with Mark Williams in there, who needs to play 20 to 25 minutes a game, and Oso Ighodaro, who in my opinion was one of their 4 or 5 best players last year, and finding him time as well, juggling Kaman Malawach in there. You can look at Kaman Malawach starting to hit some threes in Summer League and say, okay, maybe you can play double big lineups, but now we're running into a non-shooting problem again, a lack of spacing again, which is going to be a huge problem for this team all year, I think. So there really isn't a perfect answer to finding him playing time or finding Cole Pete playing time or finding Rasheer Fleming playing time. And something you and I talked about last summer was, okay, you guys got to make this choice right now between player development and how much you want to win basketball games. And we were like, okay, is that split going to be 50-50, 60-40, 70-30? It was 90-10 towards trying to win basketball games last year. It cannot be that way again.
So it feels like it's trending that, though. Don't you think the Miles...
That's what I was about to say, Jerry.
The Miles Bridges move, the Mark Williams.
We are maybe at 95-5 now towards trying to win basketball games, because the guy I haven't even mentioned yet and we're going to talk about throughout the show is Cole Pete, who looks fantastic, who looks like a guy who should challenge for minutes, who should play.
Who they traded up for.
Who they gave up assets to get. Rasheer Fleming, who they gave up a lot of assets to get for, and yet they just traded for a guy who was going to demand 28 to 32 minutes a game in a position where is Miles Bridges a better player than Rasheer Fleming right now? Without question. It's not even close. Is he a better player than Cole Pete right now? Without question. Not even close. Does Cole Pete have a chance of being better than Miles Bridges at some point in his career? Without question. Same thing with Rasheer Fleming as well. Are you going to take the time to develop these guys in game? And I think the gamble that the Suns are making, and clearly feel like they are correct on, is that playing time in the NBA regular season does not necessarily equate to the maximum development. They feel like they can develop these guys without real playing time, because that's the only way you can look at the roster moves that they made this summer and conclude there.
I fight this battle every year around this time because it's so easy for a lot of Suns fans to get overhyped about what's happening in Summer League. So I want to ask you this. When you look at Kaman Malawach, I agree with everything you said. There are times, though, where he still looks a bit clunky, a bit awkward, the hands, all that kind of stuff. How will that translate when you're going up against men and not young kids? How will that translate when you go up against established bigs in the NBA? What do you see in Kaman Malawach particularly that tells you what we're seeing against these kids can look somewhat the same against NBA frontline players?
That was the refreshing part of getting to see him play at the end of last year. Again, that was out of sheer necessity. He would not have played if Mark Williams wouldn't have gotten hurt. We wouldn't have seen him at all, but we did see him because Mark Williams did get hurt. And we saw the toughness and the motor carry over against these caliber of guys. So we all kind of do that thing, or at least I do this thing a lot, where you're playing a guy like Kaman Malawach in the rotation and you're paying attention to like the sub pattern, and you're like, okay, he's in there against Nikola Jokic. Like, let's kind of see how this goes. And especially in like a playoff stage when he was playing against the Thunder, they were extremely selective with when he was going to be out there against someone like Shea, for example, and when he was not going to be out there as well. Like, it's that delicate dance that you can play with him. But I thought that he did look good overall last year with what you're talking about, and playing against guys in their mid-20s, late 20s, early 30s, things like that, where, let's be honest, he should be looking like the outlier, like in this setting. He should be looking like the number 10 overall pick from last year. And he absolutely did, just like our guy Braden Burry, Sammy and Jared.
How about that guy?
He looked like the best player on the floor last night. He looked fantastic. Like, those guys should look that good in that setting. And that's what he did for sure. But the thing that I really don't like about the Suns offseason Dan, is that we learned that Jordan Ott is a good head coach. And it's like, okay, can he be a great head coach? You and I probably agree that we think he has potential to be a great head coach, but not every single head coach, no matter how good or great or brilliant that they are, can maximize a roster if they are put in a position where they have to figure it out. And when I asked Brian Gregory about this logjam of players that they have at certain positions in different places, he said, Jordan's a great coach. He'll figure it out. You could position your coach to be in a position where he doesn't have to figure it out only on himself, and it just kind of everything kind of slides together and makes sense. Because throughout last year, we watched Mark Williams came out around the 6-minute mark, and then at 7:30, and then at 8:30. Like it was starting to be like, okay, I just need Oso in there, man. I trust Oso. He does everything that we love to do. And you look at some of the players they've added, particularly from the Charlotte Hornets, they don't really jive with the type of player that Jordan Ott typically likes to play and prefers, and that's we talk about Koa again. He looks exactly like the type of player that Jordan wants to play, but I don't think he's going to be able to find space for him.
So when the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
I don't know. I don't really understand their fascination with Mark Williams. Like the thing that my first reaction when he got all 3 years guaranteed is like, oh, come on, he's not going to play this year and he's not ready. And like, it's not going well for his overall development. Now it's just 3 games of Summer League, but he looks like he's ready to at least get NBA minutes to see what's going on. Again, like if he plays this year, he's going to go through some troubles. Like it's not going to be great the entire time. And then the Bridges thing as well is the part where we all went into the end of the season. We're like, okay, Rasheer Fleming, you're starting power forward next year, or he's got to play at least 20 minutes a game next year. And now Rasheer is somehow the 9th or the 10th guy in the rotation in a snap, just like that. It's going to be a difficult juggle for them over the next couple of years while they try to win 45 to 50 games, I guess, while trying to develop for the future as well and become more than that over the next couple of years.
Yeah, no, but I think Jarrett speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment, Matt Ishbia, getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment?
Yes.
That's what it feels like.
Big shiny object. He wanted it, couldn't get it, and then just got it anyway.
Like. All right, we're going to get back. Great stuff, Kellen. We're going to get back into the Suns in just a bit. On the other side, it's game day in football. Man, do we got some stuff to talk about. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now you know Sweet James, official accident attorneys for your Phoenix Suns. Just saw the television commercial last night of Sweet James dunking a basketball. Say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real, whether it's artificially and digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on your opposition that you will be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what they're going to do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. This is a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. They've got tons of trial experience. Combine that with the 98% winning record, and those insurance companies that you're going to be battling understands immediately Sweet James will not back down. It's why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And remember this, having the right attorney on your side is not only essential if you've been injured in an accident, it can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Hey, it's Luke. After shocking the Dodgers in L.A., can the Diamondbacks sustain their newfound success beyond the All-Star break? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Sammy Sabalka, Jared Carlin with you until 10 o'clock. It is game day in the World Cup, and we got a good one today. It's France and Spain. You mentioned, is it noon or 1 p.m. our time?
Noon p.m.
Noon p.m. our time. All right, so the biggest story right now, though, before we get into the semifinals, is the scene in Oslo yesterday where 100,000 people were waiting to celebrate Norway's football team. Jared Carlin brought up a very interesting point. Norway's soccer team exited the World Cup at the exact same spot and location as Team USA. I don't see hundreds of thousands of people lining the street for Team USA. More to the point, Norway has one of the most ascendant, marketable young stars on the globe in Erling Haaland. Meanwhile, Christian Pulisic is now one of the most hated athletes in this country. Now, that might be a little strong unless you've heard national criticisms of Christian. Help me make sense of this.
I can't because I hate Christian Pulisic, too.
Oh!
Yes.
It's funny, though. I hadn't thought, because on ESPN they were showing the response to Norway returning home. It just looked like hundreds of thousands of people all gathered in the town square doing the row thing.
It's unreal.
Holland coming off like a hero holding a raccoon for some weird reason.
Don't go there yet. I got a story on that. So keep going.
Okay. Whereas, and then Sammy points out in my ear, they got out in the same round, or somebody, maybe
it was,
maybe I noticed it myself.
Oh,
they were eliminated in the same round as the USA. And
One
it's
was
a massive
celebrated.
disappointment for USA.
Norway quarterfinals, USA round of 16. So
Okay,
one
so
round
it wasn't
further.
the same.
Okay,
One
so
round
it wasn't the same.
Jared fact.
Well, screw that.
This is a country who has been in the World
Okay,
Cup
but close enough.
four
Close enough.
total times, and this is the furthest that they had made it. This was
Okay.
a major, major accomplishment for them, yeah.
Well, the Pulisic Holland thing, I think, is a little unfair because the same people that wanted to anoint Christian Pulisic are the same people that are like raking him over the coals right now. And Big, I go back to the thing that I mentioned, I think last week. Like in my mind, he was never and is never going to be like a top 20 guy in the world. But casual USA fans think he's just going to be the savior or the best player on the field at all times. Like
Because it's hard to fathom.
I know.
As USA sports fans, it's hard to believe we don't have a top 20 player in the world in this entire country.
But for the United States to be good, he needs to be your third or fourth best player. And I think, to Jared's point, people have a hard time coming to realize that. Like, Erling Haaland is a top 5 player in the world.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
That's seen as the wall of like the round of 16 where the U.S. gets out over and over and over again. It's like, okay, at this point you need to have world-class talent. And Christian was really our only shot at potentially having a world-class player, and he did not play well in this tournament at all.
He's always getting hurt.
It looked like Flo Balogun was on his way to ascending to that in this tournament, and then he just didn't have a great showing against Belgium after he was phenomenal earlier in the tournament as well. But yeah, that's the marquee difference that we see is that like Holland is arguably the best goal scorer in the world, and the only reason there's arguably in front of that is because Harry Kane exists, who's going to be in action for England tomorrow.
Or is Jared's soccer persona is very Harry Kane.
Extremely Harry Kane. That's me. Why do you think, Kellen, we talked about this last week, that how is it possible that the USA has never, ever had a top 20 player or a top whatever in the world?
Yeah, they're
a player. Not saying that our team is going to be as good.
No, I get what you're saying.
The depth or anything, but just one player. How have we never had this one phenom?
Well, it comes down to the way that we develop talent here, and the main pull there is that we don't really develop talent here. One of the best stories, Sammy, of course, was Alex Freeman, who actually was developed here. Like, he played primarily here in America. Someone like Malik Tillman, who I would argue was our best player in this tournament, he grew up in Germany, and he played a lot in Germany, was developed in Germany as well. So a lot of these kids that we get aren't developed here properly, and they're much more smarter and educated soccer and football fans who could come on here and have a deep, expansive knowledge. Is something that John Bloom and I talk about a lot. The difference in how we develop our youth players here as opposed to how England does it, or Spain does it, or Portugal does it, or Turkey does it, or any of like the more France, Spain, whoever you want to say. We don't do it in that kind of way, and that is just like the hardcore truth there is the lack of youth development that we do here, or not so the lack, just the way in which we do it is so vastly different than the ways that they do it in these other powerhouse countries. That's what it comes down to right now.
Yeah, now, so the ascendance of Erling Haaland is something to behold. Jarrett mentioned yesterday the footage of him getting off the plane holding a taxidermy raccoon. Yeah. And people are wondering, what in the heck is this guy doing? The backstory to this is absolutely unbelievable. There's a family-run Western store in Dallas that Erling Haaland walked into. He paid $750 for that taxidermy raccoon that's hugging a real whiskey bottle. Okay, $750. He bought a bunch of cowboy hats, had never owned one in his life, had to get fitted for one, bought exotic boots, a longhorn belt buckle, and a shirt that read, "You can all kiss my Dallas." Okay?
That's phenomenal.
Now, it gets even better. So he just did all of that on his own. That store, the Dallas media has looked into it, that store is blowing up. The whiskey raccoon is completely sold out. You can't find them anywhere. The Dallas shirt is completely gone. People are lining up to shop at that store just because Erling Haaland did.
That's so funny. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Tom Holland, Spider-Man, he was on a Tonight Show, and he mentioned he had DM'd Erling Haaland to be like, hey, man, congrats. Like, if you're in my city town would love to like grab a bite. And he goes, I didn't realize I wasn't that famous until he didn't even answer me.
Ghosted him.
Yes.
And Erling Haaland was asked about it. He's like, I don't know who he was. I saw the name and I don't know who this person is. What is the appeal of Erling Haaland? Is it his look? Is it his size? Is it the whole
I think
Viking
it's a little
thing?
like, I mean, I think he has a great personality too.
It starts there from like the outside of the pitch, but on the internal pitch, like he should be catching passes from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he should be.
He should be Rob
doing.
Gronkowski.
He is unbelievably fast and agile for how big he is, and he's also just incredibly strong. Like we have this once in a generation thing where he's not on a Wemby level, don't get me wrong, where we see a once in a generation athlete in our football or our hockey or our baseball or our basketball. The combination of athleticism that he has at his size, it also helps that like he looks like he's from Norway. He looks like he is a Viking.
Right,
like the blonde hair, the whole thing. Like
he looks like
the
Thor.
eyes, everything.
He looks like a Targaryen.
Like
yeah, you're both right. You're Thor and a guy from the Game of Thrones.
Exactly. And then to Sammy's point, like he's a goofball. Like he's just a very relatable guy, and he's done a very good job in the last year or two. Like he has like a YouTube channel now. Like he's been sharing his personality a lot more to the point where very casual soccer fans getting into the World Cup, their favorite player undoubtedly has been Haaland because when they're scrolling their For You page, they see the 2-minute clip of him doing all his goofy stuff, and they're like, this guy's great. And then when they watch him, they're like, oh, he's absolutely incredible at the sport too.
That is bigger than everybody also.
If there was a quote-unquote breakout star of the tournament, it would be him, but
By
that's
far.
to the very casual audience. Again, like the Vitinha story or Vizinha, excuse me, is like the story. Like he had like 1 million Instagram followers, like
the guy
40,000.
for
I don't even know who you're talking about. So I'm the casual sports.
The goalie
fan.
was he the goalie for Cape Verde?
Cape Verde, yeah.
The goalie for Cape Verde. He had like 40,000 Instagram followers, and then he had one big game won, and then he went to like 10 million Instagram followers, and now by the end of the tournament, he has like 25.
And
so
back
the
to
global
my
game.
back to the point about why can't America do this? Norway is not a soccer country. And they produced one of the 5 best players of the world. It's amazing that
Born
we can't.
in Leeds.
Huh?
Born in Leeds.
He's actually born in London, outside of London.
Well, that doesn't seem fair. Why can't we find these?
Well, listen.
Secretly foreign-born players.
This is a hidden angle of why Team USA can't be all that. There's a lot of these dual citizenship
we need
guys
more of those.
That's it.
who don't
That's it.
play for Team USA.
Well, we got
We-
Flo Balogun.
Yes, we have to go to war for Sammy, there's a couple of guys when you're looking at the 2030 World Cup, we're watching for, does this kid go to Poland or does he come play for us? Like there's a couple of those as well. There's like a really dynamic 18-year-old center back who could be the future of our backline for the next decade. But if you were him, would you rather represent Germany or us? You'd rather represent Germany. Like you'd rather go have a chance to win a World Cup. You wouldn't come here and want to go to the round of 16 over and over again. Like I'm going to be doomed to for the rest of my life watching this stupid sport.
But that's the difference, though. Like we need players growing up in whether it's this country or have American roots, that their dream, instead of going to the NFL and wanting to be a quarterback, or instead of wanting to play in the NBA, like their dream is to bring a World Cup to the United States.
And we thought that was Christian with everything that he was talking about. And then he was like, oh, well, it would be good to get some time off too.
Just
okay,
one
Christian,
player.
enjoy your time off.
Just one player.
Just one
If
guy.
the best basketball players in the world could be
Yes.
from Slovenia and Croatia or Serbia.
Yeah, just one guy. You're absolutely right.
We can't just get one guy.
These guys don't grow on trees, though.
And he's catching passes from Patrick Mahomes. That's what he's doing.
And-
like if Erling Haaland grew up in America, he would have played football. He would not have played soccer.
Unless he likes soccer the best. We just need one of those guys.
There's a lot to be said that the best young players in America are not getting into the youth development
Why isn't
programs.
Erling Haaland a cross-country skier?
Because there's not 300,000 people showing up to greet him after they celebrated. What the point we started at originally. That's why he would play football.
And why didn't Team Norway return to Norway on actual Viking ships? How cool would that have been if they were actually rowing into port?
They're probably exhausted if they're anything like me after playing soccer.
All right, Tori Lavello said the Diamondbacks have not told their story just yet. We'll examine our baseball team at the All-Star break. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta here. I wore glasses and contacts until I was 30. Then I had LASIK and it changed my life. But now my vision, still pretty good. It has changed and I was curious about it. I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King from K2 Vision and found that I'm a candidate for RLE, a permanent solution that also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 procedures. Join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Have you ever tried to play through pain? I'm not talking about a bruise. I'm talking about that sciatica lightning bolt ripping from your lower back down your leg. At Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC, the world-class spine surgeons right here in the Valley, they don't just treat symptoms. They identify the pain generator and attack it with precision. These are innovators behind endoscopic spine surgery, a technique so minimally invasive it uses incisions smaller than a quarter of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. Whether that's the gym, the golf, or cheering on the Bird Gang, whatever it might be. Sciatica, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, whatever's knocking you out of the game, DISC has seen it, diagnosed it, and fixed it for thousands of patients across Arizona, just like me. Visit sciatica.com to schedule your appointment with DISC or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, there's talking baseball and there's trading baseball, not the deadline or baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Summer Suns moved to 2-1 through 3 games in Vegas last night as Kaman Malawach had 21 and 10, and Koa Pete added 19 points of his own in a 95-88 win over the Bucks, as both Pete and Malawach have looked impressive so far this summer league. Also yesterday, the Miles Bridges trade was made official, as he is now the newest member of the Phoenix Suns, and with the Diamondbacks winning 4 straight heading into the All-Star break. Should that potentially change whether or not they are buyers or sellers at the deadline? For more, head to ArizonaSports.com. Last night, the Home Run Derby delivered. Cardinals' Jordan Walker silenced the Philly faithful, taking down Kyle Schwarber, winning it on his last swing of the night. And tonight, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will represent the D-backs in the All-Star game that gets going at 5 o'clock this evening, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
I think it'll be a little bit of a push, a momentum push for us, but that only goes so far. We gotta take care of what we can, and we know we're good enough to compete. We're right in this thing. We are right in the middle of this race, and we earn that. And I want these guys to enjoy their time, and I know it's going to be a very festive flight going back to Phoenix, and then you got 4 days off, so don't let it get too far away from you. Remember how good this feels, and you're right, we're beyond the halfway point. The All-Star break isn't the halfway point of the season, and we got a chance, and that's all we ask for.
That's the voice of Torey Lovello after that weekend sweep, the improbable weekend sweep of the Dodgers, and what that might mean towards everybody's mood, towards the future of the Diamondbacks when they return from the All-Star break. We know this, Cal. These are the facts. They're 49 and 47.
Yep.
The old, if you would have taken that at the beginning of the season, what do you think we all would have said? Probably yes?
Sure.
Yeah,
I would have signed up for that.
When's Corbin Burns back?
Exactly.
That's it. Exactly, though, because it's the caveat that, like, okay, they survived until, almost August.
Tread water. That's all we talk about.
Here come the reinforcements.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, some of the reinforcements got delayed.
Right.
Plus other injuries.
Right. But all hope is not lost yet. But again, there is the possibility that you won't see them this year. I'm not sure which side I would side on, but it is a possibility. The Corbin Burns, the A.J. Puck setbacks, Zach Gallen being put on the injured list, Merrill Kelly fighting to regain his form, the injury to Ryan Nelson, the return and the comeback of Brandon Pfaadt. Yeah, and a bullpen that has been lights out good. Look, for 3 years, we have talked about the art of capturing a good bullpen and how difficult it can be. Trying to predetermine what makes a good bullpen in Major League Baseball. You just don't know. And this year, through whatever reasons, they've got one.
It's by far the biggest strength of their team. It's not even close. Like, their bullpen is the reason why they're in this position right now. If they choose to sell at the deadline, every single arm in their bullpen will be desired. Every single one, which is crazy. Like, every guy has been productive. Like Sewald and Ginkel at the top, Loaizaga and Murillo and Garcia in the middle. Taylor Clark and Ryan Thompson have been solid for them as well. And that's also the part of this, like, tug and pull, Dan, is the decision to buy or sell, which fascinates us at this point in the year in every single baseball season. And right now it's like, okay, well, if you just get to October with this bullpen, like, that is the part of this that is very enticing, because you can trust this bullpen in that time where that's how you win in the postseason, through your pitching and primarily through closing out games. And we trust this bullpen so much. I don't know how everyone else on the show feels, but I reached a point about 6 weeks ago where when the Diamondbacks have a lead, like, I'm like, all right, they're going to win the game. Like, I just felt extremely confident in this bullpen and still do. And that's part of the reason why the decision coming up here in 2.5 weeks is going to be a tough one.
So what's interesting about this is I think maybe 3 weeks ago, everybody talked about the All-Star break in terms of what is this team going to look like. Even Torey had mentioned that block of 10 games that led into the All-Star game. Now the decision obviously gets deferred a little bit longer, because I don't think you're going to completely change your strategy based on a weekend series in Los Angeles. But at the same time, you've got to take that into account. So I think what they look like in St. Louis coming out of this, and this 4-city road trip that used to be a 3-city road trip, right? I think that they're going to have to wait and wait for this team to declare itself a little further, which is something Mike Hazen generally doesn't like to do. He generally likes to strike early. The J.D. Martinez got ahead of everybody on that.
And I think, again, this is just myself speaking, I would prefer that, right? If you come out and you take 2 of 3 from the Cardinals, that's a pretty good sample size and stretch of sweeping the Dodgers, All-Star break. You gain ground on the Cardinals. And then, personally, I think Hazen would have everything he needed to see of like, okay, if we add a big bat to this lineup, which I think is the biggest necessity for the Diamondbacks in the trade deadline.
More than a starting pitcher.
More than a starting pitching because of the bullpen. It's been so good. If you can get to the 5th inning, like Kellen said, with a lead or it's close, you can trust the team to maybe even get a win. If they can get more juice to this lineup early on and be able to roll with it, I think that's exactly what they need.
The problem is there's no way. Well, they can do it if they want to, and if they buy, this is probably how it's going to go. But in order for them to buy in the way that Sammy is talking about, they're going to have to buy. Like, you cannot get a quality number 3 or number 4 pitcher in your rotation for pennies. Like, that's just not going to happen. It is going to be a hyper-competitive landscape for starting pitching at the deadline, as it always is. And when you go through the reporting right now, and Jeff Passan putting like the percentage odds of all the starting pitchers who are going to get traded, they're low for a reason, because Miami is not going to move Sandy Alcantara unless it gets blown away in an offer. Like, the Angels are not going off Detmers unless they get blown away. Same thing with Jose Soriano. It's like the same kind of story for all of these guys. The interesting point to what you're bringing up with the Cardinals is, who do they play right after that? They play the Athletics, but then they play the Pirates and the Nationals, who are also in this race as well. So they get 3 series against the teams they're in the race in, and something Hazen told our own Alex Weiner is like the mix of teams that they're going to be competing with, and how many teams they're going to be competing with is a factor, and maybe it'll change here in 2 to 3 weeks, but it seems like this mess of teams, this mess of 7 to 8 teams is still going to be that number 2.5 weeks from now. And ultimately, I think that Hazen, look, if they lose like 10 to 14 coming out of the break, then they're going to sell, obviously. But I think your mind's made up right now. And Hazen said even a couple of weeks ago to us on Wolf and Luke that he wants to buy. And I think that this is going to be a team that ultimately does buy. But the question is, okay, to get the type of bat that you're talking about, Sammy, like we don't want someone who's going to hit 7th or 8th and like give us a good at bat. Like we need someone that's going to give some juice to the order, hitting 5th or 6th, right behind Gabby, who's having an unbelievable season right now at catcher as well offensively. That is what you are going to need. So you're going to have to give up a lot in order to do that. And then we zoom out and go, okay, we're doing this just to get the 3rd wild card spot. And that's where things get difficult.
A baseball team can do any number of things to kind of like artificially stimulate sort of a lagging team. You can fire the third base coach. You can fire the hitting coach. You can fire a pitching coach.
You can fire Rat Leon.
You can fire Rat Leon.
Yeah. Turn that over. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Turn that over. In the case of Pavin Smith and Zach Gallen, Kellen, I'm curious your thoughts on this. No one's going to blame all the faults on these 2 players, but both those guys tend to symbolize the over-patience this organization often shows its veterans.
Yes.
Taking the ball away from players like that and going into a different direction, do you think that has any kind of impact inside the walls?
The vibe change?
The vibe change.
I think that it does in some positive ways. Like, I think that the players feel an extra sense of security and looking at what they can do when they produce for this organization and knowing that they're going to have their back. I think for 4 weeks now, this has been less of a Zach Gallen performance and analytics and like he'll bounce back. He bounced back in the second year last year. Why can't he this year? And more of an emotional decision of where this is our guy and we need to give our guy every single opportunity possible before we go down the dark road of DFAing him, which is how this is probably going to end, in my opinion. I thought that it was going to end there 2 weeks ago. Now we'll see if this injury gives them the red carpet to play it out in that kind of fashion, where by the time he gets healthy, Soroka's back, and Ryan's pitching great now too. And look at Brandon Pfaadt. We can't even put Zach in anyway. It's fine. And then he's pitched his last game as a Diamondback, just like that, kind of just like how Kyler's injury happened as well for the Arizona Cardinals. So I think that it has been something positive for them as well, but it is an issue when you have hungry guys that are pitching well. Like, this would be a totally different story if Mitch Brad or Jose Cabrera came in and pitched awesome, and then Zach was taking their spot in the rotation anyway. That's where it becomes an issue, but those guys haven't performed yet.
All right, on the other side, heads up, Cardinals fans, another great player might be rejoining the Rams. Some NFL hash marks on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Not that long ago, my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, came out to my house in Fountain Hills, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, brought me a fantastic soundbar, some surround sound speakers, installed it all professionally for me on my wall downstairs, and bam, just like that, he had taken my fandom to the very next level. And if it's time for you to trade up to a front row seat, go to Waltz TV and Appliance, your ultimate game day headquarters. At Waltz, they don't just sell electronics, they engineer the perfect fan experience. Get every blade of grass, every drop of sweat, every crucial replay in jaw-dropping detail. Waltz has great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions up to 115 inches and a super knowledgeable staff that will get you into the merchandise you are looking for. They'll get you into the products that are built for live action sports. And at Waltz, you're going to get pricing that's comparable and as competitive as the big box stores, but you're going to get 10 times the service. Why wouldn't you shop at Waltz? Remember, when you're there, drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, these are tough times for Arizona Cardinal fans. You look at the competition in the NFC West, it is pretty rare and pretty insane to be sharing a division with 3 potential Super Bowl caliber teams, but that is our unfortunate reality, and the arms race in the division just keeps getting more and more out of control. We've heard about the rumblings of an Aaron Donald unretirement for weeks now, maybe even months now. TMZ cameras caught Aaron Donald not only at Rams practice, like glad-handing with players, he was going through a genuine workout with the football team. Our buddy Mark Schlereth said yesterday he's hearing it's 100% done. Can you imagine Aaron Donald on the same side of a defensive line as Myles Garrett? Kyler Murray right now is saying to himself, I am so happy I'm in Minnesota.
Do you think you're going to be getting Aaron Donald that we remember after being retired and coming back and being 35 years old?
I don't know. I do know this, that about a year ago, the dude they ended up trading for Myles Garrett, Jared Verse, he went and worked out with Aaron Donald, and he could not keep up with Aaron Donald. And this was a 23-year-old football player. So if there's anybody I think that could man defensive tackle and still be a pretty dominant force, it'd be that dude.
Well, the issue here, one of the many issues with this in terms of looking at it from a Cardinals fan perspective, is that the Rams don't really need Aaron Donald. They've got Myles Garrett, sure, but Poona Ford was fantastic for them on their defensive line last year. Kobe Turner was fantastic for them. Braden Fisk was really good for them as well. Byron Young was one of the best edges in the league last year, graded in the top 10 alongside Myles Garrett and PFF. So you go through this cycle and you realize that, Aaron Donald can just play 20 to 40% of the snaps, and they're going to still get a big contribution from him they don't necessarily need, because this is already the best front four in football already. So they could just add Aaron Donald to it as a luxury. There would be no pressure on him to play. You could just give him a diverse amount of options in terms of how much he wants to play, when he wants to play, what type of downs he wants to be in on. And that's the issue, is that, do we know if he's going to be an absolute world beater? No, but we know that with limited reps, he could enhance himself by holding him back and not saving himself for certain situations, and instead using it all in select circumstances, which is what he's, I think, going to be able to do when he inevitably is back with this team.
Myles Garrett, I don't know how many sacks he recorded last year. I do know it was a lot. And a lot of them came while being double-teamed. Pairing him next to a guy like Aaron Donald, that is frightening. Were some of the reports out of L.A. were that Aaron Donald kind of wanted to give it a test run to see how his body reacted to playing in pads again. So I don't know how that whole thing is going to work out.
Yeah, there's a difference between being a gym freak,
I know,
with a great body,
I know,
and going to play football after you haven't played for 2 seasons.
Right, but you're also talking about the dominant defender of his generation. I mean, we're also talking about a different kind of dude in Aaron Donald.
Hey, look, believe me, I was the guy begging for Kurt Warner to come out of retirement 10 years after he was, because I saw him throwing in his backyard.
Yeah, I was there too.
You always think these guys can reclaim the greatness, but and I think the bigger point is exactly what Kellen said, was this team was already a Super Bowl favorite. This is like icing on the cake. They don't need Aaron Donald to come back and be the defensive player of the year. Anything they get from him is gravy.
This
Man,
is
gravy.
You like gravy, Jared?
I do like gravy a lot. That to me is the key to an entire Thanksgiving meal.
Good gravy?
Have you ever gone to a Thanksgiving where they don't have gravy? You need the gravy, or else everything is so dry. That's what brings all the different foods together, though.
The way in which you feel after your second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth plate or whatever, Jared, is how we are going to feel every week we go into an NFC West game. We're just going to be like, okay, here we go.
Here we go again.
Can I take another plate of this? Like I really like.
By the end, you're just like, I'm just going to go to sleep.
Yeah, and exactly. You just want to sleep through it, exactly, which might happen to me a time or two during an NFC West matchup on Sunday.
Since you brought up the NFC West, Seattle is the defending Super Bowl champions, and the Rams look like the favorites for this year.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any any leniency with the 49ers this year? You're always on the 49ers bandwagon. You think they're going to be really good too?
As long as they have Kyle Shanahan at the helm, they're probably going to win 10 games.
I tend to agree with Sammy. I mean, it's they've got pieces and they've got a system and they.
Mike Evans is very interesting to the Aaron Donald conversation we were having. If what version of Mike Evans are they getting? If they're getting top 5 to 10 wide receiver in the world, Mike Evans, that changes a lot. If they get semi-washed Mike Evans, then it's going to be a different conversation for them as well. Seattle's interesting because they did really not add a ton this offseason, and they lost quite a bit on their defense as well. There's still a strong bet to win 11 to 13 games this year, don't get me wrong, but they lost a little bit. Obviously, the Rams added a ton, and they did so even by selecting Ty Simpson in the first round of the draft, who's not even going to contribute for them this year. At least they hope he won't contribute for them this year. So it's going to be a really brutal year in the division.
The big story nationally really quickly, Lamar Jackson. So with the NFL Network, they're slow releasing their top 100 players 2 at a time. Lamar Jackson clocked in at number 69, 67 spots lower than last year. What do you make? And this is done by the players. What do you make of that?
So to explain the voting process for a process that I believe might be fraudulent and it just exists to be the lower third chyron on ESPN that it is currently to give the ESPN show something to talk about. Anyway, the NFL Top 100 comes down to a player vote in which the players vote on their top 20 players in the league, not top 100. And then the point system works out. Okay, so the clear takeaway here is that a lot of players did not think Lamar Jackson's a top 20 player in the league, which is absolutely asinine and just an insane take because we do this all the time where a guy has an off year. By the way, Lamar won MVP, runner-up to MVP, and then had an off year last year where we give them grace. And for some reason, in this exercise at least, the players are not willing to give Lamar Jackson grace. Why? I have no idea. Why did Lamar fall in the draft? Why did Lamar have this? Why did Lamar have that? Lamar is treated in a certain way, and it continues.
Yeah, that's a good point. He was dealing with a whole bunch of injuries. He had a back issue that kept him from running the ball, and Lamar Jackson not running the ball. We saw it happen to Kyler when he would stop running the ball. He stopped being a real, legitimate NFL weapon. It's just quite a precipitous drop. But you're absolutely right. The amount of indignation that you hear from people over lists, it's asinine to me. Always has been. Always has been.
It is a feeding force of content and conversation. And again, we have so many shows where someone is looking into a camera telling you what they think about sports, and the large majority of it is off other opinions that they find stupid instead of just, like the game or the sport happening.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's it. Regurgitating bad takes, creating more takes off of bad takes.
Good Morning Football right now is talking about which offense are you most interested in seeing to take the field between the Cowboys and the Steelers. I'd much rather watch that 1,000 times out of 1,000 instead of what's on ESPN right now, which is Lamar Jackson under the most pressure to reach the Super Bowl.
They've only done that story 10,000 times since January. All right, coming up on the other side, the Rush Hour reboot. Sammy Sabalka takes the wheel. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tim Tell has stepped up in a big way. 7 hits, 7 RBIs, a couple of home runs as well. Nolan Arenado. Yes. Ildemaro Vargas. James McCann. Here we go. And by the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks right now have the best catcher in baseball. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just saying right now.
How about this guy playing to his potential finally at the plate in Gabby Moreno? You already know he's great defensively. Now he's hitting like this. If nothing else, it puts you back in the conversation with 16 games coming out of the All-Star break before the trade deadline on August 3rd.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I say it all the time. I'm a big believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain. And I say that for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I've leaned on them twice. 6 years ago, they helped me avoid surgery when I had a slight tear in my meniscus playing tennis. Much more recently, went through a 5-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow, jarring flashes of pain every time I struck a golf ball. I am completely fine now, back to playing golf golf as much as I want, back in the gym lifting as much as I ever have. This is what QC Kinetics is giving to people. They're the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are cellular-level treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office. There's no missing work. There's no surgery. There's no long recovery. What happens after these treatments? The inflammation in your body calms down, the pain backs off, and suddenly you're back to doing the things you used to do. If you're dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain, go check them out. Get a consultation. See what they can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health, you're more to us.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Koa Pete, Kamon Malawach, and Kobe Brea all helped lead the Summer Suns to a 95-88 win over the Bucks last night. Koa Pete had 19 points. Brea dropped in 6 threes of his own. Malawach had 21, 10, and 4 blocks as they moved to 2-1 in Vegas. The first World Cup semifinal will kick off today at noon between 2 heavyweights in France and Spain, Lamine Yamal and Kylian Mbappe, and it doesn't get much better than that. And last night from Philadelphia, the home run derby was electric. Cardinals' Jordan Walker played spoiler to Kyle Schwarber and became the first Cardinal to win the home run derby. Tonight, the Summer Classic will feature 2 Diamondbacks, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez. First pitch from Philly will be at 5 o'clock tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning. It's 7:30. That means it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sepulveda here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And we're going to start with the Summer League Suns, right? Koa Pete's been nice to watch. Come on, Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Bray. But what is one thing, just simply one thing from both Koa and Kaman Malawach that stood out to you so far?
Yeah, I think just Kaman Malawach's presence now around the rim. It's not like Wemby, but what Kellen said earlier is very accurate. There are dudes who started to kind of drive angles to the bucket and kind of put on the brakes when they saw Kaman Malawach
The oh-nos.
Yeah, the oh-nos, the deterrence,
yes,
if you will. And Koa Pete, I just like his confidence. I don't know how the bully ball is going to fare when he's going up against men and bigger players in the NBA, but I don't think his mentality is going to change. And I think that's kind of why he is who he is.
Yeah, I completely agree with Dan on Koa, and that's going to be the interesting thing, and hopefully getting to see him in NBA minutes this year, not super consistently, but enough to just kind of see, okay, this is the guy that's used bully ball in high school to dominate, in college to dominate, and in summer league to dominate. Can he still get away with it in the league? Because if he can, we're going to talk about a guy who winds up being one of the best players in his draft class. So that part's going to be a big part of that to watch, which is along with his handle. We've seen him handle the ball really well in these games as well. And then for Kaman, got to shout out his shooting as well. The set shot looks much better than it did last year. Last year it looked fine, but this year, him and Rasheer both, you can tell a full year in an NBA program. The mechanics are really consistent for the both of them, and it looks like both of them could be able to shoot it right away.
Right, and before these guys, maybe not when it comes to Koa Peter Malawach, but overall, like AJ DeBansa, Darren Peterson, before they really kind of sit out, who's been the best player in the Summer League?
There's a case for Caleb Wilson right now in Chicago, and it's been a large, we're going to talk about it a little bit later in the show, but it's been a large topic of conversation amongst these top four, where if any of them is the best player in this class, it wouldn't be that surprising. He's been electric. I think it's like 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 blocks a game right now through his first 2 games. They're going to shut him down. Darren Peterson already got shut down. Peterson looked absolutely fantastic in the early parts of the Salt Lake Summer League. Didn't look so good in Vegas, but those would be my 2 runaways right now.
Yeah, listen, the fact that the city of Chicago is now hinged and hitched to a couple of Caleb's is unbelievable.
Is crazy.
And that kid is so hungry.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's amazing about him. He wants to devour it all. He wants it all.
And to Vinny's point, he made this a while ago, he does look like the youngest player in the NBA. Like, just like from a facial, he looks like he's 12 and he's dunking on people. All right, let's move to the MLB. So the Diamondbacks, the question is buy, sell, win, or when are they going to do it? But if you could only address one of quality starting pitching or a quality bat, what would it be and why?
Wow.
Where are you leaning, Dan?
Okay, I would say that I think whoever made this argument earlier about you've got a bullpen that is functioning 1 through 7, you've got a bullpen now that can cover up for a glaring hole in your rotation.
Yep.
And the need for a left-handed power bat is pretty profound. Yet if you gave me, I still think the starting pitcher, if it's the right one, is the way to go. Reed Detmer's out of California. The Angels is a great candidate if you can pull him off.
I think the argument here is you look at the 5 through 9 hitters in the order, and how much do you believe in them the rest of the season? If you don't believe in them at all, which I certainly do not, you look at the rotation, and it's like, okay, do you buy a Merrill Kelly bounce back in the second half of the year? Do you buy a Zach Gallen bounce back in the second half of the year? Whoever it is, Brandon Pfaadt may be going through his own bounce back right now. If you can talk yourself into enough optimism around those guys, maybe you don't need a starting pitcher. But I think the other thing to account for is, and I hate to be this guy, but this is how baseball works. Regression to the mean, both positively and negatively. It's coming for Erod. It's just a matter of how severe it's going to be in the second half of the year, and you need other guys to cover up for that. So with that, I'll do starting pitching.
Could I make the case real quick for the bat? So between first base and DH for the Diamondbacks, they have the lowest and worst OPS in baseball.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. That has clearly got to change.
And, I mean, a guy like Luis Arraez, who I don't know if he's going to be that expensive or cost that much, he can play second and first base and DH.
Taylor Ward in Baltimore is another one where he's a very Mike Hayes and Torey Lovello, like top 5 guy in walks this year, had 30-plus homers the year before. The power's died down for him this year, but that's another one for sure. Yeah, it was something that Gambo talked about through his own reporting throughout the year. You'll remember him saying, like, oh, you can get a first baseman kind of anywhere. Like, they're not really worried about it at all. That was their mentality on this, and they were clearly, like, dead wrong. They treated it like running backs in the NFL, and that was not the case.
It was not, no.
If you're talking about could we get a bounce back from these pitchers, could their mindset be like, well, Perdomo was an MVP candidate next year.
Hopefully
He's going to have a much better second half. Gurriel is going to be healthy, and he might actually hit the ball at all.
Well, yeah, one of the more under-discussed things about the team right now is that Gabby's been a top 3 catcher in baseball this year, top 5. He's top 5 in pretty much every offensive category right now, and his defensive metrics are scoring just as well as they did when he got his gold gloves. So it's not even a top 3 anymore for them. It's a top 4 with the way Gabby's been hitting. He's hitting 340 in the last 2 months, 340.
He's added 100 points to his batting average.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah, last night we saw what I think was a pretty good home run derby. Jordan Walker silenced the Philadelphia crowd. Do you guys have a favorite or most memorable home run derby moment?
It was the Fenway one was like the collision course of like you're at an iconic ballpark and then everyone is in it as well. I believe that's like the McGuire, Griffey, Sosa, like
99.
Bonds might have been in it as well. I'll look it up while Dan gives his answer. But that was the one for me. Any home run derby with Griffey, who's my favorite athlete of all time, wearing his hat backwards. Any one
Best.
with him.
What a swing.
There was a night, and I don't know which All-Star game it was, but this was back when Sammy Sosa was all gooned up on the moon juice, Jarrett.
2002?
All mooned up on the goon juice.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the two. He had a round where he had like 20-something homers, and he was sweating, and he was grunting, and every muscle in his body was flexing. And it was insane.
Oh, see, mine was Josh Hamilton, Yankee Stadium.
That was a good one.
That's the one that I was going to bring up.
That was a good one.
Yep. It was all time. I think
he
didn't end up winning.
No, it was like the semifinal round or something.
It was nuts.
Josh Hamilton and Ken Griffey Jr. both have in common also just absolutely beautiful swings.
Yes.
Left-handed swings.
It was the 99 home run derby. That included Sosa, McGuire, and Griffey, who won it. McGuire had 13 homers in the first round. The next highest person had 6, so it was kind of one of those like McGuire moments. But then Griffey ultimately won it. That's the one that always comes to mind for me.
All right, I got 2.
Hit that one to Connecticut.
Back. Gone. I have two more questions I want to get to.
Right.
Who's been better this tournament, Messi or Mbappe?
Kellen?
Messi, just because of how incredibly reliant.
Do you think his soccer knowledge is worth more than mine? What is the matter with you?
What's your analysis of it? I'm sorry, Dan. What's your analysis? Who's been better?
I want to hear from Kellen more myself.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sentencing this 5 from you all morning.
Well, just on soccer, I feel like he knows the minutia more.
The answer is Messi just because of how incredibly reliant they are on him, Sammy. If Mbappe has an off night, Elise won't, or Dembele won't, or Barcola won't, or Doué won't. They have so many options. Like there's that kid who's playing for Lyon right now, like Cherky, who's worth $75 million.
He's a city guy.
He's a city guy, and he can't even touch the pitch right now. It's unbelievable. Over there, Argentina's over-reliance on Messi is why they're going to lose tomorrow. But it's amazing to watch. It's amazing to watch, Dan, because you're just watching the screen, and all of us are looking for that guy. It's like, where is he, and is the ball going to find him? And he's just walking, and then boom, he scores, like just out of nowhere. It's unbelievable to watch.
What I love is the English manager was complaining about the Three Lions and how they performed in their last match, and it got back to Jude Bellingham, and he was like, I don't agree with him. So there's a little feud on that team right now, but that manager, he's a German dude who doesn't pull any punches, and that's the kind of dude that England has always needed.
Yes.
Because the team always comes up short.
Yeah,
always.
Tuchel's one of the best managers around over the last 5 to 10 years. He's been great for them, but I love Jude kind of coming back. Well, he wasn't running around in 90 degrees with 85% humidity against that type of team and that incredibly talented team as well. So he wouldn't be there to say Jude's been. I love that Jude did that, first of all, and he's been incredible for England in this tournament.
And the thing is, too, and I said this before, as somebody who's been to Iceland and to Copenhagen, Kellen, you'd fit in well there. There are a lot of tall dudes.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy.
You're saying I wouldn't?
You wouldn't fit in well.
Not many low ceilings, you're saying? Like it's well accompanied for?
You just walk the streets and you're like, I can't believe how big the people are here.
A lot of those Scandinavian and Nordic countries are among the tallest in the
and
world.
you see it when you just walk around. It's like very intimidating.
I will look into this further.
There you go.
There you go.
Didn't get to my random sports question. I'll bring it up later.
Bring it up later.
I like
All right,
it.
thank you, Sammy. On the other side, the Miles Bridges trade is official. We'll tell you about that. We'll tell you what it might mean for the Suns. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Sammy Sabolka. First base has been a disaster for the D-backs. What can they do to salvage it? Geraldo Perdomo is making his Gold Glove case for the Diamondbacks' revamped defense. And will Trey McBride have a repeat performance in 2026? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
If you're a fan of having zero access to your equity, paying 2 to 3 times more for your house, and being trapped in 3 decades of debt, then you probably love your traditional mortgage, but hey, at least the rate's fixed. If you think that sounds insane, then you should check out a Life Changer loan, where you pay principal first, keep 24/7 access to your equity, and pay off in just a few short years. It's not magic, it's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Gleason Roofing. The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds, I can't get into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
On Sunday, July 19th, the D-backs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And the first 5,000 kids to the game will receive a Baxter Ears cap, courtesy of Honeywell Aerospace. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation.
He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, as Suns fans are well aware, Miles Bridges, the trade became official yesterday. There is a press conference scheduled for next Tuesday, which will be generally his grand unveiling to the Valley media and by extension to Valley sports fans. And it's going to be a fairly important day. I do not like to indulge in the idea of winning the press conference, but you know better than anybody as somebody fully embedded with this basketball team, the polarizing effect of Miles Bridges and the fact that the news regarding Miles Bridges and the mother of his 4 children, it hasn't stopped. Over the weekend, there were dueling complaints filed by each of them. He claimed she threw water on him. She claimed he tried to run her over with a golf cart. Either way, it's something the Suns have willingly signed up for.
This happened like 3 weeks ago, allegedly. Like 3 weeks ago. This is ongoing.
Ongoing. So for the people who wanted to say, yeah, well, that was in 2023, and yeah, and then this is very much an in-the-moment kind of deal. And you don't want to begrudge anybody and minimize what people are going through in their personal lives. I'm not here for that. I know you're not either. But there is an element of the fan base saying, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Is Miles Bridges, the player, going to pay off for what they are inheriting with Miles Bridges, the person?
You're totally right about the press conference element of this. This is one, if there was one to win, this is the one to win. I don't want to break it down in that kind of way because of the sensitive information and the sensitive subjects that we are going to be talking about inevitably. But I think Gambo put it perfectly the day that this news broke, is that whenever you draft someone in the 7th round as the Arizona Cardinals, that player is now a member of the community. That is what they are. Whenever you sign anyone to your team, whenever you trade for anyone as your team, they become a member of your community. It is a big part of sports and what connects us as a city and leads to fan bases growing, decreasing, whatever. That sense of community that is there. So Miles Bridges is now a member of the community. And the community is obviously split on this. There is going to be a portion of the community that no matter what he says next week, it will not sway how they feel about him being a member of the Phoenix Suns. That can go for both sides of the coin that we're talking about. And then there are a good percentage of fans who are somewhere in the middle who want to hear what he has to say. And a big part of this trade, Dan, whether the Suns like it or not, is that they had to bet on Miles Bridges' maturity here and his ability to talk about everything that has happened in the past in a very mature way next week. He cannot come out on Tuesday and say, what's happened in the past has happened in the past. I'm ready to move on. Everything happened legally. I'm not legally allowed to talk. Like, he needs to speak on this. He needs to speak on how he has grown as a person in the last couple of years. I believe that's what he needs to do. That's just my opinion. Some people might disagree. That's totally fine. You're free to feel however you want to feel about this type of thing. But the bottom line is, in my opinion, I agree with Gambo totally. He's now a member of the community. So there are members of the community that need to feel okay about him being a member of their own community. Now, he didn't have to speak about this ad nauseum once 2023 got there and he apologized and all that kind of stuff because he was already in the Charlotte community. Now he's in a new one. So now he has to talk about all of this and he needs to be ready to talk about this. I expect that he will be, but it's a big day for him in the franchise as well, for Brian Gregory also to speak on everything he talked about with the type of Suns player they're looking for, the type of character they're looking for in the Suns player, for him to speak on all of that as well.
Brian Gregory is GM. He was involved in the Michigan State program when Matt Ishbia was there as a player and obviously had an impact on Matt Ishbia. He was also there at Michigan State when Miles Bridges was a freshman some 16 years later. And clearly their belief that we know this kid is prevailing here. The question becomes, though, would it be better for this community and for some Suns fans if he wasn't from Michigan State? Because a lot of people perceive that is where the blinders come in.
You're right to bring it up because that is the duality of this conversation and this press conference is going to be just as much him speaking on all of the past with the domestic violence allegations and the plea of no contest as it is to okay, why did you take such a big swing here? And every single road leads down, well, they believe they're going to get the best version of Miles Bridges because, in my opinion, he's not worth the $23 million that he is going to make next year. And in my opinion, he's not going to be worth whatever they re-sign him to in the contract extension that is surely going to come up here in the next couple of weeks. But there is a maximizing of the player that they clearly see that they are going to be able to unearth. And again, why do you think they think that way? Because they know who he is as a basketball player, and they believe they know who he is as a basketball player because he went to Michigan State. Like, that is where all of this leads down.
Let me ask you this, because if the starting lineup unfolds the way that we all think it's going to, do you think this team is going to fundamentally look different defensively among the starting unit to a point where it damages everything they built last year in terms of identity?
So let's compare their starting lineup right now to the starting lineup in LA and what the Lakers have done, right? Like, they clearly have gone and said, Luka, what type of team do you want? I want this, this, and this. Here's this, this, and this, Luka. Here you go. Here are those guys. What do the Lakers see envisioning? They see a top 3 to top 1 offense, and they think they're going to be able to survive on defense. Their hopes for on-ball defense, Dan, rest on Quentin Grimes, who has been primarily a scorer for his last couple of stops. I think the citing that I heard from Dan Wojcicki on Zach Lowe's podcast was that, okay, back in his time as like a Nick and like back in college, like he was more of a defender, so they believe they're going to be able to unearth some of that potential. That's fine. When you look at the Suns, they're in a similar level of on-ball defense and defensive ability with their starting 5. The issue is, do I see a top 10 offense there? Do I see a top 5 offense, top 3 offense? I do not. And that's the big problem there, is that I don't really see them being a very good offensive team. I don't really see them being a very good defensive team. There is just, John Lund talks about this all the time, like, and something I bring up too as well, is that the bigger your tower of ifs get, the more I'm going to pull back on optimism regarding the team. There is a large tower of ifs here. Like, if Miles Bridges is a better three-point shooter, if Devin Booker is a better three-point shooter, if Jalen Green is a better three-point shooter, if Dylan Brooks is a better three-point shooter, if Dylan Brooks is a better on-ball defender, if Miles Bridges is a better on-ball defender, if Miles Bridges is a better rebounder, if Devin Booker is healthier, if Jalen Green is able to take a leap in playmaking.
That's a big tower, Kellen.
That's just for the starting lineup, just those 5 guys and their roster problems there as a whole, too. So I think this is inevitably going to lead to, and again, for Suns fans listening who want to roll their eyes and say, aren't you the Nimrod who thought that they were going to win 28 games or whatever last year? Yes, I was. So feel free to take that in for last year and how I really undervalued what this team was going to do well going into this year. But I believe we are going to have a starting lineup change by the All-Star break, and it is not going to go well, whether it's Jalen Green or Miles Bridges or someone else.
And the Miles Bridges thing in general, I think some fans would be able to wrap their head around it better if they would say, okay, well, this is exactly what the Suns were missing. This is the player that is exactly the type of player that they needed to have, which I don't think exactly is the player that they were.
In theory, it is. Like, you wanted a high-end athlete. That is Miles Bridges. But how does he use his athleticism on the basketball court? He doesn't use it to be a great rebounder. He doesn't use it to be a great defender. He doesn't even use it to be a great driver of the basketball, at least not in the last 2 years anymore as well. So again, it's like, well, why did they do this? Why? And then it just leads you down the same road, which is incredibly discouraging because of all the goodwill that they built up in the last year and us returning to the same questions we had last year.
And the same question that everybody thought they were going to go into the offseason with was, how do we maximize Devin Booker?
Yeah,
by surrounding him with players that will maximize him.
That's where I think Colin and I are very much in alignment. That doesn't seem to have happened here.
Minimized. They are minimizing him. They minimized him last year, and this is like, man, if you look at what teams are, again, Luka, what do I want? This, done. Here, Luka, this is like your type of team, perfect.
Walker Kessler, done. Austin Reeves, done. LeBron, gone, done.
Book, what do you want? 3 guys who their best ability is to score and have the ball in their hands? Here you go. He's like, wait, no, I said actually, wait, what? No,
you didn't hear me.
Wait, wait, I'm the best defender in the starting 5? Me?
Wow.
Me? I'm the best on-ball guy?
Great stuff, Kellen. Always love talking Suns hoops with you. On the other side, we're halfway through the show, the Bickley Blast. Next, stick around. We're back right after this.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Sullivan, Mr. Grand Price in possession.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Tim's hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Summer Suns moved to 2-1 through 3 games in Vegas last night as Kaman Malawach had 21 points and 10 rebounds, and Koa Pete added 19 of his own in a 95-88 win over the Bucks, as both Pete and Malawach have looked impressive so far this summer league. Also yesterday, the Miles Bridges deal was made official as he is now the newest member of the Phoenix Suns. And with the Arizona Diamondbacks winning 4 straight games heading into the All-Star break, should that potentially change whether or not they are buyers or sellers at the deadline? For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. Last night, the home run derby delivered. Cardinals' Jordan Walker silenced the Philly faithful. taking down Kyle Schwarber, winning it on his last swing of the night. And tonight, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will represent the Diamondbacks in the All-Star game that gets going at 5 o'clock this evening. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Tonight, we celebrate Eduardo Rodriguez, who has given the Diamondbacks the ace they never thought they needed. And tonight, we celebrate Corbin Carroll, one of the most exciting young players in baseball, who might go down as the greatest triples hitter in modern history. And in Arizona, we can all watch the Major League Baseball All-Star Game with renewed hopes that our franchise just found new life in Los Angeles. But what comes next is on them. And if the Diamondbacks will still have the same palpable hunger after the All-Star break as they did in a season on the brink series against the Dodgers. In other words, did they truly find a new vibe in LA, or is this more about the short-term desperation of a group of players who do not want to be traded? This is tricky sledding because last year, Mike Hazen sold off from a team that had 3 All-Stars, including the immensely popular Gino Suarez, and the diminished Diamondbacks promptly rallied. But if Hazen buys this year, there's a chance the team will not respond, or maybe go in the other direction, that what we saw over the past 4 games was just a mirage. It's also risky because if you hit the jackpot, we'll all celebrate the Diamondbacks for the nostalgia, for showing patience to the manager and the core of their 2023 team. But if they don't, they'll get ripped for being too patient and too loyal to their veterans and their past. Now, Torey Lovello insists the Diamondbacks haven't told their story just yet, and that could be perceived as a promise or a threat. So let's hope tonight is a celebration and just the beginning of good times ahead. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, you try to stay even keel, but 4-game win streaks, especially against division rivals and a team that we struggle against normally, is always bigger. You can't lie about it. So, and every game matters a lot before August 3rd. So we're excited. 4-game win streak was fantastic. Take a couple days and come back out and win the first 4. We'll feel really good about ourselves.
That's Paul Sewald after this Sunday victory in Los Angeles when he made quick work of the Dodgers in the 9th inning. And here we are at the All-Star game. A moment of pride if you're a Corbin Carroll fan, a moment to celebrate Eduardo Rodriguez, who by a lot of metrics is about the 3rd best pitcher in the National League. I don't think anybody really expected that. He's 3rd.
I didn't think he'd be the 3rd best pitcher on the Diamondbacks.
Exactly.
Seriously.
No, I agree with you.
This is unexpected. You talked about the regression to the mean for Erod. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be a Cy Young candidate, but I don't think he's going to fall off a cliff and have like a 6 ERA.
Doesn't have to be that though. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying like if he has a 3.75 ERA the rest of the year, that's not that's still great. Like that's still more than fine, but that is nearly a 1.5 down from his ERA.
Right.
So that's like the type of thing inevitably that you have to account for. But to what you're saying, Jarrett, like it's up there with, and you hope with the conversation we're about, like what I'm about to say is that your point holds true. Because in terms of like most unlikely All-Stars in the history of like the Diamondbacks, like it's like the Jake Lamb 2017 year. You go back to like 2002 when like Damian Miller and Junior Spivey made it as well. Like there haven't been many guys who have come out of nowhere to this degree.
To be fair, the Diamondbacks manager was the manager of the All-Star game who picked the teams in 2002.
Exactly.
So that might have helped on that.
Yeah, they were having good years.
All right,
don't sleep on Damian Miller and Junior Spivey in the first half of 2002.
Yeah,
how dare you? Besmirch the legacy of one Junior Spivey or one Damian Miller. How dare you?
All right, so here's the other thing. Corbin Carroll went into last year's All-Star game just coming out of a slump. He's going into this All-Star game in a slump, which is a bit different in terms of trying to evaluate what you're going to get going forward.
He's an odd player in that for such a great player who's been...
He tinkers a lot.
Yeah, and he goes through ups and downs a lot through seasons so far in his career.
And the downs seem to take him some time to navigate out of.
And he does get out of them.
He does get
and
out
by
of
the
them.
end of the year, his stats are always good. But first, he doesn't have consistent, like, every month the same kind of years for some reason.
He had a massive home run in last year's All-Star game, if you remember, off Casey Mize. And it would be cool if he did something like that. I don't know when he's going to get in the game. I'm also very curious as if and when Erod is going to get his inning, because he certainly deserves it. Third in WAR in the National Leagues, third in ERA, third in innings pitched. So he's giving you the results. He's giving you the workload. It's his first All-Star selection, and yet you've got a pitching staff. I don't know the health of these guys, but you're talking about Christopher Sanchez, who's going to start the game in Philadelphia. He's a Philly player, obviously. Jacob Mizorowski, who's the talk of baseball. Paul Skeens, who's got a fantastic mustache and very popular. Yoshi Yamamoto, who just pitched Saturday.
He probably won't pitch.
Probably won't pitch.
If I had to guess. That's probably a Dave Roberts decision.
But what I'm saying is there's a lot of fan favorite big name attractions in terms of the starting pitchers on the National League roster. So slotting that inning for Erod is not going to be easy.
Could be a matchup thing with lefties.
Maybe.
Like, Sanchez is a lefty, but he's starting the game, so maybe Erod gets in like the third inning or something, or fourth inning if they want to alternate lefty-righty kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I would be surprised, based on star power, to Dan's point, if we see him in the first 3 innings. I would be shocked if he wasn't in there by the 6th. Like, he'll get in there at some point, and like we know how this juggle goes. Like, you want to make sure everyone gets their moment. He will get his moment. He's one of those guys where he's been around for so long that he's got so many different connections across the league. Everyone loves the guy, and they're going to be really excited for him that he's getting out there and having that moment. And this is about like those 12 seconds where Joe Davis or whoever is on the call is going to say, Eduardo Rodriguez now on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks, having a really nice year. It's been great to see Erod have a career year resurgence, and they don't talk about it in the rest of the broadcast, but those 12 seconds are really great to see our guy get a nod as he deserves, and I'm looking forward to seeing him pitch tonight.
All right, so where are you on what we saw over the weekend? Has it given you renewed hope, or do you think it was just catching the Dodgers at the right time?
I think it was a little bit of a mix of both. It was such a weird series that it is hard to take many conclusions from it. The one thing that was a consistent there was the bullpen was awesome. Yet again, they did a fantastic job on Saturday and Sunday to wrap up those wins as well. But it was so strange to watch the worst series of the year from the top 3 guys who combined to go 2 for 36 in those games. Carroll, Perdomo, and Marte, and they were still able to produce offensively in the way that they were. Obviously, Tim Tawa got going, but Nolan Arenado and a few others like James McCann were able to contribute as well. And then you just look at the way that the Diamondbacks won that game through their offense as well. Like, these were blowouts on Friday and Saturday as well. So I think the way that I would look at it, Dan, is if you were looking for a reason to believe, if you were looking for a reason to be optimistic about this team and you were really struggling, there is your lifeline. There is your ability to find some hope in this team and some resurgence that is a possibility. But I think it works out really well for them that these 2.5 weeks leading up to the deadline, they're going to play against 3 teams that they're in the wild card race for. That is much more meaningful to me. At the end of the day, though, I think that this team is going to be somewhere around mid unless something changes. And mid sounds like a dig because it's used as a dig, but mid right now means 81-81, and they're probably going to be right around 500. This current roster is going to be. Now, how much healthier is it in 6 weeks? Are there new additions at the deadline that could take it above mid? But for now, they're around mid. And guess what? Mid gets you in the playoffs sometimes with this third playoff spot. So we'll see if that's enough.
What's interesting to me is what I brought up in the blast, and it was sort of a thought triggered by Steve Berthiaume yesterday, who pointed out, look, Paul Sewald just said everybody has got the trade deadline on their mind because nobody wants to leave here. And it's because if you're a player with a family, living in Arizona is a huge benefit. That means your family is with you on the daily during the 2 months of spring training. You can't buy that kind of family time. So players love living here. Clearly, many want to play here. And so there's a lot into this soup about what they're feeling right now. That urgency they showed, that hunger they showed, you could even see it, and Berthiaume mentioned they were hungry for that sweep on Sunday. They came back from a 3-0 deficit because they had great hunger to make it happen. Will they be that hungry after the All-Star game, when this is a team that's been up and down in terms of fire? It's a good question.
You said the words hungry and soup in that rant, and it made me think of this fantastic lentil soup I made last night.
Did you really?
Oh, terrific. You like lentil soup?
It's not bad.
You like lentil soup?
I wouldn't necessarily
what's
order
lentil?
it in a restaurant.
Lentil? What's lentil?
Jared, what's
This
lentil?
is not like a sitcom character from the 60s that you don't know. A lentil?
A lentil.
You know what lentils are? Lentil soup, Kellen?
Isn't it supposed to be at 9:30 when I'm supposed to feel like an idiot on this show?
Oh,
Now I
my
feel like
goodness
an idiot
gracious.
Now, too. Oh, no.
You know what
lentil?
It's
lentils. Lentils. It's like a grain. It's like legumes. Yes,
but they're legumes.
Yes, exactly. You could have them as a side dish. You can make a delicious soup out of them. They're found in Middle Eastern, Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Got it. They're like kind of bean.
What do you think of Mediterranean food, Jarrett?
One of my third favorite type of food.
One of my favorites.
Italian number 1, Mexican number 2, Mediterranean number 3.
Mexican 1, Mediterranean 2, Italian 3.
Kellen?
That's my list.
See, you guys were so ready to go off the top of your head, and I'm just like, okay, let me take a
We'll come back.
those lists. I'm just not ready for the Jarrett Carlin food spin when all of a sudden we're just fired up and we're like, okay, here are the reasons why.
Okay,
I would go Mexican 1, Italian 2, and then what's 3? What's 3 we're holding for 3? It's not Mediterranean.
Nobody's mentioned an Asian food yet. Chinese, Japanese.
Oh yeah, Japanese food 3. Yeah.
Thai.
Yeah.
Sammy? Some sort of...
Probably, I like American food. Probably American, Mexican, Italian. Pretty basic.
Well
there.
done, Jared.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on the other side, the home run derby last night was, by all accounts, a smashing success. We'll tell you why. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was a little surprised because I didn't know what a big deal it was to actually have a 99 rating, yet Trey McBride is there. He's got everything you could possibly want.
Of all the players in the NFL, only Puka Nacua had more catches than him. And of all the players in the NFL, only Devontae Adams had more receiving touchdowns than him. He's tight end.
Yes.
Those are two of the best. And obviously, look, he had more receptions than Jamar Chase and every other receiver in the NFL except Puka, even more than Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he's a tight end.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone. And if you've got a great credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. Why would that be fair to you? Fortunately, there's a much better way. On a Life Change Alone, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. You do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. In fact, on a Life Change Alone, the average client pays off their home in 5 years, which obviously does some incredible things. But more than anything, now you have decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead, while everybody else probably chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, the 24/7 access to your equity, also a big deal, because when times are good on a Life Change Alone, you can pay down and pay off really, really quickly. But should financial instability arise, that 24/7 access to your equity helps you navigate troubled times a lot better, because you always have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangealone.com.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, July is an exciting time for truck buyers.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is happening all month long with huge savings on some of our most popular trucks. You pay what we pay. Employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. And if a midsize truck better fits your lifestyle, you can lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Luke. After shocking the Dodgers in L.A., can the Diamondbacks sustain their newfound success beyond the All-Star break? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Before we get into the Major League Baseball festivities from last night, I do have one more food-related question to ask you, Jared Carlin, because I think you're one of these guys.
Thank goodness.
We all have friends that pre-scout menus before they go to a restaurant to eat. Are you a pre-scout the menu kind of guy?
100%.
I knew it.
And now, mostly if it's a place, if it's a place I've never been to, yes, 100% of the time I will do that, and I will concoct. Not just that. This is how sad I am. I'll do it like the night before, and I'll lay in bed trying to go to sleep, like thinking about like the different items that I could get. But sometimes, even if it's a place I've been before, I'll refresh my memory so I could pick out a delicious and get excited about potential things.
I never do that. I never pre-scout a menu before I go to a restaurant.
I don't either. My girlfriend does it. It frustrates me.
Right. So when you're the annoying guy that when the waiter comes and everybody's ready to order, you're like, can I have 2 more minutes, please?
and invariably when you do that, you don't see him for another 20.
Right.
Yeah.
Experience, guys.
Kellen, you want to chime in?
Depends on the spot. Like if we're going to a sports bar, like I know sports bar food, I don't need to look ahead. But if it's somewhere a little bit more unique, I'll take a glance.
See, I like to get excited about what I'm potentially going to be eating. So I like to know the different options.
You scouting other tables too?
I never guessed that about you.
Are you scouting other tables to see what the food looks like?
Absolutely. When I'm walking through the restaurant, I'm seeing what people are ordering. I'm seeing what stuff looks like. Sometimes if you're sitting at the table and the waiter walks like, ooh, I'll ask the waiter, what was that? What'd you just bring to?
Oh, huge ask the waiter guy. Big ask the waiter guy.
Oh,
I love asking the waiter.
I definitely, I do that a lot of times in first time places or in other countries or something. What's your favorite thing? What's the best thing?
I've never understood that. You're asking generally a young person who has their own tastes, and when you're asking them your recommendation for what you should be eating, I don't think that's a real smart thing.
And a lot of times you get the extremely lame, well, everything we make is good.
I used to get asked that a lot when I was a server, and I was like, I went to the generic everything's good.
Right.
So
lame.
Yeah. I know.
All right, so there you go.
I guess they never asked you about lentil soup.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
I wouldn't have.
So on to the home run derby from last night, because as I mentioned at the start of the show, we've all become very jaded towards all-star games and all-star festivities. The slam dunk contest in the NBA has been out of ideas for about 10 years. The three-point shooting contest is still very fun and viable, but the whole thing has kind of lost its edge. The NFL Pro Bowl pretty much died. The NHL Hockey All-Star Game, a joke.
Changes format every year.
Changes formats every year. So we went into last night probably expecting the worst. I know our guy Jeff Passan did. He made headlines yesterday by announcing to the world, this format is going to stink. And yet we watched the format, and it produced an epic confrontation between Kyle Schwarber, the hometown guy from Philadelphia, who went first in the championship bout and then got passed at the end from a player from St. Louis a lot of people do not even know about, Jordan Walker. And the thing about Jordan Walker, he had an 11 home run deficit to beat, and he got down to his last pitch. And the format, which was interesting, was there was a finite amount of pitches, meaning if you hit a home run, that still counted as one of your pitches. That wasn't an out, if you will. And so there's a finite amount of pitches until you got to the very last one, till you got to your last pitch, and then it became infinite. Because if you kept homering, you got another pitch.
You essentially could keep hitting home runs with your last pitch.
With your last pitch. Yep. And that's what Jordan Walker did. 6 consecutive pitches to beat Kyle Schwarber at the buzzer. And as Kellen pointed out, Kyle Schwarber going first meant that Jordan Walker came up and was just showered with boos.
Yes.
And it was a crazy scene. Generally, you don't see that kind of partisanship at an all-star game.
And the tone of the crowd changed as Walker got further and further into his process. Like, it started with really intense boos and then further intensifying when they realized he was going to make a thing of this, and Schwarber wasn't just going to be handed the trophy. And then they got nervous, and then they just kind of stopped making noise. And it was really cool to see the pans to the crowd, where it was just a sea of Phillies gear, and then Jordan Walker's family in the St. Louis Cardinals jerseys. As well. That was really cool to see. It's not really kind of like a star-making moment, in my opinion. I think we're kind of past that with like the three-point dunk contest, all-star games, like this type of thing as well. But it's kind of like we talked about the E-Rod just a bit ago, is like Jordan Walker's having a really great year. It's one of the best stories in baseball. He was one of the worst players in baseball for 3 straight years, and now he's come out and been one of the best players in baseball this year. So it was a nice acknowledgement of, if you don't know about this young power hitter in St. Louis, and one of the main reasons why they've been one of the biggest surprises in baseball, here he is, and here's why he is playing at that level, because he can hit the ball very far, very consistently.
Well, and one thing, too, is like, so last night was kind of like a slow burn to get to a big moment, right? Normally, I would have liked to see Schwarber go second to see what Citizens Bank Park would have felt like if he was chasing the number.
Yeah.
But I totally get on the flip side of, like, Jordan Walker has this number to get. He has 6 home runs left with 1 swing left.
Yeah.
And it was the slow burn. He was taking pitches.
Yeah.
He was kind of looking and deep breaths. And with the old format, that wouldn't have been a thing, right?
Yeah.
And so this slow burn of more continued boos, louder boos, and then at the end of it, he reaches this moment.
It's unbelievable.
But again, that works because it happened to be a Philly player in Philly versus this guy.
Well,
would the fans have been as into it? It would have felt the same way if it was 2 random players in the final.
Well, they wouldn't have been like Mull. Like they were all there, incredibly excited to see like a home run derby. Like I think not all, the majority, like 97.8% of the fans are there watching their first and only home run derby. They are there to see some excitement, and they got excitement in the finals. It would have been there, but to your point, it wouldn't have been to that level, and that's what we're going to continue to see with these competitions. Like, we're going to see some really awesome ones, and then we're going to see some that aren't so great. And when they're not so great, the league just needs to chill out, not tweak things, realize that it was a 1 or a 2 time thing, and then we're going to see a moment like this again in a few years.
Also,
just don't tinker with what works.
The thing that it mostly still has, that the slam dunk contest lost probably a decade ago, is star power.
Yeah.
A lot of the stars still will participate in it. Even if it's not everyone, you'll still get the Bryce Harper or Junior Caminero, the superstars. If that starts to fade away, that's what will really kill it, in my opinion.
I just know that the ending, I haven't seen Philly that gutted since the Diamondbacks won those 2 games in 2023.
Yep.
It was
delightful, isn't it?
It was a crazy scene.
Fans immediately going to the exit. As soon as the ball was in the air, you could see fans walking out. And to Jared's point of, like, if it didn't include Schwarber or a guy from the hometown of where the game was played. It also shows to the MLB, like, if the All-Star game is in your city, let's get at least 2 guys in the home run derby.
Yeah.
Like that, like,
Get
and
the crowd
I
juiced.
know they're not always going to be Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, but next year it's in Chicago. Like, let's get 2 Cubs in that to make it as big as it was
to
last
get it
night.
juiced up. All right, on the other side, former Diamondback relief pitcher, the great Archie Bradley, joining us in studio. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. Koa Pete, Kamon Malawach, and Kobe Brea helped lead the Summer Suns to a 95-88 win over the Bucks last night. Pete had 19 points. Brea dropped in 6 threes, and Malawach had 21, 10, and 4 blocks as they moved to 2-1 in the Summer League in Vegas. The first World Cup semifinal will kick off today at noon between two heavyweights in France and Spain, Lamine Yamal and Kylian Mbappe, and it doesn't get much better than that. Last night from Philadelphia, the home run derby was electric. Cardinals' Jordan Walker played spoiler to Kyle Schwarber and became the first Cardinal to win the home run derby. Tonight, the Summer Classic will feature two Diamondbacks, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez. First pitch from Philly will be at 5 tonight, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule today.
Hey, it's Luke. After shocking the Dodgers in LA, can the Diamondbacks sustain their newfound success beyond the All-Star break? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Dan Bickley alongside Kellen Olson, one of our favorites, has dropped in studio. Former Diamondback legend, a man living his best life, as they like to say. He is the one, the only Archie Bradley. Arch, what's happening, my man?
Just a fresh sweep of the Dodgers, baby. That's what I'm here for.
Now, if that can't get you hype, what can?
Go back to bed. I don't know. Exactly. Go to Oklahoma, I guess.
Okay, so that 3-game sweep is a guy that's played the game. Could that be a turning point for this team?
Again, you've heard me talk. Yes. I'm going to start by saying yes. I'm the energy guy. For me, for a team that is looking for something to go into the break, are we going to be buyers? Are we going to be sellers? I know we still got a little to play to figure that out. But again, man, this is the team to beat. This is the team in your division that is going to go win the World Series. They're back-to-back. There's no one else that's better. Beating them on the field, again, I go back to 17. It proves that when you take everything out and just stack 9 against 9, we can play with them.
What were those flights back from LA like when you guys were able to win the series? The last time they swept them in LA, 2017, you were on that team, but just beating the Dodgers and like the momentum that could bring you into the next city wherever you guys were going. Can you describe what that was like for you guys?
Look, for the guys that are on this team, they may feel differently. They've been in the World Series before. We used to call ourselves the AAA D-backs sometimes. Seriously, like because of how bad we were, how good we were. And then even sometimes in LA, dude, we felt so disrespected by those guys, by the fans. I mean, you feel it. I'm not going to lie. So when we would go into LA and beat their ass, when you sweep a team, to beat any Major League Baseball team for 3 games in a row, 4 games in a row, that is tough to do, especially a team of that caliber in their stadium. And I'll be honest, for me, it was one of the few times getting on that bird on that flight home, I felt like we were the Yankees of 27, or, we were this powerhouse team, because I just always felt so disrespected by LA. And it wasn't personal by the players, but just the mantra of what we've created, maybe what I created in my head. So getting on that bird, I felt like, man, it was like, we had our suits on, the lights were flashing, music was bumping, cards were playing, and we were the team to beat.
I'm curious, I want to ask you about Torey Lovullo, because he's still here managing the team, which he was in 2017. We've had many discussions that a guy like Torey, who's so kind and he's so caring, that guys like that can sometimes get run over by players, because guys like that give players a long leash. They don't rule by fear. Do baseball players in situations like this come to an awakening on a team like this and go, hey, guys, we can't lose this guy. We're not going to find another manager who cares for us like this guy does. Let's get our acts together.
It is I mean, I have chills on my arm. I was thinking about this question on the elevator right up today.
Really?
Because I literally, on the drive in, I was thinking about Torey and this team, and I heard you guys talk last week. I listen, I keep up, and hey, we got to go. And Torey's name is floating around, 1-year deal, Who else are we going to go get? Again, I just talked about it off air. This is a different sports city than New York, than other places. I know we want to win, but let's just be real about our market, the money we spend. And I'll give King Kendrick credit. We've been spending a lot more money. We're not lacking that, but we're not a thriving like, hey, if we don't win, Corey's got to go.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, unfortunately, we're in the same spot. We kind of are we going to be buyers? Are we going to be sellers? Are we going to make a wild card run? Torrey is the guy for me. I'm biased. I played for him. But when I think about the Diamondbacks, what he thinks about is winning now. And again, I heard Mike Hazen. I'm bringing Hazen in now. This is a team and a franchise that you have to think about now. And unfortunately, you do have to worry about next year and the season after because of the way we spin, because of our talent. We're not the Dodgers. We're not some of these other teams that just have this endless pool. And so, yeah, it's so funny you say that. Torrey is our guy here.
Unreal series for the bullpen. They continue to have an unreal year. In 17, it was like you, Fernando, Chafin, De La Rosa, where like the momentum seemed to transition between each of you. What's that process like when everyone is clicking at the same time in the pen?
It's beautiful because we've sat here and talked about the bullpen. You know, I mean, if anything, that's been the excitement for me. That's been what's kept us in the game. And, I mean, when it's gotten to these points, I feel confident turning the ball over to those guys. Again, we talked about Sewald back when I was last year. When you're ninth inning guy, when you are confident that no matter if it's strikeouts, ground balls, it doesn't have to be flashy. When you know he's going to get those 3 outs, what Torrey then can do to leverage guys and put them in their best spots, it makes playing the game fun. And then you can see it in the players. When Torrey goes to get a guy in a situation, when Torrey, when whoever is coming in, you can tell, hey, we feel good about this now. Mm-hmm. And I feel good about it. I mean, that's what I was most excited about is what this bullpen has done leading into this All-Star break has got me fired up.
No, you could have been an All-Star in 2017.
Let them know.
Your numbers were fantastic.
Should have been
an All-Star in 2017. You were saying that you were vibing on what you saw last night. There was finally some excitement back in the Home Run Derby.
Yeah, when you're playing, All-Star games are tough, right? Because as a player, it's all you've ever wanted to do. But now you're in a contract year. You're in arbitration. Am I going to go get hurt? Am I going to play hard? Blah, blah, blah. Whatever Major League Baseball did to reinvigorate the Home Run Derby last night, the rules, the way it's set up, the way they showcased it, I thought it was electric. I said it off air. It wasn't quite Josh Hamilton excitement,
right?
But it made me feel that excitement again. I mean, in All-Star games and Home Run Derbies past, even as a player, I was relying on Twitter or Instagram. I was glued to my TV last night.
So was I.
You've been in the clubhouse this year, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of teams, like guys are really getting along, and at this point in the year, you don't want to see 6 or 8 of your buddies get dealt at the deadline. So what is that buy or sell couple of weeks like when you know the clubhouse could really change here, depending on how we play over the next 2 to 3 weeks?
This is where I would start to feel pressure. Like in my later years when realistically, when I was a closer or the setup guy, 1 or 2 games is going to make the difference of us going after and trading someone or dealing someone. And it's not as much pressure as you feel like you have guys' careers in your hands, but as you realize the system, like, hey, he's on a 1 year, he's expendable. Like, man, if realistically, I mean, when do we start back? The Cardinals is who's in town. John Jay Descalso will be saying hi soon. But, I mean, realistically, these next 2 series out the gate, 3 series is real quickly going to determine who's going to be a Diamondback and who's not.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And it's wild, but it's just who we are. I say we because I still feel like I'm a part of it. But we sell. All right, we'll regroup for next year, and we're gonna come in next week, and regardless of what the D-backs do, we're gonna start talking about 2027.
Now, I've gotten to see you a few times post your playing career. We got to spend that Saturday together at the WM Phoenix Open. You got your vibe right, and you were talking before we came back on air here just about this journey you're on now. Why don't you go ahead and give a synopsis to all the baseball fans out there exactly what that journey is?
Oh, man. I mean, it's a long one, but I'm not afraid to talk about it. But life is crazy, right? My career ended. I got divorced. And all of a sudden, you're sitting here in the best way with all these things that were so great and positive. And then now you're looking on the other side of, be honest, who is Archie Bradley? Baseball's gone. My relationships in some sorts are gone. And I talked about I was fortunate to work with great people, Brooklyn Guerrero and Alex Guerrero, 2 of my representatives, but have helped me reestablish who Archie is. Kind of an ego death. Not kind of. Let's be real. I had a complete ego death. And to now sit here talking to you guys, talking to people here in Arizona, I'm choosing to be here. I love this place. Again, you strip away my baseball career, my wife, these other things I had. What does Archie like? Who does Archie want to be, and where does he want to fit in? And damn it, that's right here in Phoenix. I love Oklahoma. It is where my home is, but this place has opened up its arms to me. I talked about it as an 18-year-old, and then now as a rebirth 33-year-old man.
Golf junkie.
Yeah, who just realizes the great in this place. And it gets hyped up again for WM, all the big things, but the small things in this place, the people here. I mean, you guys are my friends now, right? Like, this is cool to me. This is beyond a dugout, and that is what so many players search and strive for, is connection and real friends outside of baseball.
One more baseball one I had for you, if you didn't mind. The art of adjustments for pitchers is so fascinating to me. Like, Brandon goes down to AAA. They take out one little thing in his hand movement, and all of a sudden he's pitching really well again. Sometimes a guy will move 3 inches to the left on the mound, and now his ERA is dropped by 2 full points. What was that like over the course of your career, and what have you seen from Brandon since he came back up?
So not only Brandon, but another guy that I'm really – Zach Gallen. Let's get him healthy, but this is Archie Bradley 2019. I was the worst reliever in baseball. Zach Gallen's the worst starter in baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I love Zach. I feel such a similar, like, Zach's going to regroup. And, I'm not putting pressure on him by any means, saying he's going to come out and be a Cy Young guy in the second half, but I feel it that he's going to get healthy, regroup. But to that, it's that, man. I don't know how much time I have to talk, but you can ask Tori. At one point in 2019, he walked by the video room. I was watching video like this in the computer. Like, you don't know how low you can get sometimes. I mean, literally, what it was exactly that. I was standing in the middle of and I moved over. I turned my foot a little bit. Next, I'm closing in Yankee Stadium. I didn't have my cleats tied in the ninth inning. Pulled out 22 saves the second half. It was like, what the hell just happened?
Wow.
So, Zach Gallen, my dog, breathe, get healthy, big second half.
Great visit this morning, Archie. Let's do it again real soon.
Yes, please.
Great
Thank you, Archie.
Former Diamondbacks great Archie Bradley joining us on the other side. We'll get back into Summer League basketball with Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation. He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I would say the Summer Suns so far through 3 games have given a little boost of optimism, enthusiasm to the fan base. I think Kaman Malawach has been very, very good. I think Koa Pete and his vibe and his intensity and his downhill to the rim kind of stuff has been very, very good. Rasheed Fleming hasn't kind of lived up to what I thought, but I still believe a great deal in that player. But on a larger degree, this incoming class of rookies in the NBA, they're making major headlines in the Summer League. We're talking about 4 different dudes who might be worthy of the #1 overall pick.
They should have been, too, and that's how it was evaluated in a lot of ways as well when you looked through specific rankings. I think the most popular and consensus was that Caleb Wilson was the 4th guy out of the 4, and he's arguably looked the best out of any of these guys in the summer so far and could absolutely thrive in Chicago with what he is going to be able to do with the freedom that I don't think he necessarily had at North Carolina. But these could be 4 All-Stars, and we talk about this all the time in this type of system where there's 3, 4, 5 picks at the top. We know how the deal is going to go. 2 of these guys are going to be pretty awesome. One of them is going to be kind of mediocre, and one's going to be a bust. But this could be the exception. These guys all have their warts. They all have their negatives, but you could compare them to previous #1 picks, and there are drafts where you would have taken Caleb Wilson over whoever went #1, like the Anthony Bennett year, or a couple of different years there as well. And as
Alex
it pertains, sure, and as it pertains to the Suns, like if Darren Peterson is really good right away, then Utah is going to be a force right away. If Cameron Boozer is good right away, Memphis is going to be a threat to make the play-in as well, and they're going to give them some company there in that 7, 8, 9, 10 jostling that we're going to see a lot of this year as well. I think that all of the hype is deserved. I am of the opinion, it's a rare one, but I am of the opinion that Darren Peterson is the best of these 4 guys, and there's a separation between him and the other 3 guys. It is widely seen as like these 4 guys are right next to each other. I think Peterson is a level of above, but all 4 are just incredible talents. I can't wait to see how it goes.
Now, it's very top-heavy with a lot of really good players. Are any of these guys franchise changers?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you think they do have that ceiling that they could be franchise changers?
All 4 of them have all NBA ceiling. I think Peterson has MVP ceiling. I think DeBonta has like just about in between the 2 of those. As well, Boozer is such a fascinating player because in a lot of ways he kind of reminds me of Boris Diaw a little bit. Now that might sound like a lowly comparison because Boris was like never really an all-star type of player, but just the mix of power, finesse, and like playmaking comfort that he has with the ball in his hands as well. And I do think, Jared, to what you were saying, it's not really that top heavy of a class either. Like this draft is like really loaded in the top 15, top 20. I think we're going to see Yaxel Lendeborg and Merez Johnson and Adai all contribute right away to the Thunder, Mavericks, and Warriors.
I just meant top heavy. You said that there was multiple guys who could have gone #1.
Yeah, for
which
sure.
you don't always see in a draft. And also, this, to me, is the argument for why tanking exists and works. Because if a team like Utah and Washington both got franchise-changing guys, that's what the draft is for.
Yeah, sometimes you.
And when you take that away now, and necessarily you're going to give like the eighth best, the eighth worst team the number one pick, how is that helping your league overall?
It's gonna break because there's gonna be a team like, let's say for example, for the Lakers, 30 games in, Luka's season-ending injury, the Lakers finish 11th or 12th or whatever. They win the lottery. They get the number one overall pick. Now they have the number one overall pick next to Luka Doncic because of these odds.
Like the Spurs with David Robinson and Tim Duncan.
Exactly. Like there's going to be some sort of happening like that where we're going to rework these odds going on. But I think all four kids are outstanding talents as well. And I think Peterson is the one that has the most intrigue because he's on the best team right now and has the best fit for him as well. And of course there is like how much of this was him being a bad teammate who quit on his team and pulled himself out of games? And is the cramping thing a real medical thing for him going on in his career? Or is he just going to ascend like many thought that he would before his year at Kansas?
Coming into this, I thought of the four. I thought Caleb Wilson was going to be the best. I just love the kid's energy and his attitude. He is just insatiable. Yet what you're saying about Darren Peterson is very, very accurate. A lot of basketball people I respect were blown away by what they saw from Darren Peterson very early on with the Jazz. The showdown with A.J. Debinsa, A.J. might have won that statistically, but I do think you're right. I think Darren Peterson has showed...
Well, he would have been the number one pick if he didn't have all the questionable stuff.
And that's what I was going to ask about. Whatever happened to all that off-the-court stuff? What was all that off-the-court stuff? I mean, I know what it was, but from what I've been hearing, it's not indicative of a troubled player.
No, I think early on in his summer league, they talked to him about it, and he kind of briefly mentioned it, into that he feels a lot more freed up, like being in the NBA, and that he couldn't be the player that he is now at Kansas. I don't know if
some players just aren't interested in playing college basketball.
I guess you're right.
And that's in the old days when you used to be able to go right from high school. It was for those type of players, and he seems like maybe that type of player.
What he was alluding to is that he played with a shoot-first point guard. Not a shoot-first point guard, but a really bad decision-maker in Melvin Council, and there wasn't any shooting around him either. And then he goes to a Utah team where Keontae George, Lowry Markkanen, and Jaren Jackson Jr. are going to pull out the floor for him as well. Dan, he's good at everything right now. He's incredibly well-balanced. I don't think it gets talked about enough because scoring is what is really hampered on with him. But when is the last time we had a guy go in the top 3 of the draft where he's a good NBA defender right now and his best trait is scoring? So, he's going to be out there to score and shoot the ball, but he's a good NBA defender right now. He is so good at navigating around screens. Once he figures out the NBA nuances, he's going to be really good on that end. And then the part that we saw in the Salt Lake Summer League was his playmaking. He can move the ball, and to Sammy's point, there wasn't just any space for him to do it at Kansas, and because of his in-and-out nature, the team didn't design the offense around him because of how sporadic he was in and out. The answer was that apparently he was taking too much creatine. You'll remember that story, Dan. So now it's a matter of okay, now that the creatine thing is solved, was this the actual answer? Some people still thought that was kind of a hokey answer, and it wasn't really the full truth that was there. All the teams did all the medicals, and they all came out great according to what everyone said, but it's just a matter of if this is going to come back up to the surface or not, because the reason why he didn't go number one is because of the concerns around that and how the year went at Kansas, because I think everyone can agree his ceiling is higher than anyone else in the draft.
The classic Mark McGuire excuse, taking too much creatine.
Now, can I ask you both this question? I was thinking about it during the summer league last night. These rookies look really good, right? Even Koa Pete, I think, looks really good with Kaman Malawach. Is the summer league a little fool's goldy in that these already NBA type level players in Debinsa and Peter, they're playing against guys that have played in the G League or second round picks,
guys that are not going to be in the NBA,
undrafted free agents kind of guys,
young people, not men that they're going to encounter in the NBA.
Exactly. So I love the summer league and I love watching players develop. But do we think it's a little fool's gold?
I always do.
Okay.
Every summer I really push back on all the optimism coming from the summer league, regardless of who it is. But I do think this year those 4 guys at the top are different.
Got it.
And the way you started it by saying that Suns fans are getting excited watching their 3 guys or 4 guys, it might lead to nothing because as we've also talked about, those guys we're seeing and getting excited about in Summer League might not get much rotation time.
It's more about if you don't see anything, right?
I think that's a good point.
We weren't blown away by Dragan or Marquise Chris at any Summer League performance that they had. Same with
and they were
Josh
there
Jackson
multiple years, right?
There were guys who have, exactly, yeah. They were guys who went through Summer League, didn't play well in the Summer League both years or all 3 years, and wound up being productive NBA players as well. Dan, it's more about like seeing what type of player they are and learning what they know. I'll never forget when I was in the stands bringing my laptop, blogging for BrightsideOfTheSun.com, watching Devin Booker in his first Summer League. I saw him run like 3 pick and rolls in a row, and I was like, wait, are the jersey numbers mixed up? That's the Booker kid, right? The 3-and-D, like smart, heady. He can run ball screens, and I was like, oh, okay. That's something to flag for later. And then it turned out to be, he was criminally misused at Kentucky and had all this extra pop that allowed the Suns to take him there and get the best player in their franchise's history.
All right, training camp is coming. Get Cardinals news, draft analysis, and roster updates via the Cardinals Insider newsletter delivered to your inbox. All you need to do, text Insider to 620-620 for more information. The 9 o'clock hour has arrived. Sammy Sabulka will pilot us through social studies next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the Precision decision today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Summer Suns moved to 2-1 through 3 games last night in Vegas as Kamon Malawach had 21 and 10, and Koa Pete added 19 points of his own in a 95-88 win over the Bucks, as both Pete and Malawach have looked impressive so far this summer league. Also yesterday, the Miles Bridges trade was made official as he is now the newest member of the Phoenix Suns. And with the Diamondbacks winning 4 straight heading into the All-Star break, should that potentially change whether or not they are buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? For more on that, head on over to ArizonaSports.com today. And last night, the Home Run Derby delivered. Cardinals' Jordan Walker silenced the Philly faithful, taking down Kyle Schwarber, winning on his last swing of the night. And tonight, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will represent the Diamondbacks in the All-Star game that gets going at 5 o'clock tonight, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour here on Bickley and Murata. That means it is time for some social studies. You know where to find us, at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And we are live every day, every morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question on social studies today. Which team is more likely to make the playoffs and why? Is it the Diamondbacks this season, or is it the Suns 2026-2027 team?
Ooh. That's an interesting question.
It is an interesting question.
It really is, because I do think that the Suns might be better next year and yet struggle to win as many games as they did last year for a couple of different reasons. 3 different reasons, actually. But I'm not so certain the Diamondbacks have the pieces to pull this off.
Right now.
I'm going to vote the Suns.
Okay.
I'm going to vote the Diamondbacks just because I believe the path is more difficult for the Suns. Yeah. If you look at the Western Conference picture, it has just gotten better and not worse. I don't think there's been big jumps. Like, I don't think Minnesota their ceiling got bigger, but I don't know if they made a huge jump. Houston, the Lakers, Denver, we'll see what they're going to do as well. But it's like you've got Dallas coming potentially with Kyrie healthy. Yeah. You've got Utah coming with them being healthy as well. Like,
and actually trying to win.
What are the Warriors going to do in the next couple of days? Is LeBron going to join one of these teams as well? So it's just a really steep level of competition for them, whereas if the Diamondbacks win 83 games, they could get into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think it's important to note it says playoffs and not play-in. I think the Suns could be a play-in team. But the Diamondbacks, especially with the third wild card now, a better chance, I think. Steven Ruiz said the Diamondbacks, we just swept the best team in baseball, and Tim Tawa is finally becoming the player we definitely expected him to be. Chris said the Suns will regress a little bit. The Diamondbacks probably have the easier and better chance. Chris Lewis says the Suns, why? Depth, second year in Jordan Ott's system, growth of Rasheer Fleming and Man, and the health of Jalen Green. And the Diamondbacks don't have enough starting pitching to get to the playoffs.
What's the poll results say?
The poll results, 80% Phoenix Suns, 20% the Arizona Diamondbacks this season of 140 votes. I found that pretty interesting. Because to Kellen's point, the West is still loaded.
Yeah, and there's anti-tanking measures which should have some impact, and there's going to be teams from behind that may have passed the Phoenix Suns and they don't even know it yet.
Yep. And
I'm torn on that question, to be honest.
It's a tough one. All right, we'll go to the next one. With the home run derby being last night, it was simple question here. Who is your favorite home run hitter of all time?
Doesn't have to be in a home run derby, just somebody that you think of as a home run hitter.
I loved Reggie Jackson as a kid. Reggie Jackson would hit prodigious home runs, but he was most entertaining when he'd swing and miss, and he'd basically corkscrew himself into the ground because he was swinging that hard.
Or he'd hit home runs from his knee.
Yeah. Right.
Because, he'd swing so hard.
He hit a home run in the All-Star game in Detroit that literally went off the light tower, which was, I think, 509 feet. Reggie Jackson was a D-O-O-D dude.
Wow.
I already mentioned Griffey earlier in the show, so I'll go from the other side of the place. Manny Ramirez had like an equally sweet swing that he had as well, and just as more of like a pure power hitter that I loved as a kid. Albert Bell on those Cleveland teams was phenomenal. He was a nutcase and could do like anything in any given day in a baseball game, but including hitting 50 homers and driving in 126 or 150 runs as well. He was great to watch as well.
And I loathe to say this because he was all gooned up on the moon juice, but watching Barry Bonds in the steroid era, there was nothing like that.
Got one good pitch a game and he'd hit a home run.
Just gone.
And speaking of the steroid era, you know what? I used to like Juan Gonzalez. Remember?
Oh,
him?
yeah.
The crazy stage.
And his back was like this big.
Him and Palmeiro on those Rangers teams, yeah, for sure.
I like this answer from Poog. He said Mark Reynolds, crazy power, such an easy swing.
Yeah.
And as a Diamondback growing up, like it felt like he was either going to hit a home run or strike out every time he came to the plate.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
it is what he would do.
That's exactly what he would do. Jonesy said Big Mac or slammin' Sammy Sosa. Any one of that era besides Bonds. He said make steroids great again. I don't know. And then James said Gorman Thomas of the Brewers.
Yeah.
He was my first favorite pro athlete, and while I was in college in 1979, Thomas led the American League in 79 with 45 home runs, and I had to follow that on his stats in the Sporting News Weekly. How about that? Okay, and we have two left. Yesterday, or last night specifically, we had our first kind of haboob, monsoon, rain, and we got rain in the forecast coming up. So what's the best song to listen to on a rainy day?
I'm Only Happy When It Rains by Garbage.
Yep, we got a couple of those.
There we go. Diego in the replies shouted out the Minecraft video game soundtrack.
I was going to read that one.
It's a very relaxing, calming kind of thing. Yeah, there's this whole subculture in video games with like the soundtracks where some video games really purposeful it out. It's a lot of instrumental stuff that's like very relaxing. Some of it's kind of upbeat as well, but the Minecraft one specifically has a couple of like very calming, like study type of music that I really enjoy. Yeah.
I do love some like if you're trying to get work done.
Lo-fi, yeah.
Like lo-fi, toss it on your computer while you try to get. There's two ways to go about a rainy day. Like you can really just kind of sit on your couch or bed and watch shows, TV, or you can kind of try to be productive and in that little realm.
Yeah.
Both great options. PCA said, have you ever seen The Rain by CCR? Great. And then Cubby Bear said, I can see clearly now. Also. And then the last question, Jarrett Carlin had to get it in. It's a poll question. Do you know what lentil is? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Did you know?
Because I've had lentil soup before.
Now I do. Yeah.
But did you know?
No.
See, me and Kellen would have been in the 13%
Now,
stunned.
Do you ever get crazy with your lentil soup with a little dollop of sour cream?
I don't like sour cream, but yes, I understand that.
Okay.
Yes, I don't like it. This lentil soup last night, it had carrots, it had onions, it had spinach, sometimes tomatoes, and lentil, a lot of paprika and cumin and a little ginger, all the delicious.
Wow. See, Jared's maybe I don't want to say the first and only because there's probably someone, but like you enjoy like making soup. Like when we have soup as a family, we'll go like to the grocery store and get it and bring it back. Like,
well, I enjoy cooking, so I enjoy making everything.
Making soup is a process.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's also a very good winter activity, not necessarily the middle of July activity, but it was raining last night.
I was gonna say you go in bulk, I imagine too, right? Like you'll be
big,
back for
big
more.
spaghetti pot.
Yeah, so you'll have a few of those for the rest of the week. Yeah,
absolutely.
Jared, on the way out, is chili a soup?
No, chili is chili.
Okay.
I look at it in the same way about a hot dog or a hamburger.
Is
if
a
it
hot
has
dog a sandwich, Jared?
No, if it has it is technically, but has its own name, so it's a different thing.
I agree. All right, good answer.
So chili is you're gonna get into stews and you get into bisques and you get into. It's hard to.
Oh yeah, we're at Bickley_Murata.
Thank you, Sammy.
Everywhere.
All right,
So
coming up on the other side, not that long ago, the greatest of all time in football went looking for one last team and one last opportunity to finish off his career. So what is LeBron James going to do? We'll get you updated next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Wayne from Amco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Marotta.
All right, I'm not saying the comparison between Tom Brady and LeBron James is 100% accurate. But there was a time when Tom Brady came to the end of the road in New England and had one last shot to win a championship, to put the kind of ending on his career that he wanted most, that he felt his career deserved. He ended up, and I remember very, very well, that Tom Brady was not as in demand as a lot of people thought he was going to be. The 49ers apparently, I don't think so, passed on him. We know the Titans and Mike Vrabel were very interested in him. He chose the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He won a Super Bowl with Bruce Arians, and he got the ultimate bragging rights over Bill Belichick, settling that long-standing debate. Who was more responsible for the dynasty of the Patriots? Nobody debates that anymore.
No.
That is clearly Tom Brady. And so Tom Brady got what he wanted out of that last career stop for his NFL career, which brings us to LeBron James. Rich Paul, his agent and also owns Clutch Sports, which he and LeBron founded, said LeBron has got all the information he needs. So the process is over. All that's missing is a decision. There were reports from the Hoop Collective guys that in talking to the owners are all like, we haven't heard a word. We have no idea. What they have found out, though, is that LeBron has been making phone calls to players of the teams he might be going to get their opinion on where he might be going. What say you, Kellen Olson?
It's a really fascinating choice for him because I think that if he goes back to Cleveland, he just wants to go home. I don't think that's going to give him his best chance at a championship. And if he just wants to end it where it began, that's totally fine. He can also have a really good chance of contending, but I think the dynamic between him, Harden, and Donovan Mitchell, along with their bigs, just wouldn't really work in a basketball sense at all. I think that a mix of like going out and having like the most fun is obviously Golden State because for his entire career, he's wanted to play with Steph Curry and to get to play with Steph Curry and be coached by Steve Kerr in a full year and play with Draymond for a year. I think that's where he would go there. If he wants his best chance at a championship, he should either go to Miami or Minnesota. Now, from a comfort perspective and like where it's nice to live, Miami sounds a whole lot nicer than Minnesota. If it's just a pure basketball decision, he should probably go to Minnesota. I really like the Miami fit where they really need like a point guard, orchestrator, run the table, that kind of thing. They're totally missing that type of player on this team with Giannis and Bam and all the ancillary pieces that are left over from the trade. And then in Minnesota, it would be a really stabilizing presence for him on the floor and off the floor with what is going to be an incredibly volatile and borderline dangerous dynamic between LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards in a really good way or a really bad way. Their floor right now, Dan, is like 12th in the West. Their ceiling is second in the West. Like they could be absolutely electric, and LeBron would help them stabilize that. It would ask for less out of Jaden McDaniels, which is a good idea, and give Minnesota another guy that they need. The Philly thing I don't get at all. That's the same thing where it's like Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid's already enough going on. You don't need another dynamic there. But to your point and what you elaborated on there so wonderfully, I thought, is like we are going to be able to read directly into his mind for what he wanted out of his swan song based on where he goes. Because again, Cleveland, go back home. Golden State, have some fun. Miami or Minnesota, win a championship. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
The question about legacy is it's a very tired one. They harp on it all the time on the hot take shows. Do you think it's important for LeBron to get another ring? Or do you think he is past that stage?
I think that it helps. I unfortunately think that it helps. I think ring culture has suffocated all of sports, particularly basketball. Like, some people will tell you that Donovan Mitchell isn't a top 10 player in the league because he hasn't done anything in the postseason. And when you watch his individual performances in the postseason, such as the most recent one that we saw, he is not the guy to blame for what has been going on. I ultimately don't look at the GOAT conversation that often. I rarely visit it, to be honest. Like, off the top of my head, like, everyone knows Jordan has 6. I couldn't even does LeBron have 3 or 4? Like,
4.
I'm not even there with that type of thought, you know? Like, so for me, it's just going to be really interesting to see what he chooses and what he sort of values, because at the end of the day, it is LeBron James, and it is going to become a LeBron James team wherever he goes. But if he goes to Golden State, he doesn't value that part of, like, his ego anymore, because it's always going to be Steph Curry's team, no matter who else is playing there. Even LeBron James, one of the most famous athletes and the most famous basketball player on planet Earth right now, it would not be going there. If he goes to Minnesota, again, same thing. Like, that is Anthony Edwards' team. It's not going to become LeBron's team. But if he goes to Cleveland, it will be his team, and it will be his team at home. And I think that's why they're the favorites right now, because that's what it seems like he would prioritize right now.
All right, so let me ask you this, because you brought this up, and I totally agree with you. The boom-bust rate of pairing LaMelo Ball with Anthony Edwards, it's amazing. The range of where this thing could go is all over the place. Diagnose that for me.
I'm sure I'm going to shock a lot of your listeners by comparing LaMelo Ball favorably to Steve Nash, but I'm about to do it. LaMelo is one of the best guards I've seen since Nash retired at making his teammates better as a point guard. He is actually one of those point guards that does it. You look across, like, just the numbers and the splits, but also just watch Charlotte play, and it is very clear that his style of play, the way he likes to get up and down, the way that he passes the ball, yes, he takes some really dumb shots. Yes, he makes some really dumb decisions sometimes, but the free way that he plays clearly benefits his teammates. So guys like Anthony Edwards have never played with someone like that. Guys like Jaden McDaniels have never played with someone like that as well. But the real trouble here, and the real issue with Minnesota making this trade, is that LaMelo just doesn't stay healthy. He does not play games. And what Charlotte did is they played him games, he got hurt, and then they played him 28 minutes a game the rest of the year. So LaMelo has a frame and a style of play that might not work in the postseason. We don't know because we've never seen him there. Yeah. And this is a bet from Minnesota that he can hold up 4 rounds in the playoffs with the style of play that he has, with the injury history that he has as well. If he's in and out of the lineup all year, they have other replacements. They have Ayo Dosunmu, who's going to be great for them again next year like he was last year. He got the big contract, but they're a shorter team now, both in stature and the amount of guys that they can trust. Naz Reid was, I think John Krasinski from The Athletic went as far as calling him a cultural icon in Minnesota. Like, fan favorite goes way too low for what he meant to Minnesota. They're suddenly like a smaller team. Rudy Gobert is not getting any younger as well. So again, like, they could be one of the 3 best teams, or maybe even the 2nd best team in the Western Conference, or they could be out of the play-in race entirely, depending on how this goes with LaMelo. And then that's where it gets really interesting, because then Ann is the next guy on the move.
And that'd be interesting. And with LaMelo, and I think the same thing with Miles Bridges, is Charlotte was kind of one of the surprise teams of the second half last year in the Eastern Conference, and they got hot and stuff, and they decided to trade their 2.
They couldn't wait to seize on that and trade the 2 cornerstones of that team.
Immediately. Right. And what does that tell you if you're the teams acquiring those players?
Why are they willing to build around Con Knippel and Brandon Miller when we're the team giving up an unprotected pick for Miles Bridges, or we're giving up an unprotected pick for LaMelo? Like, what do they know that we don't know, similar to how the Mark Williams trade, similar to how the Nick Richards trade went, and so on and so forth. But Minnesota is going to be a really interesting, like, there's an element, Dan, when we're looking at the West, where the Utah thing, I am very skeptical of Utah, because they were the pioneers of all the tanking nonsense that we saw the last 3 years.
Yes.
Like, they were the team playing guys 48 minutes, super recklessly, trying to lose on purpose. Can you flip that culture immediately after 3 straight years of trying to lose and being like, hey guys, we're trying to win, now here we go? Or does some of that stuff stay in the weeds there? Maybe Dallas just goes through another blah year. Maybe Memphis does as well. The Clippers, who knows how that's going to work together? Ja Morant in Portland, my goodness. And then what's the Warriors team going to look like if LeBron doesn't go there? There's a world where, like, the Suns are easily like the 6th best team in the West, just because all these other teams crater in a way. Or Ja reinvigorates himself in Portland, or LaMelo and Ant is perfect together, or Kyrie is there while Cooper Flagg takes a huge year 2 jump, or Utah is legit as a top 6.
Peterson blows the league up as a rookie.
So as always, like, it's not going to be up here. It's not going to be down here. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, probably. But I don't have like a really good guess. Like when I write the Western Conference power rankings that I do every year in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to be totally lost on who to put like 6 through 12. No idea.
You know that Kellen Olson loves coming in here on a Tuesday because he gets to play mustache, not a mustache.
Now, I'm going to make a prediction.
Yeah.
I think you're going to do well today, Kellen.
You've catered to me at long last?
I don't know.
Unlike the Suns and Devin Booker.
I think I'm going to give you clues that you will know.
As always, I will come in with extreme confidence and ready to succeed or fail. But again, everyone's betting against me, Dan. This is the spot you want to be in. No one thinks I'm going to be able to pull this off at long last, win my first mustache. So I can't wait. I can't wait.
Another rousing edition of Mustache, not a mustache. Coming up next, Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tim Tell has stepped up in a big way. 7 hits, 7 RBIs, a couple of home runs as well. Nolan Arenado. Yes. Ildemaro Vargas, James McCann. Here we go. And by the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks right now have the best catcher in baseball. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just saying right now.
How about this guy playing to his potential finally at the plate in Gabby Moreno? Like, you already know he's great defensively. Now he's hitting like this. If nothing else, it puts you back in the conversation with 16 games coming out of the All-Star break before the trade deadline on August 3rd.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know the home court advantage can be pretty significant. That's exactly what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. You're going to get the home court advantage, and that is because they have got their own factory right here in the Valley, right here in Tolleson, where they're going to build your windows, install your windows, and guarantee them for life. The windows at Advanced Window Products are unbelievable. I know this. I had them replace all of my windows. They look fantastic. The installation process was unbelievable. The professionalism of the crews were fantastic, and that's because they're all vetted full-time employees. They're never random subcontractors. They build windows specifically built for Arizona's climate, talking about triple low E protection that blocks up to 98% of the harmful UV rays, monsoon-ready seals to withstand all the storms, and a great accidental glass breakage warranty, which means if anything happens to your windows, they come out and replace them. No questions asked. Like I said, the whole process was fantastic. Give them a call today. Advanced Window Products will literally pay you back. 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-900-800-900-0000.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers. Guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must grant price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like the month to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is going on all month long, and we've got some incredible offers. You can lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month or save up to $6,000. If you're looking for something bigger, the new 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
Stop in a Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Koa Pete, Kaman Malawach, and Kobe Brea helped lead the Summer Suns to a 95-88 win over the Bucks last night. Pete had 19 points. Brea dropped in 6 threes, and Malawach had 21, 10, and 4 blocks as they moved to 2-1 in the Summer League in Vegas. The first World Cup semifinal will kick off today at noon between two heavyweights in France and Spain. Lamine Yamal and Kylian Mbappe. It doesn't get much better than that. And last night from Philly, the home run derby was electric. Cardinals' Jordan Walker played spoiler to Kyle Schwarber and became the first Cardinal to win the home run derby. Tonight, the Midsummer Classic will feature two Diamondbacks, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez. First pitch from Philly will be at 5, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort August 13th through the 19th with an estimated $3 million prize pool. You don't want to miss it.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
All right, guys, today on the Arizona Sports Poll Question, it's a simple one. Who will win the World Cup? France, Spain, England, or Argentina?
France.
France. You don't agree with that?
I think Spain's going to win today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Spain got 12%. Dang. England 19, Argentina 21%, and France 48% of the vote, so nearly half. I think it's gonna be a fun game regardless.
Yeah, we know how it's gonna go. Spain's gonna control it. They're gonna ping it around, and it's just a matter of when France gets the ball, how quickly they counterattack, and how you're able to stop. Like Dan and I were just talking before during the update. Like Olise is able to put the ball wherever he wants to. He's the best passer in the world, and he's got pretty good options to throw it to.
And the amount of shots on goal that France generally generates, it's unlike anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, we'll see at that game starts at noon today. It's going to be a great one. There you go. That's the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Mustache bastard.
Did you hit the instrumental?
I did.
Verse?
I played the close by accident there to start because we're not closing though. We're opening things on America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, mustache. Well, we were presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Kellen Olson in for Vince Murata will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. You get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points wins. Kellen Olson, since you are the guest and since you have never won, would you like to go first or second today?
Let's go Dan first.
Dan will go first.
Let's do it.
Okay. Today's topic, as we're led in perfectly, big, huge World Cup match, I think between maybe the number 1 and number 2 teams in the world, which is odd that they're on the same side of the bracket, but even still, all things Spanish and French.
Oh.
Spanish and French.
Okay.
Okay.
This
well,
could get interesting.
It could get interesting, and it will start with this, Dan Bickley.
All right. I'm assuming you want Carlos Santana mustache.
That is correct.
Oye, como va?
Oi, 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 come over here. That's what I usually say. All right, Kellen Olson. We're looking for the English part of this. Who is this? Okay, ready?
Yep.
You fit me, tailor made, love how you put it on. Got the only key, know how to turn it on. The way you nibble on my ear, the only words I wanna hear. Baby, take it slow so we can last long.
Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal.
First guy or second guy?
The first guy.
That's Justin Bieber, not a mustache.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
I knew
There
it.
we go.
Something
Don't
from the
let
last
him
10 years
get
or so.
hot. Yes.
Don't let him
if it
get
happened in the last 10 years, I got you. Let's go.
Don't let him get hot. Yes, let's do it.
Boy, is that a catchy song, though,
Great.
Despacito. All right, Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
We will go with, let's go with this.
I did not know the bank was being robbed because I was engaged in my sworn duty as a police officer. There was some question as to whether the beggar or his minky was breaking the law.
Minky?
What?
You said minky.
That is correct, yes. Chimpanzee minky.
You have received a large bimp. That is Peter Sellers as Inspector Clouseau, definitely a mustache.
That is correct. From the Pink Panther movies.
Oh, they were genius.
All right, Kellen Olson. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. You pooped in the refrigerator. And you ate a whole wheel of cheese? How'd you do that? It's actually, I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
Amazing movie. Like, you watch it and you forget a quote like that one, and then you bring it back to you. Will Ferrell, and he has a mustache in Anchorman.
That is
Definitely.
correct. Okay.
Big old Mark Curtis looking mustache.
That's
This is my first mustache streak in the history of
don't
mustache.
let him
Two in
get
a row.
hot.
Perfect
Don't
score.
let him get hot.
Steaming over here.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Hold on tight to your dream. Accroche-toi à ton rêve. Accroche-toi à ton rêve.
Ooh. Ooh. I think I should know this, but
You definitely. I thought you'd get that right away. You want to hear it again?
Yeah, give me another bar or two.
Hold on tight to your dream. Accroche-toi à ton rêve.
Yeah, hold on tight to your dreams. I know this song. I don't know why I can't place the band. All right, I don't have it, so I'm going to guess not a mustache.
That was the Electric Light
Oh, it was
Orchestra,
ELO?
ELO,
Oh, man.
and he has a
Jeff
mustache.
Lynne mustache.
Oh my, yes. Oh my
So
goodness, the
good.
door is open.
The door is open. Sammy Cebulka cannot believe it.
Spanish and French themed edition. Kellen.
Dice que mi bicho está cabrón. Yo dejo que jueguen con mi corazón. Quisiera mudarme con todas por una mansión. El día que me case te envío la invitación, muchacho, deja eso. Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias.
Bad Bunny mustache?
That is
Very
correct.
good. Very good.
That is correct.
6-4 lead for Kellen Olson.
I am winning this game extremely catered to me. Let's go.
The pressure is on. All right, Dan Bickley.
Yes. Oh boy.
That's another one I thought was right in your
Again,
wheelhouse.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Why I'm not processing these. I'm hearing these songs. I'm like, I know this song, but again, I'm flaking on the band.
Jared, I think I'm shaking his bacon a little bit. I think I've rattled the cage a little bit.
I don't got it. Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct. That was Megadeth.
Oh, okay.
Megadeth.
Dave Mustaine, not a mustache.
Yes, correct. All right.
My name is Jean Girard, and I am a racing car driver just like you, except I am from Formula 1. I am the greatest one in the whole world. I have been following your career with great interest, Monsieur Bubby.
Hot take, best Will Ferrell movie. Talladega Nights is absolutely out of this world. That's Sacha Baron Cohen. He does not have a mustache.
That is correct.
And he clinches victory.
Is that right?
Yeah,
He's up
it's
3?
8-4. Yeah,
Oh, my goodness
he just clinched
gracious.
victory.
Would you have known this one, Dan?
Yeah, the Talking Heads, David Byrne, not a mustache.
That is correct. And would you have known this, Kellen?
I have never, wait a minute, I have never gone French in my entire life. A tout le monde, a tous mes amis, ça vous en je dois partir.
That's Wolf, right? Not
That is Ron Wolfley.
Yeah.
What?
Now, hold on. He's never had fried chicken in his life? Is that
No,
what
he said, I've
saying
never
there?
gone French in my life.
Oh,
Never
okay,
gone
got
French in my life. And then
Ladies and gentlemen, Kellen Olson with the historic victory.
a perfect score,
A
if I'm not
perfect
correct.
game by Kellen Olson.
Very well done. The bar has now been set for all future appearances.
Remember, everyone, if you complain enough, things will change. And I got
If you
things
complain
from the
enough.
last 15 years from my constant complaining that must drive some people crazy. But thank you to all the non-believers.
Yep.
Thank you to all the doubters. You fueled me and motivated me to what will surely be my only win, and I will not get too humble. Don't worry
2
about
Spanish
that.
pop songs, 2 Will Ferrell movies. He's good to go.
There
There's a
you
little
go.
On this week's
wheelhouse I
edition
gotta
of
throw in.
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
And they would bid you adieu.
Formula Un.
Formula One. It's a fantastic
I didn't understand a word you just said.
It's fantastic.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Sound like you got peanut butter in your mouth.
All right, coming up, some off the grid as we close out today's show. Kellen Olson in the winner's circle, folks. We're back right after this.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing
potentially.
training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And if you've spent a lifetime grinding and working and providing, you deserve a little peace of mind, especially when it comes to your retirement. And that's why I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with my friends at Trajan Wealth, the family office that brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team, under one roof, with a firm that sees the entire field. They'll give you a second opinion on what you've got going on now. They'll check out your existing portfolios. Then they'll give you comprehensive strategies that will ensure your financial future. Because remember, it's never too early and it's never too late to plan for retirement, and never too late to call my friends at Trajan Wealth. They build strategies around real goals in real lives, not spreadsheets, and it all begins with relationships. When I met with them, I was pretty much impressed with everything. All straight talk, all candor, no financial jargon, no hard sales pitches, just the way I like it. Finally, Trajan Wealth, a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Give them a call. Get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wolf, you've had all pro shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and streaming live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
All right, earlier in the program, we talked about what songs do you like to listen to in the rain. Sammy mentioned some Minecraft song.
Kellen mentioned the Minecraft back noise.
If
Right.
either
I
of
think
you
it was
were
somebody
into-
on Twitter that mentioned
Yeah,
it.
someone on I'm forgetting their name right now, but they mentioned it on Twitter, and I echoed their shout out. Just Google Minecraft or YouTube Minecraft soundtrack if you feel like relaxing a little bit in the rain.
Right. The question, most people went in the direction of songs that have or about rain or rain in it, but it could just be a mood that you feel when it's raining, that you like to listen to certain music.
Sammy's point, if you're being productive on a rainy day, something more a little bit upbeat, or if you're just in bed or whatever, then it's a little more relaxing, lo-fi, low-key.
It's really, really amazing. One of the low-key cool things about living here in the Valley is how happy people get when storms roll in.
Oh, it's the best.
When the clouds come in and it's gray and it's raining, people immediately are in great moods. It's so wild.
It is the best.
Unless you're caught on the highway in one.
Well, there is
in a
that.
dust storm, rainstorm.
My windshield wipers have broke.
Oh no!
In Haboob/monsoon.
Oh, that's not a good time for that. You don't want that happening.
That's issues.
All right, today's song of the day, Rain by The Cult.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, so every year the Major League Baseball All-Star Game kind of brings me back to probably my singular worst experience as a young athlete. Now, unfortunately, unlike Sammy, I peaked very, very early, but one of the highlights of my life was, I think, maybe 8th grade. I don't know what year it was. I think I was 12 years old. I was named to the All-Star team, right? And I'm like, oh, I've made it. This is so badass, right? And on my team, I played shortstop and I pitched. I was not better than any of the pitchers that were on the team. I was not better than any of the shortstops. They put me in left field. Okay, fine. So my one at bat, and I remember very, very distinctly my brother telling me, whatever you do, take the first pitch. And I listened to him. Strike one. Took the second pitch. Strike two. Swung and missed at the third pitch. I'm gone. 3 pitches out on strikes. My only at bat in the All-Star game. So in left field, there was a moment where there was a runner on third base and a dude who's up to bat hits a lazy fly ball to me. I get under it, and I'm like, okay, this is my chance. This is my chance to show off my throwing arm and just gun this fool out at home plate and atone for that 3-pitch strikeout. I uncorked a throw to home plate that landed about 30 feet up the backstop behind the catcher.
Well,
I'm not kidding.
Mission accomplished. Yeah.
Uncorked, sure.
30 feet up the backstop, and people were literally like, who is this joker in left field? So there you go.
3-pitch
strikeout.
3-pitch at bat and an E7. Got that going for me, which is nice.
I wanted to bring
Not
this.
that I'm traumatized or anything.
I wanted to bring this up. I saw this on Twitter about NBA team comparisons to the final 4 teams left in the World Cup.
All right.
And maybe if you're not a big soccer fan, how you could relate to them. Tell me if these are accurate.
Yeah.
France are like the Oklahoma City Thunder. The best roster, top to bottom, the favorites.
I would argue they're more like Argentina because Argentina is the one benefiting from all the officiating. Right
They have Argentina as the Golden State Warriors.
Well,
can the GOAT
I would think
one last run here, carrying a team, a one-man team kind of thing?
But the Vargentina stuff goes to.
Whoa!
Oh, am I allowed to say that? I said it on Thursday.
They have
you can.
The Argentina team.
They have Spain as the San Antonio Spurs, elite defense led by a young superstar.
Okay. Yeah.
Fair.
And they have England as the New York Knicks.
That's
Passionate fan base, crushed and heartbroken for many, many years, cares about it more than anybody. Could this finally be their year?
Harry Kane, unconventional superstar like Jalen Brunson. I like the England one the most, which I guess means England's gonna win the World Cup. So there we go.
Wow. All right, so here's that's an interesting bit of analogies there. I think that's pretty cool. Here's a wild stat going into the Final Four of the World Cup. Despite 21 of England's 26 players hailing from the Premier League, not a single one of them has scored yet in this tournament. All of the 3 Lions goals have come from Bayern Munich's Harry Kane, Real Madrid's Jude Bellingham, and Marcus Rashford, who was on loan from Manchester U to Barcelona.
It's really fascinating because the storyline over the last year, couple of years, but especially in the last year, is that the Prem is now the best league in the world.
Yep.
So you would assume that is where their contributions are coming from. But it's interesting for England, if this is going to wind up being their team that finally does it, that they're going to be led by guys who are playing in Germany and Spain right now. It's usually not how it works for them, not at all.
So what happens in soccer on a pitch when an immovable force hits a
irresistible force in an immovable object.
There you go. What happens when an irresistible
An
force...
immovable force is easy to stop.
An immovable force is Jarrett and goal.
Because Spain doesn't give up goals, and France is all offense.
Yeah.
Who wins that game on a pitch?
I mean, I don't know. I think both you guys think
Spain.
France. I know both them think France is going to win. I think Spain finds a way to get it done, and I know that when Spain won with Iniesta, and this Spain team is far, far from that team in terms of legends, in terms of overall talent. But something about I think Spain's been a little underrated in this tournament in that they do just find ways to win, even if it's winning 1-0 or getting a kind of a cheap goal. But I think today is the game Yamin Lamal proves
blows
that
up.
He hasn't had his moment yet, and this needs to be the one where he
it
does.
needs to be.
Spain is going to dominate possession. They're going to ping the ball around pretty consistently, and France is going to get counterattacking opportunities off of it. But what Spain builds up through their passing will ultimately decide the match today, which is why I'm leaning France, because Spain's possession play hasn't really been that impressive. for me so far, but it's going to be electric. I can't wait. We're 2 hours out.
I like what Kellen said. Michael Olise, when you watch him play, he's arguably the best player in the tournament without a goal. He's got 17 shots on goal.
Yeah.
He hasn't scored yet. He is a highlight reel. He's an incredible passer.
This is unbelievable soccer analysis by this show. I can't believe it.
Incredible.
These are the 4 top-ranked teams in the world are the Final Four, and they're the last 3 World Cup champions, correct?
Yep.
So it's high-level soccer.
Alexi Lawless and Thierry Henry have nothing on us. We are next-level soccer knowledge.
Thierry's so good.
We bring it.
On behalf of newly crowned mustache, not a mustache champion, Kellen Olson.
You should grow a mustache now to celebrate.
No, I will not be doing that, but thank you very much, Sam.
He'll be back with us again tomorrow on behalf of Sammy Cebulka, on behalf of Jared Carlin. I'm Dan Bickley. Wolf and Luke next. We'll see you again tomorrow, folks.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save time, buy online, UACUnit.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States, but to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Summer Suns moved to 2-1 through 3 games in Vegas last night as Kaman Malawach had 21-10 and Koa Pete added 19 of his own and a 95-88 win over the Bucks as both Pete and Malawach have looked impressive so far this summer league. And with the Diamondbacks winning 4 straight games heading into the All-Star break, should that potentially change whether or not they are buyers or sellers at the deadline? For more on that, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And last night, the home run derby delivered. Cardinals' Jordan Walker silenced the Philly faithful, taking down Kyle Schwarber, winning on his last swing of the night. And tonight, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will represent the D-backs in the All-Star game. That'll get going at 5 o'clock this evening, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule today.
Good. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is going on?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy? You doing all right over there?
Yeah.
You seem a little disheveled for some reason.
Everything was good, and I'm still getting used to these new earbuds, which I like.
But you like the earbuds.
Takes a little while to put them on.
They do look a little bigger than your old earbuds. Yeah. I can actually see them. It comes from the backside, basically. It's very interesting.
I look like an offensive coordinator who just got hired and is unqualified to do his job.
Yes, okay. Well, I think you're qualified to do your job. You do it very well, I might add.
We'll
don't let that go to your head.
That's why the earbuds don't fit.
You might want to try to actually get the earbuds in a little bit earlier than you normally do.
Wolf calling his shots. Just everybody remember this later in the show when anything happens.
What do you say? Yeah, from time to time, I'm a little disheveled. Is that what you're saying?
How many times did the mic drop off on you yesterday?
Okay, all right.
Was the mic not turned on?
The mic is based on Ian's. We should take a picture of this. And we ought to X this thing out, man. We ought to do this. We ought to show our listeners whatever it is. What up, YouTube? Go ahead and look at the mic right now. People crank this thing all over the place. This is what I'm saying. Every show host that comes in here and sits in this seat right here, basically, they have a way they like the microphone to be.
Yes.
And everyone is entitled to that.
Absolutely.
The problem is sometimes you'll get some people in here that work this thing.
Like they're the lead singer of a band?
Yeah, kind of like that. Or just work the microphone all over the place, and now it's busted once again. Where's IT?
I thought we determined your IT.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not that.
Remember when you fixed the email a couple weeks ago and you said I am IT?
No, no.
That didn't happen?
No.
I'm pretty sure that happened.
No, I don't think so,
I think
Luke.
it did.
I think you misremember.
That's also possible. The All-Star game is today. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game. We get to see Erod and Corbin Carroll. We got to see the home run derby last night. Jordan Walker continues his magical season where he went from high-end prospect that really wasn't clicking at the major league level for the last couple of years to, like, I don't think he's going to win MVP this year, but like MVP caliber season this year, and then he wins the home run derby last night in Philly and takes it away from Kyle Schwarber, which is kind of fun just because he took it away from a Philly guy. Steve Gilbert is going to join us at 11:30 to talk some D-backs, but let's just start with D-backs. Wolf, there's a lot here. We got Suns Summer League. We're basically a week away from training camp now, but I may as well start with D-backs because Erod and Corbin Carroll are both going to be at the All-Star game tonight. Corbin's done this before. Erod has not, though. So that's kind of cool to see him making his first All-Star appearance.
So, Luke, I look at the show sheet, of course, based on earnings, and the show sheet dictates what you talk about. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. You better stick to the show sheet.
As we always do.
Having said that, once again, are we more excited to see Corbin or Erod in the All-Star game tonight? Can you answer that question? Do you actually, can you answer that question?
Assuming Erod pitches.
Pick one, Luke. Not both.
In one word or less?
Pick one.
I get one syllable. E. Nah, Corbin's still more exciting. I was going to say Erod because he's never been there before, and if you're pitching, you kind of get that whole inning to yourself. But
it's hoping you were going to say Erod.
It's still Corbin Carroll.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it, right? It is Corbin Carroll based on ratings, especially if he happens to line one down the left field line.
He hits a triple.
Or right field line, and suddenly here we go.
Yeah.
It's because he's going to do it. You know that. This is the one thing I love about it. Corbin doesn't care. Yeah, it's the All-Star game. Are you kidding me?
Corbin doesn't Carroll.
That's Corbin doesn't Carroll. No, I love it,
Rick's
man.
back. If anything is said that's not exactly straight, Rick's going to buzz it.
This is one of the things that I think I appreciate the most about Corbin Carroll. Yes, I know based on earnings he is in a 4. Is it 4 for 51 slump?
Yeah.
With the Diamondbacks right now, I know that he is, of course. Does he belong in the All-Star game? You better believe he belongs in the All-Star game.
Still does, even with that slump.
No doubt about that. Yes, absolutely belongs in the All-Star game. Just hoping that he lines one down the right field line. That's what I hope. And then all of a sudden, we're going to see it. That's right, Rick.
I mean, he is. He's going to round second the same way he always does.
In the All-Star game, he's going to round second with a look on his face, headed for third. You're going to die!
At the All-Star game.
At the All-Star game.
Who was the dude who ran into the catcher full speed in like the 70s? Was that Pete Rose?
Oh, no, man. Who was that?
I feel like we should all know this.
Yes, it could have been Pete Rose. But
well, Jamal won't know it.
I'm just saying right now that this is what I appreciate the most about Corbin Carroll based on earnings. He steps inside the lines. And see, it's the lines that change his way of thinking. It's the lines. And it's what I loved most about the gridiron. The lines. The lines, I tell you. You step inside those lines. Oh, my goodness. Luke, you better put your mouth guard in.
You just looked at me like you just realized I was here.
Because you know what? I'm going to try to run you over. And that's what you try to. I can't tell you how many times I got killed on a football field, and I thought I was going to run the other guy over, basically. Thought I was going to just wipe him out. And I got killed myself because that's what it is. The lines, it changes your mentality because you walk out there and you will compete to the ground with blood under your nails.
There's one guy out there who is not even taking it easy. Ron Wolfley, the special teamer for the NFC, went down, took on a couple of blocks on the way down there on that kickoff. Even though it means absolutely nothing, Wolfley was really busting it to go down there. He is the special temer.
This is why he's here. Well, I mean, look at it. Look at the high knee action, the arm pump. He's just looking for somebody to run over.
And it's Rufus Porter.
There they are. Well, the two of them are there. That's why they're there. They're special team players.
That's right.
It's a long run.
It sure is.
The amount of shade you got from broadcasters in your career is amazing. There's one guy taking this seriously when it
yeah.
means nothing. I mean, that is one of many examples.
Okay, yes.
Every time we play a cut, I feel like the broadcaster is taking a veiled shot.
By the way,
at
it
Wolf.
was Rufus Porter, the special teams player of the AFC at that point in time with the Seattle Seahawks, okay?
Pretty good defensive player.
Thought why we'd just run him over. Sorry.
So your answer is Corbin Carroll?
Corbin Carroll. Yeah, you know what? It was circuitous, wasn't it? I got to the answer.
Full circle.
With Corbin Carroll. Yeah, he's the guy. I can't wait. I'm hoping. I really am. Just drive one into the gap and see if he tries to do it. Pull one down the line. Just, will he be on point? There's no doubt about it. That's why I can't wait to see it. Because can you imagine what people will say? What the broadcasters might say?
Well, yeah.
If he's got that look on his face, running to third.
How many at-bats is he going to get in this game? Maybe 2?
Maybe.
Because we had to do the thing where the fans get to vote in all the Phillies again. So we're.
That's. Boy, how about the fans?
Everybody get excited for Phillies Blue Jays tonight. But Corbin Carroll will get at least one at bat, maybe 2. And here he is talking about making another All-Star appearance. He's still very early in his career, but he just keeps racking these things up now.
Really excited. I've enjoyed when I've gotten to go in the past, and I just know what a great experience it is, what a great celebration of baseball, and really excited for it, and thankful to the team that's kind of got me there this year.
He almost had to talk about himself for a second, but at the very end, he put it on the team.
You know what's amazing about it, Basin Reigns? This is totally legitimate for Corbin Carroll. This is legit. This is who he is. There's no doubt. I mean, he is one of the most humble human beings I have ever been around. And just listening to him, brothers, just listening to him talk, he's so consistently humble. He doesn't want to talk about himself, to your point.
He keeps going
He
to the
doesn't
All-Star
want to
game.
do it. And yet this is one of the best players in Major League Baseball.
Well, basically, he's played 4 full seasons, right? I mean, I know he came in a little bit early that one year. He played a little bit that one year, but basically 23, 24, 25, and 26. And he's made the All-Star 3 of the 4 years. So that's it's a pretty good start. That's a pretty good run for anybody at any point in their career to make the All-Star game 3 out of 4 years. And it's not a popularity contest getting him in.
Yeah,
it's not like he
4
plays
out of 4, but it's still 3 out of 4.
But it's 3 of his first 4, so that heightens it even that much more. We're going to break. The next 4 peaks, 4 seeds drawing is for D-backs Cubs, August 24th. 5 out of 5
is better.
That's a good point. What is he even doing out there?
Dub?
At Chase Field, 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text seats 620-620 to enter. All right, when we come back, another Summer League game for the Suns, and some of these guys are standing out. It's getting tougher and tougher to not overreact. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like, if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Man, I spent years in professional football taking an awful lot of hits. Living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, brothers, well, you know what? That wore me down in a way football never did. But every meal, man, think about it. It's kind of a battle when your teeth are falling out. Every smile, man, you really don't want to smile for pictures. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants, and it really changed everything. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. So trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game. That's right, Basinonians. Well, that is Dr. Joe Moranfer at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases, 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, pick up the phone and give Ari a call at 602-877-0429. That's 602-877-0429.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list: a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hey, it's Mitch. Can Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll be the shining stars in tonight's MLB All-Star Game? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You okay?
I'm ready this time.
Yeah.
Look at that.
All right, while you were saying, oh no.
That was
Putting
just building
in your
the drama.
earbuds.
Yeah, you know how tough that is.
I don't know if we should call them earbuds, Luke. I think we ought to call them something. They're more involved than just earbuds.
Okay.
They're monitors.
They're more complex. When you say...
Yeah, they're like monitors, like musicians use.
Monitors? Is that what they call them? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll call them monitors.
We're going to call yours monitors.
Okay.
I have the earbuds, basically.
And that's why you're always ready to go.
It was $8.99, and I got them at some Circle K or something.
You spent $899
no,
on your earbuds?
it was $8.99.
Oh. Do you have a click track going in it, Luke?
Yeah, I can.
Like Taylor Swift.
Yes, absolutely, obviously, at all times.
Yeah.
Please
she
do.
uses a click track so that she keeps the rhythm.
Do not play Taylor Swift as a rejoin, please.
I won't.
Thank you. Of course you're
my one request.
It's okay, he won't. I will.
Yes, okay.
Have you?
Jamal's just going to play
Thank
it on
you,
his
Jamal.
phone.
Actually, The Offspring did a cover of Taylor Swift, and it went hard.
I would say I'll be the judge of that, but I feel like if I say that, you're going to play it as a rejoin. And he's already pointing to a computer, which means he's asking Jamal to play.
All right, this is good. You're very intriguing to me.
Ruining the
yes,
show.
No,
All right.
I love it. Here we go.
So this is what I was going to say. You don't want to overreact to Summer League, right? This is always the caveat, okay? But I remember before the first game saying to you, word for word, Wolf, I'm not going to overreact if Kaman Malawach goes out there and gets like 18 points and 12 rebounds. Those are the exact numbers I said. Through 3 games, he's averaging 18.3 points and 12 rebounds. So we're really testing me.
Yes.
He looked good last night. Kobe Brea looked good last night. And Koa Pete, I would say, looked good. I mean, it's Summer League. It is what it is. That doesn't change. But the players that we were all the most excited to see, throw Rasheer Fleming in there too. Rasheer Fleming, I just feel like what he's putting up in Summer League, he's just going to put up in the NBA too. You know what I mean? He's not as flashy necessarily statistically, but Malwatch, Koa Pete to a certain extent, Kobe Brea last night continue to stand out.
Yes, based on as I'm watching this game last night, of course, taking very meticulous notes, I might add.
You have a whole notebook over there.
Yes, there's no doubt about it.
That's just the first quarter?
I wrote down 3 things about this game. Who jumped off the floor at you as you were watching the game?
Okay.
Who just was literally like, oh my goodness, who's that dude? Who is that dude? Number 2, who surprised you? And number 3, what was the best thing about the game? Watching the Suns in Summer League last night. Number 1, who jumped off? Who's Kamon Mello?
Braden Burries. Okay, you mean. Okay. Well, he did.
Boy, he did look good, didn't he, man? Braden Burries basing on the ends. Oh, my goodness. He looked really, really good. Again, it's Summer League. Settle down, Luke.
Calm down, Milwaukee.
You're overreacting. Wait till I get to what I wrote about Braden Burries.
Kamon Malwatch,
I may have overreacted.
Kamon Malwatch has been, I would say, everything you're asking him to be through 3 Summer League games in year 2.
Yeah, listen, 21-10 with a plus 18 that's a good way to go through Summer League right there.
But he 4 blocks too, right? You have 4 blocks?
4 blocks as well. Yes. Kamon Malwatch, he dominated. He flexed a little bit. And I know, again, he only scored 21 points and 10 rebounds, not trying to make it sound like it was 20. But if you watch the broadcast, just look how many shots Kamon Malwatch altered as well.
Well, that's, the baseline you get with him defensively and just being disruptive. The stats, they already start on top of that. So when you say 21-10 in 27 minutes, that's impressive. Even if it's really high level pickup basketball, it's still impressive because of what he's already doing defensively and just by standing there and being real tall.
Yes.
And disrupting what the other team does. You throw in the 4 blocks, but then you got to throw in the other plays where just because he was there, Milwaukee had to reset their offense and do something they maybe didn't want to do.
Yes.
And yeah, I have 0 complaints about Kamon Malwatch. Hit another 3 too.
And I know this is. Now, listen, he was 1 of 4, I believe, from beyond.
Oh, he's
the
not
arc.
Steph.
Okay. He's not Steph, but if you watch his shot, it looks good. It looks good.
For a big man, he does have pretty good form.
No.
It doesn't look like he's just forcing something up and trying to work on this because it's July.
Right. I think he is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I think Kamon Malwatch is going to be one of these 5s that stretches the floor. I believe that. Now, again, is that going to happen this year? It's so early. The kid is so young. Get off him, Luke. He's a young guy.
I'll calm down. Okay.
My goodness, he's so young.
What am I thinking over here?
I do believe he's going to develop the ability to shoot a 3 in the NBA. No doubt.
He's working
about
on it.
He's working on it right now. He looks really, really, really good doing it. But, man, just watching him dominate, being aware of what was going on around him, in particular on the defensive end of the floor. How many times, too, did they try to get it to him in the paint? He's working really, really hard. He's physical while he's doing it. I'm really excited about Kamon Malwatch. Again, it is the Summer League. Okay? I get it. It's not the NBA. It's the Summer League. Yet at the same time, you can only play and compete against your opponent. Can't you?
All right, well, this is what he said after the game.
I mean, I'm just trying to be there for my team. Just let them know that I got their backs and just keep pushing and keep getting better.
You talk about getting better. Obviously, your rookie season, you didn't play that much. How important is this developmental period here in Summer League for your growth?
I mean, it's really important by taking care of every rep, not taking any rep for granted. and just really pushing. And it's a process. It's a process. My time eventually will come, and I just got to be ready for the opportunity that I don't have, rather than having an opportunity and I'm ready for it.
Well, let's just call this what it is, okay? I mean, we can talk about any of these players on any of these teams, and, you know, depending who it is, you're going to get fired up or you're not, or you're going to overreact the other way, too. The reality is, you said it. He can only play what's in front of him. He's not playing Oklahoma City in the playoffs yesterday. He can only play what's in front of him. He's doing everything you would ask right now. Now, does that help them in the regular season? We'll see. But the reason that I think Suns fans are so fired up about this is what he can potentially be is exactly what this team needs. It's not like, hey, this guy's got a lot of talent, and, you know, if he can hit his ceiling, maybe they can figure out where to fit him in. If he hits his ceiling, you've got your big man for the next 10 years. And like a disruptive one who maybe can hit threes, who can score, who's going to be a rim runner, who's going to do things on the offensive and defensive glass. He's just scratching the surface. And if he, even if he doesn't get to his full potential, if he just gets close to it, it's exactly what they need.
Yeah.
He'll just play over Mark Williams if he plays to his potential.
Yeah, so he was eye-bobbing. He was just watching the game.
Can't miss him either.
You couldn't miss him. Yeah, it was come on, Malawatch. What was the best thing about this game? Koa Pete. For me. Koa Pete. Dude played 11 minutes, had 11 points. All right, was a plus 14
Got to be efficient
as well. Went out there, just watching Koa Pete go about his business. Again, I get it. It's the summer league. we had to just
disclaimer,
honestly,
caveat. No love for Kobe Bryant?
Just who was the biggest surprise? Kobe Bryant.
Oh, okay, there we go. All right.
Kobe Bryant, because he'd been struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
As well.
That shot was it. There's a reason why he was described as maybe having the best shot in college basketball 2 years ago. We got to bring Jamal on for this.
Jamal's in on
Jamal
this.
is all in on Kobe Bryant.
That's right.
But you were kind of down on him yesterday, and so we sent him the audio of you right before the game, and he was like, "I'll show him."
Oh yeah, he showed
I'll hit 6 threes. Yeah, he did.
But this is what he's capable of. Like we saw this in Kentucky when he was in college, and we saw it in the G League. He averaged over 20 points last year in the G League.
Yeah.
He's capable of this, and now, you know, he's struggled mightily so far in the summer league, but he came out and he finally got comfortable, and he looked like he was confident shooting that three ball. And when he's confident, he's one of the best shooters, not only in the summer league, but I think he can be one of the best shooters in the league someday.
It would be really nice if he could get just good enough to garner minutes at the NBA level, because the shot is... And it didn't. It wasn't looking good. I mean, to be fair to Jamal, he was right. What was the previous game against New Orleans? It looked like me shooting. But last night, he looked like Kobe Bryant, and that's why he is such a good shot.
Yeah. No, I put him down as my biggest surprise. But Koa Pete, just watching him, this is a guy that seems very, very focused, very capable, and a guy that's going to throw his body around it, is not afraid of any type of physicality whatsoever. Again, summer league, I get it. But it starts somewhere. Isn't that right, Koa? It starts somewhere. Grow that, man.
I put a little more stock in what we're seeing from Koa Pete, too, because he's not even a rookie yet. So if he's doing anything, I would say that's a good sign. All right, we come back. Let's get into football. Training camp starts next week for the Cardinals. So which position battles are we going to be watching most closely as camp opens? And you know what, Wolf? Here's the caveat. We're going to start somewhere other than quarterback. Because if we start with quarterback, that's all we're going to talk about. And then we're going to end up with, is Jacoby Brissett going to play? We're going to start with a different position. Okay. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery is the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Summer Suns took down the Bucks 95-88 last night in Las Vegas. Read Kevin Zimmerman's thoughts on the game right now on ArizonaSports.com. The Suns take on the Pistons tomorrow at the Thomas & Mack Center. And that is what's trending now.
Come on! We were both young when I first saw you. I closed my eyes and the flashback starts. I'm standing there.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation. He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, camp next week for the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf. We've talked a lot about the quarterback position. I mean, there's a reason why. It is the most important position in sports, and there's really not an answer there yet for the Cardinals. And I think if we really went through all 32 teams, there's maybe 2 that don't know who their quarterback is for week 1. But we've talked a lot about quarterbacks, so let's look at some of the other position battles or whatever, just things you're going to be watching when training camp starts in a week.
Okay. You know what I love to do, Babes and Earnings, for the most part? I love to look at a position room and say, what is the most competitive position room the Arizona Cardinals have? What is the most competitive? I like to start there.
Okay.
So let's do that. And then we're going to get more into the personal battles that may exist on this roster.
It's good that you have all this because I already lost my show sheet, so everything
good.
I wrote down is gone.
Yes, I'm providing structure. Yeah. This is interesting, basically, because that
frightening.
Typically does not happen. Okay, so let's get your opinion in regard to what you think is the most competitive position room the Arizona Cardinals have going into training camp.
Well, this is somewhat not fair because you and I were talking about this before the show, but I also think this particular answer is somewhat obvious. I would say there's 2 positions, but I think cornerback is the answer. I think the other one you could say is running back, but the problem is I feel like they already kind of know what that hierarchy is going to look like. So I'm going to say corner.
Yeah, and here's the other thing about that as well. It's also very interesting when you talk about running back. Running back, yes, you're going to have a starter, Babes and Earnings. You're going to have a starter. But so much of the time, you can actually go via personnel package. You can have Jeremiah Love in there, of course, and he's going to earn his time based on how he performs, of course, especially when you have a James Conner. That who knows when he might be back and ready to go, but Tyler Algier is another guy. They didn't just sign him as a guy. They didn't just go ahead and give him money just because they felt like giving him money. He's going to be
kind of a weird way to run your team.
He's going to be a guy that is also going to be in a personnel package. So once again, it's a situation where you're going to find time. You're going to find snaps for all 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
Corner, not so much. You're going to have a CB1, you're going to have a CB2, and you're going to have a nickel corner.
So wait, you agree with me on this?
I do.
Okay.
You're right.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else.
You're right, Luke. Is that what you wanted? A little affirmation? You're right.
No, I would have. You're right, going to provide
Luke.
structure, not affirmation.
The cornerback room, I think, is the most contested room by far. Do they have their CB1? Would you say they do?
Yeah, I feel good about Will Johnson. We're in that range of the season where you say anything good about the Cardinals and people are like, oh, well,
I know.
No, I legitimately feel good about Will Johnson. They should not have been able to get him where they got him.
Yeah, and you know what? If you don't feel good about Will Johnson, Babes and Earnings, sit down and be quiet, please.
Or run.
Because honestly, what would you point to last year and say, Will Johnson did? He was not good.
Run.
Hit the post right there. Meant to do that. Did it very well, I might add.
Well done.
But Will Johnson was truly a CB1. Really, for a rookie, he played so well. And I think he's only going to get better in year 2. Now, I've said that before as well.
But I think fairly universally, people around the league thought he was a legitimate CB1. And then he dropped to pick 47 instead of 11, where people thought he was going to go. So that's just one of those things where if you're the Cardinals, you take it and run. Here's something that went your way.
Yes. Okay, so now let's go to the nickel corner, shall we?
Okay.
Who do you think is going to be that nickel corner?
See, I think
because he's a starter in today's NFL.
This is one of the picks you have to give Monty Austin for credit for, and Garrett Williams, because of where they got him. And that's another guy who probably wouldn't have been where he was, wouldn't have been available if not for injury issues in college. But the Cardinal, and he's had injury issues in the NFL. I get that. But when he plays, they've got a legit corner right there.
They really believe, based on earnings, Garrett Williams is going to be ready by week 1. They think he's going to be ready before that, as a matter of fact, which is truly amazing. If you could tell me that Garrett Williams could get some preseason reps, I would love that in a game, especially because they have 4 games now. If you could actually get him in that last game, you could get him some preseason reps. Man, I think that would be huge for him. But Garrett Williams, I believe, is going to be your nickel corner.
I would just say when he got hurt last year, That was like the final straw for me.
Oh, no doubt.
Of many straws, but that was the final straw.
So now all of a sudden, Luke, you've got Denzel Burke, Starling Thomas, Sean Murphy-Bunting, and I'm not giving up on Max Melton. You got those 4 guys that I think are going to be under serious consideration for CB2. That's contested.
That's not bad. I mean, there's legitimate upside there. Max Melton has upside. I know he gets burned sometimes, but he plays pretty fearless football, and he's got upside. And Star Thomas has been
talent too.
Thomas has been steady. Denzel Burke has probably exceeded expectations, and I know Sean Murphy-Bunting missed last year, and the year before he was very up and down, but that's a veteran presence. They don't have a whole lot of vets in that spot. So I don't hate their corners. And now I say that knowing they're in the division with the Rams and the Seahawks and even the 49ers. So if the corners aren't on point, then they're going to get exposed very quickly. But I think, again, I'm kind of looking at this season as almost a 2-year thing of like, can you be a playoff team in 2027? I think they have pieces there.
Yeah, Denzel Burke really surprised me last year, brothers. He did. He played so much better. He was a much better tackler than I actually thought he was as well. But he played so much better than what my expectation was. And that's what I love, too, by the way. You know what, Denzel? That's why we do this, right? It really doesn't matter where you are. You actually proved last year that you could be a corner in the National Football League. Now, you've got a lot of years ahead of you, Lord willing, of course, Denzel, but you're going to have to do a lot more proving going forward. There's no doubt about that. But the great thing is you proved you could already do it. Led the team in picks with 3 picks, as a matter of fact.
174th pick in the draft. That's 3 more picks than the Jets had as an entire team.
Got his hands all over the pig, too, last year, and passes defense, did an excellent job. I think Sean Murphy-Bunting is probably going to move as a backup to Garrett Williams in that nickel corner position. That's what I think he's going to do at this point, a veteran presence in that nickel corner. And, you know, once again, though, to have Max Melton competing with Denzel Burke out there and Star Thomas. How well did Star Thomas play? He was CB2, as a matter of fact. He was until he got hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, there's you go back and you look at guys like Denzel Burke, who, what was he, a 5th-round pick? And it's like, Monty has hit on some of these late-round picks. He's done it's just you got to start getting these first-round picks to click.
Agreed.
And obviously that's where you build your team is in the first round. You supplement them in the 4th and 5th round. But they're good at supplementing guys with these 3rd and 4th and 5th-round picks. When we come back, we'll stick with football. I hate to say this, Wolf, but you might be right about something from 2 years ago that we all wanted you to be wrong about. Is Aaron Donald close to returning for the LA Rams? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dvax.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life's sleep.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Wednesday morning as we examine what went down in the Major League Baseball All-Star Game and how our Diamondbacks fared. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but wouldn't it be kind of surprising at this point if Aaron Donald didn't come back for the Rams?
Shocking. It'd be shocking.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better runway to come back if you're Aaron Donald. You're not that old. You've stayed in shape. I know maybe it's not NFL shape, but I feel like he could get himself into NFL shape, especially if he's already been working on it for a month. They want you back. You don't have to play every snap. You'd be returning to the Super Bowl favorites. Like, it would just be stunning if he didn't come back.
Oh, by the way, you're showing up at the at the facility for the Rams.
Oh, by the way.
And going through, putting on pads.
It's just a hobby of his.
What is all this?
Yeah,
I don't understand what is going on here. Aaron Donald is going to be an L.A. Ram once again.
Well, they need him, so good for them.
I know.
Like they just got Myles Garrett. Here's Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show yesterday.
He told the team that he wanted to go there, work out, see how he felt, see how he reacted, see everything that went along with being back in pads on the football field, and seeing how it made him feel. Now, I don't know what he told him about that after he went through those workouts at the facility, but I really think it was just a trial method to see how his whole body reacted, how his mind reacted to being back out there. And again, I don't know where he would be more appreciated, celebrated, wanted, respected than in that locker room with the Rams, with Myles Garrett, with a plan where they could play him 12, 15 plays a game.
What?
Use the spots that they need him most, have him on a line with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett get double and triple teamed. Aaron Donald would not get that type of attention again. I mean, it's an unbelievably attractive arrangement for him. It's just a question of whether he wants to go through and do it. My guess is, in the end, that he will. Just a guess.
Yeah.
How do you say no? I don't want him to come back, although I don't know how much does it really impact the Cardinals.
Yeah.
It really who it impacts is the Seahawks. So I'm not going to be that upset if he comes back.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to get this out of the way. I'll be absolutely shocked if he does not come back at this point in time. He already is back.
How could you
as far as I'm
back? Yeah, I
concerned.
mean, how far does this go? Like, I just want to see what it feels like to have the pads on. I just want to see what it feels like to play in a game. I just want to see what it feels like to suit up for the Super Bowl.
That's right. I just want to feel, what it's like to go through a Monday all the way through a Sunday once again. I want to feel.
How does this helmet
I'm just going to do that, and then I'm going to do it again, and then again, and I'm just going to keep doing it.
Just going to do it 17
just to
times.
see how it feels. I don't know what's going on here. I really don't.
Just dragging this out for.
It doesn't seem like Aaron Donald, though.
It doesn't
to drag out something like this.
No, but maybe now he stops dragging it out. I mean, maybe there's. I never played in the NFL. Maybe there's some truth to it. You played in the NFL. Maybe there's some truth that he just wanted to see what it was like to go back there and be like, am I willing to break my body again for this? But then he looked around and he was like, I'm Aaron Donald. I break everybody else's body. So, yeah, I'm good to go. Like, there's no way he's turning this down now.
Yeah, I just, the allure, my brothers, the allure of coming back and actually lining up inside of Myles Garrett, I'm sure is something that is compelling him to do what he's doing right now. I don't think there's any doubt. I will absolutely be shocked if the Rams blow this somehow, some way. It was interesting to actually hear Shefty, too, talking about 12 to 15 plays. Brothers, he's not going to play just 12 plays.
You think like 20 to 30?
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's not going to play 12 plays. To me, there's no way. He might start out playing 12 plays, and then all of a sudden it's going to be 22. And from there it's going to be 25, and from there it's going to be 32. And then it's going to seriously,
that might just be something Sean McVay's telling him right now. Like, hey, just come back, Aaron. You only have to play 12 to 15 plays.
That's all. You know what? You'll make such a huge, and he would.
Once they get him into games, he's just going to play more and more.
My prediction is that like 2-3 weeks into training camp, we get the Aaron Donald, walking into the facility and he's signing with the team, and he just doesn't want to go through the first couple of weeks. He's doing when Brett Favre would always come back, he'd always come back like 3 weeks into training camp, 4 weeks into training camp. That's what Aaron Donald's doing.
But you know what, though, Rick? Typically, I would agree with what you're saying. But, man, he's doing it a little early now. He's doing it way early, as a matter of fact, to actually pull that off.
And how much are they really going to ask him to do in camp? Right? I mean, you know what Aaron Donald is. I mean, maybe he wants it to sort of ramp back up.
But he does have to kind of get in shape. He's got to get in.
So maybe he wants that.
I know. He's got to get in NFL shape. See, I thought Aaron Donald, this last couple of weeks, what he's done over the last couple of weeks, I really thought that was going to happen when training camp started.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a situation where he was going to be like, you know what, Sean, I want to play. As a matter of fact.
So you think because he's doing it earlier, I would take that as he's more likely to come back. Like he's just genuinely making sure he wants to do it.
He's genuinely making sure he wants to do it.
But I don't know how you say no.
I think he's also admitting I'm going to need preseason and training camp to actually get in shape, get in football shape.
He hasn't played since 23. So it's been 2 years since he's played.
Okay. Yeah.
So, there are guys in the league that haven't played in a year because they were hurt or whatever.
That's right.
It takes time to get back.
And that's why I think he thinks he's going to have to ramp up in training camp and preseason. I think he knows he needs it.
How messed up is it going to be, though, when maybe Jacoby's just going to hold out or hold in or whatever he's doing until they're done playing the Rams? Because how messed up is it going to be when you're a quarterback and Aaron Donald comes walking out onto the field opposite Myles Garrett for any big play in the game?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Or inside of Myles Garrett as well.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's, oh, my goodness.
That's even worse.
Yeah. Here we go. Look, everybody. It's Aaron Donald.
Just watch the guard walk off the field.
Technique.
I'm just going to leave.
And then Myles Garrett lining up outside of him. My goodness. Honestly, this is, you know what? It jacks me up, though. It jacks me up. Okay. Because I've seen this before, brothers. I don't care. I've seen this before. Leonard Marshall, Lawrence Taylor. Look, everybody, there it is. The dread of dreads that those two men put into NFL offensive linemen, Leonard Marshall and Lawrence Taylor.
Okay, but how often have you seen it other than the combo you're giving us? I mean, that's what, 80s and 90s?
Yes.
Can you name one since? I can't.
I know. Okay, I get your point, Luke. It's a little brutal. I am fascinated by this story because, again, it's something that I thought was going to happen after a year of Aaron Donald being out. I thought it was going to be a year. He was going to miss a year, and he was going to come back. This I did not see.
Can I be honest?
Yeah?
You sound like you kind of want to see it.
Oh,
just
my
the
goodness.
Football person that you are. You
no
want to see it for
doubt
that.
about- the scheme, baby. I want to see the scheme that the Rams come up with. I want to see how they use him. Yeah, the 12 to 15, I think it will expand, of course. 12 to 15 is a great starting point. That sounds like third down to me for the most part, a lot of third downs. But how they're going to use them, the schemes they're going to come up with. Never forget, Basinonians, the schemes matter. Okay, they do. Just don't be that guy that puts all the emphasis on the scheme, the coaching, the plan that comes, because it's not. It's the skulls that matter. The skulls. And these guys, you can draw up any scheme in the world. And when you got Myles Garrett and you've got Aaron Donald, and you've got these two guys, you might put them opposite each other. You might put them side by side. You might stack them. I kid you not. I do want to see it, Luke.
Yeah, you do.
How are they going to
do.
use these two guys?
Full disclosure. I mean, I don't love it because they're in the Cardinals division, and I'm sick of the Rams. But again, I'm not sitting over here with delusions that the Cardinals are going to go to the playoffs and make a Super Bowl run this year. I don't think Aaron Donald's coming back for 3 years. I think he's probably coming back for a year, right? So I don't hate it as much as I would normally. I mean, I'm looking at their schedule. The Rams, they play the Seahawks in Week 16 and Week 18. Think they wouldn't mind having Aaron Donald at the end of this. First of all, who made that schedule? Seahawks, Rams in Week 16 and 18.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see it just for football purposes.
What I would love, I'd love for Aaron Donald to answer one question. One question, and the question would be this. Why are you coming back?
I thought you were going to say, will you play for the Cardinals?
Why are you coming back? Oh, just to play with Myles Garrett? No. If you're coming back just to play with Myles Garrett, dude, that's not going to fly. You're coming back because of what? Because I want the opportunity to win the whole thing.
This is Super Bowl sitting right there for him. I mean, nothing's given. Nothing's guaranteed.
Bro.
But he's stepping in if he comes back on the favorites, or at least if you don't believe the Rams are the favorite, they have to be on your short list of teams that can win this. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. Let's do our midseason awards, Wolf. I'm so proud of myself. I still have the sheet from our quarter season awards. You guys don't know who you picked. I got them right here.
You're our show's secretary, apparently.
Oh, that's the title I've always been angling for. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Summer Suns took down the Bucks 95-88 last night in Las Vegas. Read Kevin Zimmerman's thoughts on the game right now on ArizonaSports.com. The Suns take on the Pistons tomorrow at the Thomas & Mack Center. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. Plenty of conversation swirling around how Kyler Murray will fit with Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to dive way deep into it on Bickley and Murata starting at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
I'm telling you, that's who they should have done Hard Knocks on. They picked their team too early. Hard Knocks and the Minnesota Vikings would be incredible.
Oh, my goodness.
With the J.J. McCarthy, the unreasonable fan base he has, the expectations now on Kyler Murray. If Kyler doesn't hit them.
You know, that, I call him 9.
Yeah, and that sound effect right there.
Yo.
I mean, how could you not be all in on that? Just the drama that the Vikings have going into camp. That's not what we're talking about here, though.
Yeah.
So all the things that we write down for the show, Wolf, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to keep this, and I immediately throw it away, up to and including today's show sheet, which I wrote out and then threw away before the show even started. I somehow kept who we picked for our quarter of the season awards for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Wow.
So you guys haven't seen this.
No.
So let's make our picks now. It's not the halfway point, but whatever. It's the All-Star break.
Okay, the quarter. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just getting it down. It was the quarter mark of the season.
Yes.
Okay, we are above. We're actually beyond the halfway.
We're at the All-Star break.
Okay, we're at the
I didn't find this at 82 games in or at 81
okay,
games.
good.
I found
so
it.
we're at the quarter mark, basically.
I just want to see how similar our picks are to where they were a quarter of the way through the season. I think it'll tell us something about where this Diamondback season has gone.
Okay, what are the categories?
Best pitcher.
Best pitcher.
Unsung hero.
Unsung hero.
Team MVP. That's it.
Team MVP.
3 categories.
All right, good.
Jamal and Rick were in on this too. They're both back there, so we're doing this today. So why don't we go through and make our picks at the All-Star break? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Do I need to be worried about Wolf?
Don't get me distracted, man.
I was literally reading Best Pitcher.
All right, I'm just saying, don't.
Okay.
Parasite. Don't get me distracted.
That wasn't me that got you distracted.
All right.
That was
just
Rick.
Continue.
That's
seriously.
not me. Okay, best pitcher. We're going around the room right now. Who's been your best pitcher? Let's start with Jamal because he seems the least distracted of all of us because he was smart enough to run downstairs.
He's got the hood up as well.
Blocking out the noise. Jamal, who is your best pitcher through the first 96 games of the season?
Eduardo Rodriguez.
Okay.
E-Rod.
Yeah.
E-Rod.
Yeah, me too.
Eduardo.
Okay.
I would have to say Eduardo Rodriguez as well, based on Ian's.
Eduardo Rodriguez for me as well.
Okay.
Very, chalk for that one.
Interesting in that when we did this a quarter of the way through the season, Jamal and I both said E-Rod. You guys both said Paul Sewald. And Paul Sewald hasn't done anything wrong since the quarter mark of the season, but you've both just given up on him.
So,
ERA's a little higher.
So it kind of looks like I'm right on both of those, right?
I guess
Paul Sewald,
that's
of
one way
course,
to
yes.
interpret it, yeah.
And, well, it's, again, Paul Sewald, will you accept his ERA when you look at how many saves he has?
I will accept
how
his
many
ERA,
blown saves?
yes.
Of course.
Because he gets it done.
That's right. He gets the job done. Sit down and be quiet.
All right, but we're all E-Rod now. You guys have been converted over the last 50 games. Unsung hero of the season so far.
Man.
This was all over the place earlier at the quarter mark. I'll give you mine. You want me to give you? It's not going to influence anybody, right?
No.
Okay. I don't like how dismissively you said that. Like nobody cares what you have to say. I'm going to say Gabby Moreno.
Okay, Gabby Moreno.
Unsung hero, Gabby Moreno.
Okay,
who's
I'm
been
gonna
on a
say
tear the last couple
Nolan
months.
Arenado.
Okay.
That's what I'm
We
gonna
all
say.
had different answers at the quarter mark, and I'm guessing we're all going to have different answers now, too.
Okay. What about you, Rick?
I have Jonathan Loizaga.
Loizaga.
Okay. He has a 2.17 ERA, which is basically leading the bullpen. Brandon Garcia has a 1.90, but he's only pitched in 28 games. I'm kind of talking about the guys that have been here all season. And Loizaga has just been, he's been probably their best reliever in a group that's been really good this year, surprisingly good. So, yeah, 2-2 with a 2.17 ERA in 40 games this year. And he's actually finished off 11 games and has a save. So he can kind of be a back-end guy when they're up, more runs than 2 or 3.
Jamal?
Okay, now I'm going to go with somebody. It might be controversial.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Oh, no, controversial.
Might be a little
Jamal
controversial.
or nothing.
What a precursor. Okay.
My unsung hero is Ketel Marte.
Okay.
And here's why.
Okay.
Ketel Marte is obviously one of their best players, but he hasn't had a Ketel Marte type season. But he has had moments where he saved the D-backs from losing some games, whether it's the walk-off against the Dodgers or the Giants, or he's had some big hits. They just haven't come at a consistent enough level to where he's Ketel Marte of old. But I think he's had enough moments where he's helped his team win a few more games than they should have.
We're going to have to go to Rick Rulemaker on this for rolling. Rick, is this allowed?
That's fine.
Okay.
I get it.
So
Yeah.
here's...
I reject it openly.
Open,
okay, as
open
an
rejection.
unsung hero, Ketel Marte.
Oh, but I already went to Rick Rulemaker. So
Okay.
You don't have
Oh,
a
I
cool
see.
name like that.
All right, great.
This is who, because we all picked somebody different at the quarter mark from each other.
Yeah.
And we all changed our answers. So I'm going with Gabby now. I had Nolan Arenado at the quarter mark.
Okay.
Wolf, you're copying me 50 games late. You have Nolan Arenado now.
See?
But you had
how consistent I am based on our needs.
You had Adrian Del Castillo at the quarter mark. Rick, you have Jonathan Loizaga now. You had Juan Murillo. And Jamal, you have Ketel Marte now, but you had James McCann at the quarter mark.
I'd like to change my selection for the quarter mark.
Right. You would like to go back in time?
I'd like to go back and change it. Ildemaro Vargas.
You're going to go back in time?
Yes,
he wasn't unsung, though. Everybody was talking about him.
Yeah, but he came from nowhere, and you know it.
It's true, but everybody was talking about it. I rule as Rick Rulemaker. I rule
You need a gavel.
invalid.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
You know what?
Okay.
Don't punch this table. That doesn't feel great. I'll tell you that. I was trying to do like a gavel with my hand, but
Well,
it didn't
first
work.
of all, you're doing it with the palm.
Well, because I was just trying to, like, it was a gavel.
Okay, yeah. All right.
I mean, it's not how you punch. Well, I understand.
I don't think it hurts
not to do
more.
that.
With your knuckles, it doesn't hurt at all.
Really?
When,
I'm gonna try that during the
I'm
break.
just saying, when they're
You're right. It does.
when
I
they're
can't get a good
callous
angle.
because you sit around and threw cards at it all.
Yeah, that's
okay. That's great.
Okay.
All right, unsung hero. I'm sticking with Nolan Arenado right now. He's played a mean third base for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think he's also provided a lot of leadership. He's got, 12 home runs, I think, and 40 RBIs, I believe.
Sure.
On the air, yeah. I'm going to say that Nolan Arenado has done an awful lot for this team.
All right, MVP.
Well, if there can only be one, it's Paul Sewald.
Oh, okay. I'll go Erod.
I typically would never take a pitcher, Basinonians, unless it's a closer that has gone out and how many saves has he blown? One. One save.
On a team that wins a lot of close games, too. With a bullpen that has been one of the better ones in baseball. I don't hate your pick. I'm going with Erod, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Rick?
I am going to actually go with Ketel. I know he's not having the typical season that he usually has, but he's still leading the team with 17 home runs. And I feel like with most valuable player, like, how valuable have you been to your team? And I feel like he's saved them in multiple games this year, like against the Dodgers, that one game when they needed a walk-off and he delivered. And, he had another walk-off home run this year. So I feel like he saved them from, they would not be in the position they are in right now if it wasn't for Ketel Marte.
Jamal?
Erod. I mean, they're 14-3 when he starts.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. It's just difficult for me to look at a guy who takes the ball once every fifth day.
Yeah,
he's the MVP.
That's my issue with it. It's like,
baseball is so much. I'm not saying you're wrong. Well, I guess I am, Jamal.
Right.
I'm
well, and you're also
rejecting
saying I'm
Jamal.
wrong too by doing that.
Okay, so yeah,
that's fine. Let's take Erod off the team and see how good they're doing.
No, I'm just saying Paul Sewald again, a pitcher. Yes, Basinonians, but he's got 22 saves on the season. He's blown one. That is, you'll take that save percentage all day long. That is elite.
I just want to point out, my MVP has played 92 games. Luke and Jamal's MVP has played 19 games, and Wolf's MVP has played in 37 games. I have an issue with players that do not play every day being MVP.
But your MVP is hitting 256. Like, he's not having a Ketel
17
season.
home runs, though. That's leading the team.
Yes.
All right.
19 doubles, tied for the team lead with Corbin.
Well, see,
also, where's the Corbin love? Nobody for Corbin?
Corbin's hitting 252.
Yeah. Since when are we just looking at numbers, basically? And since when do we just look at
I've said he saved the team multiple games.
I'm a big fan of winning games.
Paul Sewald has one of the reasons why the Diamondbacks are where they are right now, 49 and 47. One of the reasons why, Basinonians, is their bullpen has been lights out. Bullpen lights out. What? It all started with Paul Sewald, once again, filling the closer role and everyone else just lining up.
Do you guys remember who you picked for MVP at the quarter mark?
I think so.
Okay.
Probably Vargas, right?
Yeah.
Was it?
We all picked Vargas.
Yeah.
Oh, my
A quarter of the way. That's how great he was 41 games into the season or whatever.
Goodness.
he has since trailed off. He's still hitting 258.
I think we had to. Yeah, we had to.
He was pretty. I mean, at that point,
had to at that point.
It's tough to pick a starting pitcher when they've only made a few starts at that point. And Sewald, you wanted to see more. I mean, it was definitely Vargas at that point. All right, I'm going to probably throw this piece of paper away, and we won't be able to do it again.
You're going to keep it.
It's the one piece of paper
it's going
I've
into
kept.
the blue folder.
I truly have thrown
this new folder. I've noticed.
It's a new era of organization.
Interesting.
Never mind the fact I threw away today's show
Luke's folder.
When we come
beautiful part of the program.
Back. Do the Phoenix Suns have too many ifs? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
It's really hard to overstate just how out of left field these last 4 games have felt. They got that last win in San Diego, then they went into Los Angeles, and in a weekend where their 3 impact players did nothing. It was the lower half of the lineup that was leading the Diamondbacks in each of these games, and that's exactly where they have been a big, dark, black hole.
It was the others, as
It was the
Shaquille O'Neal.
others.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures, and if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the Precision decision today.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation. He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Feel pretty good about the Suns this year overall?
Yes. I don't know how you can't look at what happened last year and have hope for what could possibly be this year.
Did you know you were hitting the post?
No.
Oh, Rick
but
faded it. Rick faded it down right at the loudest part of the song.
It happens innately.
Well, you did hit the post.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so this is, I think the start of this conversation is, what do you expect from this team this season? 45 wins last year, made it out of the play-in, got swept by Oklahoma City. Are you expecting better results this year? And if so, how much better? Like, what does that look like?
Can I just see the first 25 games? Can I just see that? So, I just want to see how they come out and compete.
Okay.
And, once again, it is a work in progress. This is the cool thing about it. Last year, let's all just kind of appreciate what they really did last year. They went through a seismic shift from moving away from Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
That feels like that was like 8 years ago.
Absolutely. Seismic shift. Moving away from that and not having a lot of draft capital to do anything about it. And what happened? They turned a team around in 1 year. That's just a massive accomplishment. And I want to actually sit here for a minute and enjoy what they did last year.
I would enjoy it now, because when we get into January, if they're not taking another step, then people are not going to enjoy it as much.
What does that next step look like for the Phoenix Suns? It's probably a little bit different for everybody, isn't it?
All right, let's go around right now and get it on the record.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
For me,
what does that look like?
It's winning playoff games. And I'm not sure they're going to do that, but that's what the next step looks like for me, is winning playoff games.
Okay.
I think, in a perfect world, you're finishing top 6, so you're not playing Oklahoma City or San Antonio in the first round. And you are at least making that first round series compelling.
See, for me, that's what I would say. I would say the next step for the Phoenix Suns is actually being in the top 6 seeds. That's the next step.
So,
to me.
Similar?
Yes.
Okay. Rick, Jamal, anything you want to add to that?
I think the next step should be trying to compete for championships, but they're not in the position to. So, they've got Devin Booker in his prime. They've got to capitalize on it, but they're just not in the position to. So I don't really know what the direction is here.
That was disappointing and depressing.
Yeah. What about you, Jim?
I don't totally disagree with you, but that you just made me want to cry.
Just the development of the young guys, whether it's Kamal Malawach or Rasheer Fleming or Kobe Brea. As long as those guys continue to improve, I think that's the next step, because I don't think there's really any move. You got the 2029 first-round pick from Charlotte, but what are you going to be able to do with that? You're going to be able to get something, but are you going to be able to get a game-changing piece that gets you over the top to compete with the Oklahoma Cities and the San Antonios of the world? I don't know, but I think the most important thing right now is the development of the young guys.
So how many ifs are there to get there? Rick brought this up in the pre-show meeting. I think it's a great way to look at it. How many ifs have to go the Suns' way for them to reach
first of all,
your goal?
I can't stand ifs, just so you know.
Okay.
The hypothetical. The hypothetical that is ifs.
What about ands and buts?
What ifs, butts, candy, and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
What was the book one?
Right?
I've never heard that.
That's exactly. Oh no, that is a saying.
I thought the book one was if ifs were fifths or something. He
no.
said that. Yeah, he did. He said that during the playoffs.
Who?
Devin Booker.
Oh no, yeah, whatever.
Phoenix
I don't know
Suns.
what it's. Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
I just know there was a idiom, ladies and gentlemen, in the 17th century that says, if wishes were horses. If wishes were horses, okay? There was nothing more important in the 17th century than a horse. Can you imagine, Basinonians? Not only because it would help you plow a field, it would help you work and get things done, but also because it was for travel, literally traveling from one place to another. If wishes were horses, in other words, there was nothing more real than a horse, and that you're going to sit around and wish for something. It doesn't make any sense. It's a hypothetical. It's just a joke. So the ifs thing, I've always, if you did this and if you did that, how about you do that?
Okay.
Instead of saying, if I did this. See, from an analyst perspective and a former player's perspective, I can't stand ifs.
Well, okay, well then let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
How many horses will it take for the Phoenix Suns to finish in the top 6?
There's so many things that actually have to happen, right? But this is a young team that has a lot of question marks that are trying to come together. How much better is Kaman Malawach really going to be this year in year 2? How much better is Rasheer Fleming really going to be? How much can Koa Pete do anything for this team going forward? Look, to me, I think they're going to be much better. I do. And I think their culture has been established and set in stone. And because of that, I expect them to win more games this year than they did last year.
I mean, so all the questions you asked, I think, are real questions. I think you can – I don't know what the Devin Booker question specifically is. I know a lot of people have that question for him. I think it's different for people. It's like, okay, can you win if he's facilitating most of the time? Is he going to go back to having that killer instinct that some people think maybe he lost at the end of games? Is Jalen Green going to play enough? Is Dylan Brooks going to recapture what he did last year? I tell you, though, I mean, I feel like the biggest question is how Miles Bridges fits in. Because on some level, we know Devin Booker's a great player. The odds are Jalen Green's going to play more this year. That was a run of bad luck last year.
Yes, agreed.
I think Dylan Brooks has found his home in the sense of, like, it's not just, okay, he calls this place home, but for whatever reason, either Phoenix brings out the best in him or vice versa, whatever. I think Kaman Malawach takes another step. Rasheer Fleming as well. Who knows what we get from Koa Pete? The one question where I like, and those may not all be answered the way that we want them to be answered, but I feel like we at least kind of have an opinion or an idea. I have no idea how this is going to work with Miles Bridges. It could, or it could. I mean, if it doesn't work, it's going to be one of the worst moves they've ever made.
Agreed on that.
There's no middle ground.
There is no middle ground. I do believe, again, Miles Bridges, if you're looking at just what he brings to the floor, what he brings to the court, what he brings to this team, I think they're going to be a better team on paper. I'm just wondering what it's going to look like off of the court, what it's going to look like in the locker room, what it's going to look like for the chemistry of this team that builds your culture. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like, and I don't care to guess or play ifs and buts, candy and nuts.
I don't even think anybody can make an educated guess on it yet. It's interesting to me that you traded for your biggest question mark. You know, like every team has questions. But like I said, I think most of the Suns' questions, you kind of had an idea what direction it was going.
You targeted your biggest question mark.
You brought in your biggest question mark.
That we don't.
They better know something that we don't know.
They know something, Luke. Do you believe that, though? I do. I think they know something we don't.
I don't know. We'll find out. When we come back, what's going to be the key to a good second half of the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We're going to talk to MLB.com D-backs reporter Steve Gilbert. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Jared Carlin made the observation that he could play goalie for a World Cup squad, and the score results would not be that different.
The Phoenix Rising had us out yesterday.
Yes. Jared kept repeating, these soccer balls are a lot more hard than I remember them being.
That is the thing. You know, you watch it on TV and they kick the ball and it floats up in the air like a balloon. But then literally the first time they kicked the ball at me and I tried to catch it and it went through my hands and I caught it with my chest.
Yeah, right.
Ow!
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
I think I screamed at you, Jarrett. They're not pool toys.
They're like medicine balls.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year one of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Summer Suns took down the Bucks 95-88 last night in Las Vegas. Read Kevin Zimmerman's thoughts on the game right now on ArizonaSports.com. The Suns take on the Pistons tomorrow at the Thomas & Mack Center. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Mitch. Can Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll be the shining stars in tonight's MLB All-Star Game? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, we've got MLB.com Arizona Diamondbacks reporter Steve Gilbert joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Diamondbacks off until Friday, although Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez are not off because they have the All-Star game to get involved in tonight. Steve is joining us. Steve, thank you so much. How's it going?
Hey, it's going good, guys. How are you doing today?
Doing well, Gil.
Let's just start with the game tonight. And you can go either direction you want with this, but Erod making his first ever All-Star appearance. Corbin Carroll already making his third, and he's only been in the league 4 years. So, in your mind, which one of these has been more impressive or a bigger story this year?
Well, I think more impressive is certainly Corbin Carroll, 3 out of his first four full seasons in the big leagues. Say that 3 times fast. Being in the All-Star game is really something. But I think for what makes for a better story this year is certainly the fact that Eduardo is making his first and this is 11th big league season. Something that I don't think a lot of people saw coming after the last couple seasons. But he's really put it together this year. So it's a really nice story for him to get his first chance at this. And it's also Corbin continuing to make a statement that he's going to be an elite player in this league.
Steve, what are your thoughts on the All-Star game overall when you compare it to some of the other sports leagues that are out there, of course, and how they do things? What is your take on Major League Baseball's All-Star game?
You know, obviously it's changed over the years from when you and I were kids and we used to watch the baseball All-Star game, and those guys wanted to win those games. That was that was for pride. That was everything. So it's changed quite a bit. I still think it's one of the better All-Star games that out there. I think it's, as long as we keep in mind that, look, it's an exhibition game. And, you know, like last year when Jacob Mizorowski got added to the team and everyone was like, well, how can this kid get added to the team? Well, because it's a show. It's something for the fans, and fans want to see that kid pitch. So, you know, I still enjoy watching it. I think it's better than some of the other ones in some other sports these days and what they've become. But certainly it's nothing like it was back when I was a kid.
We're talking to Steve Gilbert. Steve, as far as what's coming up for the Diamondbacks with 16 games before the trade deadline, 10 of them against teams right around them in the NL wildcard race, how big of a chance do you give them at being buyers and maybe even, you know, more importantly, I guess, how much did what happened against the Dodgers in LA over the weekend change your opinion?
Yeah, I think it certainly changes the mood going into the All-Star break for them. It's so funny with this team because I feel like in these kind of years where a team hovers around 500, you get the same thing. Sometimes they go on these little runs and you think, wow, they've really put this together. This is a good team. Hey, this is a team that could really do something. Then they lose a few games and everybody wants everybody fired and what's going on here and how can they do this? So I think it certainly changes the perception. I think coming out of the break, those games are crucial. I think Mike Hazen's natural inclination, you guys have talked to him many times, you know this, he wants to buy. He is not a guy who likes to sell. Last year was rough for him. He waited until that last few days before he finally, pulled the trigger on a lot of these deals. So I think they're leaning towards buying, but they have to come out and play well after the break, especially as you pointed out, some of those teams are right around them in the wild card chase.
Gil, are you surprised that the Diamondbacks are over 500 at this point of the season?
Somewhat, given all the injuries and also given the way they looked again after the third game in San Diego. It looked like maybe they were going to, start to fall off. They win the series finale in San Diego, and then even though some of their better hitters didn't necessarily come through against the Dodgers, they found a way to sweep the Dodgers. at Dodger Stadium, which is never an easy thing to do. So I'm still not sure quite what to make of this team. I don't think anybody fully is right now. So yeah, I'm a little surprised that they swept the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. Sure.
Talking to Steve Gilbert. Steve, when you look at the season in totality so far, I mean, they've made some moves like moving on from Alec Thomas and DFAing Pavin Smith and even some of the other moves they've made. It sort of feels like there's a sense of urgency to win right now. I mean, when you look at the division they're in, but also the teams around them in the wild card, factor in the injuries, factor just everything in, how much pressure is there on Mike Hayes and Torey Lovello, just this group in general, to make a postseason run in 2026?
Yeah, I think there is, because of the amount of money too that they're spending. The payroll is pretty high right now, and you have to give ownership credit for that. They've spent, especially since the World Series, to try to get back there. I think it makes it really tough with these injuries. Not having Corbin Burns, we were talking about seeing Corbin Burns possibly be back next week, and instead it's not till September. Ryan Nelson, obviously their most consistent pitcher last year and had started to really put together some good outings. He's out till probably September at the earliest. Now we don't know about Zach Gallen. I mean, and both of their closers, AJ Puck had the setback. He's not going to be back. He was supposed to be back by now. So I think that given all these injuries, it's hard to expect them to necessarily compete. And yet you look around the National League and they're right there in the wild card race and spending a lot of money, and they have some veterans on this team. So I do think there's going to be some pressure to buy and some pressure to make the postseason this year.
Gil, you mentioned his name, but we're all looking at Zach Gallen and wondering what is his future with the Diamondbacks. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's been really hard to figure with Zach. His velocity hasn't been down. None of those, things that usually you see if it's an age thing or a stuff thing. He's just not getting the results. And you look at some of his outings, in Tampa, the first three batters, two guys reach a 3-run homer, and then he retires 15 straight. His last outing against the Padres, he had a stretch there where he retired a bunch of guys in a row. So it's there. It's just not there on a consistent basis. And, they've been racking their brains. He's been racking their brains, trying to figure out what it is. Is it tipping pitches? Is there a command issue? Is it what is pitch sequencing? What could it possibly be? And they haven't been able to quite put their finger on it just yet. And now, we see that he's on the IL with an elbow problem.
Steve, you could look at that Dodgers series, I guess, a couple different ways, because Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte went a combined 1 for 26, but they still swept the Dodgers in L.A. So when you look at the 4-game winning streak they're riding into the All-Star break, do you see elements of this that are sustainable and that they would maybe be above a 500 team now finally going forward?
Well, I think certainly if they can get some production out of the bottom half of that lineup, we talked about the top three. You mentioned two of them, Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Geraldo Perdomo was up there as well, even though he's having not quite the same season he had last year. Now you throw Gabriel Moreno, who's just been red hot, into that mix, and now you got 4. You just need some production from the bottom half of that lineup, and they just weren't getting it, I should say, before that Dodgers series, whether it was, the Pavin Smith situation. Nolan Arenado hasn't necessarily, swung the bat the way they thought he was going to be capable of doing it. But he's shown flashes. So I think if they can get some production out of those, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters, just something out of that, I think they'll be in a lot better position in the second half.
Steve, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
Guys, have a great week.
All right, you too. That's Steve Gilbert, of course, MLB.com, D-backs reporter, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line just a few hours before the start of the All-Star Game tonight, where Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will be participating for the National League. We come back. Let's get into football, Wolf. If you could have one question about the Arizona Cardinals answered, like somebody you ask it, and whoever you ask it to, you pick whoever you ask, and you ask the question, they have to answer it honestly. What would it be? Okay. That's next. I think we'll all do that. You guys command and control in on this? Okay. Everybody's doing this when we come back. We're getting some answers next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Well, I guess we'll get questions. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, we are rolling through the summer. Oh, are we not? And the summer heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move. And we all know that moving is difficult. This is the reason why you need Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they understand that it's difficult. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings, of course, safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad you use Moving Team 6, Basinonians, because they are the best in the business. That's right. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're local, long distance, commercial, residential, whatever kind of move you got, Moving Team 6 has got you covered. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to customers. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. The Summer Suns hit their stride in Monday's win as Koa Pete showed his offensive identity. A look at whether Ryan Waldschmidt's second chance in the Bigs can give the D-backs a boost. And what does ASU's Cutter Boley need to show in fall camp to lock down the starting quarterback job? Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, 1 week till training camp. I was looking in the YouTube live chat. The great line by Jesus Garrett. I wish I could go into cryostasis during football offseason, skip baseball, and not lose any years on my natural life.
My goodness.
Just, I like it. You could maximize more football seasons. Just live for football.
Yeah.
That bothers me. Because baseball is my favorite sport.
Oh.
Okay. Well.
So,
I would love. You wouldn't want to do that then.
No, I wouldn't. I love baseball.
Okay, that's right.
Still,
well, of course.
I love baseball too, but it's a good line.
There's no doubt about it. We all love baseball. That's why we don't have to pick. We don't have to choose.
That's the beauty of it.
Now, once again, Basinonians, my favorite sport is the blood sport.
Is it?
It is. Yes, it is football, of course. And so shall it ever be.
Yeah, I don't think that's changing anytime soon. Well, look, football's coming back next week, and there's a lot of questions around the Arizona Cardinals. So the way we're going to do this, Rick and Jamal are in on this too. Questions, just you can ask anybody on the Cardinals, around the NFL, whatever. It's got to be a Cardinals question, though, and they have to answer it 100% honestly. What would your question be? So I'm not saying like, hey, how's this season going to play out? Because nobody knows that, right? But like a legitimate, like, okay, there's been a lot of vagueness around the Cardinals in a lot of ways this offseason.
Yes. Okay, I like it.
You want me to go first?
How about you go first? Yes.
Go first.
Luke Lipinski, Basinonians, going first on the question.
Okay, so how do I want to phrase this? And I would want an attorney present when I ask this question so they can't wiggle out of it. You know what? I think my question would be, I don't know who it would be to. I'm still working on that. I guess it would be to Monty Ossenfort. Do you even want Jacoby Brissett to start for you this year? That's my question. Because there's a world where they're like, no, now we've drafted Carson Beck. We don't want to lose Carson Beck starting opportunities that cuts into our knowledge of what he can do, that then complicates the 2027 draft, and we're already paying Gardner Minshew. Maybe there's a world where they just are kind of like, hey, Jacoby, thanks for last year, but also maybe we don't want you winning us 6 games and making it so we can't draft a quarterback next year. I just want to know, how invested are they in him coming back?
Interesting.
I mean, there's a million questions I could ask about Jacoby. I'll save them for, I guess, later in the show. But that would be the biggest one. Do they even want him to be the starting quarterback?
Okay, there you go. That's Luke Lipinski. What about you?
Because right now it doesn't look like it.
That was basically my question that I was going to have, so I have a different one. And, like, I want an actual honest answer here.
Okay.
This is what we're doing.
They
Like,
have to answer honestly.
Does Carson, this would be for Mike LaFleur and Nathaniel Hackett, does Carson Beck have a legitimate shot to start in week 1? That, like, and if he doesn't, then just say no. Like, we're not going to do that. But I want to know if this is an actual, like, thing, if this is a reality that we could actually see it, because I want it to happen, but I don't know if it will.
Okay. See, now I have like 8 more questions.
Okay, Jamal.
That's the thing about this season. You have more questions the more questions you ask. But I'll reserve them until after you guys have asked yours. Jamal?
All right. Well, I feel like we're just building off of each other's questions. So
Well,
I'm gonna
they have a lot of questions at quarterback.
So I'm just going to do the same thing.
Yep.
My question to Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort would be, what does Carson Beck have to do this season in order for them
Just
not
wrote that down.
to
Okay.
draft a quarterback?
Good. I'm glad you
in
asked
the first
it.
round in the first round next year. Like, what would he have to do? What would he have to look like in order for them not to take a quarterback in the first round next year?
That's kind of where this is all headed, I think. And then Wolf, you're going to ask
for me,
when are you bringing the fullback back?
No.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, that's not what I would ask him. I would ask him the Carson Beck question as well. I think it's pretty obvious. We all want to know, does he have a chance to start? And if so, when? Okay? To me, I don't want him, I don't want to hear about Carson Beck and, well, at some point in time, because we've lost 8 games in a row, we're going to go ahead and actually play Carson Beck. No, I want to know, does Carson Beck, I think, Rick, you actually said it the best way. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, yes, indeed. Rick may have said it the best way.
Yeah, but look at the dance he's doing.
Why
would you ever? Why would you
Rick,
ever?
Would you
evoke
like to repeat it once again? Get it exactly correct. What was your question, Rick?
Does Carson Beck have a legit shot to start week 1 of the season?
Ding! That is it. I mean, to me, that is the question. Listen, so much of 2026, you've heard me say this before, I'll continue to say it, it's about the young guys and how many young guys actually develop. These guys that are going into year 2, these guys that are even going into year 3 as well. How many of these guys are going to live up to where they were drafted, live up to the skill sets that they have. How many of these guys are going to do it? And Carson Beck is front and center because of the quarterback position. Does he have a legitimate shot to even be thought of as a starter in week 1?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. All of this sort of revolves around that. I mean, I have other questions I'd throw out there. Like, I don't know who I would ask, but it would be, did somebody tell Jacoby Brissett he's the starter?
Yeah.
I mean, don't you want that question answered?
Yeah, you know what, honestly, when we start talking about that's a good one, Luke.
I mean, I don't know how much that impacts their season.
When did you tell him
Carson
that
Beck
he
stuff,
was the starter?
The Carson Beck stuff impacts big picture where this is all going. So it's more important. But out of curiosity, I want to know if somebody told Jacoby Brissett, hey, you're the starter, or if he just sort of made that jump, which would have been logical at the time, but doesn't seem as logical now that they've added 2 quarterbacks.
Yes, it doesn't. Again, I'm a little confused by the whole, why not just say, hey, listen, we're going to have an open quarterback competition. Jacoby's got the inside track.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. He said, this is a guy who played really well for us last year.
Different coach, though.
This is a guy that has played, but now all of a sudden we've got a whole new offense. We have a whole new different scheme. We have Mike LaFleur coming in here. We're going to open it up, and we're going to find out just who is the best. And then you can go ahead, and maybe we'll talk about giving you a little bit more money, okay, and how we're going to structure that as well, because the fact is this, at some point in time, we do want to look at Carson Beck. And I'm not just talking about over a 3 or 4 game period.
What about any non-quarterback questions? Because I have one that I think I'd love to know what they really think of Marv right now, 2 years in.
Yeah.
Not the he's a great guy and he works hard.
That would be.
What do you really think of Marv 2 years in? Was this because...
Can I just sit in the back of the room in a personnel meeting?
I have
Can I just sit in the corner, please?
Question, too.
Okay.
How much of the workload will Jeremiah Love get?
Yeah, that's
And what's your plan for James Conner? There's another one.
Yeah, that's great. But, again, I think the Marvin Harrison Jr. question, that one right there.
I'd love to know, just honestly, are you guys do you still 100% believe in this? Are you starting to get fed up? Where's this going?
Do you think year 3 is going to be breakout year for Marvin Harrison Jr.?
And again, the context of this conversation is whatever you ask, they have to answer 100% honestly. It's not like the median, well, there's a microphone in front of me. We believe Marv is making strides and this and that. Maybe they feel that way.
I want the truth.
But I want the no, we're
you
worried.
Can't handle the truth.
This guy was supposed to be a generational receiver. And yeah, I've seen that movie. Does that count? Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, what was that movie again, ladies and gentlemen?
That was A Few Good Men, wasn't it?
A Few Good Men, yes. I haven't seen it, but I know it.
Okay.
A Few Good Men.
Jamal?
That's good.
All right. Jamal just laughed when I asked.
He had no idea. Nor did I, based on it. Saying honestly, I remember the line.
It's a long movie. That's all I remember.
I'm into movies. Now, books, I'm into books.
It doesn't. It's frightening because I don't see a ton of movies. And on this show, Rick probably sees more than me, but I'm probably second on the show, and I don't see a lot of movies.
I'm an AMC A-list person,
right,
so I go all the time.
I want to be like Rick when I grow up.
You are no David Charles Burns, though. You are no David Charles Burns.
I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. I think I see the same amount of movies that.
Hold on.
All right. Not historically, but as far as going to the movie theater currently, I probably go more than David Charles Burns.
Some sort of movie trivia between Rick and what you're saying, Rick. You're ruling out stuff from the 60s and 70s, but we got to find a decade to work forward from and put you and Burns up against each other. He'll come in early for it.
Burnsy would have his way with Rick in that.
Probably.
I want this to happen.
Probably would.
All right,
just do 2020s movies, and I got them.
Okay.
Just the last 6 years?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's when I've seen the vast majority of my movies.
All right.
This guy could be a movie critic.
He's probably in movies. We don't even realize it. Yeah. All right. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Moonlighting.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, saving for retirement and feeling ready for it, man, those are two different things, right? Trajan Wealth helped me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, estate planning, finally working all together, explained clearly with no pressure whatsoever. That's one of the reasons why I am a client with Trajan, and I haven't looked back, Basinonians. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk. Not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. That's why I became a client. They're fiduciaries. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone and give them a call, Basinonians. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4. over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Summer Suns took down the Bucks 95-88 last night in Las Vegas. Read Kevin Zimmerman's thoughts on the game right now on ArizonaSports.com. The Suns take on the Pistons tomorrow at the Thomas and Mack Center. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Refractive lens exchange. No reader's glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Go to k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is back. Rick, what's going on?
I am back. The MLB All-Star Game is tonight. Coverage starts at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. Which Diamondbacks All-Star is more important to their success in the second half? Corbin Carroll or Eduardo Rodriguez?
That's a tough question.
Yeah, that is tough.
Because my instinct is to say Corbin Carroll, and that's where I'll go.
Yeah.
But they don't have anybody else pitching like Erod.
I'm with you on that.
If you took either of them off the team, they wouldn't have a shot. So, I mean, there really isn't a wrong answer here. But I'll still say Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, I'm going to say Corbin Carroll because Corbin Carroll is going to play in 95, 96% of the rest of the games as well, where Erod is just going to take the ball from him. That's right, the Predator. You know, having said this, Corbin Carroll, too, needs to pick it up, and he'd be the first one to admit that. 4 for his last 51, as a matter of fact. Corbin needs to get this thing going in the right direction. And if, in fact, the Diamondbacks are going to get into the postseason, I think Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll and Jerry, those 3 guys specifically, are going to have to continue to lead this team. And to lead them not only, I would say, at the dish, but to lead them in the field as well. Continue to play Diamondbacks-type baseball and have that kind of impact and influence that they have, an everyday player that it has on a baseball team. Having said that, Erod is critical for them as well because think about it, starting pitching, is that important? He is their best pitcher right now. Yep.
The Summer Suns beat the Bucks 95-88 last night in Las Vegas. Kaman Malawach led the way with 21 points and 10 rebounds, while Kobe Brea hit 6 threes. What stood out to you guys about the Summer Suns' performance?
I mean, if we're just going from last night, it was actually probably Kobe Brea because he hadn't done much the first couple games. And we know he has that shot. He was having a hard time getting that shot off in the first couple games. Overall, through the first 3 games, it's Kaman Malawach number 1 to me, and then Koa Pete number 2. But if you're just going last night, I would actually say Kobe Brea hit 6 threes in that one.
Yeah, you know what? It was Kaman Malawach who jumped off the floor to me just watching him. He was all over the place, especially in the paint. I loved his aggressiveness and his physicality. Ferocity, dare I say, with 4 blocks as well, and how many other shots he changed. But the best thing for me, Kobe Brea is a guy that surprised me as well, but the best thing was Koa Pete and how he played and the physicality that he brought to the floor and how he went about his business. 19 points, of course, 6 rebounds. Those aren't great numbers. They're not bad by any stretch. 8 of 15 from the floor, did a really nice job. But to me, it was how he did it, Koa Pete. How, the physicality. Oh, this is what I love to see. The raw athleticism and physicality of Koa Pete. I love it.
The World Cup semifinals are underway with France taking on Spain. Tomorrow, England faces Messi and Argentina. this takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can vote on now at arizonasports.com. It asks, who will win the World Cup? France, Spain, England, or Argentina?
I believe these were the 4 favorites, right, at the start
They're
of the
the top
tournament?
4 teams in the world.
Okay. So I don't love it when it goes total chalk, like in anything, March Madness, whatever, but that's going to make for a good Final Four here, potentially a great Final Four. I picked France before the start of the World Cup, so I'll pick France again, but I fully understand, especially after talking to some hardcore soccer people, that Spain just doesn't give up goals. So France might be out today, but I'll still take France.
Yeah, I really don't have any idea as to who is going to win it. I'm going to say Messi. I'm going to go with Messi and Argentina. That's what I'm going to do. Messi is unbelievable. You want to talk about a freak.
You shouldn't be able to put up buzzer beaters in soccer routinely.
You want to talk about a freak. Yeah, you know what? Messi, I'm going to go with him and say Argentina wins the whole
I'm going to lean toward what Wolf is saying because I also think that the refs and FIFA are on the side of Argentina. Shall I go get my tinfoil hat?
Go get it during the break and see where it is. See if Lauren threw it away.
I think it's damaged beyond repair, actually.
Really?
I don't know if I can even wear it. Okay. France is leading 48%, and then England 23%, Argentina 19%, and Spain at 10%. Let's go back to Major League Baseball. A new home run derby format debuted last night, and St. Louis Cardinals star Jordan Walker went on a tear in the final round to beat Phillies star Kyle Schwarber. Did you guys like the new format?
Yeah, I did. My only thing with this is I feel like they change the format like every 2 years. So I did like the format last night. Can we stick with it for a little bit? It feels like if they get, and last night, I mean, the end of that was great. The drama was great, especially with it being in Philly and him taking it away from Schwarber. But it feels like if they go with the same format next year and it's not quite as thrilling, they're just going to change it again the following year. And I understand it's an exhibition. Like, it doesn't need to be completely regulated where it's the same every year. But you spend the first half hour each year trying to figure out how they're even doing it.
Yeah, I was locked into watching the Sun, so I have no idea how to answer that question. Thank you.
Jamal, what'd you think?
Dramatic pause. Oh, you didn't
Wow.
No,
Okay.
I was doing something else.
Okay, well, then I'll just give my thoughts. I had a great time. I enjoyed it. Everyone complained about how Netflix shot the event. It didn't bother me that much. I thought it was overall fun. I liked the amount of star power in it. I thought that was cool. You had Kyle Schwarber.
Good lineup.
You had Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, and then you had.
It took you a while.
It did. It took a while. First day back. Okay.
Ever?
Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, you had Kyle Schwarber, you had Bryce Harper, you had some of these young stars like Jordan Walker.
Brent Rice is
Ben
huge.
Rice, yeah. So that was. I had a great time watching it. I think the format was good, and I understand, Wolf, you watching the Sun Summer League. I don't know what the heck Jamal was doing.
For me, I will sit here and of course I'm going to watch the All-Star game tonight. I like
the baseball All-Star game.
I think yes.
I think even more than hockey. I like the baseball All-Star game.
I agree with that.
I like the skills competition in hockey more, but the actual game,
yeah. All the other stuff, I'm just not a fan of.
The home run derby is my favorite part.
What about
I'd rather
the celebrity
go there.
softball
the dunk
game?
contest, I'm just not into it.
They should mix them up. They should have a home run derby at the NBA All-Star game. Like NBA players have to do the home run derby, and then we should be watching Jack Caglione try to dunk.
Yeah.
See, I'd watch that.
What about a wedge
Murakami
busting
dunking?
contest? Wolf, would you watch
just can't
that?
do it. Yeah, there's no way to imitate that. There's no way to recreate it.
Well, you said if you're in your home right now, go walk 8 feet away from your wall and then run into it at full speed.
I know. Who's going to watch that?
I'd watch that.
I definitely watch people try to run into a brick wall.
Depending on who it is, I would definitely.
Cam Scatterby would sign up right away.
He's probably actually currently doing that with no cameras on.
I would like to see you guys do it. I would like to see you
that
guys
wall?
do it.
I would do it. It's like a brick
all
wall.
of you.
Hard pass.
No, I'm talking about busting a real wedge. If we could do it, We could put you in pads and watch you go down.
I'd love to.
I'd love to see that.
Is there anything
fun
close to this in hockey? I mean, because hockey, you don't usually try to run right into three people at the same time.
Running somebody in the corner is
but that's
close.
one
It's
person.
A sudden stop. The problem is you're headed one direction in football, and there's somebody that's headed in a different direction.
I don't think you can recreate that in any other sport, to be honest.
I agree with that.
That's not true. Every 3 minutes in a soccer game, it looks like somebody is on the ground because they busted some sort of witch.
Please.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, who is the most important Arizona Diamondback in the second half of this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information, because if you live here in the Basin, right, you gotta have shade. You know it, I know it, we all know it. You gotta have shade, man. Now listen, these shades from All Pro Shade Concepts, they are commercial grade. They're industrial strength. Hundreds of colors, they have hundreds. And durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized. That's right, crank it yourself or just push a button. Sealed track or cable shades, All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all, man. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau as well, and installation is all done by their in-house team. Never any subcontractors. Go to allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Join Bunker to Bunker this Saturday at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler, for the Open Championship presented by Santan Ford. Catch all the golf and horse racing action on the giant 16-foot HD screen and more than 35 HD TVs. Feeling lucky? Place a wager at Trophy Bar's OTB. Come early for breakfast, tacos, drink specials, and giveaways from Shady Rays and Tim Hovick's legendary championship swag bag during Bunker to Bunker's live broadcast from 7 to 9 a.m. See you this Saturday at the Trophy Bar.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, unlock your equity up front by using her Buy Before You Sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states. When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Wednesday morning as we examine what went down in the Major League Baseball All-Star Game and how our Diamondbacks fared. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so we are well past the actual halfway point in the Major League season, but I think we're all in relative agreement. Maybe. We haven't really agreed on anything yet during the show today, but I think we're in relative agreement that the Diamondbacks are back in this race. By virtue of the 4-game winning streak, they rode into the All-Star break, and they now sit 2.5 back of the Marlins. They still would have to jump the St. Louis Cardinals and Pittsburgh Pirates, but they play those teams a lot in the next 2 weeks coming out of the break before the trade deadline.
Incredible.
So we're going to get some answers.
The schedule lines up.
Yeah, because there's no way. Like, I was looking at the NFL schedule earlier, and the Rams play the Seahawks in Week 16 and Week 18. I mean, that's by design. There's no way that the Major League Baseball schedule makers knew that the Diamondbacks and Cardinals and Pirates would be fighting for a wild card spot heading into the trade deadline.
Yes,
so.
It's just so cool to see it. We're going to get some serious movement, are we not, brothers?
I think we're going to get some answers before the trade deadline, which if you're Mike Hazen, that's... I don't want to say that's all you could ask for. I mean, all you could ask for would be your team in a postseason spot, and you know for sure you're buying. But 4 games against the Cardinals and 3 against the Pirates, plus 3 against the Nationals, that's all still in July. And the trade deadline, for people that are wondering, is August 3rd.
Just think about that for a minute right now. The freaky Mike Hazen and how he's going about it. The strategy. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. The strategy. The tactical part of it right now.
Yeah.
The how you're going to do it. You're really unsure as to what's going to happen after the All-Star break.
Yep.
You know, so it's like, are you plowing the road right now? Are you going to go ahead and plow the road? You don't really have any certainty as to what you're going to do. You kind of know it. The GM you're talking to on the phone might actually know it as well. It's all speculation right now. That must be really, really hard to try to plow the road for a possible deal when there's so much speculation.
Do you think they would trade for a first baseman even if they're not fully buying? Like, just they need a first baseman beyond this year. I mean, you know how big this team is on making trades for guys that they have team control over for more than just, a couple months. Like, I think if you're fully in buy mode, that makes you more willing to go after a rental. I get that. But I also wonder if, like, let's say the trade deadline is tomorrow. Or let's say they are exactly where they are when the trade deadline comes up. How about that? It's probably a better way to put it. And the trade deadline rolls around, and it's August 3rd, and the Diamondbacks are 2.5 back at the last wild card spot, and it's the Marlins who probably aren't going to buy. The Marlins don't typically buy. And you're a half game back of the Pirates and a game and a half back of St. Louis, and it's like, this is doable. This is definitely doable. And then at that point, like, you're in August, you may wonder if Corbin Burns is coming back like a month later. So do you go out and still buy some players with team control?
That is a great question. I don't know how to answer that because once again, it's so important to see how they're playing and who's playing well.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I know that I say it all the time, but it's true. Just let me see the next 25 games. Just so much of it.
You tried to go back and change your quarter season award earlier in the show.
Exactly, but so much of it has got to do with that.
All right, so who's the most important player here in the second half?
Man, okay. Who's the most important player in the second half? I'm sorry.
We're not going to agree on this.
I'm going to say it's Corbin Carroll. Okay. I'm going to say it's the Predator Basin Orleans. They need to start raking, and they need one of these guys to step up. And the guy that I think more than anybody else has the ability to step up is Corbin Carroll. I think he is going to be their best player going forward. Now, I understand Ketel Marte is right there with him, and Ketel Marte has more home runs this year. He's got the most home runs on the team, as a matter of fact. And at the same time, I think Corbin Carroll is the guy. The Predator is the guy. He's the catalyst to so much of what they're going to be. I'm going to say Corbin Carroll needs to step up. And if you tell me he's the best player for the Diamondbacks going forward, I think they get in.
If he could have like an MVP caliber final 66 games of the season, so that's basically what the last 40%. If he could do that, I agree with you. I think they probably get in. I'm not going to make a case against Corbin Carroll because when he's on, he is MVP caliber. Just the way this season has gone, I'm still going to say Erod, because if he trails off at all, I don't know who's stepping up to take that spot right now. I mean, if he trails off at all, then Mike Soroka has to come back quickly. And then Fott has to pitch the way he's been pitching in his last 3 starts. Merrill Kelly has to be back on track. Soroka has to get healthy and be on track. And they probably need to add a 5th guy to make up for what Erod's done. If he, look, what are they? They've won 14 of the last 17 starts where he's been out there. If that percentage dips a little bit, okay, fine. But if it cuts in half, if he starts to revert, which I don't think he will, to what he was last year, I don't know how they can do this unless the entire rest of the rotation goes. We talked about this a week ago.
If you didn't have him, if Erod wasn't doing what he's doing,
we wouldn't be talking about this. We're talking about who they're selling.
No.
We talked about this a week or two ago. Is there a team in baseball that has a bigger drop-off from their number 1 starter right now to their number 2 starter? And basically what we found was probably not. There might be 1 or 2 other teams out there.
Yeah.
There are teams out there with a better starter than Erod, but they have a better number 2 starter than the Diamondbacks, too.
And you know what I'm going to say. This is just me. And I'm not saying you're wrong, Luke.
Feels like you're about to say
because I know that. It does feel that way. But I just think a guy that plays every day, an everyday player, it's so different in the game of baseball. You've got 162 games. I'm not saying that Corbin Carroll is going to play 162. We know that he isn't. He's not going to play 100. He can't play 162. Nobody does. I'm just saying.
I don't think they'd even let him if he could.
Exactly. I'm just saying an everyday player like Corbin Carroll, I think, has the influence, not only what he goes out and does in a very tangible kind of way, Basinonians, but it's the intangibles that come with it as well. To go out there and be as humble as Corbin Carroll is, and his work ethic is off the charts by all accounts. He's always out there. He's constantly working on his game. And if he had the ability to just walk up to somebody and say, "What are you doing?" I think he's got the ability to impact the rest of the clubhouse based on what he does as a leader. What he does, now he needs to start saying as well.
Well, he did. He started saying after that Milwaukee series. Let me give you a wild card. What about Gabby Moreno?
Yeah.
For the last, 2 years, basically ever since the World Series run, we keep talking okay, but what if Gabby Moreno goes off? Or what if the offense is there? What if he stays on the field? And I don't mean it in the sense of
everyday guy.
Yeah.
Great defensive player. Now as bad as the best.
It's this
in baseball.
This is the
as a catcher.
Best.
Yes,
it's Ben certainly. I mean, he is absolutely just tearing the cover off the ball.
He's got the highest batting average of any catcher in baseball.
Hitting over 300 over the last month. 6 home runs in addition to everything he does defensively. A few steals mixed in there as well. I just, not that I think he could carry them, but so much of the conversation this year has been Erod as the starting pitcher and then Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo as your hitters. What if somebody else truly does step up?
Yeah.
I mean, Gabby Moreno is the guy. We're seeing it. He has stepped up, and they're starting to do a little bit better. All right, when we come back, is there anything Miles Bridges or the Suns front office could say at his introductory press conference, which is a week from today, that would make you feel better or worse about this trade? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say Micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns made their signing of guard Luke Kennard official this afternoon. In a statement, Suns general manager Brian Gregory said, quote, Luke's work ethic and commitment to his craft have made him one of the most efficient three-point shooters in NBA history. His floor spacing, high basketball IQ, and connective playmaking bring another dimension to our offense. We're excited to welcome Luke and his family to Phoenix, end quote. And the semifinals of the World Cup are underway. Spain leads France 1-0 in the first half. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. Plenty of conversation swirling around how Kyler Murray will fit with Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to dive way deep into it on Bickley and Murata starting at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
They are playing Christmas music in the hallway out there.
What?
You want to mess with somebody? What are we, like 2.5 hours into the show? I walked out into the hallway during the break, and they were playing Christmas music.
You've never heard of Christmas in July?
I have, but it's not like there's a party going on out there. There's just Christmas music playing.
Well, if
don't question Christmas in July.
Were parties and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
But Rick, typically Christmas in July is like you go to somebody, like somebody's having a party, and you give gifts in July. But it's like it's not just Christmas music playing in an empty room.
I thought it was just made up by department stores to have another sale.
I mean, everything's made up by department stores if you really want to get into it. All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. You heard Rick in his update right there that Luke Kennard is that signing is official. The Miles Bridges trade is official, and that was already official prior to today. That press conference has just got to be the most anticipated introductory press conference in a while.
Yes.
I mean, what would even matter? I guess Kevin Durant when he got here for very different reasons.
Wow, yes.
But, I mean, I don't know. I'm interested to hear how that goes. I think a lot of people are. It'll be next Tuesday, right at the end of our show. We've at least now finally got a quote from the Suns. I mean, they couldn't really give a quote until the trade was official, obviously. But now that the trade's official, we have this from Brian Gregory. I'll read the quote. He said, this is in the press release. Quote, Miles has established himself as a highly productive player whose game continues to evolve. His elite athleticism, strength, and versatility allow him to impact the game on both ends of the floor. He embodies the grit, competitiveness, and work ethic that fit our identity, and we're excited to welcome him to Phoenix, unquote. That's from Brian Gregory.
Okay, so from that quote right there, what stands out to you, Luke?
I didn't hear the word character once.
Okay.
That's honestly what stood out to me first. I was waiting to hear if he mentioned character, and he didn't.
Yes.
And he probably shouldn't.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's interesting because he starts with a player. Miles has established himself as a highly productive player whose game continues to evolve. His elite athleticism, strength, and versatility, all things you can actually see on tape, Basinonians, impact the game on both ends of the floor. And then it gets a little bit more personal here to me. He embodies the grit, competitiveness, and work ethic that fit our identity. You're talking more about the person there than you are the player when you talk about grit, competitiveness, and work ethic. And we're excited to welcome him here to Phoenix. Having said that, Luke, I wonder, who are they talking to when it comes to the type of person that he is and the knowledge of the person that he is?
I mean, I wasn't joking. What stands out to me, the way Brian Gregory talks, like when they draft Koa Pete, or when they, go out and they move up to get Rasheer Fleming, or they draft Kamon Malawach, or some of the other moves they've made. I don't know that he's specifically mentioned character in all of those moves, but I feel like it was intentionally left out of this one, And I think that's probably just more of like, they may feel like he's going to have good character, but I think they know their audience, and there's really no reason for the audience to believe that yet. And it's going to have to, you're going to have to prove that in this community.
And I think they know that.
And I do too. And so that's why that's why I want to see the actual press conference, because nothing that Brian Gregory says in this quote, I'm staring at it, looking up and down every possible way to read. There's nothing he says in there that you could hear and be like, nope, that's not true. Like, what are you going to argue with him on? That he is an athlete, that he can impact the game on both ends of the floor, that he's competitive. Everything we hear is he has a good work ethic.
Yeah.
So you can't really argue any of those things. But this is a prepared statement. You know what I mean? On 2 o'clock next Tuesday, the questions are going to be live, and I want to see how those get answered.
Yeah, once again, I think when you watch tape, you can see an awful lot of what a player is all about. Anyone who has listened to me over the decades, you know exactly what I love about the game of football. You can actually watch it, and you can actually assess what kind of person are you based on how a guy plays the game. But I love this because it's very player-centric, his first part of the quote. And then he embodies grit, which is inside, competitiveness, which you can see, but it's also inside, and work ethic. Work ethic, you've got to know somebody. How do you know what kind of work ethic he has? Do you live with him every day? No. Do you work with him every day? No, that's the only way you'd know what kind of work ethic he's got. But unless you're talking to somebody about who he is.
This does all, and it's probably the right way to address it in this particular format, but this all avoids the elephant in the room.
Of course.
Like nobody when they made this trade is like, oh, I don't know about his grit. You know what I mean? Nobody was like, oh, they traded for Miles Bridges.
Just how competitive is he?
Yeah. Does he have elite athleticism, strength, and versatility that allows him to impact the game on both ends of the floor? Like that. Nobody was complaining about that. Okay.
Yes.
The reaction was not that. So.
But once again, you can see that. You can see that if you watch tape.
Yeah.
Okay. You already said it. Huh? They're not mentioning the elephant in the room.
And they shouldn't. I don't believe they. I think they shouldn't in a press release, but they're gonna have to address it on, and they know that, But that's It raises the question, and this is for everybody out there. I mean, we're not taking calls right now, but is there anything they can say at the press conference that's gonna make you feel better? Because I tell you, Wolf, I don't think there's anything they can say. I think this is something that's gonna take time and no drama. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those charts where it's like, As time increases with Miles Bridges on the Suns and there is no drama, then I think then people will start to, not everybody, I don't think everybody should have to come around and embrace this trade.
Yeah.
But I think more people will. But I don't think there's anything you can say on Tuesday that's gonna make people feel better. But at the same time, you do have to talk.
Yes, and speaking of talk, once again, when you're talking about the grit, competitiveness, and work ethic, to me, that says, how do you know that? To me, that's how do you know that? Because you've talked to his coaches.
They should just bring Tom Izzo to the press
including
conference.
Tom Izzo. You've talked to his coaches, past, present coaches, and you know it.
Now, the flip side is there may not be anything that can be said on Tuesday that's going to make everybody feel better. There's definitely things that could be said that would make people feel worse. So this is a weird introductory press conference. Again, they have to have it, obviously.
Yeah.
You have to have it. Like if you didn't have the press conference, that would make people feel worse.
Oh yeah.
So but it's a weird press conference where it's like normally, like when they introduced Kevin Durant, I mean that was a circus. Everybody, even if you didn't love the trade, you were excited you're bringing in Kevin and Durant, right? And most, like even if they had the one they just had to bring back Colin Gillespie and some of these guys, there's a positive vibe. This is like, you can only say something that's going to upset people. So you got to walk a really fine line because you have to answer upsetting questions and you just got to kind of answer them.
Brutal.
I don't really remember.
Just going to have to walk through it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't remember a press conference like this, quite like this in this city. All right. When we come back, let's go big picture in the NFL, Wolf. Doesn't just have to be Cardinals. Which NFL players do you expect to break out in 2026? Because camp It's just about a week away. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Hey, it's Mitch. Can Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll be the shining stars in tonight's MLB All-Star Game? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, this caught both of our attention. NFL.com with the all-breakout team. That's probably just caught both of our attention independently, just because we're ready for football.
Yeah.
But why did you put this in your email, Wolf? Because I'll be honest, when I saw it, I looked, I was like, okay, do they have any Cardinals on this? They did their all breakout. I think they've only done offense so far. But I was like, let's see. Do they believe any Cardinals are on the verge of breaking out? There are no Cardinals on the team. But why were you drawn to this?
Yeah, because I do believe the Arizona Cardinals have so many question marks that could turn into exclamation points. These question marks of these young players. You hear me talk about it over and over and over again, to a point where I believe the 2026 season is about how these players develop. It's not about how many wins you're going to have, because right now, I don't think there's anybody that believes the Arizona Cardinals are going to be a playoff team. So if you're not going to be a playoff team, you're probably going to be a losing team. How many of these players can actually develop, and how many games can you win? How many can you win with these players that are young and developing into something? That is the biggest question in the 2026 season, as far as I'm concerned. So when I saw the title of this, 2026 NFL All Breakout Team, offense and defense, it piqued my interest, because I immediately thought of the Arizona Cardinals as well. Now, we can go National Football League as well, and I'd like to. Let's
go National first. We can do Cardinals later in the show.
I will start with A.J. Barner, tight end for Seattle.
Wow.
I will start with A.J. Barner, ladies and gentlemen. I just think this guy is an evolving George Kittle, if you will.
Whew, okay.
I believe he's as good in the run game as he is in the pass game.
How did they end up with him?
I'm just saying he's a tight end that I believe has old school blood in him. And just watching him last year, I think A.J. Barner is going to be a baller.
Well, it's okay. That's a more in-depth one. That's like a deeper name than where I was going to go. Let me see. They have Gunnar Helm as their tight end on this team of the Tennessee Titans. Okay. So going tight end. I'll throw out a guy who's been solid so far, but he hasn't had like a monster year yet. Can I say Rome Odunze?
Yeah.
Going into year 3?
Yeah.
He's had just under 1,400 receiving yards in his first 2 seasons, averaging about 4.5 touchdowns a season. Like, he hasn't been bad by any means. But no DJ Moore now in Chicago. Caleb Williams seems like he already took a big step last year. I don't think he's taken a step backwards, Caleb Williams. So Rome Odunze. Give me Rome Odunze.
Okay. You know what? I like that one. I really do. I think Rome Odunze is very similar to Marvin Harrison Jr. and where they are in terms of their development.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think it's funny you say that, because it feels like Odunze's had a better career so far, doesn't it?
It does.
But I think Marv actually has more yards and touchdowns. And they're the same draft class, same round. But I think if you ask most people, they'd be like, oh, yeah, Odunze's been better than Marv.
Exactly.
Marv has better numbers.
Yeah, interesting. But again, I do believe there's a comparison to be made there, especially going into year 3.
Yeah.
So this is a huge year for Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. I would say in terms of the National Football League as well, I think Zach Frazier, the center for the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. I think this is a guy. Yes, I'm a little biased, Basinonians, because of my brother Craig. Yes, I love the Steelers. There's no doubt about that. I root for the Steelers because of Craig. Having said that, Zach Frazier, this is a guy that I think is going to be a Pro Bowler, a perennial Pro Bowl guy, once again, playing center for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he's getting ready to have that breakout season, if you will. And suddenly, when you start talking about some of the best centers in the AFC, I think Zach Frazier is going to be mentioned.
The Steelers have a history of being able to find these guys, too.
Yeah.
And the weirdest thing about them is for the last few years, it has felt like they're just like, we don't really need a quarterback. Like, we'll get by with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields or Aaron Rodgers at the end of his career or Mason Rudolph. But the rest of the team always seems to be good for Pittsburgh. They have Jared Wilson as their breakout center. But
and by the way, It's West Virginia. It's West Virginia. Okay. The pride of every mountaineer. That's right. Punch it!
The fact that we have the West Virginia fight song queued up.
Yes, I know. That's well done by you. Okay, so, yeah, I'm going to say Zach Frazier. That's number 2 for me. How about you?
I'm going to throw one out that's obvious.
Okay.
But it's actually the only one that they have on their list. But I want to talk about this guy for a second because I think it ultimately pertains to the Cardinals. What do you think of Ashton Genty in year 2? Because that's the negative example people have given. Oh, you can't take Jeremiah Love because they can't block for Ashton Genty in Vegas. Okay, but now we're seeing Ashton Genty. They didn't draft him for 1 year.
Yeah.
They drafted him for a few years. He's going into year 2. He, in theory, has his franchise quarterback there, and Fernando Mendoza might not play at the start of the year, whatever. I don't think their offensive line's great yet, but they are banking on this guy's just too good, and as we get better around him, he's going to get better.
Yeah. Once again, one of the reasons why I'm so bullish on Jeremiah Love and the kind of season he's going to have is because of the skill position that is around him. I honestly believe that. To have Trey McBride as your tight end, that is a big, hey, look, everybody, are we going to stop Jeremiah Love or Trey McBride? We're going to stop Trey McBride. Every defensive coordinator is going to go in there. Now, obviously, you can stop more than one, brothers, you can. But Trey McBride is going to get a defensive coordinator's attention as opposed to Jeremiah Love until Jeremiah Love starts doing stuff. Okay? But to have James Conner and Tyler Algier as well in the backfield, and then you've got Michael Wilson, 1,000-yard receiver, and Marvin Harrison Jr., who, again, has not lived up to where we all thought he would be at this point. Yet at the same time, he's still a guy that has got talent.
Yeah.
So those skill positions, I think, are so much better than what Ashton Genty has around him. Now, Brock Bowers is a guy.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers is a guy that you can look at and say he might be the best tight end in the National Football League. A guy that actually blocks and catches the ball. Trey.
ESPN did when they went through their executives and coaches and all that stuff, whoever they're asking for these, their top 10 players in each position. They had Trey McBride second, Brock Bowers first. That's why I said this the other day. That's why I don't care about the Raiders one way or the other, except I'm paying attention to them a little bit now because they went out and they drafted Ashton Genty last year when they had bigger moves or bigger needs. But they drafted the player that they believed was the best. And he didn't have a great rookie season. And if you watched, there were plays where he would get the ball behind the line of scrimmage and there was already an entire defense waiting for him. But, okay, he does have Brock Bowers. Jeremiah Love has Trey McBride. Now Ashton Genty is going to have Fernando Mendoza. The Cardinals don't have that yet. All due respect to Carson Beck, I don't think they have their franchise quarterback yet. Maybe he will surprise us. And Mendoza's not a lock either, but he's as close to a lock as you could get in this draft. I'm interested to see what the Raiders do in a tough division because of how they're building their offense.
Yes, and also too, when we came up with this, Basinonians, and we were going to say, okay, the all breakout team, Walter Nolan III.
That is the one Cardinal I thought of.
That is the dude, and you know what? I'm gonna throw Will Johnson in there as well. Because I think Will Johnson could bust out. If he goes out there and has a Pro Bowl type season at corner, it would not surprise me in the least.
I'm glad you said that because it's not crazy to think that he could become a shutdown corner in the NFL. The knock on him was not that he couldn't do that. The knock on him was he had some mysterious knee injury.
Right.
And it kind of surfaced like during the draft, right?
Yes.
So there's definitely a world where Will Johnson is just like one of the best young corners in the NFL by the end of this year.
Yes. And Walter Nolan III technique, once again. He is by far and away, when you think of a breakout player, anybody that happened to watch the Arizona Cardinals last year and watch Walter Nolan III technique, not even close. Slam dunk, he's the guy.
All right, when we come back into baseball, we talked about who has the most potential to swing things for the Diamondbacks. How about who has the most on the line in the final 66 games of this regular season and ideally into the postseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose a problem, they adjust, and they execute. That's right. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it, man. This is Desert Institute for Spine Care. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes, who need to get back fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get back your life. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DIS today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com.
All right, there's talking baseball, and there's trading baseball, not the deadline or baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns made their signing of guard Luke Kennard official this afternoon. In a statement, Suns general manager Brian Gregory said, quote, Luke's work ethic and commitment to his craft have made him one of the most efficient three-point shooters in NBA history. His floor spacing, high basketball IQ, and connective playmaking bring another dimension to our offense. We're excited to welcome Luke and his family to Phoenix, end quote. And the semifinals of the World Cup are underway. Spain leads France 1-0 at the half. And that is what is trending now.
God knows. I am reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on. I need her, my babies.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation. He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday. All-Star game tonight in Major League Baseball. A couple Diamondbacks in that. Corbin Carroll, his third, and Eduardo Rodriguez, the first of his career, 11 years in. So that's been a pretty cool story all season so far. Hopefully it continues for the Diamondbacks. So I ask you this question, Wolf.
Yeah.
We talked to Steve Gilbert about this a little bit earlier in the show, like how much pressure is on the Diamondbacks to get into the postseason this year. And I feel like we've seen signs of it where they moved on from Alec Thomas early in the season and they DFA'd Pavin Smith, somebody they've been loyal to for 7 years. And just some of the other moves that they have made this season that are, you know, even trading Blaze Alexander and Jake McCarthy in the offseason to try to really make a push this year, the money they're spending this year. It feels like there is maybe more than your usual amount of pressure on the Diamondbacks to make the postseason. Do you feel like that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, no, I do. You know, once again, I always look at a roster coming into the season, and do you think this roster could be competitive? Can they actually get into the postseason? Is it a possibility? Well, I thought all the moves they made, I thought they were going to be fine. But once again, I thought Corbin Burns was going to be back at some point in time. I never saw Zach Allen having the kind of season that he had. And I know there's a bunch of guys out there, especially on YouTube. What up, bro? I know you're all out there, and it's like, oh, my goodness, you got to be kidding me. Zach Allen, he hasn't been Zach Allen for 3 years. Okay, I disagree with that, especially based on what he did in the second half of last year. Okay, so again, I didn't see Zach Allen having this kind of disaster meltdown. I didn't see Merrill Kelly struggling either to the point that he is. Now, he's been much better, of course, as of late. But having said that, I didn't see these difficulties with their rotation being what they are. And especially Michael Soroka. Michael Soroka, how good and how well he pitched for the Diamondbacks, and then he went down. Ryan Nelson, you know, it just the injuries, I just never saw this happening to this degree.
It's been a weird season in the sense of I don't think everybody's shocked that they're right around 500. It's just the way they've gotten here. Like all those things you described. Okay, did most people think Zach Gallen was going to have the worst ERA in baseball? No, probably not. Did most people think Corbin Burns was going to be coming back like next week? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we all thought AJ Puck would be back by now.
Yep.
But at the same time, did you expect Erod to have this? He's not going to win the Cy Young, but it's like a Cy Young worthy season so far. Did you expect him to be an all-star? Did you expect the bullpen to be this good? Did you expect Paul Sewald to come in and he's blown one save?
Yeah.
So it all adds up to them kind of being where I think a lot of people anticipated anyway, a couple games below or above 500. But the way they've gotten here is completely backwards.
Yeah, if you would have told me, once again, I've said this many times and I believe it, if you would have told me they'd be 49-47 at this point with Corbin Burnes coming back, I'd have been like, job done. That's exactly what I wanted to see them do. You hang around 500, be relevant, be within 2.5 games of that final wild card
And it's
spot.
not like you're trying to run down, I don't know, the Braves and they've been hurt. You're trying to run down the Marlins.
Yes.
The Marlins are a good story, but again, I don't think they're going to buy at the deadline. So if the Marlins get in, it's probably because nobody else took the spot.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Luke, if you would have told me that would have been the situation, I would have said sold. I would have said that was exactly what I was looking for. Now it looks a little bit different, of course, and we know how difficult it's going to be after the All-Star break. How important are those games going to be?
Well, okay, so
oh, man.
That's my real question. Who has the most on the line here in the second half for the Diamondbacks?
Wow.
Because I keep trying to come up with different answers, and I just keep coming back to Torey Lovello.
I totally agree with that.
So that's probably the answer then.
Torey Lovello.
Okay.
It's got to be Torey. And listen, Basinonians, I am a huge supporter of Torey Lovello. I think this guy has got a way. I know there's a lot of people out there that like to call him mom. He's like a mom in the clubhouse, whatever. All I know is he knows how to communicate with players. And I think that's really, really important. And I doubt that he's always mom-like to a lot of these players. I think he's also dad to a lot of these players as well. Having said that, I realize that sometimes, as a good friend of mine said a long time, Basinonians, and time has proven him right, sometimes you can't fire all the players, but you can fire one guy, the manager. Yeah. And I think, honestly, if the Diamondbacks don't get into it, and there's not now, if there's a meltdown of injuries, of course, that changes everything that I'm saying.
I don't think anything here is, I don't want to step on your opinion. I don't think anything here is black and white. Like, I don't think it's as simple as, we missed the postseason, so Torey's gone.
Right.
If that's where you were going.
I just know. I honestly feel like, listen, if guys get healthy and they come back and there's not this rash of injuries that you could point to and say, how's that Torey's fault? If they don't make the postseason, I think he's got the most on the line.
I think he is the most on the line because this is his 10th season as D-backs manager. They've made the postseason twice. So not that the fact that they couldn't make it in the weird 2020 season is relevant for right now. I think it's more what you're saying of, you can't fire the whole team. So would you fire the manager? I wouldn't. I don't think he's the issue. I think that however he does it, he gets this team to rally when they are up against the ropes. We've seen it a few times in the last few years, and we saw it the year when they went all the way to the World Series. They were almost done in August of that year, and you have to give him some credit for that. I mean, you got to give the players credit, certainly, but you got to give him some credit. I think we just saw it again this weekend. They should probably be done, and instead they swept the Dodgers in L.A. The flip side, though, is we've seen moments like last year going into the trade deadline, or the 2024 season when, 89 wins, they probably should have just made the postseason anyway, but where they stumbled down the stretch then, or when they stumbled, they went 1-9 right before the trade deadline last year. So I'm not saying I would fire him. I don't think they're going to fire him, certainly not during the season. They might still make the postseason here.
Yeah.
But his contract's up at the end of the year, and if they miss the postseason again, I think they're going to at least have the conversation. I don't think he's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think he's a problem either, Basinonians. It's one of the things I can't stand as a player with a player mentality. You're going to blame that guy when I didn't go out and execute and do my job? You're going to blame that guy. And that's why
to rally around them.
That's why I can't stand. I can't stand the thought of saying, you got to fire that guy. You got to fire that guy. because you can't fire all the players.
It's more a matter of, like, if you miss the postseason again, you're looking for, I mean, yeah, okay, so they will have made the postseason twice in 10 years with him, but it's also once in the last 9. You know, like, are you looking for something? If you're Ken Kendrick, are you saying, I'm spending more money than usual?
Yes.
What's going on here, you know?
I just want to say, personally, I reject that. You're going to fire that guy because of me and my performance? Personally, I reject it. Professionally, makes sense.
I also think a big part of this is, like, is it his fault that Corbin Burns isn't coming back? Like, no. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe Burns does come back, but he's not back right now, and they could certainly use it. Tickets are now on sale. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater on Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. When we come back, which young Cardinals players, let's go 25 and under, could make the biggest impact this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like, if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing. Veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, July is an exciting time for truck buyers.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sales happening all month long with huge savings on some of our most popular trucks. You pay what we pay. Employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. And if a midsize truck better fits your lifestyle, you can lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. Plenty of conversation swirling around how Kyler Murray will fit with Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to dive way deep into it on Bickley and Murata starting at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Wolf, I was looking at this, I think it was a top 25 players 25 and under in the NFL.
Yo.
And, yeah, admittedly, curiosity gets to me here on this, specifically with the Cardinals. Bijan Robinson was listed as number one, not a Cardinal.
Yes.
Jeremiah Love, though, a lot of people think could maybe be Bijan Robinson. He's not. I don't think they listed any rookies on here. I'll double check, but I don't think they listed any. No Cardinals on the list, 25 and under. But the reason that this is something to keep an eye on is, like, if you're Monty Austinford, all the guys you've drafted are in this 25 and under range, right? So I ask you this, and I guess I'll answer too. Which Cardinals young players on this team, 25 and under, do you trust the most going forward? Because a lot of them have question marks next to their names right now. There's just no way around that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. First of all, let me just say, Garrett Williams is somebody that I'd look and point to immediately. This is a guy that, based on earnings, you got to know him. He's super smart. He really, really is super smart. And this is a guy that has instinct as well and plays the game with instinct. His ability to read route combinations and play in his zone room and jump those route combinations, I think is special. I think it's one of the reasons why I'm so bullish on Garrett Williams and him hopefully coming back and being ready to go week one. If he can do that, man, that's going to be a huge boost to this defense. I would start with Garrett.
I think Garrett Williams is the answer. Yeah, I can't find anybody. I'm just, kind of going through who they've drafted in the last few years since Monty got here. I think Garrett Williams is the answer. Trey McBride's 26, so for anybody screaming Trey McBride's name, I'm just right. And look, Trey McBride's not like he's old. I mean, he would be one of the players you trust the most here, certainly on this team. But just trying to look at, I guess, essentially the guys that Monty has drafted or guys that have come into the league since Monty was the GM, even if, he got him from a different team. I think Garrett Williams is the answer. I would probably throw Paris Johnson Jr. in there. He's 25. I mean, I trust Paris Johnson Jr.
Okay, Paris Johnson Jr., man, I thought he was older than that. I thought he was 26.
Well, either way, he's in these draft classes. I think he's 25.
Okay, 25. My goodness, that is a little surprising to me. Okay, I definitely, Paris Johnson Jr., I just think I've got a lot of trust.
I'm a little nervous because you're always right about these guys'
There's no doubt
ages.
about that. Am I? Yeah, I thought you were looking it up there.
No, he's 25. He just turned 25.
Okay, there you go, 25 years old, man.
2 weeks ago.
Love that. Some of these young guys, once again, developing, I talk about it over and over and over again, but it is the truth. Guys that are going into year 2 and guys that are going into year 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. How is Marv 25?
No, he's in the last couple drafts. I don't know what to think about Marv at this point. I believe in his upside. He's 23. But I don't know that I could say I trust him to go out there and give the Cardinals a chance the best chance to win games right now. I think he's still got a lot to show. Not that Paris Johnson Jr. and even Garrett Williams have like proven it. And hey, these guys are going to be Pro Bowlers every year. But it's just like if you look at the crop of players that Monty Ossenford has drafted, who do you look at now and say, okay, I feel pretty good. They're going to give us a chance to win. Paris Johnson Jr., Garrett Williams, and I would maybe even throw Rabbit in there, honestly.
For me, I know Michael Wilson is 26 years old, but Michael Wilson's a great example.
That's fine. He's eligible for this, as far as I'm concerned.
It truly is. I mean, it's a situation where he got the opportunity, brothers. He got the opportunity to be that guy. And Jacoby Brissett said, you know what? This guy's pretty good. I'm going to throw him the ball.
That's it.
An awful lot.
I trust him if Jacoby Brissett's back. How could you not?
Yeah, no, I think their chemistry, it's undeniable, the chemistry that those guys had. I also think Darius Robinson. I'm not willing to give up on Darius Robinson at all. He's under 25. He's 24 years old. He's too mindful of everything that he does. I think this is a guy that's got to let it go. He's thinking too much, and I think he's just got to go out and ball and lay it on the line and play and try harder. Just go out and try as hard as you possibly can and not think your way through the process. Do. Don't think.
What do you think of Rabbit? I mean, am I overvaluing him because of where they drafted him?
No.
And what he's shown in a limited role? Or is it because he's going to play a lot this year probably. So are you just comfortable with him being out there the majority of the snaps?
Yes.
Next to Buddha, basically? I am. I guess we'll see, but I'm comfortable with him. I'm comfortable with Will Johnson out there. I'm comfortable with Garrett Williams. I guess what I'm saying is I'm comfortable with who they've drafted in the secondary.
Yeah.
That's basically what I'm saying without realizing it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And once again, I'm just going to say this. Jeremiah Love as a rookie coming in. I'm fascinated by what Chase Basantis might actually do. Can he actually win that job? The right guard spot. Can he actually do that in training camp in the preseason? I don't know. But having said that, Jeremiah Love is the one rookie that I can look at and say, man, what are you doing, Wolf? Your expectation is way up here on a rookie.
You love rookies.
I've never been that way when it comes to a rook. Prove it, rookie. Yet at the same time, I'm thinking of Jeremiah Love and my expectation for him because of the skill position players around him. It's exceedingly high, and I think that is what's bothering.
No, I was going to say, you don't seem happy about it. You seem angry
Well, it's, once again, and it's been a philosophy. Prove it.
Yeah. No, I get
it. It's the reason, though, why I said, it's the reason based on our needs. I said, if the Cardinals draft Jeremiah Love at number 3, I'm going to be okay. Even though all I wanted was for them to actually address the line of scrimmage and bash somebody's face in, metaphorically speaking.
Well, so now that we're here, now that camp is literally
metaphorically
next
week, speaking, of
yes.
course.
Thank you for that. Now that camp is literally next week, how much is not knowing who your quarterback is and not like they don't have the franchise quarterback on this team right now. How much is that? And I don't want to say a bad offensive line. I would just say we don't know what the offensive line is yet.
Yeah, it's a question mark.
How much is that? And I don't know what else you would throw as a negative, maybe that they're going to be down in a lot of these games. How much does that impact Jeremiah Love? Because the whole draft process, and even since then, I've been of the mindset of this dude's a receiver too when you need him, a receiver out of the backfield.
Yeah.
He can block already, which is rare for a rookie running back. Certainly he's a great running back. I've been working with the mindset of even if the Cardinals aren't great, I still trust Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
I wasn't working him in because he's a rookie, but if you throw rookies in, I would put him right there with Garrett Williams, probably number 2, honestly. How much, though, does he get limited by the fact that the Cardinals are going to probably have a rough season?
Yeah, that's honestly, that is a great question. How many points are they going to be down in the second half?
Yeah.
How many points are they going to be down? That's what I'd like to know. And again,
Let me look at the schedule again.
Brothers, can I just say there is such a thing as lightning striking here. There is such a thing as a wild card. And when I say that, I'm just talking about all the young guys. I've talked about it over and over and over again, Luke. It's the truth, though. All the young guys that they are counting on to get better and need to get better, to develop, all these young guys. There's 10 to 12, Luke, young guys on this team. Now, not all of them are starters, but they're going to be players that are going to get the opportunity to be involved on a rotation basis. You know, I mean, how many of these young guys can develop? I don't know. That is the wild card of the 2026 season.
I'm trying to look through the schedule right now with the most optimistic outlook possible. And I'm going through the schedule. I'm like, even if all this happens, it might just be they look better in losses. The schedule just sucks.
I mean, 3 wins is bullish.
I would love. Could you get me to 5-8 by the bye week? I'll take that. Well, but I wouldn't love it because then that ruin. I don't know. You don't want to be stuck in the middle. All right, when we come back, let's get back into basketball. Who's standing out through these first 3 Summer League games for the Suns? They've got a couple more coming up as well. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will take part in tonight's MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Coverage begins this afternoon at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will join the game in progress after Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns made their signing of guard Luke Kennard official this afternoon. In a statement, Suns GM Brian Gregory said, quote, Luke's work ethic and commitment to his craft have made him one of the most efficient three-point shooters in NBA history. His floor spacing, high basketball IQ, and connective playmaking bring another dimension to our offense. We're excited to welcome Luke and his family to Phoenix, end quote. And the semifinals of the World Cup are underway. It's not looking great for France right now as Spain has a 2-0 lead in the second half. They're in the 70th minute here. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Mitch. Gambo is back from vacation. He'll get you all the latest that he's hearing regarding the Phoenix Suns, Miles Bridges, Luke Kennard, plus some reaction to Summer League, all coming up today at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, at 98.7 FM.
Well, Suns have another game coming up against the Pistons. And then they'll have, at least one more game. We just don't know who it's against yet.
Okay.
I would say so far so good for this. This has been pretty much what I was hoping for from the Suns, honestly.
How so?
Just that Malawach looks like he's a second-year player among a lot of first-year players.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in control. I'm not saying he's the most dominant player out there, but he looks like he's in control. He's averaging, if you care about the numbers, he's averaging over 18 points and 12 rebounds a game. He's been disruptive defensively. And again, with him, it's not like he's been playing basketball since he was 3. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, his evolution, I think, is going to be pretty noticeable to everybody as long as he keeps moving in that direction. And so it's been good to see him moving in that direction.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, Luke. For me, Basinonians, it's a situation where the numbers are important, but that was not what I was really looking for in regard to Kaman Malawach. I wanted to watch him, and the eye test was more important than the numbers. The eye test was more important based on how many points he scored or rebounds he had. The eye test was going to be more just watching him, how he went about his business, how aggressive he was, how physical he was, how decisive he was. You're going to challenge a shot. And you know what? That's what he did. And again, I realize it's just a summer league that we're talking about here. But boy, it sure beats the alternative once again, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, and look, he's had a good enough summer league where you took Aaron's nickname from her and gave it to Kaman Malawach the other day. So that was nice.
I did not. I did not.
You did.
Stop it.
I just want to see if she's listening, if she can come down the hall and agree with me. But no, he's been outstanding so far. And I got to say, second most, I don't know if impressive is the right word or what, most encouraging so far has been Koa Pete, honestly.
Uh-huh. I know.
I understand there is the reservation of look, this dude's got to work on his shot. I get it. And his shot looks different now than it did even a few months ago when he was at U of A, and not necessarily in a good way. So I understand that's a real thing. I mean, if you can't shoot, then you're going to get exposed in the NBA and you're not going to play very much. But I don't know, man, just the fact that we were talking about a guy that was a lottery pick just a few months ago, that you moved up from 47. So you kind of met in the middle at 30. Back in January, we pulled these up, a couple weeks ago. It was I think CBS had him going 7th and ESPN had him going 14th. And that was during the college basketball season. That wasn't just him as a recruit, And then you get him, you move up from 47 to 30, and you get him. And so far in these summer league games, again, not dominant, but he's not even a rookie yet, and he looks like he belongs.
Yes. No, there's no doubt about it, man. Koa Pete, I'm very, very encouraged. Again, and we all know the context in which we're talking, but just watching him play, he went out there and had a great first half. Went out there, 11 minutes and had 11 points. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good start.
That's a pretty good start, yeah.
And it was really, really physical, and it wasn't like he was chucking up threes. He didn't attempt a three. And that's something that, once again, he's going to have to work on, and he will. But, man, just watching him in the second half where he slammed an inbound ball, slammed that down on a lob, and had a defender all over him, as a matter of fact. And then he slammed another one down with two hands. He was athletic, man. He was explosive. He was fierce, dare I say. And that, to me, matters. Again, it's not just what you do, it's how you do it. I think Koa Pete, he's the physical guy that I want to see this team develop into.
Since you bring up physicality, here's Chase and Allen talking about what he has seen from Koa Pete.
His physicality, his level of physicality, it translates. Immediately, guys feel him on the court, so that presence on the court for him is huge for us and himself, just feeling this pace of play, just slowing it down for him and being able to use his size.
I said this after the first game. He's just noticeable. Like, you don't feel like he's going to get pushed around. He may as a rookie. He may not play much as a rookie. I don't know. But, he's going to put the work in. Doesn't guarantee anything. But you're talking about a guy you essentially got with the 47th pick in the draft and a couple other second-rounders.
Yeah.
And a guy that he has, real upside, and he already looks like he's going to be a physical presence when he's out there.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough situation to not try him out and see how he develops early in the season. Do you agree with that?
I did until they traded for Miles Bridges. Now I don't know. Jordan Ott's gonna have his work cut out for him with managing these minutes in year two.
Yeah. But once again, you can look at Grayson Allen and you can look at Royce O'Neal and you can say, those guys actually played a lot up front as well.
Yeah.
If they went small, they played a lot of minutes, and now maybe you're still going to have some minutes opening up. I think Rasheer Fleming as well, man. Just looking at him shoot the three. He was 3 for 5, as a matter of fact, in this game.
Yeah.
And, he didn't score a ton of points, Basinonians. He didn't dominate like Malawat seemed to dominate to me. And when I say that, I'm talking about the eye test. But, Rasheer Fleming is a guy that I think could develop into a quintessential 3-and-D player in the NBA.
He's he was listed at 190 last year, and he's listed at 240 this year. Does he look like he's put on 50 pounds to you?
No.
Yeah, I would say he looks like a good, healthy weight right now.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure at Summer League last year he was listed at 190, and he's listed at 240 now.
Oh, my goodness.
He said he's at 250.
Man. Wow. Okay.
That's like LeBron size.
That's
6'8", 6'9", 250.
What's he
He's
doing?
about 6'8", 6'9", right?
He's pulling a Grayson Allen.
Yeah. I feel like he was like 225 last year. Maybe they just had him listed wrong or something.
Yeah, they must have.
Because he does.
They had to.
He looks a little bit bigger, but he doesn't look 50
He
pounds
doesn't
bigger
look
or whatever.
50 pounds bigger. No way.
Here's more from Chase and Allen, this time on Come On Malawat.
His voice, it carries. So him being behind the defense, talking, just puts everybody at ease because he's the anchor back there, and we know that he's seeing the play in front of him. So it's good that he's talking back there. His leadership qualities go to the bench. At all times, his voice is heard, and people gravitate to him. So he's doing a great job.
Do you actively see the players just lean on him collectively? Because that's what it seems like from over here.
Yeah. They definitely lean on him because he's seen these moments. He's been in playoff games. He's played in regular season games, so he does have experience, and he's seen a lot of action. So they lean on him for advice. Cole's been talking to him, been in his ear. So the whole team rallies around him.
Who was that? Who was he talking about?
That was Chase and Allen talking about Come On Malawat.
Okay, Come On Malawat. You know what is really cool, too? He had a couple of really nice finishes, finesse finishes around the basket. I like that. I really do. No, I mean, you've got to have the ferocity.
Oh, no, do we need the dunk sounder?
And you also, I know.
Where's the dunk sounder?
But you also need a little bit of finesse. You need that. And if you look at Wemby's like that.
Yeah.
So, it's a situation again. He's got so much talent. I just want to see him be fierce.
Look, there's a disclaimer on all this. Everybody knows that. It's Summer League basketball. Nothing gets solidified in the summer. I get that. But I've been encouraged by Malwatch. Maybe even...
Dunk.
Where'd you get that beat? That's a pretty good beat.
Great, I know.
You're just mixing that yourself?
Yeah, I think so.
I've been encouraged by Malwatch. It's more just the way he's carrying himself during the game. You know what I mean? We got to play that again. When we come back, how'd you feel about the new home run derby rules and format last night? And what are you looking forward to in the All-Star game tonight? We're just a couple hours away, and we also might just be a few minutes away from France getting eliminated from the World Cup the way the soccer game is going. They are in the 80th minute. It's 2-0 Spain. By the way, I think Spain's given up one goal in the whole tournament. Is that right, Rick?
I thought it was none, but I can check on that in the break.
Either way, it's a very low number. All right, that's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dunk.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Listen, if a new vehicle has been on your mind, I've got a great reason why you should head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Their summer sales event is happening right now. Oh, the summer sales event. And they're making it easier than ever to get behind the wheel of a brand new Ford. Time for you to gather, Basinonians. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, and they'll even include 2 years of premium Ford maintenance at no extra cost. Maybe you're dreaming about hitting the trails or have been looking for fuel efficiency, or maybe you just want to hear the engine rumble. Santan Ford has some serious summer incentives available for you. We're talking up to $5,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Ford Bronco. That's right, $5,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Mustang GT. Head on over to Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right. No more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Mitch. Can Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll be the shining stars in tonight's MLB All-Star Game? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We make a move and act a fool while we up in the club. This is how we do. Nobody do it like we do it, so show us some love. This is how we do.
It's not distracting at all that they're replaying this Cardinals-Packers playoff game on one of the TVs, right?
I figured they were playing the Cardinals-Steelers Super Bowl because that game is always on.
They show that game way too much.
I mean, I will say, though, that, even though the Cardinals lost, it's one of the best football games that's ever been played.
I would consider it the worst ever.
Yeah, but, take your Cardinals fandom out of it and just... the back and forthness of it. I think those 2 Super Bowls back-to-back, Giants, Patriots, Cardinals, Steelers, were the 2 best football games I've watched in my life.
It was a really good game. I do feel like they show it twice every day.
It is annoying how many times they show it.
And we always look up during the show and see Max Starks on the TV doing Max Starks things.
Yes.
I got a stat for you.
Okay.
You know what the greatest single-season ERA by a Diamondback starter is? It'd be weird if you knew this off the top of your head.
Right, thank you.
Not surprisingly, it's Randy Johnson. In fact, he has the top 3 all time. Okay. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have... Here, actually, I have them in front of me. Randy Johnson has 4 of the top 5. Zach Gallen actually has the other one.
Okay.
But Randy Johnson is number 1 all time with a 2.32 ERA in the season after they won the World Series.
How about that, man? 2.32, throwing gas.
You know what Erod's ERA is right now?
Let me guess. 2.25?
2.29.
Aha!
So, I mean, look, nobody's comparing Erod to Randy Johnson. Randy Johnson might be the greatest pitcher in the history of pitching. But as far as Diamondbacks history, that gives you a little context. Now, Randy did it every year and was embarrassing hitters and exploding birds as he did it. But Erod is it gives you some historical context of what Erod is doing this season, just in terms of franchise history. I would hope we get to see him pitch tonight. I mean, the National League's got a lot of pitchers.
Yeah.
Both these teams have a lot of players. What is there, 33 players on each roster now?
Yeah, once again, I'm really happy for Eduardo Rodriguez. This is one of these moments where whatever he has done this year, to see him being rewarded the way that he has, I'm just hoping that it sets something off inside of him. I'm talking about deep down in his soul, Luke, for the most part. Whatever this is, we all look at the World Baseball Classic, the WBC, and something happened to Erod in this. I don't know what it is he does. That's what makes this so interesting. It's not like suddenly he's throwing 100 miles an hour. It's not like his velocity has increased at all. So what is it? What kind of success is he having right now? What is he has he changed his focus? Has he changed his approach? Is it something fundamental to him that he has changed? Something he's always done in the past, and now suddenly maybe just something as simple as, am I being aggressive when I pitch? I don't know, but we see what's happened to Eduardo Rodriguez and it's night and day.
He was supposed to be a high-end talent when the Red Sox, when they brought him up. It was like 11-ish years, 12 years ago. And he was fine for the Red Sox, right? And then he gets to Detroit, and he was fine the first year. And then he, in 2023, has a 3.30 ERA, by far the best of his career. That's what got him paid by the Diamondbacks. His career ERA is 4.03. The best year of his career prior to this year was 3.30. He's at 2.29. That is a full point plus better than his career best. It's a cool story. Like, Corbin Carroll going to the All-Star game for the third time already, that's awesome. Like, I'm happy for Corbin Carroll. He's the face of this team. I don't think anybody really argues that he's the face of the Diamondbacks. But Erod getting to this point in his career where he's in year 11, and especially because the first 2 years at the D-backs were rough for Erod.
Yeah.
The fact that he flipped it around where, you're right, I mean, this season started in the World Baseball Classic. Now he's going to his first ever All-Star game. And in the middle, he's winning seemingly, or the Diamondbacks, I should say, are winning almost every game he starts.
You know, it's a situation where you say to yourself, well, what has changed? What has changed about Erod?
Johan Santana.
Johan Santana. Okay, would you say that Johan Santana reshaped the physical body of Eduardo Rodriguez? No.
He looks the same.
No, looks the same. Looks the same to me. And again, it's not like his velocity is what. No, looks the same. So what is it? What has changed? Whatever it is, Basinonians, it is what lies within. And this is why, again, I love it. This is why I love professional sports, because we get to sit around and talk about dudes that are out competing at the highest level our species can generate, and yet we're talking about something you can't see. What lies within? Something has changed inside of Eduardo Rodriguez, and guess what? It's coming out to a point where he's got a 2.29 ERA.
I mean, this is what's crazy about coaching. Right? I mean, maybe what Erod, year 11 of his major league career, but maybe somebody said something, maybe it was 2 sentences that just clicked for him and stuck with him. So while you were talking, I pulled up the story from March, okay? Because we're not making some crazy connection to Johan Santana. Erod made that connection. This is March. This is before the season started. The quote from Erod, he was talking about how excited he was to go play with Johan Santana there, working essentially as Venezuela's pitching coach. And he said, now where's the exact quote? I learned a lot from him, how to deal with some things during the game, how to change your mentality and all that. So it was an opportunity that I really appreciate to have in my career.
Ding.
This quote's before the season. This is not, hey, Erod, the Diamondbacks have won 14 of their last 17 with you out there, and you're an all-star. What did Johan? This is before the season he was saying this. But it's hard to argue with it.
Will you send me that?
I will.
Seriously, yeah. Just go ahead and send that to me.
I'm going to email you this story.
Because, again, this is what I love, brothers. It is the mentality. What are you talking about, Erod? He changed your mentality. What did he change? Why is it important? What you think and what you know matters. It is really, really cool to see this, because we're realizing there is something here, a very physical sport, like going out and playing baseball, and yet he has totally changed the fortunes of his career, possibly, in one offseason.
It's wild. It's wild. And we get to see him hopefully pitch tonight in the All-Star game. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jarrett speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment, Matt Ishbia, getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life's sleep.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. Tonight, the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend, the All-Star Game. As far as Diamondbacks representatives, Arizona has 2.
Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez. You probably knew that by now, but just as a reminder, we anticipate them entering sometime later in the game, as both of them are considered reserves for the National League. Your starting pitchers tonight: Christopher Sanchez representing the National League's Phillies, and Dylan Cease representing the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 5. Coverage is going to get started at 4 that you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. We will also join the game in progress here on 98.7 FM after the Burns and Gambo show. And in World Cup action, this is your spoiler warning if you don't want to know the outcome, because it did just go final in Arlington, Texas. Spain has advanced to the final for the first time since 2010, which was also the last time they hoisted the World Cup. They defeated France 2-0. They will face the winner between Argentina and England on Sunday in New Jersey. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Tim Ringer.
He is back.
Filling in for Burnsy as I come back and he takes. Always the worst thing is when in sports radio is when you come back from your vacation and your normal radio partner takes off like the next day. Come on, I have no idea what went on the last 2 weeks.
I don't think he likes you. He's like, that guy's coming back. I'm out of here.
That might be. But I'm back. Had a nice little vacation. My middle daughter, Gabriella, is getting married in October. So I took her and her fiance on a vacation to Ireland and Scotland, spend some time with her before she gets married. So got to spend some time in Ireland. A couple days in Dublin and then 3 over at the Ashford Castle in Cong. I really like that area. It's just the weather was beautiful, 60 degrees every day. And then I'd never been to Scotland, so we went over to Scotland and we based out of Edinburgh, and I went to the Edinburgh Castle and the Urquhart Castle where Loch Ness, the lake is, Loch Ness. And then I went to the Stirling Castle. So we did a lot of castles and stuff while we were there.
Any discernible differences between Scotland and Ireland? Because I've been to Ireland 3 times and I've never been to Scotland.
Yeah. I mean, I prefer Ireland. I think it's harder to drive in Ireland. The roads are more narrow.
Yes, it is.
And Scotland, you still drive on the wrong side of the road in Scotland, the wrong side of the car and everything. But I think Ireland is like if when you're driving in Ireland and you're in the country, hey, take a look at that. No, I can't. Hey, take a look. I cannot look.
You're brave enough. You're brave enough to drive yourself in Ireland?
Oh, I drive all over. I drive all. I rent a car, but I also take out which coverage you full. Give me the one where I just hand you the keys back. Oh, we have that for you. Yes, I want that. Yeah. Yes, you could just give me the keys. I don't even need to bring you a car. Here's the keys. I crashed the car. I don't know where it is. Here's the keys, and you're covered.
In 1998, my dad crashed the car driving in Ireland for exactly the same reason. Dude, you misjudged how close he was to
everything. So close to everything.
Yeah, and when a stone bridge comes out, it narrows even more.
Right.
And because you're on the wrong side of the road and the wrong side of the car, your perception is all screwed up.
I hit the curb. My daughter was counting. 4 times I hit the curb the first day.
Yeah.
4 times I hit the curb.
Your perception is off.
And then I figured it out, and I was better after that. We went to the Guinness factory. I don't love Dublin. I don't like big cities. But we went to the Guinness factory, and that was kind of fun. I hadn't done that before, and some other stuff.
Do you like Guinness?
No, I don't drink.
I don't like Dublin. I don't like big cities. I don't like Guinness.
I got a picture of my mug on there. And then obviously I brought home gifts for the kids. Something from Ireland and something from Scotland. So they've got some kind of, I forgot what it was, but one's like this whiskey fudge bar that's made in Ireland, and Lauren's got it. And you can show everybody, Lauren, if you want to jump on there. We have like a tradition is when we go on vacation. I started this many years ago because I'm the one who goes to Europe every year. Burnsy doesn't, so I always would bring home stuff. So I got you a whiskey fudge bar.
Yes. All right.
That's very nice.
Made in Ireland, whiskey fudge bar. And then some wafers that are very popular in Scotland. These caramel wafers from Scotland that are very popular. So
with a terrifying little kid on the
terrifying little kid.
Yeah.
Did you get something for Burnsy, even though he's not here?
Yeah, I got something for Burnsy. I did get some. I was at the Wallace Monument, Braveheart, William Wallace. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. I got to do that too. And Then, unfortunately, I had to make this stop at the London airport and get my wife something because she didn't get to go on this trip. It was me and my daughter, so she didn't get to go. So I had to stop at this store called.
You got her an airport present?
Gucci?
My husband went to Scotland, and all I got was this crappy T-shirt.
Yeah, well, she got a lot more than a crappy T-shirt. I had to stop and get a freaking bag. So, but yeah, it was a good trip. I am glad to be home. I always say I'm glad to be back, and I'm ready to roll. I'm not going to waste any more time talking about all the stuff that I did. We'll get right into sports. I'm caught up on a lot of things, and there's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about that I missed. So we'll waste no further ado and tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, the young guns. I remember when I was a high school writer for Newsday, I started this tradition that I think they kept going, where I would do a feature on the young guns of like girls high school basketball, and Sue Bird was one of my first features. Was Sue Bird, her and Nicole Kazmarski, and it was called the Young Guns. And I'm looking at the young core, following along and reading all the stories that Kellen's got and John Voida from Bright Side of the Sun, and just reading what everybody's saying. And then I got to watch some of that game last night, and everybody's complaining about Kobe Bryant. I'm watching Kobe Bryant last night, man. He's not missing a shot, and I know everybody was complaining because he hadn't hit anything. Look, I think we've got to start with this. I think we got to start with the Phoenix Suns, the Summer League, Koa Pete, Kaman Malawach, and even Kobe Bryant last night. Rasheer Fleming to a certain extent, too. Tim, I think we're seeing some really good young talent. Now, take it for a grain of salt. It's the Summer League, but it's not – you're getting everything you want out of these guys, everything you should expect out of these guys. Brea, up until last night, you weren't, but then last night he showed you what he's capable of. I think these guys are off to a really good start. I think fans are pretty excited about it.
Well, we understand the disclaimer that it's Summer League, and it doesn't mean or pretend that they're going to have this kind of success when the regular season begins. But I will say this. I think what you were hoping to see, let's start with Malawach. What you were so hoping to see out of Malawach at Summer League, we're seeing exactly that, and perhaps
dominance.
Then some. Yes, he's by far and away, dominant. Unquestionably, even though Koa Pete's had some nice games statistically, Kaman Malawach is the best player on the court for the Suns. And I thought last night he was the best player on the court for both teams. So you're seeing that growth. Now you can say, okay, it's only Summer League, but you know what? It was only Summer League last year, and Malawach didn't play all that well in Las Vegas.
No.
He really struggled in a lot of areas. He's not struggling anymore. I mean, his numbers last night, 21 and 10, 4 rebounds, 4 blocks. He was dropping dimes. He was getting critical rebounds at the end of the game when the Suns were trying to put that game away and get it in the win column. Not that that matters, but what the heck? You're playing these games, you want to win it. But Malawach was rising up. He was defending. He had some picturesque block shots. Again, the 21 points, hit a big 3 to tie the game up late. And again,
it's a great sign.
It's a great sign.
Look at the 3 game. Look at the 3 games. So 19 points, 11 rebounds, 1 block shot in the first game. 15 points, 15 rebounds, 2 blocks in the second game. 21 points, 10 rebounds, 4 blocks in the third game. His shooting percentage is through the roof. 7 for 15, 5 for 9, 5 for 10. So he's shooting very, very well, right around 50%. So you'll take that because he is shooting some jump shots and some threes. But I think that this is a great sign that this kid, you want to see a young kid like this develop. You want to see him get better. You want to see him take advantage of the opportunity he's getting. And I think that's what we could say about Kaman Malawach right now is, yes, look, their goal is very simple. They re-signed Mark Williams because they did not want to go into the season with Malawach and Oso as their 2 centers.
Fair.
They did not want to do it. Now, they also did not expect that, Mark Williams would be a guy that would be their starting center for 3 years, not even 2. The thought process was maybe Mark could start for 1 year and then be the backup in the second year. Or maybe Mark starts for, half the season and then Malawach. They know and they expect at some point Malawach will displace Mark. They need it to happen. Like Mark Williams is a decent center, but Malawach has a much higher ceiling. They don't want it to happen. They need it to happen.
Well, yeah.
They need Malawach to be better than Mark Williams.
You pick a guy number 10 in the draft, you expect him to be your starter no matter what position he plays. Jason Allen has been coaching the Suns at Summer League. Let's get a cut in from him real quick about Malawach before we hit the break in terms of how he's played and how he's emerged, not only as a dominant figure in the middle for the Suns, but also one of the team leaders.
His voice, it carries. So him being behind the defense, talking, just puts everybody at ease because he's the anchor back there, and we know that he's seeing the play in front of him. So it's good that he's talking back there. His leadership qualities go to the bench. Like, at all times, his voice is heard, and people gravitate to him. So he's doing a great job.
Do you actively see the players just lean on him collectively? Because that's what it seems like from over here.
Yeah, they definitely lean on him because he's seen these moments. He's been in playoff games. He's played in regular season games, so he does have experience, and he's seen a lot of action. So they lean on him for advice. Cole's been talking to him, been in his ear. So the whole team rallies around him.
And you talk about Malawach developing even in the course of Summer League. It's only been 3 games in a few days, but in that opener, he had trouble with turnovers. Last night, only turned it over one time, played 27 minutes. Remember, they're only playing 40-minute games. And Koa Pete, Gambo, we're kind of running out of time here, but Pete, 19 points and 6 rebounds. Look, we knew what he looked like. We watched him in college, right?
Loved him.
But when you see him out there against other pros, and right now in Summer League,
the physicality,
they are all pros.
Yeah.
He looks the part.
He does.
He looks bigger and stronger than most everybody out there. And the fact that he's only 19 means, wow. Yeah. How high is the ceiling for Koa Pete?
Yeah, the young guns for the Phoenix Suns, that young core, really 3 games in. I think everybody's going to be very, very impressed with what they're seeing out of these guys so far. When we come back, the D-backs at the break. What are their playoff odds, and how much did that sweep of the Dodgers change the status of how we view them? That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
It's really hard to overstate just how out of left field these last 4 games have felt. They got that last win in San Diego, then they went into Los Angeles, and in a weekend where their 3 impact players did nothing. It was the lower half of the lineup that was leading the Diamondbacks in each of these games, and that's exactly where they have been a big, dark, black hole.
It was the others, as
It was the
Shaquille O'Neal.
others.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, simply the best at what he does. I love the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I went there for my vision correction procedure. My son just went in for an eye exam. My daughter, Gabriella, she's going to be going in to get her new glasses. We use the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for our entire family. Uses the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for all of our eye care needs. I don't wear glasses or contacts because I went to Dr. Jay Schwartz and had LASIK surgery done. One of the best things that I've ever done for myself. So I'm really a big fan of Dr. Jay Schwartz, a team eye doctor for your sons and D-backs with locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. All you have to do is give him a call, set up a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in vision correction at 480-483-EYES. You could also go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll represent the Arizona Diamondbacks at the MLB All-Star Game? We're reacting to the Midsummer Classic tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, the interesting thing real quick about Scotland is their hotels and their houses don't have air conditioning. Like a lot of the top hotels don't have air conditioning.
Because they just don't need it.
They don't need it. So, but if it does get a little warmer for them, it's like, hey, 5 days a year it gets hot where we need AC, but that's it.
Open the window, buddy.
Right.
That's what they say.
Yeah. They don't I had a hotel with a view of the up high of the Edinburgh Castle. I had a great view of the castle, from my balcony. And but I also had to have the door open. I had to hear all the noise on the streets. I'm like, I'm going to shut the door. But I'm not going to get the cold air in. I'll just turn the AC on. I'm looking for it. I go down to the front desk. I'm like, hey, I can't find the AC. He goes, yeah, we don't have it.
Yeah, that's why you can't find it.
He goes, open a window.
Let me guess. You're from the United States.
I feel like an idiot. Okay,
you can go out there.
I'll just open the door and listen to and have to hear all the street noise.
Go out there in your underwear and say, keep it down.
I'm like, I got to keep the door open to get the cool air in. But if I shut the door, it gets a little warm. Like it gets a little. I'd like to put the air on a little bit. And they're like, we don't have air, you idiot. I'm like, okay.
They're like, have a Guinness and shut up.
That was. I don't know what the beer of Scotland is, but yeah. Anyway, they basically. I felt like an idiot. All right, the D-backs. I get back and they're kicking some ass. What a great sweep of the Dodgers. I'm just so pumped about that. I got to see a couple of those games. That bullpen game was unbelievable. They were fantastic and knocking Yamamoto out of the game. Tim Tawa, wow. Everybody was like, oh, this guy's only a AAA batter, and he comes in, he's mashing right now. Nice to see Pavin Smith off the team. Just nice to see him off the team. It was time for him to get the limo. But what a great job by the bullpen versus the Dodgers. 0.71 ERA in 12 2/3 innings pitched. Only one earned run in 12 2/3 innings with 14 strikeouts and 2 walks. They did a great job. And now all of a sudden, because of that sweep, it's just like, I said this, every time you think you're out, they reel you back in. This team finds a way to just stay on that edge of contention. And they're there right now. But with that sweep, they're putting themselves 2.5 games back of the third and final wild card spot. You're a buyer at 2.5 back. You are a buyer, not a seller. But it very well could have went the other way had they got swept and they were 5 games back. You might be like, okay, it's over. So I think that while I was gone, they did what they needed to do to continue to give them a path to be able to buy at the deadline to try to go for it. I don't think they're not going to sell if they're 2 games out of a wild card spot. They're going to buy.
Especially not only 2.5, but as Mike Hazen told Alex Weiner here a short time ago that it's also about how many teams are in front of them. And right now, it's only the Cardinals and the Pirates between the D-backs and the Marlins who currently sit in that third wild card spot. The Marlins come skidding into the All-Star break. They've lost 3 in a row. Marlins come to chase, by the way, in September, if you're kind of looking that far ahead. But everything's in reach right now. Paul Sewald, after the game, Gambo, talked about how every game is crucial right now between now and August 3rd. August 3rd is the trade deadline. It's a few days later this season. There are 16 games left between now and the trade deadline. Man, if the D-backs, they come out of the gate, I mean, they've got the Cardinals, then they got, the reeling A's. They go back and play a makeup game against the Cardinals. So the opportunity for there, and Jack Summers wrote about it too, like the time is right now for the D-backs to strike, to make it undeniable in Mike Hazen's mind that they will be buyers heading into the August and September portion of the season. And they've won 4 in a row. That was on the heels of a stretch where they lost 8 out of 12. They make the decision with Pavin Smith. They make the decision with Zach Gallen. Perhaps addition by subtraction. The bullpen was remember, Mitch Bratt gave up 3 runs.
He did.
On Sunday. Now,
and then, 7 other guys came in?
Yeah, and they were 6 shutout innings. But remember, I mean, the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. They had lost the first 2 at home. They don't like to lose. They don't plan on losing. They get a 3-0 lead going into the 5th inning in the Sunday finale. You figure the Dodgers are going to find a way to win that game ultimately. They were well on their way.
They had the best record in baseball going into that weekend, the Dodgers. The best record in baseball. They had not been swept all year long. They had not been swept. And the Diamondbacks, they had the fewest wins in the majors against any team with a record 500 or better. So it was an odd sweep. But this is the thing, and I know a lot of people don't like Torey Lovello. This team never quits on him. They play hard. They're definitely outmanned in a lot of situations. It was crazy because like the Marte, Perdomo, and Corbin Carroll didn't even play well.
No, they were 2 for
20, 2 for 26.
26.
36. 2 for 36. Like they were terrible. Like those 3 guys were not good, but it was Arenado, it was Tawa, it was McCann. It was like they were getting these contributions from all these other guys, and that led to the series sweep against the Dodgers.
You know what? Listen, Torey's a punching bag on social media with D-backs, and not every move he makes is right, and perhaps he gives guys too long of a leash, like a Pavin Smith and like a Zach Gallen. But the reality is, you look at this team right now, to be where they're at the All-Star break, you got to remember, I mean, Burns and Martinez and Puck haven't pitched at all. You lose Ryan Nelson. Zach Gallen can't beat anybody. Merrill Kelly at best has been inconsistent. They've got the worst production out of first base in like the last 100 years in Major League Baseball.
Since 1920.
Yeah, think about that. Okay, now, and keep this in mind. The first 5 weeks of the season, Ketel Marte didn't hit. So all of that facing Torey Lovello like a monsoon, timely reference, he has still found a way to keep this team very much in the playoff race. Archie Bradley, Gambo, was on.
I need a power washer really bad.
I know.
My backyard is a mess.
I know. I had to drive back home from California on Sunday night in the middle of that mess. Anyway, Archie Bradley was on Bickley and Murata today, and he talked about Torey Lovello.
I was thinking about this question on the elevator ride up today.
Really?
Because I literally, on the drive in, I mean, I was thinking about Torey and this team, and I heard you guys talk last week. I listen, I keep up, and hey, we got to go. And Torey's name is floating around, 1 year deal, you know. Who else are we going to go get? Again, I just talked about it off air. This is a different sports city than New York, than other places, you know. I know we want to win, but let's just be real about our market, the money we spend, and I'll give King Kendrick credit. We've been spending a lot more money. We're not lacking that. But we're not a thriving like, hey, if we don't win, Corey's got to go.
Right.
I mean, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate how Archie Bradley is behind Torey Lovello, and I think, again, I understand it. I understand it. The manager, when things don't go right, and lineups, and sticking with guys, and Torey Lovello facing a lot of flack from fans, and that's totally fair, and that's within their right. But you look at what he's done this year. I think he's done a hell of a job. I think he's done an absolutely hell of a job.
When you consider that, like you mentioned, no Corbin Burns, that's your ace. He's not pitching. He's out. AJ Puck's supposed to be one of your top relievers with Justin Martinez. Those guys are. You look at the job he's done with the bullpen. With it's the island of misfit toys, this bullpen. Nobody wanted these guys. Nobody wanted Taylor Clark. Nobody wanted Paul Sewald, Loizaga. Like, nobody wanted these guys. You know, Ginkel and Thompson were not great last year. These guys have been great this year. Murillo, like, their bullpen has been lights out, and he's done a good job with the bullpen. Now, listen, there are some things like, I don't like, I think Cabrera needed to go longer in some of these games. I like what they did early by getting rid of guys. I think they held on to Pavin way too long. I think that was a mistake. I don't know why you kept playing Pavin. And look, when Torrey says, I believe in Pavin. Pavin's a good hitter. Pavin's always been a great. He's not talking to me and you and the fans. He's talking to Pavin Smith.
Of course.
He's trying to that's not intended for me, you, and the fans.
And he's giving him every opportunity to find a way to get it done.
Because hitting is mental. It's very, very mental. It's the hardest thing to do in sport is hit that baseball in sports. And it's a very mental game. So every time he said something positive about Pavin Smith, he didn't intend it for me and you. He intended it for Pavin. Wanted Pavin to hear it. But it was way overdue. Like, he needed to go. But you look at the odds. I was looking at some of the odds today in a story, and it said that right now the Diamondbacks have a 22.3% chance of making the playoffs. And I don't know what what the other stuff is, BR and FG, but the playoff average odds are 22.3%. And to me, I look at that and I'm like, okay, like that's. You've got to as long as you're not like 7% or 8%, I think you kind of got to go for it.
It may have been 7% before these last 4 games. I mean, especially when you look at who they were facing in terms of strength of schedule. The LA Dodgers, 3 at Chavez Ravine. My gracious. And now, like I said, 16 games between now and the trade deadline. Go 10-6.
Oh, here's what these do. So it's the odds for Baseball Reference, Fangraphs, and Baseball Perspectives. 22.3, 16.3, 23.9, 26.7. So 3 of them have them between 22 and 27%. That's good enough to buy. That's good enough to try to go for it. You get a situation like you don't want to back down and trade a bunch of guys if you've got a chance to make the playoffs. You're only a couple of games out. When we get back, the Miles Bridges trade is complete. We'll talk a little bit about how him and Mark did in Charlotte together. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Tonight, the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend, the All-Star Game. As far as Diamondbacks representatives to look forward to seeing tonight, Arizona's got two of them. You probably know who, but as a reminder, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez, who we anticipate will enter sometime later this evening, the both of them, as they are both reserves for the game. Your starting pitchers tonight, Christopher Sanchez, representing the National League's Phillies, and Dylan Cease, who's representing the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 5. Coverage is going to get started at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will also be joining the game in progress here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show. And in World Cup action, Spain has advanced to the final for the first time since 2010, which is also the last time that they hoisted the trophy. They defeated France in Arlington, Texas 2-0. They will face the winner of Argentina-England. That final will be on Sunday in New Jersey. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details can be found at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. Plenty of conversation swirling around how Kyler Murray will fit with Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to dive way deep into it on Bickley and Murata starting at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
And I did report a little bit on, but less than normal, right? Wouldn't you guys say less than normal? I mean, there wasn't a lot going on. So I think I did pretty good. I know you guys always joke about, like, he's going to report something. And I did break a little D-backs news one day and some Sun stuff a few times. But I think overall I was pretty good. Would you guys agree?
My favorite tweet of yours from while you were away was seeing your pose printed on the foam of the Guinness.
Yes.
That was great.
That was pretty cool.
How do they do that?
I don't even know. They take a picture. They take a picture of you.
They do. Okay.
And then, however they do it, you go over and, you do this tour of the Guinness factory. It's like it's an add-on, like you've got part of a package you pay for. Yeah. And then you get to go and they make the beer, and then the foam top ends up with your picture on it.
So you don't see how they make the sausage; you just see the sausage. I got it. Okay.
I'm like, that's cool.
That's cool.
And it tastes delicious.
This is how all Guinness should be poured right here. Everyone should come just like this.
The picture of Gambo with the foam.
Like this, with the foam right there. Yeah, that was pretty cool. But yeah, I worked a little bit. I tried to give you guys as much information as I could on what was going on with the Phoenix Suns. One of the things I said 5 days ago, I said, look, the Miles Bridges trade and Luke Kennard signings are expected to be completed early next week. Bridges got done yesterday. Kennard got done today. I said the initial trade with Charlotte, Minnesota, and Brooklyn should be done this weekend. Phoenix cannot complete their transaction until that trade is completed. There is no risk of it falling apart, just timing. There were some people out there that were talking about the trade's going to be canceled or it's not going to go through. And
well, that was in light of the recent TMZ report. Like, okay, right. there's more alleged toxicity in this relationship that Miles Bridges is in with his ex, and more stuff came out. And that led people to wonder, hey, this thing's not done yet with this latest report, if you will.
And it was not.
Impact the Suns
it was not
decision.
going to impact the Phoenix Suns at all. They were going to go through. That's why even just the other day, like 2 or 3 days ago, I said, don't believe anyone who's saying and reporting that there's more to the Bridges trade delay than what I've been reporting and that the trade's going to be canceled. Those people don't have any idea what they're talking about. And then yesterday, Miles Bridges trade became official. Today, the Phoenix Suns put out the press release. The Luke Kennard signing has become official. So now you look at it, and the Phoenix Suns are able to go out there and do what they wanted to do. They made all the moves that they wanted to make. People are asking me, are they done? Probably. You can never say never, right? I mean, yeah, but I think they're pretty much done. All the heavy lifting is obviously done, and this is the team they have. Now, I will say, John Voida put out something in it about the limited amount of time that Mark Williams shared the court with Miles Bridges when they were in Charlotte. Now, it's an interesting, just a little tidbit on what their numbers are. 47 games together, 1,000 minutes, and a minus 93 rating. What I will tell you about that, minus 93 plus minus, net rating was minus 4.6. What I will say about this is NBA coaches do not take into account two-man rotations and lineups. They don't really look. They look at three-man more. They don't look at like two. The coaches don't really look at, what's our two, because the other three guys can be terrible and not play well, and it affects their guys.
Yes.
Right? These two guys are playing good, but these three guys suck. So they don't really take into consideration the two-man combos and what those numbers produce. They look more at the three-man combos and then obviously
4 and 5.
4 and 5, but it starts with 3. It doesn't really go to 2. So not a concern of mine. The Williams-Bridges front court, the 47 games they played together in Charlotte, the numbers aren't great, but that is not something that I would even be concerned about.
Yeah, would you, though, be concerned about the stories that continue to come out? Clearly, we're not going to get into the story itself, but clearly, reading the TMZ report, Miles Bridges is in a toxic relationship.
Yes.
We can say that, okay, with great certainty. Obviously, Brian Gregory was with Miles Bridges for a short period of time at Michigan State, knows the young man. I want to say he believes in him, otherwise he wouldn't have done the deal. I mean, I can pretty much safely say that. Gregory came out and released a statement about Bridges the other day once it was made official. But this obviously is baggage that Miles Bridges is going to carry with them to Phoenix. And the question is, we'll see about the basketball, but hopefully this baggage doesn't impact Miles Bridges, the player, because the person certainly is bringing that baggage.
There's going to be, right now, there's not going to be, I reported this yesterday too, there's not going to be any like media availability or press conference with him this week because they're in Summer League in Vegas. They'll have the press conference next week, and Phoenix will have their opportunity to ask him all the questions. The domestic violence, I've been here for 30 years. Jerry Colangelo was very against it because of what happened with his dad and mom. He didn't like it. He got rid of guys that were, whether it was Mike DeFelice or Jason Kidd, or I think there was one other baseball player. He would get rid of those guys. So there's a history in this market of not really accepting those guys and jettisoning them out as quickly as you can. The Suns are going to need to explain that they've done their homework on this situation and they're comfortable with it, and that there will be parameters put in place to monitor the situation and to make sure that he gets the help that he needs and continues to get the help that he needs. And he's going to have to come in here and say all the right things too. Now whether people accept that or not, that's up to you. That's up to you if you want to accept that or not. To each his own, right? Everybody's going to be different. I mean, some Suns fans I don't care. I just want them to win. And other Suns fans just, I
don't want to win like this.
I don't want to win like this. So I think I spoke with a former coach of his, and he said to me, he was one of my favorite guys. He got somewhat of a bad rap. No excuse for what he did because it's inexcusable. But as a player, he loves to play. He works hard. He's the epitome of a 4. You could throw a lob to him. He can hit a 3. He can guard. He can play. He plays bigger than he is. And he's got a love for a game, and that's his key. Like if the season was canceled tomorrow, he'd be the first guy at the Y playing. So when he stepped on the court, it was his happy place. His only issues were off the court, but those were never an issue when he was on the court. So I did speak to people that coached him because I wanted to, you know me, I do as much homework as I can to try to delve into the situation and find out about the guy. Now, would I put a Miles Bridges jersey on? No, I'm totally against domestic violence. I would never raise my hand to a woman. Now, am I going to support the Phoenix Suns? Sure. I want him to do well, and I want the Suns to do well. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go buy his jersey and put it on and parade it around town. But I think that press conference will be one in which you'll have to hear the Suns brass talk about why, that they vetted him, that they know him, and then he'll have to come out and say, that was whatever he wants to say. It was a terrible time in my life. I did something that's awful. I've been paying the price ever since, and I'm going to continue to try to be a better person. And that's the things that people are going to want to hear, and that's the things that they're going to need to hear. And some people might be like, okay, all right, I'm ready to move on if you are, and some people will not be.
I'll give him a clean slate on a zero-tolerance policy. There's two ways to look at it, right? They have experience with this young man through Michigan State, so they know him better than most, and they believe in him. Or the other way to look at it is the Michigan State Spartan Green is blinding the decision a little bit. And that's I think those are Matt Ishbue were sitting here right now. I think he would understand those concerns coming from the fan base. And it's totally legitimate because a lot of teams wouldn't have touched Miles Bridges given what's gone on in his past. And I think that's the disappointing thing about the TMZ story that broke just a few days ago is that clearly this is not over. Like he's still continuing to have problems with the mother of his child. And you just hope that when he gets to Phoenix, those outside issues don't impact him as a person and ultimately, as far as the basketball team is concerned, ultimately as a player.
Yeah. I spoke with a front office guy with a different team and said, listen, there were teams that would not have traded for him because of this. He was in a really messed up marriage. He hung with the wrong people. People can change. I had one front office guy, no relation to the Suns, said Tom Izzo actually told him not to marry this woman. Told him, don't marry this woman. He was an immature kid. Immaturity doesn't mean you're a bad person, but he did an awful thing, and there were plenty of teams that wouldn't have traded for him because of that. But, again, I think the fans are going to want to hear from him, and they're going to want to hear from the Suns. And then at that point, he's on the field. If you're a fan of the Phoenix Suns, you're a fan of the Phoenix Suns. You're going to want him to do well to help the team do well. But I think there is a middle ground where you don't have to be buying his jersey and supporting him, but you can support the team if you are completely against what he's done.
And you want him to do well because you want the team to do well, and I think everybody can agree on that. Brian Gregory says he's gonna impact the game on both ends of the floor, and he embodies the grit and competitiveness and work ethic. I'm reading the quote now that fits our identity. We're excited to welcome him to Phoenix.
Yeah, he's a guy that's very, very talented. He's going to have some really good games, and he's going to have some very ordinary games. Right? He's not a superstar, but he's a good player. Does anybody want LeBron? Anybody? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LeBron James.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about M-Drive. I've been doing this for 30 years on the radio here in Arizona. I've seen companies come and go, and M-Drive, that's not one of them. They have always been around. I've been taking M-Drive for well over a decade, every single day. And these days, it's probably the best endorsement I can give you because after age 40, you start noticing changes. Energy isn't the same. Recovery takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. As I approach 60, I have a lot of people tell me, man, you don't look your age. You don't act your age. You don't look your age. Now you got to eat right. You got to sleep right. And you got to work out and get to it. I got back and I was at the gym today, making sure I got my workout in. M-Drive was created for guys like me and you. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. No hype, no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow. All you have to do is go online right now, mdriveformen.com. Use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the Precision decision today.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, it is the Burns and Gambo Social Poll. You know, Mitch, I did take a sip of that Guinness.
Ooh.
I did.
And then what happened?
I just took a sip. Then I gave it to
I felt all groovy.
my future son-in-law, like you drank it. And I actually, when I was at the bar at the Ashford Castle, I ordered a Smithwick's. And I took a sip of that and I gave it to them too.
I don't know why, but the Guinness in Ireland is so much better than the Guinness here.
It is, right? That's what people were saying.
Yes.
People
There's
gotta be a reason why.
No, there has to be.
I mean,
You're telling me that the brew that is special for its Dublin roots tastes better in Dublin? Is that what you're telling me?
That beer's been around since like the 1700s.
Yeah.
They used the same they used the same 4 ingredients today as they used back then.
It tastes better in Killarney.
It's
It
the
tastes better in
same
Athenry.
4
It
ingredients.
tastes better at Bunratty Castle. Yes.
The guy signed like a 9,000-year lease at the place where the Guinness factory is now. Like a 9,000-year lease. Crazy.
Yeah. No,
All right. That's not our poll question. What is our poll question?
Is Guinness better in Ireland than it is here?
Our poll question, sadly, today has nothing to do with alcohol at all. And it has
That's a
everything to
shame.
do with the World Cup. So we're asking who will win the World Cup. Let me lead off by saying, do not pick France, given the match today.
They're gone.
No. So do you think it will be Spain, England, or Argentina?
Spain.
I'm going to go with Messi. I'm going to go Argentina.
I was having dinner at a like a pub in Scotland. And I was watching the Argentina. It was I did watch some of the games because they were on great times there. Argentina's down 2-0. And then I watched him come back and win that freaking game 3-2 and couldn't believe it. I'm going Spain, though. Spain's going to win it all.
All right, well.
I'm rooting for England.
Yeah, so am I.
I am rooting for England.
I'm rooting for England.
That's for you, Andy Van, my guy in Britain. Andy, that's for you. I'm rooting for England. I was rooting for Norway.
Yes. Well, sorry then. England got knocked out and you adopted them. We also have a pool going on the version of the Burns and Gambo show that was happening last week, which is Jamal has Argentina, I have England, Burnsy has Spain, and Kellen had France, so he just got knocked out.
He got knocked out, okay.
Adios, KO.
Yes.
Adios.
All right, well, excluding France from this poll question, 23% of our audience is going with England, 21% going with Argentina, and 15% going with Spain.
Was the England-Norway game a great game?
Yes.
It was a great game.
That was a great game filled with drama and.
God, I wanted Norway to win so bad.
Right on down the line.
I did want Norway to win.
The striking
Did it
Viking.
hit the camera wire? Did it not?
Was the goal taken away by Holland, right?
No, Jude Bellingham's extra time goal. If you go back and look, hits the camera wire, and so that.
And then did he push the guy? But was it a flop when they scored?
But one more thing about Scotland, like everybody was drinking this orange drink called Iron Brew.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Is it an alcohol?
No, it's
soda.
Scotland's iconic soft drink.
Oh.
And it's everywhere. It's simply everywhere. So I go buy one and I'm drinking it, on our way to one of the castles or something. And on the way back, we had to stop at a gas station. I walk in and I go, hey, listen, why do people drink this thing? It's disgusting. He goes, I don't know. That's the drink we had when we were kids, and that's what our parents gave us, and so we're all used to it. I'm like, it's gross.
If it's Scottish, it's crap.
It's just gross. Your Iron Brew is disgusting.
There you go.
All right.
I have spoken.
Yes. Maybe LeBron can play in Scotland if they have a team. Does anybody want LeBron James? Anybody? What are you hearing?
Well,
what are you reading?
I am hearing and reading that Cleveland still looks to be the ultimate landing spot, but Golden State's in there battling. But to me, Gambo, and I talked about this yesterday on the Bickley and Murata show, I found it odd. Usually when a free agent is coveted, the agent keeps a pretty tight lip, right? He might leak some stuff. Rich Paul's openly going and campaigning on all these podcasts, and I thought that was a little odd. And then Byron Scott, former Laker great, former NBA head coach, who's clearly dialed into the situation, albeit he may have an axe to grind with LeBron. He may not like him. But Byron Scott went on a podcast the other day and said nobody's calling to get LeBron on their team. Rich Paul's having to call everybody. And I'm like, aha, light bulb. That's why Rich Paul is out there campaigning on every podcast he can get on. But a lot of teams, and this is per Byron Scott, I'll read to you what he said. He said NBA teams don't want all the blank that comes with signing LeBron James. 10 years ago, everybody wanted him. Now, Rich Paul and company, they're making the calls to see who's interested in having LeBron on their team. They don't want the stuff that goes into having LeBron on your team, talking about clutch, talking about the entourage, talking about Rich Paul, talking about Bronny James. And then Brian Windhorst came out, unrelated to the Byron Scott comments, and said LeBron James is calling players on teams. And then the players.
You guys want me?
Yeah. What do you guys think about me? And then the players called in this is Windhorst now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then the players are calling the GM and say, hey, LeBron just called.
But that's what happened. See, Kevin Durant, when Durant found out about Golden State, he called Curry. And then Curry told Kerr. And then Kerr told the owner.
When the Suns thing fell apart with Durant.
Yes, yeah. When Durant was like, hey.
Yeah, okay.
But that's what happens. A lot of times you call, you discuss it with the other players because they've got a lot of pull. The players have a lot of pull. I don't know. I mean, you're right. There's a lot of baggage that comes with LeBron. There's a lot of now, how much of that still exists when he's not, he's still really good, but he's not a top 10 player in the league anymore?
Campbell, you'll put up with all these stuff that comes with LeBron. If he's 31, do you want to put up with all that stuff? And this is Byron Scott saying this. Listen, you're going to have him for 1 or 2 years. He's 41 years of age. Is it worth it to bring him on with all the baggage that comes with him? I mean, again, this is coming from Byron Scott. This is what he's had to say on a podcast. Brian Windhorst as well, talking about how, LeBron is reaching out to players in terms of, would you guys have an interest in me coming there?
It's a 1-year deal.
It's a 1-year deal.
You don't have to pay him 4 years. You don't have to pay him $250 million. It's a 1-year deal. I mean, isn't it somewhat fascinating that some team's not going to be like, I need to get over the hump. I need to win. Let me go get LeBron. Let me go get
But is every player on those teams on board with that? Because you understand, when LeBron James comes, he dominates the ball. You can talk about him being a facilitator, But to facilitate, you need to have the basketball. Like LeBron James is still LeBron James. And at this point in his career, he's not what he was, offensively speaking, that he was 10 years ago. He still has the numbers.
So he can't be on a team with Luka because Luka dominates the ball, or with Jokic because Jokic dominates the ball. Might not even work with Donovan Mitchell. You do need secondary ball handlers.
Right, but remember, Gamble, LeBron dominated the ball a year ago for Team USA with 12 of the best players in the world. When he was on the court, he had the rock. And they
deferred to him.
And they had to defer to him. But
I don't know that you're doing that anymore.
But easier said than done. If you're gonna bring him in, does Donovan Mitchell want LeBron James on the Cavs? I would have my questions about that.
I would have questions about it too. I don't know the answer to that. But I think, do I really want it? He's still you would think that LeBron James in the right situation could help a team win.
Sure.
That he's not your number one option. If he's your number 2 or number 3 option, he could still help you win. He's still a great player, right? He's still no odds there. Right? He's not a top 10 player anymore, but he's still a great player. He should be able to help. All right, let's think about the Western Conference. Denver, no. Oklahoma City should not want him.
The Wolves are actually a pretty good fit, but he's not want to deal with the Minneapolis.
Wolves are not a terrible fit. That's not a terrible fit.
They're not a bad fit. That's actually the Wolves might be actually the best basketball fit for him.
I would not put him on that young San Antonio team.
I would not.
I would not want him on that young San Antonio team.
And they don't need him. They don't need him.
That's why Golden State with the old guys makes a lot of sense. Go play with Draymond, and Steph.
Right, and they all like each other. They're all from the same era. One last rodeo, one last hurrah, like the Four Musketeers going out in a blaze of glory.
Be interested to see how that thing plays itself out. Koa Pete is doing some things in the Summer League and drawing a lot of comparisons. We'll talk about Koa next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The Lund Mortgage team has been helping people every single day with all their mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, getting yourself pre-approved for a mortgage. Nobody does it better than the Lund Mortgage team. I have worked with the Lund Mortgage team ever since I moved to the Valley. They've been on top of all of my mortgages and handled everything for me ever since I got to Arizona 30 years ago. Family-owned business from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, and they're helping a lot of people get pre-qualified absolutely free right now. Pre-qualified for free. A lot of you sitting there I'm renting and continue to rent and spend all this money, and you want to own your own home, but you think you need a certain amount down. You don't think you can do it. Contact the Lund Mortgage team. You'd be surprised at how many great options there are for you to get you into a home. Call them at 623-889-0130 for all your mortgage needs. That's 623-889-0130.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases, 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, UACUnit.com.
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, will come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. Call 602-298-6956.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Tonight, the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend. Of course, the All-Star Game. As far as Diamondbacks representatives are concerned, Arizona has two of them. You probably know who they are by now, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez. They're both reserves. We anticipate them to enter sometime later in the game. Rodriguez from, of course, the bullpen, and Carroll probably the last few innings somewhere in the outfield. As far as the starting pitchers tonight, it's Christopher Sanchez representing the National League's Phillies and Dylan Cease representing the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 5. Coverage is going to begin at 4 o'clock that you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. We will also be joining the game in progress here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show. And in World Cup action, this is your spoiler warning if you don't want to know the results, Spain has advanced to the final for the first time since 2010, which, convenient enough for them, was the last time that they hoisted the trophy. They defeated France in Arlington, Texas by a score of 2-0. They will face the winner of Argentina-England. Those two will face off tomorrow in Atlanta, and then the final is going to be Sunday in New Jersey. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Wednesday morning as we examine what went down in the Major League Baseball All-Star Game and how our Diamondbacks fared. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. He's off all of this week and I think one day next week. Is that right? All right. I'm back. I was off for 2 weeks, but I am back now. And Tim Ring filling in today and tomorrow. We've got the All-Star Game going on today. And we've got a lot of Summer League. Summer League is something a lot of people have gotten behind with, especially with the addition of Koa Pete, the first-round draft pick out of the University of Arizona, who had a good game last night. He had a great debut, his NBA Summer League debut, 17 points, 13 in the second half, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Last night, 19 points, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, only 1 turnover, was a plus 18. A lot of people raving about it. Matter of fact, I looked at the story today on the NBA.com, and it said standout players from day 5 of the Summer League, and I wanted to see who they highlighted because some of these kids have been terrific. Like some of these young kids have been absolutely terrific in the draft. So from the draft, so I was looking at the players, And they mentioned, they talked about Caleb Wilson, how well he's done, and Boozer, Braden Burries, who had a good game. And I think they mentioned Koa Pete. They said the final first-round selection in the June draft, Pete nearly slipped into the second round. He thought he should have been taken higher, and he's making it a point to issue that statement in his tournament. Against the Bucks, he had 19.6 rebounds, was a plus 18 in a closely contested game. Him and Malawach ruled the front line in his game, and so they highlighted him. They highlighted Koa Pete as one of their best players from day 5 of the Summer League. And everything that I've seen so far is that he's really fit in well. Like, he really fits in well. He's physical. He's aggressive. He attacks the basket. He's a big body. Like, now I don't know. I haven't heard a whole lot about his shot because that was one of the things that dropped him in this draft was the shot, even though his mid-range shot at the University of Arizona was fine. But so far, so good for the first 3 games of Koa Pete.
Well, the shot, it's a work in progress. I mean, the form is not quite, I think, where he wants it or Brian Gregory or Jordan Ott want it to be. But again, he's still a teenager. There's time to work on that. What you love is the physicality that he plays with. He also knows how to play. He knows how to win. He's won everywhere he's been, as we know. And he's got this kid's 19 years old. Gambo, he looks like a physical specimen out there. I know it's Summer League, but at this point, all those guys out there, they're all pros, right? They're not going to be pros for long, some of them, but they are all pros, and he physically stands out. I mean, he just looks the part already. And I think the way he plays in terms of knowing how to play, knowing where to position himself, either at the top of the key or at the free throw line or in the short corner, if you will. He's just a guy that's
he's great at attacking the basket, isn't he?
And he attacks the basket, and he knows how to finish. And I know how you play in Summer League doesn't always immediately mean that you're going to play well. Because there's a lot of guys that can score 20 points in a Summer League game, and they will never sniff an NBA roster. I understand that. But for a guy like Koa Pete to go out there and consistently score the way he's scored in his first 3 Summer League games, I think that's a really good sign for whether or not he can get meaningful minutes when the real season begins. And I got to tell you, Summer League or not, I don't care. I'd be shocked if Koa Pete, he's going to be in the back end of the rotation to start, but I think he's going to be there. Like right now, I'm looking at him. Now, let me say this. If Ryan Dunn, you put him in a Summer League game, he might go for 30 and 15. I don't know. But after watching Ryan Dunn and looking at the ceiling of a Koa Pete and what he brings to the table, I wonder, a lot of talk about Pete versus Fleming, Pete versus who's going to get the minutes.
Sure.
If I'm Ryan Dunn, I'd be a little worried or a lot worried about Koa Pete.
Yeah. I mean, I think right now, Koa's going to play over him. Ryan came in with this, defensive prowess, but he's got to really play even better defense to be able to get on the court because he doesn't have a great shot. At all. I think Coase just gives you a lot more physicality than Ryan can give you, just a bigger, more physical body. Now, there was a lot of talk in the offseason. People kept asking me about Aaron Gordon because the Nuggets obviously wanted to get off some guys and save some salary and not go over the apron. And I had reported, that the Suns are going down the path of continuity and development, which at this time is the right move. As I said, Aaron Gordon is oft injured and on a decline, so I'm going to break out the Don't Fear the Reaper and rule out any possibility that the Suns would have interest in trading for him. Now, Luke Duffy wrote a column that I enjoyed reading just today. And it was the Suns look like geniuses for drafting the next Aaron Gordon instead of trading for the real thing. Now, the Suns were never interested in trading for Aaron Gordon, but the point is that's the type of guy that they needed. They needed a guy like that. Like they needed a bigger physical player because that was something that they were lacking. They were lacking that physicality. Aaron Gordon's a guy, I always liked Aaron Gordon, another University of Arizona guy. Yep. Now, he shoots the 3 better, but the physicality, the attacking the basket, you get a much younger version, a much healthier version of an Aaron Gordon without having to trade assets to get him. So the point is well taken that Luke made in his story is that, yeah, this was great that you got Koa Pete and they didn't have interest in Aaron Gordon, but for all the right reasons. Like Aaron Gordon's a good player, but again, he's older and he's injured a lot. Being able to get a player that's like that, similar in way they play, that's only 19 years old, bodes really well for Phoenix.
Yeah, clearly he's got a long way to go to be Aaron Gordon. It's funny, the comparisons are coming in. You hear Amari Stoudemire. Rex Chapman came down and told Jimmy Jackson last night during the game or before the game. Jimmy Jackson was doing color last night for Amazon Prime.
I remember him with the Suns.
Yeah, right. Well, Rex Chapman told Jimmy Jackson that Koa Pete reminds him of Larry Johnson. I mean, Larry freaking
Grandmama?
Johnson. Grandmama. Yeah, UNLV, Charlotte, the Knicks. Larry Johnson, who before the injuries was one of the most dominant power forwards in the NBA.
Physical specimen.
And Rex Chapman played, I believe, with him in Charlotte. So Rex would know. Now, are people being giddy and over the top, looking at Summer League and looking at a body and saying, Larry Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Amari Stoudemire? Probably a little bit of that. But let's understand that these are basketball people, and you kind of know talent when you see it. Like, for example, Malawach I thought was pretty brutal in the Summer League last year. I was very honest about that. I'm like, this guy's not ready to play.
And he didn't play.
I look at Malawach now this year in the Summer League, and
what a difference.
It's still Summer League, but that's a different player.
Because he's developed.
That's a different guy.
That's a year of development.
Right. So you can look at Koa Pete and say, okay, how he's moving out there, how he's competing, how he's finishing. There was a play last night where he just missed a layup and he beat out everybody for the tip, and he just like a pogo stick. I mean, just little stuff like that. You watch him play, you're like, okay, this kid's got a little something. You know, and if he probably would have went back to school and improved his shot a little bit, probably would have been a top 10 pick. Probably would have been a top 8 pick. So the Suns may have gotten great. Now we're going to see.
Remember this about Koa Pete, and I reported this. The Suns did not work him out. They didn't have a first-round pick, so they didn't really work him out. So it wasn't until they started to think that they might be able to trade into the first round that they got him to come to the facility for a visit. It was the Sunday before the draft. The Sunday before the draft, he came into the facility for a visit. Not a workout, but just a visit. Because the Suns were like, okay, yeah, we don't have a first-round pick, but, like, we might trade into the first round. So can we visit? So he came in.
Yeah.
Not too far away, right? So but they did not actually have a workout with him, but we all kind of knew, had an inkling that, man, they really like him. It's just a matter of are they able to get into the first round to get him.
It was great value. We know that. We don't know how it's going to turn out. Maybe he'll be an all-star. Maybe he'll be a bust. From what we know right now, though, that looks like a hell of a move by Brian Gregory and the Suns to make that move to get up to 30. It wasn't easy. When Koa Pete dropped, they went out there and got him. It's just fun to watch. You know, you talk about Summer League rosters. Not all Summer League rosters are created equal year to year with your given team. Like, there's some years the Phoenix Suns will have their first-round pick, and that's all you really want to see. That's the only guy you're really interested in. This team, Malawach, Fleming, Pete, Brea, you want to watch all these guys.
Yeah.
Because they're
and so far, not one of these guys is a bust. Malawach, not a bust. Fleming, not a bust. Pete, not a bust. Nobody's a bust. Now, again, we'll have to see them a lot more, but at least not looking at any of these guys saying this guy's not going to be able to play in the NBA. But that's a good sign because they're not drafting in great spots.
And right now, the plan is for all four of these guys to be a part of the Suns' future. So when you're watching Summer League games, like I said, there's times where you're watching Summer League games, you're like, you know, who am I looking at? Markieff Morris? Like, this is garbage, right? I mean, I should want to watch, but I really don't. I love watching these games because I'm seeing four guys that could be very much a part of this team's rotation at some point in the next year, to maybe in Kobe Brea's case, maybe the next couple of years. But the plans are that all four of those guys are a big part of this team's future. So it's fun to watch them play this week in Vegas.
Speaking about guys in the rotation, Zach Allen is not in the Diamondbacks rotation right now because he's injured. Gallen, Fott, Pavin Smith. We'll talk about some of the moves that happened while I was gone about the D-backs. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was a little surprised because I didn't know what a big deal it was to actually have a 99 rating, yet Trey McBride is there. He's got everything you could possibly want.
Of all the players in the NFL, only Puka Nacua had more catches than him. And of all the players in the NFL, only Devontae Adams had more receiving touchdowns than him. He's a tight end.
Yes.
Those are two of the best. And obviously, look, he had more receptions than Jamar Chase and every other receiver in the NFL except Puka, even more than Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he's a tight end.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things. I wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic, show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time. Makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial # law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we want to see out of the Summer Suns tomorrow against the Pistons? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, D-backs, going to talk about some of the moves that were made. And I think the first one that I look at is finally giving up on Pavin Smith and why it took so long and trying to get Max Kepler going and not having a left-handed bat in the lineup and the offense struggling the way it did. This is something that I think the D-backs have done a pretty good job of getting rid of guys when they needed to. And I think the Pavin thing was just, man, it was just dragging on and on and on. And you talked about it. They had the worst production at first base since 1920, over 100 years. And look, he was Mike Hazen's first overall pick. He was the number 7 overall pick in 2017. That was Hazen's first draft. But this guy in 7 years here just did not hit. 241 batting average with 46 home runs and 186 RBIs. He played in 100-plus games only one time. But he never really played that well. And then you just and they were trying to get him going and trying to get him going. And yes, they rushed him back too soon. But man, fans were getting really, really tired of watching him ground out weakly to second base or pop it up on the first pitch. So to me, I'm a big addition by subtraction guy. This wasn't a bad clubhouse guy, but it was just he was such an easy out that you just needed to get his bat out of the lineup because there was no faith and no confidence, the fans, the players. And obviously his confidence was shot too. That's why, Torey Lovello, every time he would come on, he would be, be saying all these nice things about Pavin. He'd be like, what are you seeing? Like, what are you seeing? Like, because I would be like, what? I even asked him, like, what are you seeing that we're not seeing? And he wasn't trying to convince me or the listeners. He was just, trying to convince Pavin.
No, and also, let's be honest. I mean, whether it's Derek Hall on the morning show or Torey on this show, I've often said this on the radio and off the radio. You're publicly behind your guy until you're not. And sooner or later, the Grim Reaper's coming if you don't produce. So when D-backs brass and Torey gets on the radio, get on the radio, they're not going to sit here and say, Gamble, I'll tell you what, this is it. If Pavin Smith doesn't start hitting, he's gone. We've just about had it with him. No, they're going to support their guy.
Yes.
And I'll tell you this, if Pavin Smith wasn't a top 7 pick and a first-round pick, he would have never gotten this long of a leash. You don't want to admit failure. You want to give that kid every opportunity. And it's not like they had a ton of options at first base either. But Torey kept putting him out there. And finally, on July 9th, hitting 141 with 1 homer and 6 RBIs, they said no mas.
Yeah.
We'll put anybody at first base. And through 3 games in L.A., it kind of worked out.
Yeah, I think the other thing was, and I got wind of this the other day, that Zach Gallen had gone for an MRI. And this was a couple days before, the scheduled start. And I just couldn't confirm it 100%. So I didn't say anything. But there was talk about, do you have to have an opener for Gallen? It's crazy because there's been a couple of starts recently where he's just had that one bad inning. Like the San Diego game, right? He had one bad inning. He got behind the 8 ball in the first inning, but then he pitched like 6 innings or 5 or 6 innings, and he pitched pretty well. And so I think that there's some signs throughout a game that he's getting better, but he still is having these implosions where he has a bad inning, and it's leading to one of the worst ERAs of any qualified starting pitcher. And I don't know what you're going to do with him. I don't think that they have the luxury of just getting rid of him the way they did Pavin Smith.
No, he's going to be hurt. He's going to be hurt unless they need him. I mean, come on. I think we all understand. He may very well have inflammation, but gun to my head, I would say this was something about production, and you're not going to DFA him. You're not going to send him Marino. He's done too much for this organization. He's been a very, very good player and a very good person for this organization. This was a soft way out. That's the way I feel about it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I will say this, man. They got rid of Nick Ahmed. Middle of a season, the year they went to the World Series, wasn't playing well. He had been a fan guy. He had been a leader.
Yeah, but man, Zach Gallen, Cy Young Award candidate, finalist, All-Star Game starter, helped his team to the World Series, opening day starter year after year. I mean, this is a different animal we're talking about here.
But I think Torey has even said that he's open to everything when it comes to Gallen. It might be where you need an opener for him. It might be like he's better suited to just come in the second inning. Let somebody else come through, get the first 3 guys in the lineup.
Yeah, but who's to say his second inning wouldn't stink then?
You get through because you're not facing the top 3 or 4 guys in the lineup.
Yeah.
You don't have to go through that. Listen, I don't know whatever happened to this. Back in my day, Nolan Ryan, Kurt Schilling, Randy Johnson, Ron Guidry, Louis Tiant, nobody worried about going through a lineup the third time. Nobody did. It didn't matter. Fergie Jenkins never worried about going through the lineup a third time for you Cub fans, right? Right? Did Rick Sutcliffe ever worry about going through a lineup a third time?
Nope. Ken Holtzman didn't either.
No. Vida Blue never worried. My point is, now you do. I just wonder if that's something that they've got to think about. Can I take, 3 or 4 guys off the table by not having you pitch in that first inning?
Well, I mean, Lovello didn't take it off the table. He did speak on Sunday about the severity of the injury that has put Zach Gallen on the IL.
No, I haven't gotten any updates since yesterday. I think we're going to let things calm down and rest. But he was put on the IL today, I think, right? Did you guys see that move? So it's going to at least be 15 days. But I know Zach is scratching to get back. He wants to come back here and help us win games. Timeline, I don't know. But I'll get a chance to talk to him once we get back to Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, we understand that. The bottom line is he hasn't helped them win games pretty much all season long. And now a lot of D-backs fans are looking at Pavin Smith being removed from the lineup, Zach Gallen being removed from the rotation. Suddenly you're on a 4-game win streak. You sweep the Dodgers at Chavez Ravine for the first time in about a decade. And Lovello, after the game on Sunday, said, yeah, we're excited. And we're hoping this is going to be a catalyst going forward.
It's a very loud group. I think they deserve it. They really do deserve that. This has been a tough first half for us. We battled the injuries. We've been a little inconsistent at times. But if anything could be a catalyst for a very strong second half, this is it. And I told them to rest their minds and their bodies for the next couple days, but on Friday to come out and play this type of baseball.
Yeah, listen, I can't stress this enough. I don't think Torey Lovello is a perfect manager. I know he's been a punching bag of time for D-backs players, but you look at this team. Without Corbin Burns and Puck and Martinez and basically no first baseman, Ketel Marte didn't hit for the first 5 weeks of the season. You lose Ryan Nelson, you lose Soroka. Zach Gallen can't beat anybody. Merrill Kelly's up and down. The fact they're 2 games over 500,
crazy,
and they're 2.5 back.
Yeah,
can we tip the cap a little bit to the manager?
A little bit. There's no question. They started this season with $65 million of payroll on the sidelines with injured guys, Gurriel and Burns and Martinez and Puck.
Gurriel's
not good. Gurriel hasn't been good.
So again, another reason to be like, you know what? I think the guy's done a pretty good job this year.
I think he's done a good job too. Now they don't, they've had these slides where they just don't play very well, and you're like,
because they got their talent level.
Talent level.
Yes.
You're bringing a knife to a gunfight all the time.
Yes.
You've got no middle of the lineup power bat in there. You're starting rotation with Burns not here, and you're right. Gallen's been terrible. And Kelly has pitched better. Listen, that's why I wanted to talk about Fott for a second. What a shot in the arm he's been.
Huge.
What a shot in the arm since he came back. 5 1/3 against the Giants, 1 run. 5 innings against the Padres, no runs. 5 1/3 against the Dodgers, 2 runs. What a shot in the arm Brandon Fott's been, being able to come back from Reno, work on something. He always knew you're going to come back, kid. You're going to come back. But you've got to work on some things. He has been outstanding. You know what I like the most about the 3 starts he's had? 1 walk. 1 walk. And he's had 10 strikeouts. 10 strikeouts to 1 walk since he's come back. That's not too shabby.
No, he's given this team exactly what they needed out of him. Every time he takes the ball since he's been back, he's given his team a chance to win. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have a bevy of all-stars in your starting rotation. You got 1. Right? Everybody else, give us a chance to win.
And they've won all 3 of those games.
And they have.
San Francisco, San Diego, LA. All 3 division games. They've won them all since he's been back. The Luke Kennard deal is finalized. So are the Suns done now? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on the lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend pulling out his acoustic guitar.
Everyone quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go.
Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Alleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of back pain relief with just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sun up to sundown, Alleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I'm Mitch Farrell, this with Trending Now. The latest that we're hearing as far as the All-Star game tonight, that is going to happen. There's not a ton of news right now, but we can tell you that there will be 2 Diamondbacks representatives, in case you didn't already know, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez, both of whom will enter sometime throughout the game. Carroll is a reserve outfielder, Rodriguez as one of the many pitchers representing the National League. Your starting pitchers tonight, Christopher Sanchez of the National League's Phillies and Dylan Cease of the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 5. Coverage is going to get started in about a half hour over on ESPN 620 AM. We will also be joining the game in progress here on 98.7 FM after the Burns and Gambo show. And in World Cup action today, this is your spoiler warning. If you didn't want to know the outcomes today, maybe you want to watch later. I don't know. Have I bought enough time yet? Yeah, probably. Spain advanced to the final for the first time since 2010. It's also the last time that they hoisted the trophy, so maybe luck is on their side. We will see. They defeated France 2-0 in Arlington, Texas. They're going to face the winner of Argentina-England. That match is going to take place tomorrow in Atlanta. The final is going to be on Sunday in New Jersey. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trip? Start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way. Did you see that storm last night? Holy moly. And right now, you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. Plenty of conversation swirling around how Kyler Murray will fit with Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to dive way deep into it on Bickley and Murata starting at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
What do you got, a week till training camp starts? When does training camp open?
They report on the 22nd.
Okay, so 8 days?
It's 8 days they report. I don't know if they're on. They probably are not on the field on the 22nd, but they'll probably be on the field.
What do you got? What do you got for us, Lauren? What's our first day on the field?
The 23rd.
That's my wife's birthday. I don't know if I can make that.
You don't think that you can make the mandatory event that I have a calendar invite for you that says yes?
Mandatory is kind of like my wife's birthday. Like, I can't mess that.
Rise up, Red Sea.
All right, I'll be
Camp
there.
K.
I think you'll be able to make it.
I'll be able to make
We'll
it.
get you out at 6.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a theme for this year's training camp coverage yet?
We do.
Has it been announced?
No.
Okay. I'll keep it under hat. I'll keep it
Good,
under my hat.
good question, Ring.
I don't get to pick the music anymore.
No. I mean, you can ask the new head coach if you can.
The old head coach used to let me pick the music.
For like when they're warming up?
Yeah. Like I would
a lot of horse with no name, and
I got to pick. I picked
Valley
like
in the
more
Four
upbeats,
Seasons.
but every year I got to pick the music that they would warm up to.
Who picked Frankie Valley?
Who loves you, pretty baby? Oh, what a night! Oh, yeah. So I'm not going to get to pick the music. It kind of sucks. I kind of enjoyed that part of it.
You could ask Mike LaFleur. He might let you do it.
Mike!
Although the previous coach obviously had terrible luck with you when it came to winning games, so he Mike LaFleur might choose to go elsewhere.
It was one of the things when I write the book. When I write the book, that'll be in there. I got to pick the music for the warm ups when they used to warm up. The players were like, "Why is Blue Oyster Cult playing right now? Why is Don't Fear the Reaper playing?" So I would get to pick it was fun.
What are
I
the
enjoyed
chances
it.
those players today even have heard of Blue Oyster Cult?
I don't know, but I played it. I got to pick the music, so I played the music that I liked. All right, Luke Kennard is finalized, finished, and that should be it, right? Your Phoenix Suns roster could very well be done. When you look at what they've accomplished, and I was looking at some things today, and you look at the additions, you look at the subtractions, and you look what Phoenix was able to do, adding Coapete with their first-round pick, and then obviously getting Luke Kennard and Miles Bridges, and losing Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. I think the Kennard signing is such a key signing because of losing Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, because you lost your three-point specialist. You lost two guys that were really, really, really good from shooting the ball from three. To get Kennard to come here for the money they got him to come for, look, nobody thought Kennard was going to sign for that little, and they got him for that $6.2 million. And he was the best three-point shooter in the NBA last year. I think that is such a sneaky big get for them, because without him, they're really lacking a sharpshooter. As we know, Devin Booker doesn't shoot the three well anymore. You lose Royce, you lose Grayson. Gillespie could do it. But, man, I think adding Kennard was such a big, big move for them, because it does give them a sharpshooter from three.
Right, especially because Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal were so good at it, and Royce O'Neal had a career year, a monster year last year, shooting the three right out of the gate. As you mentioned, Kennard's about 48% on the season last year between Atlanta and L.A. The difference between Kennard and like an Allen and a Royce O'Neal is he just doesn't shoot it as much. I don't know if he's reluctant, or maybe that's a product of who he was playing with.
Yeah, but Jordan Ott's going to be like, you got to take that shot.
Shoot the shot.
Shoot the shot.
Because you're losing space.
It is interesting how little. But there was a game. Let me see if I can find it. There was a game in the playoffs this year where he kind of let it go, and he shot, and he killed. He carried the Lakers in the first round. Like, he carried them. Like, I thought, like, that first round victory, you go look at it. I'm going to look at his game log right now. So when they beat Houston, in the first game that they beat Houston, he was 9 of 13 from the field, 5 of 5 from three-point range. He had 27 points. They won that game. They also won the second game. He was 8 of 13 from the field, 3 of 6 from deep, 23 points. So in the first two games against the Rockets, in which the Lakers won, he was 8 for 11 from three-point range. He kind of lit it up. Now, the next few games weren't so good, but you go look at the game against Oklahoma City. He had a game where he was 4 for 6 from three-point range. So he shot 57% from three-point range against Oklahoma City and 47% overall in the postseason. So he did shoot the ball a little bit more in the playoffs. So that's something to keep your eye on.
In games 1 and 2 against the Rockets, Lakers won both of those. He averaged 25 points a game. Okay? I mean, that's pretty good. Now, you didn't end up with those kind of scoring averages for the entirety of the playoffs, but that shows you what he's capable of when he shoots the ball. Now, with Miles Bridges, you're losing some of that spacing. Bridges doesn't shoot the ball from beyond the arc, certainly not as well as O'Neal and Allen did. So you're losing some of that. I mean, that's a big part of what the Suns are going to try to do next year, obviously in Jordan Ott's system. So for a guy like Luke Kennard to come in, and I think you're right, Ott's got to sit him down. They got to go over film and say, okay, this is how you're.
We need you to shoot it.
Yeah, you're going to play differently here. Don't worry about LeBron and Luka. You pull the trigger.
And Reeves.
And Reeves.
Don't forget about Reeves.
Fire away.
Yeah, we're going to have you fight. This isn't the Lakers. You're not deferring to three other guys.
Right.
Devin Booker passes you the ball out of a trap. He wants you to shoot it.
I will say this though: he's not as good of a player as Grayson Allen.
Not overall, of course not.
He's not.
No, he's not.
So let's
Grayson's better at attacking the basket.
Yes,
Grayson's better getting in front of. Grayson's a better basketball player.
That's
but
fine.
Kennard is a really, really good three-point shooter. I think he's the best guy they could have got out of the list that I put out of guys that they were looking at. I think he was the best guy they like. You could have got Colin Sexton or Jordan Clarkson, or there were guys that they were looking at. Landry Shamet was a guy that they didn't really like him, but they were going to talk to him. Kennard was the number one focus. He was the number one guy that they wanted because he is such a great three-point shooter.
I hated getting rid of Grayson Allen. I really hated giving away the 2033 first-round unprotected pick. But having said
nobody likes giving that away.
Of course.
Like, nobody's happy about that.
But they did it, and we'll see if it comes back to bite him in the you-know-what. But remember, yes, although Grayson Allen's a better player than Luke Kennard, you're talking about Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, essentially now from a basketball standpoint, replacing them with Miles Bridges and Luke Kennard. So we're going to see how that plays out, obviously. I will say this. Grayson Allen's body was breaking down.
It was breaking down. That's one of the reasons they were okay with the trade.
Breaking down.
And Royce is going to be, what's Royce, 33 years old?
I can say, now Royce may shoot the lights out again, and if I'm wrong, people can yell at me on social media. It wouldn't be the first time. I would venture to guess that Royce O'Neal will not shoot the ball this season, whether he was here or someplace else. He will not shoot it the way he shot it last year.
He's 33. He's 33, and Grayson is. I love Grayson, but he was breaking down a little bit.
He was breaking down a lot. He was unreliable the last.
So you get a younger player in Bridges, and then you add a shooter in Kennard. I think they're done. I think there'll be some decisions, roster decisions that have to be made when you start to look at, who's going to make the like some of the last spots on the roster. Like, is Bouye going to make the team? Like, there are some, or Highsmith. I think one of those guys will make it, one won't. But I don't know. I don't really see anything. I don't foresee anything else in their future as far as what they're going to do on the roster. I think they're pretty much done.
And I'm more intrigued about the rotation more than the roster, and I don't think I'm alone in that. Like, okay, especially after watching Summer League.
Yeah, who's your 9 or 10 guys?
Do I got Summer League goggles on, or is Malawach ready to play? Like, because if he's ready to play, that impacts their rotation, and it impacts Oso, and it impacts Mark Williams.
They love Oso.
And if Koso,
can you play three centers?
I don't know.
It's hard. It's almost impossible.
I know they. Okay, I'll take you at your word that they love Oso. Is Oso a rotational guy on a team that has designs on winning a playoff series?
No. But he does a lot of things. I wasn't a fan of Oso until this past year.
Yeah,
he won me over with how. He does some good things, some very good intangible things out there that I think get overlooked, that other guys don't do. He's really good at setting screens and setting picks and rolling to the basket for tip-ins, and he's got to rebound better. I think.
But if Malawach does all that and more,
yeah, then he's going to play.
He's got to play, and that's great. But when it really gets tough. And you're going up against the Oklahoma Cities and all those teams and San Antonio. Like, is Oso going to be good enough down the road? Okay, I don't know. I thought he made great strides between this rookie year and last year.
He did make good strides because I didn't think he was an NBA player going into last year.
Ryan Dunn did not make those strides.
No.
So you tip your cap to Oso in that regard. But going forward, is that a rotational piece on a team that has designs on contending? I don't know. We'll see.
No, the ceiling on Malawach is so high. And if he could reach that even a little bit earlier than they – look, the reason that they re-signed Mark Williams was because they weren't ready to go in with Malawach and Oso. So Mark's back. But they didn't really want to do a 3-year deal with Mark. They really preferred a 2-year deal, but Mark got a 3-year deal because the average annual value of the deal was so little, they feel like it's a very tradable contract.
Right, but the question is, are you a better basketball team with Mark Williams and Malawach as your centers, or with Malawach and Oso?
Time will tell.
I would lean towards Mark. If Mark Williams got to get in the weight room. I mean, when I looked at him the other day, it doesn't look like he's put on a lot of strength in his upper body and his strength and his shoulders and whatnot, because he's such a great athlete. I think he's a good basketball player, but he's got to get bigger and stronger and stay healthy, for crying out loud, for a full season.
8 days a week? No, that's a Beatles song. 8 days until training camp. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jarrett, it speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment Matt Ishbia getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Sports fans, if sciatica is sidelining you, it's time to call DISC. Their world-class spine surgeons diagnose the real source of your pain and treat it with the most advanced, minimally invasive techniques available. Don't let pain keep you out of the game. You got to go to sciatica.com and schedule with Desert Institute for Spine Care, and you can do that today. Go to sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620. DISC, helping Arizona enjoy life again.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll represent the Arizona Diamondbacks at the MLB All-Star Game? We're reacting to the Midsummer Classic tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, good song.
Love me, hold me, love me. I ain't got nothing but love, babe. 8 days a week.
Now, I always say this, music's generational. Do you guys like the Beatles? You do?
They're nodding their heads yes.
Okay. Because, like, again, music is very generational.
And this generation's getting very far back in the rearview mirror now.
I know, but like this stuff is 60s.
That's what I mean.
The fact that you guys like this stuff is pretty good. One of the
the Beatles are like before we were born. That's how old
it is. It's before I was. Yeah, it was before I was born.
Well,
I used to love the song "Help." I need somebody help, not just anybody help. That was probably my favorite Beatles song. And then I remember the Yellow Submarine from when I was a kid in gym class. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, of course, Ringo Starr.
And then there was a movie. There was this fun. I don't usually love comedies.
A Hard Day's Night. Is that what you're talking
There
about?
was this fun little movie about a life when the Beatles didn't exist.
Oh yeah.
What was that called?
It was called
movie. Let me see. Movie with.
You talking about Yesterday?
Is
Yeah,
that
it's
what it
called
was?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday.
The guy, he
Yeah,
lives
he
in
gets-
an alternate timeline
Well,
where
he
the
gets hit-
Beatles never existed.
Oh,
He gets hit
yesterday,
by a
2019.
Yeah, he gets hit by a bus.
I
and he wakes
freaking
up.
loved it. I loved it. Like, I totally loved it. Like, the Beatles never existed.
Yes. He got hit by a bus and he woke up and the Beatles never existed.
Right.
Because he was with his friends and he figured it out because he was playing Yesterday. And they're like, that's beautiful.
Oh, my God, that's a great
Did
song.
you write that? He's like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Paul McCartney wrote it.
And then he ends up being like this mega star
Yeah, 'cause
with
he
all the
steals-
Beatles songs.
Yes, he steals all the Beatles music.
And then it's this one couple that realizes that that remembered there was a Beatles, and he's like connecting with them because they're the only people in the whole world that know that there was it was just funny.
Spoiler alert! Sorry if you're going to see the movie tonight.
It's called Yesterday, and it was from 2019, and I'd really got a kick out of that movie. 8 days until training camp for your Arizona Cardinals. While I was gone, I saw the Buda Baker tweet. Can we just get this damn thing done with Jacoby Brissett? I saw Jacoby working out with some of the guys, throwing the ball to everybody, and we still do not have any resolution. We've got camp coming up in a week, and we don't have any resolution right now on Jacoby Brissett. Not a great sign.
No, and clearly Buda Baker's tweet, Buda felt that he had been around long enough and had enough, clout to go out public and say that about his quarterback. Never mentioned Brissett, so we're assuming he was talking about Brissett.
Yeah, who else could he be talking
That's a
about?
pretty good assumption,
Like,
right?
what DJ not DJ Humphreys, like the left tackle trying to get him a deal.
Right. I mean, I get it. Like, those guys in the locker room, they want to win. It doesn't matter what the Cardinals are projected to do. It doesn't matter how strong the schedule is. And I think those guys know nothing against Gardner Minshew and a rookie in Carson Beck. I think those guys feel Jacoby Brissett has the best chance for those guys to go out there and compete and maybe win a few football games this year. So I understand it. And I understand what Jacoby Brissett is thinking. Like, look, I was signed to be a backup. Now you name me the starter early in February. I want to be maybe not paid like that's what Buda Baker was saying. Like, I just want the bare minimum.
Right.
Like, and I also,
Right.
at the same time, I understand Mike Bidwell's position. Like, you went 1-11 last year. Carson Beck's going to play 6-7 games this year. So we need you for 10 games. And we may not win a single one of those games. We're not giving you a raise. They'll ultimately probably give him something. They will compromise and he will get out there.
There was a lot of talk while I was gone. I read this, like that they initially gave like Trey McBride a really crazy lowball offer.
Yeah, McBride was ready to leave. Yeah.
God, why does this organization do this stuff? Why do they do that's your best player?
And it's
you don't insult a guy like that when he coming off a year like I understand you want to try to save a few bucks. It's a negotiation, but you don't start with a lowball offer.
When you go so low, you insult your guy.
Yeah,
and it creates friction,
hard feelings, and
they ended up ultimately delivering. But why would
because the agent was like, we're not even going to take the next deal they gave us. We're not going to take. No, we're going to get more.
Even if it was for 5 minutes, you don't want Trey McBride to sit there and look in the mirror and say it's time for me to leave. And that's what happens when you lowball.
You always want a good partnership between the player and the team.
Especially your best
I'm helping
player.
you. You're helping me. I'm making you money. You're making me money. Your best player who's been nothing but great.
A warrior and out there every game.
And then to throw a lowball offer out there. Hey, how about will you take $12 million? Like, really?
That's to me, that's a read the room thing. Like, McBride knows exactly what other tight ends are making. And he knows what 12 million tight end. He knows who the 12 million a year tight ends are. And that's where it gets insulting. Not only taking less money or being offered less money, but you think I'm as good as that guy?
Right.
You think I'm worth what that guy's worth? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, McBride was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. He detailed the process. And he said, I remember going through the whole process of getting a new contract. I kind of knew I was going to sign a big one. I just remember I was at home Oh, you got the cut? Okay, play the cut then, Mitch.
Was it the first offer was 16?
No, the first offer was actually way lower, but it was like 12. You know, the Cardinals are.
Oh,
yeah. So then I was like,
were you feeling disrespected? You're like,
well, then I was like, yeah, it might not be the Cardinals. Maybe I go somewhere else. Maybe I play my last year and kind of explore my options. And then they finally, they wanted to get it done. And I knew I wanted to be the highest paid at the time. And Travis was at 17 and we got to 19. And I really wanted 20. 20 was the number I really wanted, but we couldn't get him up to 20.
Get it on the next one.
So, I mean, ultimately, they came through. And I'm sure if Mike Bidwell was sitting here, he'd be like, hey, listen, he got paid.
But here's the difference.
Right, I mean,
you're going to have to pay that. You're not going to get him for 12. You got to realize that and not make that offer.
So why even
because
insult the guy?
Because this stuff comes out. It comes out eventually. Yes, you paid him, but is it worth the negative publicity you get because you lowballed him the first time?
Yes, we took the homework clause out of the contract, but was it worth the negative publicity you got by putting it in the contract?
Right. You
So
know
these are the
you're not going to
mistakes,
get
right.
12 McBride. You're not going to get Trey McBride for $12 million. Like you have to know you're not going to get him to sign for $12 million. He's not doing a contract by himself. You have to know that. So like don't even make that offer.
Right.
So that's like so that happened while I was gone. The Brissett thing, and then like here's the other thing. Like who's your other star player? Budda Baker. He's going into your Ring of Honor. He's gonna have he's one of the great Cardinal defensive players in the history of the Arizona Cardinals. And now you've got him like, come on, man, can we just get this freaking done?
Right.
And he's not asking for the world. He's not asking for he's just asking for bottom of the barrel starting quarterback money. So now Budda's pissed. It's like this organization has to stop doing this. Just take better care of your guys.
Yes, and when your organization has a reputation like it does, you get guys on ESPN like Chris Canty saying this.
Oh, Mike LaFleur with the Arizona Cardinals. I think he's dead on arrival. I see him as a one-and-done coach. I just don't see a path for him being successful. Who's going to be this man's quarterback?
Jacoby Brissett or Carson Beck? That's not the answer you want to hear. That's just the factual me reading a roster.
Oh, okay. You hope that everything gets settled out there in the quarterback room. But I think that's going to be an unmitigated disaster in Arizona, especially considering the teams that are in the NFC West. They've got to face off against the Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks twice. Yeah, good luck.
It feels like a one-and-done coach every single year.
They've had one-and-done. Steve Wilkes was a one-and-done coach.
Steve Wilkes was one-and-done.
Here. That was one-and-done. Then Cliff had a run. Then Gannon had 3.
Gannon had 3.
Cliff had 5.
Gannon won 3 division games in 3 years.
2 years he didn't win any.
2 of those years he
2
didn't
years
win
he didn't win a single division game. He went over.
I'm aware. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
He won 3 total, and they all came in year 2. 49ers have a couple one-and-dones. I think they had back-to-back one-and-dones.
Here's the question I would have on LaFleur. If they have a crappy season, they win 2 games.
He's not one-and-done. I guarantee it.
No, but what happens if you change GMs?
Then it gets a little dicey.
See, that's the thing. That's the gray area I don't know. So
because then
if you go back-to-back years of really being poor, they kept the GM, they fired. But that's the tradition of the NFL, right? That you go look at all the coaching firings, almost every GM stayed except for one. There were 10 coaching changes. 1 GM. The other 9 stayed. Monty stays. If they have a good year, you're fine. If they have an average year, you're probably fine. If you have a miserable year and Bidwell decides to make a change at GM, I don't want this guy making my draft picks, whatever it may be.
I don't want this guy picking the quarterback, perhaps.
Does your GM come in and he's all of a sudden tied to this coach that...
Or in the interview process, is it part of the deal with the GM is you're taking our coach? And it might depend, Gambo, on how they look in their 17 games. Are they competitive? Does LaFleur look like he knows what he's doing?
True.
Or does he look like Steve Wilkes?
All right, it's the 4 o'clock reset. That's up next. How much did Shohei Ohtani's card go for? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Feraldis, and here's what's trending now. Tonight is the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend, the All-Star Game. As far as Diamondbacks representatives are concerned, Arizona's got two of them. You probably already know by now, but as a reminder, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez represent the Snakes, both of whom will likely enter the game sometime later on. Carroll, a reserve outfielder, and Rodriguez, one of the many arms representing the National League. Starting things off, Christopher Sanchez of the National League's Phillies and Dylan Cease of the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch is at 5. We've got pregame coverage happening right now that you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. We will also be joining the coverage of the game in progress here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show has concluded. And in World Cup action, this is your spoiler alert if you don't want it. Apologies in advance. Spain has advanced to the final for the first time since 2010. Verified information, which is also the last time that they hoisted the trophy. So potentially some good luck on Spain's side on this one. They took down France today in Arlington, Texas by a score of 2-0. They will face the winner of Argentina-England. That match is tomorrow in Atlanta. The final is going to be on Sunday in New Jersey. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
It's the 4 o'clock reset. Everything going on in the world of sports right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And you can watch us on YouTube. For that, we turn it over to Lauren.
Mitch.
I haven't done that.
Yeah, it's both
It's
of
not
us
Mitchy
over
Mitch.
here.
I don't think it's
Hey,
Mitchy Mitch.
No,
It's not Mitch. Sorry,
but Mitch is here, and Mitch will jump in when needed.
I do want one of you guys to tell me whenever you taste it, because I didn't get one for me, if the whiskey fudge from Ireland is any good.
Well, I'm sure it's going to
I don't know if it's any good or not. It's like made in Ireland. It's some.
Well, you just said it's whiskey fudge.
Whiskey fudge.
Where's the bad?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see it being bad. No. But I'll let you know. I'll give you a food
Let me know
review.
if it's any good. Okay.
Will do. All right, we're going to start this reset off with a little bit of baseball because tonight is the MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez are representing the Diamondbacks. Both, we imagine, will come in later to that game as they are not starters.
Did we think anybody was snubbed? Was there any talk about anybody being snubbed?
No.
Seawald? No.
I mean, he didn't have a collapse like he did when you left to Europe last year.
Yeah.
So that didn't happen this year. So that's a positive.
I mean, if Soroka would have stayed healthy, would he have had a case? Would he have made it?
Marte wasn't good enough.
No.
Carroll is in a slump too, isn't he?
Yeah, top 3 for the D-backs in a slump right now.
Man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That game starts in about an hour from now. We will join that All-Star game in progress here once this show is done. It will be Dylan Cease versus Christopher Sanchez on the mound for that one. And home run derby last night. We saw the new rule change go into effect.
Yes.
What'd you think?
I like it. I like not having the timer and you get a certain amount of swings. I don't love all-star festivities for any sport. I did watch the highlights. I thought it was cool that the Philly guy, the Cardinal guy won in Philly against Schwarber when he was getting booed. And the guy made $1 million, and that's not even his salary this year in baseball. So he made more than he made in his salary. I thought that was cool. And what, he had 6 in a row to end it and win it?
Yeah, and in any one of those swings, if he doesn't hit a home run, it's over and Schwarber wins. And he had everybody booing a home run and cheering a
and
swing
he had 6 in a row to win it.
Didn't go, yeah. So that was
first Cardinal to win it?
First Cardinal to win it. Schwarber was trying to become the 4th guy to win in his home ballpark, and he fell just short. I got to tell you, Lauren, I love the new format from a viewership standpoint. If you guys remember, it was such rapid fire, they had to go split screen, so you couldn't, but you were watching one ball leave the yard, and the next ball was already on the way. So the fact that they didn't have it on a timer and you could just watch each swing, watch each ball, and kind of take your time and watch, it was much more visually appealing to the viewer.
I'm going to make Tim feel really old. Did Enos Slaughter never win the home run derby?
The pacing
How many
was
people
better.
have never heard of Enos Slaughter that'll listen to this show? 90%?
Probably 90%.
90%.
Matt Vasgersian last night talking about one of the players. It may have been Walker. He said he's got a George Hendricks vibe about him.
George Hendricks?
Yeah, I'm like, man, Matt, you're bringing
80s Cardinals.
Yeah, you bring up George Hendricks.
Vince Coleman and Ozzie Smith and Jack Clark, John Tudor.
Yeah.
All right.
I know a lot of Cardinal fans would get that reference, but yeah.
No, all right.
Tommy Herr.
Ted Simmons. Tommy Herr.
Whitey Herzog.
Oh,
Willie
goodness.
McGee.
That event was on Netflix last night, by the way.
How did they do?
They did all right.
The Will Ferrell thing
didn't
at the
love
Open didn't work. It wasn't funny. You could barely hear him. I thought Hunter Pence and Anthony Rizzo were pretty good. Bonds didn't know the rules at one point. L. Duncan, the host, didn't know the rules at one point, which to me is, unforgivable when you're in that position, hosting
Flipping
the home run
both
derby.
of those broadcast booths didn't work.
No, it didn't work. Just should have stuck with the Veskers.
We should have just had, forget this, we should have Lauren do it instead of L. Duncan.
Oh, yeah, send me out to do the home run derby?
Yeah, you'd be good at
You're
it.
better than L.
Thank you.
Duncan, I can tell you that right now.
You'd be good at it.
I know the rules, so that's a
You would
good
know
that's
the
a
You would
good
know
start.
the rules. That's important to know the rules.
Yes. All right, and we'll pay off your tease here, Gambo.
Okay.
Because Shohei Ohtani's 2018 Bowman Chrome Super Factor batting variation card has sold via Fanatics Collect private sales event for $3.3 million. It is the third most amount ever paid for a modern baseball.
Did Ken Kendrick buy it? I'm just asking.
For $3.3 million?
Yeah.
Well, have you asked him?
No, I should.
I doubt it was him, but maybe. Maybe.
Find out. Did you buy the Ohtani card?
For $3.3 million.
And I'll try to find out.
Okay. Also, a Shohei Ohtani update on the field. He will be the designated hitter at a minimum for this weekend's series against the Yankees. He did end up having fluid drained from his left knee during these All-Star festivities, and that's why he's not participating.
Who's not participating?
Shohei Ohtani, because he got fluid
okay.
drained.
So
Yes.
his card sold to $3.365 million, and he's not going to play. There's like 3 or 4 guys that aren't playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot
Like
of
the
pitcher-
Yankees pitcher.
A lot of pitchers bailed out. It's been a
Right,
thing.
like 3 good pitchers have bailed out.
It's been a thing.
Interesting. Okay.
But you could watch Erod tonight, so that's a positive. And then in NBA news, tomorrow the Suns will play their 4th Summer League game.
You're damn right they will.
At 3 p.m.
What?
on ESPN.
And we're gonna carry it live. We'll be off at 2:45
Do
for pregame.
not listen to Gambo. Gambo is giving you false information.
We're gonna be off at 3 to carry the game. It's an important game.
Is it an important game? Really?
I don't know.
Realistically,
Why don't we just
it's
call
the
the
4th
game?
Summer
We'll
League
watch
game.
it on TV. We'll call it on the Burns and Gambo
All right,
show.
so at 3 o'clock. How many Summer League games are left after that? Just one more?
One more?
How many more games do they play?
I got it right here. Hang on one second. Bear
got
with
the
us.
schedule?
Thanks, Ring.
We ask you to bear with us. They play tomorrow, Detroit.
Yeah.
And then one more game, TBD, on
Right.
the 17th, 18th,
Yeah.
or 19th.
Yeah.
So one more. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it right.
Gambo, look at us. We know something. Come
Yeah, I
on.
know something.
Yeah.
One more game.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to that tomorrow. Of course, you guys will supply us with updates about the game. We will not be carrying it live at 3 p.m. And the Suns are offering free parking for
Free
some
parking?
season ticket holders.
What?
Now, a disclaimer on that.
Okay.
You have to purchase 2 or more lower level full season memberships.
Okay,
to get
so
the free
lower
parking.
level, full season tickets, and you get free parking.
Yep.
It's pretty good. I mean, every time you can help somebody save a few bucks, I'm all for it. Like, I'm really all for it.
Those tickets aren't cheap. So
Tickets
what the
aren't
heck?
cheap?
You know what? As my old man would say, it's better than a stick in the eye. Free parking. We'll take it.
That's a saying right there. Oof. All right. And then,
No, the owner of the D-backs did not buy the Ohtani card.
okay, there's a good
I could tell you that it was not him.
It was not Ken Kendrick
It
buying
was not.
that $3.3 million Shohei Ohtani card. All right, a World Cup update for you guys today. Spain beat France 2-0 to advance to the World Cup
That's
finals.
good. I don't root for France in anything.
No, why?
I just don't root for them in anything.
All right. Well, well, that's good for you then,
I
because
just
Spain, they're going to the first final since 2010.
I root for every other European team. I was rooting for Switzerland. I was rooting for Norway. I'll root for England now. I was rooting for... I don't know. I just can't find myself rooting for France.
How did Italy do in the World Cup?
We're the 4-time World Cup champions. By the way, we're ranked like top 15 in the world, and yet we didn't get in. It's so
you
stupid.
didn't get in. Oh, that's right.
We won Euros when I was there the last time.
They didn't play. All right, tomorrow at noon, it's England versus Argentina. The winner of that will play Spain on Sunday for it all.
I'm going to root for England.
That's my team.
I'm going to root for them. Have they never won it?
They haven't won it since 60-something.
Yeah.
That's my boy TC. Later, he is one
Tom
ugly guy.
Chambers making an appearance.
Tom Chambers is just
some guy banging on the window.
Look,
some guy's banging on the window, pointing at me, and I turn around, it's Tom Chambers.
On YouTube, it just looks like you guys are yelling at a wall. So
I know,
right on the other
he's
side.
banging
is
on the
Tom
window.
Chambers.
He's 6'11". He is a wall.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
I was with him. Kurt Warner had this event at his house, great charity event for his charity, and I took Tom with me because he likes country music. I don't know a lot of people like country music, so I had Chambers go with me, and Kane Brown was singing, and so like privately, it was like a private event, and Kane Brown was singing in Kurt's backyard, and I had Tom, and he loved it. He got to take a picture with him, and his girlfriend got to take a picture with Kane Brown, and Chelsea took a picture with Kane Brown. It was pretty cool.
That's very fun.
Yeah, like how do I know that likes country music? Like, I'll ask to see if Chambers wants to go, so he went.
I didn't even
Him and
heard
his
of Kane
girlfriend
Brown.
came. Right, that's why I couldn't ask you.
I know.
Like, who do I know that would want to go?
I'm just pissed that I didn't get invited. Why did I get invited to Kurt's house?
Kurt Warner has a terrific charity event. It's called Treasure House.
Yes.
And it does some amazing things. It is a terrific. I encourage everybody to look up Treasure House. Terrific event Kurt Warner puts on, and it's a great charity. And yeah, so I took Chambers with me because he likes country music.
And you know what? On that note, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Kane Brown. Kane
Brown.
What's his main song? Something about main song.
You know, I got to take this up with Kurt Warner. I mean, I'm his neighbor, for crying out loud. He couldn't invite me to the Treasure House fundraiser. Shame, shame, shame.
Tim, it's not just.
I played basketball at his house with him.
Yeah. It costs money to go to that event like that.
Oh, that's right. I don't have the dough.
You have to like buy tables and stuff. I can't remember the song. I'll tell you in a second what the song is. All right, that's the 4 o'clock reset. We'll talk about Kaman Malawach, double machine, next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The red, white, and blue sale is on at Liberty GMC, and I mean it when I say it. There has never been a better time than right now to go get yourself a truck than it is right now at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns back here with you because the red, white, and blue sale going on right now at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, features something that Liberty GMC hasn't done for 8 years, and it's substantial. You pay what they pay. Employee pricing right now on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You're going to pay what they pay. Or you could take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. Either way, if you want to get your hands on the best truck out on the road, the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, there's never been a better time than right now. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hello, I'm Eric Bryan, Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I know what it means to have someone you can count on, and that's what your family gets every time we walk through your door. All month, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday by giving you $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing for 60 months, and no payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing, veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Wednesday morning as we examine what went down in the Major League Baseball All-Star Game and how our Diamondbacks fared. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Like, is the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, like, is it a must-watch? It's not. Mitch is like, man.
I think it used to be.
Lauren's like, no.
It used to be.
Yeah, back when like Pete Rose was running over Ray Fosse. When there was no. The American League and the National League hated each other before free agency came into play in like the late 70s. Then after that, like everybody started switching teams when Marvin Miller got free agency for baseball. Guys were switching teams. That broke up the A's. The A's had one of the best teams ever in the 70s. Vita Blue, Joe Rudy, Gene Tennis, Reggie Jackson. Like they had this unbelievable, but free agency broke that team up, and it broke up the Reds, right? I mean, the Reds lost Don Gullett. The Reds lost George Foster. They lost all their key players. They lost Pete Rose. So, but I think the American League and the National League didn't like each other, and there was this real hatred, and they wanted to beat each other because guys stayed on the same teams forever. They didn't change teams very often. So now we just have so much movement in baseball that it doesn't like these guys. I played with that guy, played with that guy, played with that guy. Like,
yeah, I think there's movement.
You don't have that now.
I also think a couple of things have impacted.
You didn't have it then.
Negatively, and I think interleague play has taken some of the luster out of the All-Star game because unless these teams met in the World Series, you didn't see this guy pitch against that player. Because you're right, they didn't move teams, so there you couldn't see Steve Carlton pitch against Richie Allen. There's a million examples you could give. The other thing is, from a fan standpoint, and this is kind of going way back, but I think it's evolved over the years, is that, back in the day, you could kind of watch your local guys on television. There was the NBC Game of the Week, but there was no ESPN. There were no highlights. There was no internet where you could see these guys play. And, every time Aaron Judge blows his nose, you'll see it in Phoenix. I mean, but we
did have Sports Phone. Get all your sports news instantly.
Right,
Dial 976-1313.
Because even your local sportscasts on the news, the best you're going to get maybe is if there was a great play, maybe you would see it. Otherwise, you would just get the scoreboard. So, I mean.
Yeah, back in my day, we had a guy named Warner Wolf.
Yeah.
Let's go to the video highlights.
Let's go to the video. But even he's showing Mets and Yankees. He might not show anybody else.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're kind of growing up in that era, the All-Star Game was one of the few chances you could see everybody that was good from around Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have the opportunity to do that night in and night out. Like now, you get anybody you want. You can watch any game you want.
Any game you want. And every highlight, you can never miss a highlight.
Like anything you want.
YouTube's got everything.
On your phone, on your laptop, on your television at home. I mean, it's so the access to these players is so great now that the luster and the allure of the All-Star Game. Like, I remember even like in 1983, the All-Star Game came to Comiskey Park, and Ali Hammaker gave up the famous Grand Slam to Freddie Lynn in that game. And
Ali Hammaker, left-handed pitcher, Giants.
For the Giants.
How do I? What's crazy? How the hell do we remember this stuff?
Right, I don't know what the hell happened in last year's All-Star Game.
How do we remember that like it was yesterday, but can't tell you what happened in last year's All-Star game.
I was at the game. I was working it, actually, because they brought it up last night because Ryan Sandberg was the first player to win the home run derby in his home ballpark. It was the 1990 All-Star game at Wrigley Field. And I was actually there in person for All-Star Monday and then the game on Tuesday. That was the era where, like, McGuire and Canseco were on the A's, but, like, ESPN was around, but it wasn't really around yet. The internet certainly wasn't. And it was like, wow, man, there's McGuire and Canseco. Like, you never saw these guys because they didn't play the Cubs, you know? So, like, even if you had WGN and you could watch every Cub game, you weren't seeing American League guys. You know, the White Sox were not on TV that much.
All right, give me a few minutes here on Malawatch. 3 games, 3 straight double-doubles. I don't know if we have the comment of him talking about his development.
Yeah, we do.
Because I thought this was pretty interesting. You could tell how badly this kid wants to be great right here.
Yeah, we have 2 cuts. I'll play both of them just to make sure he says what you're hoping he's going to say.
I wouldn't say, like, I'm just out there all comfortable, just running around. I mean, as I do always play with a chip on my shoulder. I just go out there and do my best and put a lot of effort out there.
I mean, I'm just trying to be there for my team. Just let them know that I got their backs and just keep pushing and keep getting better.
You talk about getting better. Obviously, your rookie season, you didn't play that much. How important is this developmental period here in Summer League for your growth?
I mean, it's really important by taking care of every rep, not taking any rep for granted, and just really pushing. And it's a process. It's a process. My time eventually will come, and I just got to be ready for the opportunity that I don't have, rather than having an opportunity and I'm ready for it.
Yeah,
I could not be more excited about this kid when I hear him talk like that. Every rep matters. Every rep matters. I've got to be ready for my opportunity. Like that. Like, what a great freaking comment. This kid. When the Suns drafted Malawatch, when they were on the board, I got a text message from Jeff Hornacek. He said, "I really hope the Suns take this kid." And then I said, "They're going to. They're going to take Malawatch." And afterwards, we talked after the draft was over, and he said, "I worked this kid out for the Jazz. Like, this kid is going to be great." Like, he was so high on this kid, and he worked him out. He goes, "Gambo, this kid is not a big stiff. Like, he's got great hands. He's got good footwork. He could shoot. Like, he just needs some time to develop. Like, he's going to be good. He's not just a big stiff nobody." I got really excited because I value Jeff's opinion a lot. And Jeff worked him out and told me all about this kid, and I was just blown away. And so you could just see like how much the difference in 1 year from him last year to this year.
Hornacek also said the same thing about Alex Len, so he's 1 for 2 in that regard in kind of big in terms of big men. But understand all the Summer League disclaimers, which are valid and appropriate. We all understand that dominating Summer League does not mean you're going to dominate or even be good when the NBA regular season begins. But I can tell you this, Kaman Malawich from Summer League 2025 to Summer League 2026, it is a massive difference.
Yeah, night and day.
This guy by far is the best player on the Suns so far through 3 games, and I think a lot of times he's been the best player on the court, period. I mean, he's knocking down threes. He's got soft hands. His hands were brutal last year. He's got soft hands now. He finishes, block shots, some picturesque block shots last night. My goodness, that was impressive. He's dropping dimes. He's hitting big threes. He's scoring in the paint. I mean, he's exactly the development is exactly what you want to see if you're a Suns fan so far here as we sit in mid-July in 2026.
Interesting. Bob Nightingale had some notes on what the D-backs could do if they end up being sellers. Now, they did sweep the Dodgers, so it looks like they're more buyers, but we're going to talk about some of those notes and how interesting they are next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. It's really hard to overstate just how out of left field these last 4 games have felt. They got that last win in San Diego, then they went into Los Angeles, and in a weekend where their 3 impact players did nothing. It was the lower half of the lineup that was leading the Diamondbacks in each of these games. And that's exactly where they have been a big, dark, black hole.
It was the others, as
it was the
Shaquille O'Neal.
others.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the great people at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And one of the main reasons why is because they do a great job of helping me with my financial future. You know, and my financial future is upon me now. You know, I've been working for a long time. I'm going to be 60. You start to think about, retirement and how you're going to live and where to take money out of which bucket and things like that. That's why you want a financial advisor that is not only going to work to help you grow your money when you're younger, but that is also going to be there with you to help you make the tough decisions as you get older and you want to start living your life and doing the things that you want to do. Stuart Willis has 5 locations in the Valley. He's a fiduciary, always has your best interest at hand, and he'll do a great job of you, and he offers a free portfolio review right now, a free portfolio review. Just call 602-877-PLAN, and we'll get you that free review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Back in the early 2000s, I had LASIK surgery. It changed my life, but what's changed now all these years later is my vision. It's still good, not quite as sharp as it used to be. I wanted to know what was going on with my vision, so I had a thorough exam from the doctors at K2 Vision and found out, like many who have had LASIK in the past, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that alleviates the need for glasses and readers, but also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Tonight, the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend, the All-Star Game. As far as Diamondbacks representatives are concerned, Arizona has 2 of them. You know by now who they are. Come on, you've listened to enough of this show. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez represent the Sedona Red. We anticipate them entering sometime later in the game. Carroll as a reserve outfielder, and Rodriguez, one of the many arms on the National League's pitching staff. Your starting pitchers tonight, Christopher Sanchez of the National League's Phillies and Dylan Cease of the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch is at 5 o'clock. We've got pregame coverage happening right now that you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. We will also be joining coverage of the All-Star Game here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show. And in World Cup action today, I'm not giving a spoiler alert anymore. It's been 2 hours at this point. Spain advanced to the final for the first time since 2010, which is also the last time they hoisted the World Cup trophy. They defeated France in Arlington, Texas by a score of 2-0. They will face the winner of Argentina-England. That match will take place tomorrow in Atlanta, and then the final will take place on Sunday in New Jersey. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. The Summer Suns hit their stride in Monday's win as Koa Pete showed his offensive identity. A look at whether Ryan Waldschmidt's second chance in the Bigs can give the D-backs a boost. And what does ASU's Cutter Boley need to show in fall camp to lock down the starting quarterback job? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, always great content on ArizonaSports.com, and it's free. No paywalls. You go to ArizonaSports.com. You can read all of our great writers. We got people that cover all the teams. So I encourage you to go on there and take a read. You'll always get great information and great insight on ArizonaSports.com.
Speaking of great writers, the much discussed Bob Nightingale amongst
Bob
Arizona.
does a great job.
Bob does a great job.
Yes.
All Diamondbacks fans are, some of them anyway, upset with his Ketel Marte coverage a couple of weeks ago, but I think we can all relate to that. Anyway, Bob has been around the block for a long time. He always does kind of a Sunday notes column, and he had a lot of stuff on the D-backs, Gambo, and I know you're just getting back into the saddle after vacation, but I'd love to get your reaction to some of the things Bob had in his column.
Okay, let's go over them.
Now, I want to say this. Knowing how notes and weekly columns come together, I guarantee most of this was written before the Diamondbacks swept the Dodgers. So to be fair, just think of it through
Look,
that.
they could come out of the gate and get swept by the Cardinals, and all of a sudden we're back to square one. So I think that this is worth talking about.
Okay, here we go. Note number 1.
Okay.
Bob Nightingale. Torey Lovello. Just 3 years ago, the Arizona Diamondbacks were in the World Series. They haven't made the playoffs since, and are now teetering on irrelevancy. Mike Hazen, D-backs president of baseball ops, continues to support Lovello, but Lovello on the final year of his contract now, and there have been zero talks of an extension. It may be playoffs or bust. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think if they are in contention again, it's like this team has never quit on Torey. Mike's, like, there are some things that Mike did that did not work. There are other things Mike did, like his work in the bullpen was tremendous this year and what he's been able to do. I think you've got the right guys here, but I do think fans are kind of getting tired now. Like, okay, 3 years ago made the World Series. What happened the last 3 years? Like, they want to win. And so I do think it'll be interesting to see if this team doesn't make the playoffs, if they decided to go in a different direction, because you're not going to keep signing Torey Lovello to a one-year deal. You're going to have to give him a longer-term contract if you want to keep him. I think Hazen would want to keep him, but I do think a lot depends on how this next month plays out.
The Diamondbacks shopped Ketel Marte during the winter. Again, Bob Nightingale. But pulled him off the market before spring training. He now has 10-5 rights and is expected to veto all trades, which Arizona has told teams. Reportedly, not Bob, another report, the Rays aggressive in their pursuit of Marte.
But he would not approve a trade somewhere.
Bob is reporting that the D-backs Marte will not approve it. He's going to veto all trades, and Arizona is telling teams exactly that.
Okay, so even if you want to call for him, we can't even discuss him with you because he wouldn't want to go there. You could call, and I even may want to trade him. Now, there's always ways around that with these guys. It's never the easiest decision, but you know, sometimes you can convince a guy that it's best for you to go somewhere else because we're going to start over. You know, we're going to rebuild. And we're not going to be competitive, and we're not trying to win, and we're going to try to reshuffle the deck here and everything, and we're going to start playing some younger guys, and you know, that could be the case. Now, if I'm Marte, like, okay, but you're still going to play me. You're not going to not play me.
Right.
So he kind of holds a lot of the cards as far as that. So if he tells everybody, I don't want to be traded, then there's nothing that they can do outside of trying to convince him that it might be best for him, which may not work.
Speaking of the deadline, note number 3 from Bob Nightingale. The Phillies have included D-backs left fielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. among their possible trade targets for a right-handed hitting outfielder, It also includes Angels right fielder Joe Adell. Gurriel, however, is hitting just .222 with 2 homers, 20 RBIs.
You would
in
get
45 games.
You would get a combination of a Mike Schmidt and Steve Carlton bobblehead and an autographed photo of the Philly Fanatic, and that's what you could get for Gurriel right now. I don't know why. Here's a signed Greg Lazinski jersey.
Wait. Also, here's the question: if the D-backs stay in contention in these 16 games between the break and the trade deadline, would they still trade Gurriel if they could get something for him? Like anything? Like, do they even want to hang on to him?
I can't imagine you could get anything good for him.
But the Phillies now, they have him on their list. They obviously see something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be picking up the phone,
That's a good,
right?
just fair question. If you're in contention, can you trade one of your starting outfielders? Probably not. How real is this Tim Tower thing?
Right.
And how well he's hitting? No, I would say you probably can't.
All right, this is this last one from Bob Nightingale.
Okay.
This is clearly written. This one's clearly written before they swept the Dodgers, because I think that sweep has changed the entire complexion of what we're talking about here when it comes to the D-backs in the second half. But the Diamondbacks, Bob Nightingale, who have been mired in mediocrity, could have starters Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Soroka, Merrill Kelly, and Zach Gallen available, along with closer Paul Sewald. Your thoughts?
I don't think you could trade Rodriguez. I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why, because you want him for 2027.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that what you were going to say?
Soroka's a free agent. You might not get him back. Gallen's a free agent. You're not going to want him back. That's 2 starters. Corbin Burns hasn't pitched in a year and a half. By the time, by the time you get him back, it's going to be almost 2 years. Eduardo Rodriguez is having the best year of his life. He's a top, it's easy to get 4 and 5 starters. It's easy to go get a 4 or 5. It's somewhat easy to even get a 3. It's really, really hard to get a 1 or a 2. Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching like a 2. He's pitching like a top 2 pitcher in a rotation. I'm not going to trade Eduardo Rodriguez. I want him back next year.
SI.com named Eduardo Rodriguez, by the way, one of the biggest surprises in the first half of all of baseball. Sure. Here's what they wrote. After back-to-back seasons with an ERA over 5, Rodriguez owns a 2.25 ERA and 18 starts for the D-backs. The lefty has never had a season, to Gambo's point, with an ERA below 3.30, but he's a full point below that past season's midway point. So, Rodriguez, you want him around. Here's the question. You mentioned Corbin Burns and when they're going to get him back. Is his return pushed or accelerated without jeopardizing his health, of course, to come back in September if they are in the mix of this thing? I would think so. I was here when the news broke about the setback, and you were right out of the gate said probably won't pitch this year. If the D-backs are hanging around the playoff race on September 1st and he's ready to go, does their position in the standings impact whether or not he pitches this year? I would think it would.
Sure. I think for him, I think a lot of teams like to have these guys pitched like 2 or 3 times just to just to get it out of the way so that next year they're like, okay, I pitched. I think a lot of teams like to have it, and I think the players do too. Let me go out there and throw 3 games.
Right.
It'll be a total of 15 innings, and then at least I can go in. At least I tested it. At least I can go into the offseason knowing that I was able to pitch and throw the pitches that I wanted to. So I think a lot of teams like to have these guys that are coming back at the end of the year pitch. Look, if he's able to go and they're in a pennant race, why wouldn't you have him go? You're paying him all this money, of course. Of course.
Not to mention the fact there may not be baseball next year.
I doubt there is going to be. In my opinion, I doubt there is, at least not the start of the season. I don't think we'll have it. I don't think you'll have the start of the season next year. I think the owners going to be pretty locked in this time.
Yeah.
They've been preparing for it. They've got a little nest egg built up to be ready for it. So I would not be surprised if we at least have a delay to the start of the season.
Yeah, I just think with Burns, like, if he's 50-50, he could probably go, or he's 80-20, he could go. If the D-backs are out of contention, maybe you just
got to do what's
down.
right for the player, but if he's healthy, pitch him.
But if he's healthy and you're in the mix, absolutely.
Why not? Kenny Dillingham was going to take the Michigan job? Oh, all right.
What?
We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first, giving back to the community they call home, from online shopping to convenient delivery options. Buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling. It's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Plus, they care about the community that supports them. Last month, with your help, they collected over 25 pallets of water for the Salvation Army. That's over 48,000 bottles of water collected to help stock community cooling stations and keep Arizona hydrated during these hot summer months. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do it like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
All right, we do have a social poll out. It is about the World Cup. Right? It is about the World Cup. We had one game in the books today. Spain took down France, and we've got England and Argentina tomorrow.
Exactly.
I've enjoyed the World Cup. I've really enjoyed it.
I have two.
Yeah,
we've
watched
had
a lot of the games.
We've had the games on in here in the booth and around the station for the last month or so, and it's been nice.
Yeah, it's been nice to have. Yeah.
All right, well, we're asking today, who will win the World Cup? France is included in this. Please do not vote for them, as they have been knocked out.
How many people have voted for France? Like 3%?
Well, a lot more, because this poll question
Don't
went out.
tell people if they're dumb enough to vote for France
All
without
right, if
checking
you
the
want to
score.
vote for France, vote for France.
Weed out the lesser folks.
I just don't see that happening.
I don't root for France in anything.
No. All right. Well, now are you moving on to Spain, England, Argentina?
I think Spain will win. I'm going to root for England.
Ring? What you going with?
I'm going with I'm not a prediction, but I'd like to see Messi win again. I think that's a good story. Best player in the world, best player all time.
All right, well, France is leading the way on this poll question.
No way.
Yeah, but we'll just exclude them. So England is next up with 23% of the vote, 21% going with Argentina, and 20% going with Spain. So a very even race there.
I wonder how many of those votes for France came in after they actually lost.
That would be funny. Just too bad the striking Viking is gone.
I know. I loved Norway. I was rooting for Norway so bad. I wanted Norway to win.
We could do as a real life Targaryen.
All right. That's our poll question. Appreciate it. It is a different place to visit than we like to travel. We don't have any of the fixes, right? I like to travel. So I spend my money on travel. I've been to a lot of European countries. Norway's built different. Like Norway, Finland, those people are built a little bit different.
Oh, you mean physically?
Just like lifestyle. Their lifestyle.
Okay, so how so?
Okay, it rains all the time.
As it does in Seattle.
Right. Their food is salmon or reindeer or moose. That's what you get to eat. I'm like, you have any cows in this country? They don't have cows. They get up in the morning. They jump in ice water. They love to jump in the ice water. Everything's got a sauna. Everywhere you go, you have a sauna. Okay. Houses are built with saunas. Every hotel we were in had a sauna. Like you open up the door, like, oh, okay, here's the bedroom, here's the sauna. Like they finish and
it's not even a feature. It's like a kitchen or a dining room. Yeah.
Yeah, like you buy a house that comes with a sauna in it. I'm just saying those people are built a little bit differently than, if you go to Italy or Ireland or Switzerland or France or Germany or any. You go to those Scandinavian countries, the world's a little bit different.
Okay, I'm going to put it on my list.
Yeah, I've swam in the fjords. It's just like it's a little crazy. All right, Kenny Dillingham. This was pretty interesting. There was a really good story by John Bryce that Kenny Dillingham had a Michigan offer and how a dinner kept him at Arizona, at Arizona State. Kept him at Arizona State. But it talked a little bit about he's at this dinner and, he's with the family and everything. And it talked about this lasagna, that 25-layer lasagna. Like, okay.
Oh, yeah, the Fat Ox.
Okay, why have I not had this lasagna?
Oh, yeah, you got to go to the Fat Ox.
Okay, they have a 25-layer lasagna?
Thumbs up to the Fat Ox if you're listening.
Jeez. I lost my spot in the story. And he talks about, you got to take this call. Michigan representatives were calling with the framework of a coaching offer for him to leave. And Dillingham said, that's good intel. I know exactly who was at that dinner at the Fat Ox.
So Bryce gets the story. And then clearly gets some alone time with Kenny Dillingham and says, I understand you were at dinner when you got an offer from Michigan. And Kenny knew he had it. So he's like, all right, that's good intel. You got it. I know exactly who was at that dinner. To me, Gambo, a couple of things stand out about this particular story. First of all, kudos to John Bryce. He's really dialed in the coaching community, does a great job. Just went to USA Today a short time ago. So check him out if you're into that kind of stuff, coaching movement and how deals get done and whatnot. A couple things that stood out to me. One, he got the offer from Michigan. Okay, they were pursuing him to be the head coach. We knew there was a lot of smoke and interest. We didn't know there was an actual offer. The other thing is, and this is in the story, is that, a lot of talk about Kenny's family and lives next to his sister and the parents live down the street. Kenny admitted that the family, they were all in on Michigan if that's what Kenny wanted to do. So the narrative that, Kenny, the family wouldn't let Kenny leave or Kenny wouldn't leave his family, they were all on board to go to Michigan. Kenny even called Kyle Whittingham, the former Utah coach, to discuss the process about Kyle's choices and his family and how that swayed his decisions, whether or not to leave Utah or stay at Utah, which is funny because Whittingham ended up taking the Michigan job that Kenny did not take.
My understanding is a little bit different because I'm pretty dialed in on some of this stuff too. I think that Dillingham would have had the BYU job if he had wanted it because that head coach was looking at the Penn State job, right?
Yeah, Sataki.
Right? Sataki was looking at the Penn State job. And I think that one was more of a lock than Michigan. This is my knowledge, that would have been even more of a lock for Kenny if he wanted to go take the BYU job. Now, the Michigan thing.
You think that.
I think there was interest in Michigan. I don't know how high
Well, clearly not because he didn't take it. And it never
But he
got
didn't
far.
take it. But how, sometimes there's a lot of people talking to a lot of different people.
Right.
Right.
But Kenny considered it enough to call Kyle Whittingham to get his thoughts on it.
Sure.
But you're saying that had Sataki gone to Penn State.
I think the BYU job was going to be offered to Kenny.
And you think Kenny may have had more interest in that than he ultimately
No, I
did,
think
did
that was
not
just
have in
more of
Michigan?
that was more of a sure thing it was going to be offered to him. I think they would have if he would have left for Penn State, they wanted Dillingham.
Well, clearly Michigan did too.
Right.
I think the biggest story, or the biggest part of this story that stands out to me is that Kenny Dillingham could have gone to freaking Michigan and he decided to stay at Arizona State. He believes so much in this program, believes so much in his hometown that he wants to win a national championship here. I don't know how many. First of all, Arizona State, Frank Kush aside, because that's a different animal. Really, you look at the history. They're not a breeding ground for coaches. I mean, you got Dan Devine and you got John Cooper. This is where usually coaches come to die.
Yeah.
So the
Cooper left to go take the Ohio State job. Look, I've always said this. Every coach that I've been around at ASU has always been fired. I've always said this. I cannot wait for the day that an ASU head coach leaves to go take another job because it means he was successful.
Right, and that's what could have happened here.
They don't ever have it. Nobody ever leaves. They all get fired because they didn't do a good enough job.
Right. So you look back at the history, and like I said, Frank Kush is a different animal, but I go back and you think of Cooper, who went to Ohio State, Dan Devine, who I think went to Missouri from Arizona State, if I'm not mistaken.
But everybody like Dennis Erickson fired, Bruce Snyder fired, like even basketball coaches,
Herb
Sendek,
Todd Graham fired.
All fired. They all get fired.
Right. This is where coaches come to die, not to build their careers. So Kenny's got that going for him. But again, to pass up the Michigan job, I don't know how many young coaches are coaching at Arizona State. Michigan comes calling, and you say thanks, but no thanks. I mean, that takes a special kind of young man, and Kenny's still pretty freaking young. Let's not kid ourselves. Takes a special kind of young man to say thanks, but no thanks. I want to win here. I can win here. I'm building something here. You could probably count on 3 fingers how many coaches would turn down Michigan to stay at Arizona State, and Dillingham did it, and he should be commended for that.
Yeah, he's done. He's committed. Look, the only thing that I could see him ever leaving for is the NFL.
Of course.
I think if the NFL came calling, I think he might have a hard time staying at Arizona State.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with NIL and the transfer portal.
Right.
Plus, it's the highest level of football. So, I
think that's where,
intriguing.
when he leaves, I think that's what it could be if somebody offered him that job. But, again, college coach to the NFL, not the easiest transition. But that's what I would think. If somebody was to offer him a job, I think that he would take it. I think that this cycle that went through, he's had so much success at Arizona State in such a short amount of time that, Michigan interest. And again, I think BYU, if they had lost their head coach, I think BYU would have been very, very heavy into making sure that they made an unbelievable offer to Dillingham. In the end, I think you give credit to Graham Rossini and Michael Crow and Arizona State and their willingness to go above and beyond to give Dillingham what he needed to stay here.
I'm sure he used that Michigan offer as leverage to get what he needed to get at Arizona State. So that's where the credit goes to Michael Crow and Graham Rossini for making sure that happened. But Kenny still had to want to stay. A lot of coaches.
In the end, yes.
Yes, a lot of coaches say, I don't care what you give me, Arizona State. Michigan's offering. What do you think? I'm stupid? Of course I'm taking the Michigan job. He didn't do it.
But sometimes the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Ask Rich Rod.
We're talking about Michigan, though.
Okay, ask Rich Rod.
Right. Of course, it doesn't always work out, but most guys don't shun the chance. or
but
push away
sometimes
the
you look back on
opportunity.
it and you say, you know what? I probably should have stayed where I was at. I was at a good spot. Some guys, some guys make one too many jumps, and it's the wrong decision.
It ultimately,
right?
yes.
I mean,
you can ultimately fail, but I think everybody wants to compete against the best and be it, a blue blood program like that. It's a goal for a lot of coaches. I just think I just think after reading Bryce's article, you really grow closer to Kenny Dillingham and what he's trying to do here, because the guy had offers. And one of the
and he wanted to stay.
One of the historically best programs in the country, a team that just won a national championship a few years ago. Michigan. Hail to the victors. The big house. Jim Harbaugh. Bo Schembechler, Gambo.
I liked Ohio State better
Anthony
at the
Carter.
time. Will Devin Booker be on the next great Phoenix Suns team? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news,
and play-by-play.
A payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Sciatica isn't just back pain, it's a nerve screaming for help. And if you're feeling that sharp shooting pain down your leg, the experts at Desert Institute for Spine Care can fix it. DISC are leaders in endoscopic spine surgery, helping patients recover faster with less pain and smaller incisions. They treat herniated discs, spinal stenosis, and all the conditions that cause sciatica. Visit sciatica.com and get back to enjoying your life again with DISC. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis, and here is what's trending now. Tonight, we have the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend, the All-Star Game. The lineups are being announced currently as we speak on the broadcast from Philadelphia, so we are just minutes away from that first pitch, highlighting the best in Major League Baseball in the first half of the season. As far as Diamondbacks are concerned, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez, we anticipate will be making appearances sometime later in the game. Both are serving as reserves for the National League. The starting pitchers tonight, Christopher Sanchez for the National League's Phillies and Dylan Cease for the American League's Blue Jays. First pitch is minutes away. Several minutes away at the pace the broadcast is going, but that's okay. You can listen to coverage right now on ESPN 620 AM. We will then join the game in progress here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show. And earlier today in World Cup action, Spain advanced to the final for the first time since 2010, which is also the last time they hoisted the World Cup trophy. They defeated France in Arlington, Texas today by a score of 2-0. They will face the winner of Argentina-England. That match will take place tomorrow in Atlanta. The final will take place on Sunday in New Jersey. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we want to see out of the Summer Suns tomorrow against the Pistons?
Doesn't matter.
We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, all the talk about the young Phoenix Suns and the Summer League, and obviously that's the rave right now. Everybody's talking about the Summer League. I actually saw a great story that was grading the Summer League. Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy, by the way.
We're grading Summer League now. A+.
It was an interesting story, and it was grading like the main guys in the Summer League, you know, who the top players are. And there was just so many guys that are playing well. It just blew me away. Like, there were so many guys that got A's and A+ and B's. And I'm just going to give you an example because Lauren's guy is in there. But it was a story, and here it is right now. Okay. Bonsa, they gave him an A. Peterson, B+. Booza, A+. Caleb Wilson, A. Wagler, B-. Brown Jr., A-. A-Cup Jr., B-. Fleming's B+. Like, they were just grading all the
Burry's
Johnson
A.
Jr., A. Burry's A. The first Lenderborg, A+. The first guy that got a bad grade was Mara, and he got a C+. But they were graded. So, like, obviously these guys are, you know, these guys are kings of the town right now, or the kings of the castle, whatever I want to say. Like, all the attention's on them. My point is, all the attention's on them. You were the lottery picks. You're going into the Summer League. Everybody's watching you. They want to know if you're the next great player for their team. So all eyes are on you. We're watching Koa Pete very closely. We want to see how good Koa Pete is. We're also watching our guys from last year. The thought I had today is, with all the attention being placed on a bunch of 19-year-olds for the Phoenix Suns, is there a chance the next great Phoenix Suns team, is there a chance Devin Booker could be on it? Will Devin Booker be on the next great Phoenix Suns team?
Well, Matt Ishbia has all but guaranteed that Devin Booker will win a championship in Phoenix, and he's going to do everything he can to ensure that that happens. And we all hope that that does happen, obviously. But Devin Booker closing in on the age of 30 right now. I mean, I know there's the LeBron James example, and Steph Curry's playing at a pretty high level still, but let's just say there's a 4 to 5 year window of Devin Booker's prime, right? Now, you could win a championship when he's not in his prime. I understand that. But you're talking about like prime Devin Booker. Is he going to be part of the next great Suns team?
He'll be 30 years old soon. This will be his 12th year in the league. If the Suns, if you're saying the Suns are, look, the Suns are not going to win the championship this year.
No, and they're probably not going to win it next year.
Okay,
either.
so now
and I'm not sure they're going to win it at
going
all.
on 33. Like, my point is, like, I always think about things like, who's going to be on the next great team? What Cardinal players are going to be on the next great Cardinal team or the next great Suns team? And I wonder if, but like, you're going to try. I think you have to try to win with Book. But I also want to see Book get back to being that player. I think Book has slipped a little bit.
He's not the player he was in 2021. Nope. Now the question is, can he be again?
Can he be that player again? It's a huge question.
From an age-wise standpoint, he should be able to become that player.
But he also was really a better player when Rubio came and then Chris Paul. Without those guys, without having a guy like that, his game slips a little bit. He's still great, still a really good player, but he's not the superstar. He's not the superstar that we thought he once was. I do think Rubio and Paul brought more out of him and allowed him to be at his best, and now it's harder for him. Not to say that he can't get back to that. Like, he should be able to shoot the three better, and he likes to make the right decisions to help his teammates. He's not a selfish player. Sometimes you want him to be selfish, but he's not. He's open to passing and passing out of double teams. I was just wondering, like, Kaman Malawach is 19. I could say he'll be on the next great Suns team. Koa Pete, same thing.
Okay.
Fleming, same thing.
With Malawach and Pete are 25, and they are hitting their prime from, let's say, 25 to 28.
Okay.
And if all goes well, and the Phoenix Suns are a championship contender at that point, because Oklahoma City, their window will probably be closed. The Spurs window probably will not be. If Devin Booker's a part of that, he's an ancillary player because he's 36, 37 years of age. And you would presume that if those guys, Pete and Malawach, are the cornerstones of a championship contending team, it's going to be their team. And could Booker be a part of it? Yeah, technically. But, I mean, if we're wondering about his abilities as a all-NBA caliber player now at the age of 29, what is it going to look like when he's 36? So, and this is assuming that Malawach and Pete are going to be good enough to be the cornerstones of a contending team. We don't even know that. But if they are, by the time they are, unless they really blossom in the next few years, but likely when they're hitting their athletic prime between 25 and 30, it's going to be, Devin Booker's going to be well past his prime. I mean, I just, the math doesn't math. Father Time is undefeated.
I think the thing I looked at here was, I look at the Knicks. In the 21-22 season, the Knicks won 37 games and lost 45. Their roster was not really good. They had Julius Randle and Cam Reddish and Derrick Rose and Obi Toppin and Kemba Walker, Kevin Knox, Evan Fournier, R.J. Barrett. Like, I look at I don't think anybody would have said in 21-22 with the Knicks, like, who's going to be on the next? Who out of all these guys, who's going to be on the next great Knicks team? And the only guy is Mitchell Robinson. Like, the only guy on that roster that's like still around is like Mitchell Robinson and maybe McBride.
Here's the problem.
But, like, look how quickly they changed their whole roster, right? I mean, in 21-22, Mikal Bridges wasn't on that team. Brunson wasn't on that team. Like, I do think it can change quickly.
It can, but you got to make a bold move again, and are they willing to do that or make a couple bold moves? Just because it didn't work with Durant and Beal doesn't mean You have to stop trying to win. Pat Riley never stops trying to acquire guys and win. But, I mean, if you're waiting for Malawach and Pete and Fleming to be potentially a championship contending core, Devin Booker's not going to win a championship.
That's the point.
The Spurs, Thunder, and Knicks maybe, and these teams they're also young, and they're already good.
But those teams will break up because you can't keep all the players together.
I know, but unless they make a bold move to add to a core without breaking up the core, it's going to be really tough to contend in the next 3 to 4 years. And also, then Booker's 35. And then what? He could still be on the team.
Sure. Could be. He'll be in his 17th, 18th year.
I mean,
it's hard to look at things 5 years down the road. Sometimes it's hard to look at things 3 years down the road because of the way things change in the NBA.
Look at Klay Thompson the last 3 years. Like, is that Devin Booker's future when he's 35, 36, and 37?
I hope not. Do the D-backs need a starting pitcher more than they need a bat at the deadline? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tim Tallis stepped up in a big way. 7 hits, 7 RBIs, a couple of home runs as well. Nolan Arenado. Yes. Ildemaro Vargas. James McCann. Here we go. And by the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks right now have the best catcher in baseball. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just saying right now.
How about this guy playing to his potential finally at the plate and Gabby Moreno? Like, you already know he's great defensively. Now he's hitting like this. If nothing else, it puts you back in the conversation with 16 games coming out of the All-Star break before the trade deadline on August 3rd.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Cardinals, D-backs, starting July 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll represent the Arizona Diamondbacks at the MLB All-Star Game? We're reacting to the Midsummer Classic tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, good show today. It's good to get back in the saddle after a couple of weeks off. I have a daughter of mine getting married in October, so I took her and her fiance on a trip, Ireland and Scotland. So I was away for a little bit, but I'm back now, and then Bernsey takes off. And so Ringer's filling in today and tomorrow, and we've got you covered on everything today. One of the things we wanted to talk about was just when the Diamondbacks swept the Dodgers, and all of a sudden now you're right back in a position to contend. You're only, 2.5 games out of a wild card spot right now. That's big. You're going to come back from the break and hopefully make up some ground there. You start to look at, okay, if you're going to now buy instead of sell, what do you want to buy?
I want to buy a left-handed power bat, and I want to buy a starting pitcher.
Which one do you want more? What if the budget only allows you to? What if it's not even the budget. It's more so the prospect pool that you're giving up. What would you rather have?
Well, I talked about that. And how much of your farm system do you want to deplete to chase the third wild card spot? Y'all want to be in the dance. Hey, just get in the dance. You got a chance. And that's true. We saw it in 2023. But you got to be smart about it. You got to think about the long-term implications for your organization. So there's that. But if you can only get one, okay, starting pitching situation, I need to talk to the doctors and say, talk to me about Soroka. Talk to me about Corbin Burns. I need to know right now. Are we going to get one back in early August and the other back in early September?
So right now you've got Eduardo Rodriguez pitching really well. You've got Merrill Kelly bouncing back and pitching well.
He's okay. You trust him right now to take the ball.
You got 3 really outstanding starts out of Brandon Pfaadt, which have been a shot in the arm.
You trust him right now to take the ball.
That's 3. You hope to get Soroka back. That would be 4. And just Gallen is... It is what it is. Well, he's your 5th starter.
But he's not even around for 15 days now. So he's,
right. So do you need a starter more than good bat-wise? Like, they won 3 games against the Dodgers with their top 3 guys going, 2 for 36? Carroll, Perdomo, Marte.
That's an outlier, though.
It's an outlier, but, they won a series with Nolan Arenado, James McCann, and Tim Tawa hitting the baseball. So is it still a bat? Or do you want to solidify that starting pitching?
I'd rather look at the body of work and say this team needs a bat. This team needs a bat in the middle of the lineup in the worst way. First base, obviously, is the spot where you'd put that in there. Also, the cost of a bat, a left-handed rental bat for 2 months, probably would be less than a starting pitcher. You don't want to deplete some of your young players in your system. But if I'm confident that I'm going to get Soroka back, and that Corbin Burns is coming back a few weeks later,
then you care more about the bat.
I care more about the bat.
And if Soroka is not coming back and Burns has no chance, then you care more about the pitching.
I certainly care more about the pitching than I did when I thought those guys might be coming back.
But can you win a playoff series with Erod going 1, Kelly going 2, and Soroka going 3? Can you win a playoff series with that?
If you don't believe you can win a playoff series, don't make any deals. I mean, like if you and that's
what I'm saying. But what if you got another guy in there that gave you a better 1-2 punch?
So you're talking
than Eduardo Rodriguez and Merrill Kelly.
So you're
right
talking
now.
About bringing in a whale, like really going for it. Like we were bringing a quality number 1 or 2.
I'm not looking for a 5th starter.
Okay,
I'm not looking for a 5th starter.
So now you're really...
I've got Gallen, and it is what it is. I'm looking for a guy that can help me win a postseason playoff game.
Even if that guy's going to be a rental, which he obviously would be, that's going to cost you dearly.
Mm-hmm.
So you believe this team can make a run to a World Series? Because that's what I mean. Because if you don't believe that, you're not giving up what it would take to get a number 1 or number 2. I mean, and unless you believe, like, hey, we're a 1 or 2 away from making a run and challenging the Dodgers and beating them in a 7-game series, let alone the Braves and everybody else that's good in the NL, I don't know.
Let me just give you an example. I get Burns back at the end of the year, and he's good enough to pitch in the postseason. And I could have Scooble, Burns, and Erod as my top 3. Would you go all in on a rental? Or do you just go in for the bat and hope that Corbin Burns is going to be able to pitch for you in the postseason?
It's the classic go big or go home, right?
I mean, it is. Now the bat, the bat's every day. They need a middle of the lineup bat. They don't really have one.
I mean, if you're going to do that, then just go in and get them all. I mean, go ahead and get Scooble and get the best bat you can, and say, okay, we're going to try to win the World Series this year. I mean, that seems. I mean,
Kepler, I was
for
away.
A team that was under 500 less than a week ago, that seems very ambitious.
The best play is to go get the bat, I think.
I think the best play is to go get the bat too, because I believe that Soroka will be back. Hopefully he'll be effective, and I want to believe that Burns will be back.
They've won 14 out of the 19 starts that Erod has made.
He takes the ball, they win.
They win. 14 out of the 19 starts. And like 7 out of 8 or something, when he takes the ball, they win baseball games.
Right, and when Zach Gallen takes the ball, they lose.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what we've had there. I do like what we're seeing out of Merrill Kelly lately, though, so I think that's a real good sign. Love what Soroka was giving them before the injury. Like I said, when Soroka
keep your eye on Fott. I'm serious. That's 3 really good outings. 10 strikeouts, 1 walk. 3 really good outings by Brandon Fott. Like, he went down, he worked on some stuff, he came back, he looks great.
You know, Steve Berthiaume was on with us yesterday. He talked about the rotation now with Gallen out and how it looks going forward. Here's what he had to say, play-by-play television voice of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, boy, Vic, I wish I knew. I don't know how long Zach's going to be down. Elbow inflammation, that's obviously now a small thing. Soroka's close. Not getting Corbin Burns back when they thought they would was obviously a setback, but Corbin is getting close, I think, to throwing again now, so maybe September. It's impossible to say. That's kind of my terrible answer for you. I mean, it's great to see Merrill Kelly back where he was, but you're probably not getting Zach back anytime soon. You're certainly not going to get Nelly back anytime soon. They need some guys to step up. The depth is going to be tested. And if Mike is going to buy at the deadline, if that's something he can do, I would imagine that either a left-hand bat or starting pitcher would be on the top of his menu, wish list for sure.
Okay, so we're all thinking along the same lines.
Yeah, I just don't think they could do both. The quality. You could get a 5th starter.
I mean, when you
but the quality of, I mean, look, to get Merrill Kelly last year, the Rangers gave up 4 prospects. And like 2 of them were really highly rated.
When you throw Scooble's name out there, are you throwing it out there? Why are you choosing that name? Because it's going to get a lot of people very excited that are listening right now.
No, I don't think there's anything to. I had thought about Scooble when we believed Burns was going to come back, and it was like, man, if you go into, you want to beat the Dodgers, give me Burns 1, Scooble 2, and Erod 3, and let's go. Because I think that's how you could. I think you could beat anybody in baseball if Burns, Scooble, and Erod were your top 3 pitchers. I think you could. You're going to win it. You're going to beat anybody. But now Burns didn't come back. But at the time that I talked about renting Scooble, I brought up examples of like when the Astros rented Randy Johnson, and he was great for them,
like 14-1 or something like that.
Okay, go look up CC Sabathia with the Brewers and how good he was. So my example was sometimes, like, if you've got a team that's good enough to go for it, you would do that.
That's the key, though.
Now, but sometimes
are they good enough?
Like
to
sometimes
go for
you
it?
give up John Smoltz for Doyley Alexander. So sometimes your mistakes are made. Sometimes big mistakes are made. Sometimes you can get away with making a big trade and not give up a whole lot. When the Reds got Tom Seaver, they gave the Mets 4 garbage players. They got Doug Flynn. Doug Flynn and Steve Henderson and Dan Norman and Pat Zachary. Those are the 4 guys. I don't know why I remember this, but those are the 4 guys they got for Tom Seaver. So, there are times you can get away with, not giving up a whole lot because you just play the other team.
Or times it's a win-win. I've talked to you about this, the Aroldis Chapman trade. The Cubs got a World Series championship, and the Yankees got Gleyber Torres. So sometimes it's a win-win. You're just going to give up a top prospect. He's going to be good. But the guy you get helps you get to where you want to go.
Yeah. The Suns were ranked as one of the 5 teams that got worse by somebody. How is that even possible? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bye.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday. From Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
I'm Mitch Varaldis, and here is what's trending now. Tonight, currently happening right now, I can say, the culmination of the MLB's All-Star Weekend, the All-Star Game. We are one batter into this festivity, and Mike Trout, representing the American League's top of the order, struck out swinging against Christopher Sanchez. We've got a 0-0 score, just one batter in, top of the first at Citizens Bank Park. As far as Diamondbacks that we're keeping eyes on, Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez, both reserve players for the National League squad. We'll see when they get their opportunity to partake in this year's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the broadcast of the game right now on ESPN 620 AM. And then don't worry, we've got you covered here on 98.7 as well. We will be joining the broadcast in progress after the Burns and Gambo show. And in World Cup action, Spain advanced to the final for the first time since 2010, which coincidentally was also the last time that they hoisted the World Cup trophy. They defeated France earlier today in Arlington, Texas by a score of 2-0. They will face the winner of Argentina-England. That match will take place tomorrow in Atlanta. The final will take place on Sunday in New Jersey. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. Plenty of conversation swirling around how Kyler Murray will fit with Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to dive way deep into it on Bickley and Murata starting at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
5 teams that definitely got worse during the 2026 NBA offseason by Grant Hughes. Wrote this story for Bleacher Report. Boston Celtics, number 1. New York Knicks, number 2. LA Clippers, number 3. Obviously, you look at the loss of some of their players, like the Knicks lost Mitchell Robinson. He was a key part for them. The Jaylen Brown trade with Boston. Kawhi being gone from the Clippers. And then the Bucks, number 4, with Giannis. Number 5 was an interesting team. It was the Phoenix Suns. Now, what do the Suns have in common? What are the, like, it's almost like, what was that? One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. The Celtics lost Jaylen Brown. The Knicks lost Mitchell Robinson. The Clippers lost Kawhi. Bucks lost Giannis. Not that Mitchell Robinson's a superstar, but he's a good role player for them. The Phoenix Suns, they say the Phoenix Suns, great spacing was one of the ways the Suns managed to post a mid-pack offensive rating last year despite the lack of a true setup man at the point. In response, they shipped 2 excellent three-point gunners to Charlotte for Miles Bridges, who owns a 33.8% mark from 3. They mention this as a key reason as to why they think Phoenix is going to take a step back. It says it cost the Suns their best draft capital. On the court, the results figure to be nearly as bad. Bridges is a fringe starter who could sign a hefty extension while potentially constructing an offense that needs its space. So this was a Bleacher Report story that was done on teams that got worse. And I took a look at this, and it was just 2 days ago that they wrote this. And they knew Kennard was coming here, and they just think that the Suns. Now, I don't know, can we got blinders on? Do we see that? Like, Royce O'Neal's out, Grayson Allen's out, but Luke Kennard's in, and Bridges is in.
Yeah, this is not the other 4 teams in this article. It's about who they lost. The Suns, I'm reading right through Grant Hughes, and I'm not saying he's right or wrong.
Yeah.
It's not about losing Allen and Royce O'Neal. He doesn't like Miles Bridges. He doesn't think Bridges is a good player.
Career has been defined by net negative defensive performance and an offensive game that, with limited exceptions, a half-decade ago, has seen him produce true shooting percentages below the league average.
And then he speculates that he could be in for a slippage athletically as he begins his age 28 season. In fact, that may already be happening as the percentage of his field goal attempts at the rim has declined for 5 years running. So now he's speculating that I don't like him now, and I think he's going to get even worse, which is complete speculation.
You know, you also, I had a guy who coached Miles Bridges tell me that, like, it's real, like getting out of Charlotte's going to be really good for him. He thinks it's a great move for Phoenix. And he said getting out of Charlotte is going to be really good for him, you know, just getting out of there. It was not the best. They were able to get off of two players that they wanted to get off of because they had a good year last year for the first time. Like, they had a good year, so they were able to get off of two guys that they didn't want, that they felt were just not right for their culture. And they're moving on, and they're kind of reassessing and doing things a little bit differently. Like, a change of scenery could be something that kind of sparks some new life into Bridges as well.
There's a couple things. He talks about spacing, Grant Hughes does in this particular article, and he talks about how O'Neal and Allen provided spacing that the Suns' offense desperately needed. Well, I mean, a couple things there. Yeah, they did. Those guys were great three-point shooters. They both had unbelievable years. Grayson Allen's body's breaking down. Great player. Loved him. Wish he was still on the team. But you cannot deny he became unreliable from a health standpoint late in the season.
Couldn't play back-to-back.
So he's not getting any younger. Royce O'Neal, I'm here to tell you right now, is not going to shoot the ball next year the way he did last year. He was ungodly last year. Career year.
It's also 33.
He was awesome, and he's getting older. You know, what the article doesn't talk about is, you know, the Suns were the 11th worst rebounding team in the NBA last year. Okay, they needed help on the front line.
They didn't have a power forward.
They were guard heavy. Dylan Brooks, you face up on the perimeter and you play on the wing, you're a guard, okay? Suns were guard heavy. They need beef, strength, and rebounding on the front line. I hate to sound old school about needing a power forward, but you need some big dudes to rebound, play defense, block somebody out, and end a possession after one missed shot. Far too often the Suns got destroyed with offensive rebounding by the opposition last year. So there's no talk about that in this article. I'm not saying Miles Bridges is, you know, Buck Williams, but he's going to rebound the basketball. You like that reference?
I loved Buck with the Nets. I was so sad when he went to Portland.
He's gonna give them some size. And I'm not saying he's a great defensive player, but again, at his size and with his athleticism, he's going to help in that regard too. So yeah, you give up three-point shooting. There's no doubt about it. You make up for that a little bit by signing Luke Kennard, which also wasn't in this article.
Traded for Petrovic?
Buck Williams with Portland?
Who's the
yeah, I think so. Going way back now.
You're going to make me look that up.
I think that was a Portland deal, right?
Yeah, it was from the Nets.
Like, obviously, I understand why the Bucks and the Celtics would be at the top of this article.
Sam Bowie.
The
Sam Bowie.
But, I mean, to put the Suns in here, like I said, this to me reeks of a guy who just does not like Miles Bridges. And maybe because of who Bridges is off the court, that impacts how he writes about him on the court. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Just kind of speculation on my part.
Like Bernsey was big on too many 6'5" guys, too many 6'5" guys, too many 6'5" guys.
It's true, though. They did. They had too many of those guys last year.
I talked to an NBA GM about the size difference. Like, he's the exact same size as Royce O'Neal. Barefooted. Like, they're the exact same size, the exact same wingspan, but he's thicker. He's just thicker.
He's a different player.
Thicker. He's a different player.
And that's
but he's not big. He's not big.
That's like saying Charles Barkley's the same size as Jalen Green. It's like technically true, but come on. I mean, they're different players.
Right. He's a thicker player.
Yeah,
they needed that. Now, without that, they were going to rely on Fleming to see if Fleming could play more minutes. But he does give you more physicality, and then Koa Pete, I don't know if Koa's going to play or not, but he gives you physicality. So I do think that was an area they needed. Do you lose three-point shooting? Yeah. You lose Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, but then you add Kennard.
You added Kennard.
And if Kennard shoots the ball more, which I'm sure in a Jordan-Ott system, you will see. I bet you Luke Kennard takes more three-pointers this year than he took at any point in his career. In a season.
And fingers crossed, maybe we see a renaissance with Devin Booker's three-point shooting. Maybe he's really practicing hard in the offseason. He's going to come back a better three-point shooter.
I hope so, because I'm tired of all these 1-for-5 nights with Book.
He's in the gym shooting threes right now, morning, noon, and night, Kobe Bryant style.
It's probably one of the things that has amazed me the most about Booker's game is just how the three-point shot has just gone away from him. It's kind of gotten away from him. He doesn't shoot it with the success that he used to anymore.
I haven't talked about this forever. He's playing too much one. I think it's impacted him negatively in terms of who he is. A shooting guard.
I've always believed the same thing.
I don't like it. I don't know. They haven't addressed it. They still haven't addressed it.
Can he play the one? Yes. Should he? No.
Right.
Like, can he? Yeah, he can play the one. Yeah, should he play the one? No.
In spots. But you're right. But you said it earlier when he's been at his best in all NBA caliber. Yeah, it's been with Rubio and then obviously Chris Paul. And we've been searching for that guy, and he's been searching for that guy. It wasn't maybe there was it the coach? Was it this coach? Was it that coach? Was it KD? Was it not? I think at the end of the day, he needs a Chris Paul type point guard to be at his best.
And those guys are hard to find in the league because there's not that many anymore.
Yeah, some people disagree, but so be it.
LeBron James, the decision. Does anybody want him? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jared, it speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment Matt Ishbia getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hi, it's Wayne from Amco stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Gambo, what's on tonight? Brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. What's on tonight? Well, the All-Star game is on right now in the American League. The much maligned American League is off and running in the Midsummer Classic, 3-0. We are in the
Didn't they have this
bottom
incredible
of the first.
run where they won like 20-something times against the National League?
They did, and we were younger.
Remember that? When we were younger?
We were younger, and I think that the National League had a run as well, I think. I got to look that up. I think they had a run in the 70s, maybe. But the American League, you're right. It's been like 30 years of dominance, right?
Yes, I'm
For
going
the
to try to
most
look it
part?
up right now.
Are you looking
But it was
that
a
up?
long. They had like this crazy run where the American League was always winning.
Yeah, so anyway, the National League did not pitch very well in the...
Since 1988, the AL has dominated, going 28-8-1, including a 13-game unbeaten streak from 97 to 2009.
Did you say 1988? So it's beyond...
From 1988 on, they're gone 28-8-1.
So it's almost 40 years of dominance.
Yes, including a 13-year streak that they won, the American League. There you go.
There we go.
That's what's on tonight?
Yep, and...
That's it?
Yep, well, unless you are interested in the Warriors-Grizzlies Summer League game, which is late fourth quarter, 3:24.
Yeah, you won't get home in time to watch
The
that.
Grizzlies lead the Warriors Summer League team 92-75.
All right, there's LeBron James. Sham Sharania says the latest is there's a focus on Cleveland, Miami, and Philly. Obviously, we know that late June, James informed the Lakers he was departing from the franchise in free agency. Kind of like, I'll break up before you break up with me. The Lakers didn't want him back. Luka didn't want him back. It was time to move on. But they let him kind of say it like that, like, I'm going to move on, so it doesn't look like, they were kicking LeBron James to the curb. Brian Windhorst had some interesting comments that you had in your email to me today just about LeBron's kind of going around and talking to different players on different teams and trying to find somebody that wants them.
A couple of things. One thing, and I talked about this on the Bickley and Murata show just yesterday in the morning. I found it odd that Rich Paul's out on all these podcasts campaigning for LeBron. I'm not saying that agents don't leak things here and there to the Shams or the Wojs back in the day, but Rich Paul openly talking about LeBron and his journey, almost trying to drum up interest. And sure enough, a couple of things. First, Windhorst, certainly more credible than Byron Scott. Not that B. Scott doesn't know what's going on. But Brian Windhorst said LeBron James has been calling players of teams that he'd like to play for or is interested in playing for. So he's talking to the players, and then per Windhorst, the players are calling their GMs going, hey, LeBron called me. So that's kind of an interesting anecdote from Windhorst. And then Byron Scott, really, obviously former coach, former Laker great, said, nobody's calling to get LeBron on their team. Rich Paul's calling everybody, trying to drum up interest and see if they want to bring in LeBron. And what Byron Scott said, and again, this is a bigger picture thing with LeBron James, is Byron Scott said that at 41 years of age, nobody also, so declining LeBron James, nobody wants to put up with all the blank that comes with signing this guy. Talking about Clutch and Rich Paul and the whole Bronny thing and the entourage and all that stuff that goes into the circus, if you will. So Byron Scott's saying, listen, the interest, a lot of teams are kind of having those conversations that may be interested, saying, is LeBron James worth the circus that comes with?
But why does the circus still come with him at his age? Shouldn't he just want to go they're saying it's not about chasing a ring. Rich Paul said it's not about chasing a ring.
Which is nonsense. I don't believe that for 1 second.
But they said it's not about chasing a ring. But at his age, just go I don't know. We're old. We remember when Karl Malone went to the Lakers to kind of finish out his career.
And that was chasing a ring.
That was chasing because he had never won one before.
I know. And Rich Paul can say that because it's not like LeBron is going to go sign with Oklahoma City and sit on the bench, or go with San Antonio and sit on the bench. I get you, and there's a little wiggle room there, but he's not going anywhere that he doesn't think he can win, and he doesn't think he can contend.
I mean, even Michael Jordan thought he could win Washington, right?
Well, didn't he own the team, or wasn't he like an?
But he
executive?
thought he could win there.
Well, yeah, but I mean, come on, not realistically. I mean, he was in his 40s. I just think LeBron James, because LeBron still produces. I think he's declined quite a bit offensively in terms of his repertoire of offensive skill set, but he's still putting up numbers. But like LeBron James, if you're going to sign, like if the T-Wolves are going to sign, I just think you have to know what you're going to get. There's the off the court stuff that Byron Scott's talking about.
But it has to be minimal now. It can't be the same as he's not the superstar
Do you
he
know
was.
LeBron James? He doesn't think that. That's the LeBron James experience. Take it for what it's worth and take it or leave it. But yeah, like you probably have to deal with some Bronny questions. You definitely have to deal with Rich Paul. You definitely have to deal with...
What Bronny questions you have to deal with?
You don't think LeBron can say to his new team, like, we got to have a spot for Bronny?
Yeah, no. Dude, you're not LeBron. You're not that LeBron James anymore.
I understand that. Doesn't mean he's not going to ask, or Rich Paul's
You're
not going to
getting
ask.
a 1-year contract to come here and help us win. You're not getting Bronny.
I understand that.
I would bet you a lunch right now that Bronny's not going with him.
Okay, and I understand that, but don't think that they're not going to ask. Come on, man. This is LeBron James. This guy thinks he's the end-all, be-all of professional athletes in any sport, any era, any time.
Right, and just had a rude awakening about his career from the Los Angeles Lakers. They didn't want him anymore. They didn't want him anymore. There comes a point where you look in the mirror and say, okay, I'm no longer that guy. Doesn't mean LeBron can't help somebody win. He can. LeBron can help a lot of teams win. He's still a really, really good player.
You listen to people,
but I don't think he has that.
You don't think he has the
cachet
juice
that you think he has?
I don't think he has. I think he thinks he has. And I think
he's going to find out that he doesn't have it.
And maybe he will, and maybe he'll go someplace and Bronny won't go. But don't think that they're not going to have to deal with Rich Paul and questions perhaps about, can you find a spot for Bronny on the roster,
Look, it used to be where he picked the role players for the Lakers. He picked them. The GM didn't pick them. Pelinka, it was him. He picked the guys. I want this guy because this guy's good for the clubhouse. This guy's good for my culture. This guy's good. He picked them. He doesn't have... But that was in the bubble, and after they won the championship, and the next year after that, his power has slowly been on the decline. It's dropping. He doesn't have that much say anymore.
And he's going to find out that he doesn't. I mean, I think that's clearly what's going on in part. And if Byron Scott's to be believed, Rich Paul's the one that has to be calling these teams and asking them about LeBron James. Will you take him? And I'm sure the teams are saying exactly what they should say, which is what you were saying. But what I'm saying, there are media people in L.A. that have covered the Lakers for a long